Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Redemption in a Worthy World in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 66, The Mists of the Past. PT6, Mommy, Mommy, Mommy. Karin Uzumaki slumped against the golden barrier around the Uzukage Tower and pushed herself back before the space-time jutsu embedded in it made her fall on her face. The magnificent sunset sent the waters of Uzubei sparkling and made even the ruins of the village glow with stone-trapped warmth as the shadows shaped the rubble into a landscape of alien geometries. Zauna and most of the expedition to Uzushio had spent the rest of the day fortifying and rebuilding portions of the village into shelters and defensible positions, but Karin felt she'd wasted precious time throwing herself against the old Uzumaki seals. A day of trying every sealing jutsu Mijio and I's missed Umbu, the remaining Uzumaki, or Hoshigaki could remember, and the barrier blocking the rightful Uzukage from her coral throne remained inviolate. The seat that would save her family from the predations of a goddess and the hatred of the Mist Village was right there, behind 7 stories of red-tiled pagoda, and even Earth-style jutsu couldn't dig underneath solid, steel-reinforced bedrock. Karin let out a sigh instead of a curse when she felt Team 7's chakra signatures and auras approaching from the hike she'd ordered them to take, because they'd been hovering and distracting her. But now her anger was draining away to be replaced by exhaustion. "I'm done for the day," she said, the fatigue evident in her words and the way her shoulders sagged. She knew that behind her Mijio and I could see her and was doubtlessly judging her for her weakness, but she didn't care. She was tired. "Indra-san, how did your group get in here when you came through?" The one-eyed Uchiha shrugged. "I wasn't here for the second barrier." He paused, trying to remember. "Actually, I'm not sure we even brought down the second barrier, we just ran straight for the vaults with a fight on our hands. I wasn't paying attention to anything else." "Grave-robbing ghouls," muttered Mijio and I just loud enough they could hear him, and Suzuki shot the old man a look. "We went back to that chatty seal lady on the beach and took a tour of Uzushio," said Naruto, trying to bring up the mood. "But all the cool stuff was busted. I wanted to see my mom's school." "And?" asked Karin as the group wound its way back along the hillside to one of the 3 massive stone doors to the Uzushio ceiling vaults. "It's like somebody scooped the whole building out of the ground like ice cream," said her cousin with a shudder. "I didn't even understand some of the ceiling stuff seared across the whole block. It's like, burned into the stones." "The Uzumaki would have fought to the last to preserve their children," said the Ninetales gruffly. "An admirable quality in humans." Karin noticed Indra swallow something and look away from them. "No parent wants to bury their child." His voice was steady, but Karin could feel his aura swell with the dark blue of restrained grief as his pace slowed and the children moved ahead of him. Karin ushered her friends away, putting their heads together while Mijio and I pretended not to eavesdrop and Sakura pretended like she wasn't trying to block him with genjutsu. "Does Indra-san seem really messed up?" "Like, more than usual. Ever since he dragged us out of the maelstrom," agreed Suzuki, who frowned over his shoulder at the man wandering away from them into the ruins on unsteady feet. "Did you hear what he was saying on the ship to Salamasina?" "I'm not sure he was talking to her," agreed Sakura. "If he likes guys, why would he kiss her like that? And those names he used dash." "He's called me Sarada before," said Suzuki, "but he was drugged at the time." He paused, weighing how much he knew versus simply suspected. "I think he was seeing his dead family instead of us." "Isn't that?" Naruto copied Meiho's swirly finger at the side of his head and whistled. "Kinda crazy." Suzuki had seen his dead family for a month around the empty Uchiha estate before Indra and Naruto came crashing into his life, so he shrugged. "If he's not well, maybe it's that curse of madness he warned us about." "You heard that laughter when he took out the Akatsuki coming after us?" There was an uncomfortable silence before Naruto spoke, directing his question partially inwards to the Kyuubi. "Maybe we could, like, dreamwalk into his head and help. Or Sakura's genjutsu." The pink-haired girl sucked in air through her teeth. "I've gotten glimpses during genjutsu training, we don't want to go into his head. It's a mess down there." "It's a lake with the moon and some distant mountains," said Suzuki, nonplussed. "He told me some stories there once, it was nice." "On the surface maybe," argued Karin as the Ninetales nodded Naruto's head in agreement. "He used to be some kind of bounty-hunting terrorist, remember? Sure he's cool now but Let's try and not drive my uncle mad, acquiesced Sasuke reluctantly. We should get an adult to talk to him. Why not Salamasina? Asked Sakura and held up her hands under the skeptical glances from the others. She did kiss him earlier, the sooner they sort everything out, the better. You said you weren't reading Kakashi-sensei's Ika books, objected Naruto, causing heads to turn as Sakura turned beet red and attempted to smother him. Shout a little louder, why don't you, dumbass? The wicked grin on Karen's face made Sasuke's blood run cold, and before he could stop her, she flounced into the crowd moving in and out of the massive double doors. She caught Salamasina as the woman was flipping through a box of scrolls, every inch the concerned friend as she gestured back in the direction Indra had wandered. The red-haired shark woman looked concerned and pulled Kiyomizu off her shoulders, speaking quietly with Karen before moving off with a purposeful stride. Her red, white, and yellow patterned sash fluttered in her wake and she was among the rubble before Sasuke could decide what to call after her. Good luck? Hands off my uncle? What was even happening? But Sakura, he managed as Naruto managed to wriggle out of the headlock he'd been in. None of us know anything about romance, what if playing matchmaker dash fails spectacularly? She nodded. It'll be like that time with you and Ino. The conversation's going to be so awkward, Sensei won't have time to be mopey. She is going to perfect new methods of torturing you, Uchiha, said the Ninetales with a fanged grin. I knew there was a reason I liked you, Flower Petal. It could still go wrong, she admitted as she joined the rest of the Uzumaki in rifling through the endless boxes of scrolls stacking up under the Mistumbu's close watch. Now let's see if this vault has the seals you're looking for. As Chinosuk gave her report on Indra Uchiha and the Ninetales host, Itaka noticed she was still exhausted and salt-stained despite the body lantern technique's projection. It was his job to notice little details like that, and even without the Sharingan, he'd picked up a number of small details about the Akatsuki that could give him an unexpected edge when the time came. However, given the subjects of the girl's report, he and Kisame were the ones under heavy scrutiny now. From Haiden and Zetsu's open amusement to Pain's cool assessment, Itaka could feel their gazes on him like crawling centipedes. When she described Varaja Hoshigaki, the Uchiha opened one eye in the real world to see his meditating partner's face contort into a mix of rage and embarrassment. Same Hada shivered on his back and Itaka once again wondered how alive the blade really was. The Uchiha returned to the astral gathering he'd never truly left and picked up Zetsu's short explanation that Tobi was going to try and steal a tailed beast during the fratricidal mist clash shortly to come. On his own. Haiden let out a disbelieving guffaw. That moron's gonna get squashed flat in no time. Nonetheless, he is making the attempt, said Zetsu, the white half as talkative as ever while its black half remained mute and stiff. I shall keep Pain and our spy mistress informed of his progress. There is no need, said Konan with a glance at the Rinnegan bearer Itaka couldn't decipher through the shadows. He is attempting to retain our goodwill with the tailed beast, but that man's usefulness to our organization may soon run its course. What? Itaka kept his projection impassive as Pain nodded. He did not bring us the four tails, after all. One shadowy hand gestured down at the unconscious red-bearded man Kisame had dropped onto the stone floor of the cave. Itaki and Kisame have made up for their previous indiscretion. See that the rest of you continue to make every effort. He was a fun fight, bragged Kisame with a more cheerful grin. I'd never fought a lava-style user before. The shark man had lost one of his feet to a swell of molten rock and only his sword's regenerative capability had made him whole, but Itaka let him have his moment in the sun. Bragging with Haiden was inconsequential compared to what Pain and Konan had let slip. How much did Konan know? Since Pain knew Itaka knew who Tobi was, the Rinnegan bearer was giving Itaka a warning and an ultimatum in one, pick a side. And since they were about to seal a tailed beast, that meant 3 or more days silent, focused utterly on the task of ripping a sentient chakra construct out of its host. 3 days he would be unable to warn Konoha or his brother that the Akatsuki was about to explode. Both versions of his brother. The revelation Sasuke had time-traveled was one he was still getting used to. Itaka's lantern body flickered as he opened one eye and bit down on his lip. Blood spat into his hands still locked into the ram sign was hopefully good enough for a summoning jutsu. A flock of crows looked up from the smoke and Kabuko hopped forward, head cocked with a corvid's curiosity. What's up, boss? I have 2 messages for you to deliver, said Itachi, thinking of Same Hada and deciding to be extra vague. One on the usual Weeping Eye stationary to the usual destination, and the second to be flown to the ruins of Uzushio at top speed. The crows let out a warble of appreciative gossip and several slipped monocles or shiny bits of glass over their beaks as they produced a hawk feather pen and scraps of parchment. Crows liked to hoard, and Itachi found the habit too useful to stop them. Rain clouds are about to burst, may need shelter amidst dangerous waters. My briefcase of valuable papers may not cut it, and I'll end up dripping all over your welcome mat. See, this is why I'm a straight talker, boss, said Kabuko as he folded one paper in half with his beak. I got maybe 5% of that. Which is why you are an excellent messenger, replied his summoner. You cannot reveal what you do not know. So I guess I don't know about my 6 buddies who've been shadowing that crummy expedition since they left Lightning Country. I gave you no such instructions, said Itachi with a trace of real anger that ruffled feathers. Hey, they had a cart fall off a mountain and one of the girls got all shiny and gold. We love shiny and gold. His crow looked defensive. On the other side of the lantern body jutsu, the Gedo statue erupted from the ground and the Akatsuki jumped up to the statue's fingers, hands clasped around their rings. Itachi was out of time. Keep an eye on them, he commanded, and you can have all the corn in my jacket's upper left pocket. Any sensation he had in the real world vanished as the Gedo statue's mouth opened wide and he was forced to focus his ring and considerable will on ensuring the endless hunger of the thing did not devour him as well. The crows were going to rob him blind. Zabuza Momokai understood himself. He was an emotionally warped killer, clinging tight to the shreds of scruples remaining to him. Terumi Mei's rebellion, Haku's useful service, the sword on his back, those were the 3 things he counted on. Abandoning civilians in the ocean as dead weight, no problem. Killing an entire battleship of Mistnin coming after them, he would gladly do so. Comforting and inspiring the weeping mop bucket in a dimly lit subsection of a refugee ship was so outside his skill set it wasn't even funny. But Haku and Hatake seemed convinced the swordsman of the mist could do something, so here he was, listening to Suijutsu Hojiki burble. Sniff. Mommy. Quit the crybaby routine, brat. Why the hell are you down here? Why do you care, said the watery voice of the brat. We're under attack, said Zabuza bluntly. Time for you to pull your weight and fight. On the open ocean, even a brat who can turn into water's useful, so get up. Fuck off, said the brat, and Zabuza barely stopped himself from punting the bucket into the wall as a battleship shell detonated in the water close by. Kid, either you get your soggy ass out of that bucket and fight or you'll die. Dissolve on the water when the ship goes down or get vaporized when a mist shell hits your bucket directly. Do you wanna die? Maybe I do, said Suijutsu's petulant voice, and this time Zabuza did kick his bucket across the room, splattering the dishwater gray sludge across the decking and stomping on the semi-solid mass. Maybe I'll get to see my brother again that way. I don't think so, snarled Zabuza. You soggy sack of shit, if you make me die below deck with my blade unbloodied, I'm going to drag you down to the 7th hell myself. You think Mainjutsu's gonna be in some squeaky clean afterlife with you? Why do you think they called him the second coming of the demon? He'd kick your ass even harder than I'm about to. Nuh-uh, retorted Suijutsu, pulling himself up into a humanoid form to try and splash Zabuza in the eyes with soapy water. He could use all the 7 swords, he was kind and awesome and the best. He died saving people, like my mom. He died being a goddamn moron, said Zabuza, lying through his pointy teeth, and effortlessly caught the watery fist Suijutsu threw at him. Your brother was a butcher, same as me, better even, and he still died a failure because he lost the scroll with all the remaining swords. Trying to protect stupid civilians like you dash. Liar. Zabuza swung Suijutsu around, molding his own water chakra to manipulate the boy's own body, effortlessly overriding Hojiki's control of his form. He slammed the kid into the wall, leaving his head and neck solid while the rest of the crybaby went liquid again. It's the truth, he barked, grinning behind his bandages because anger was good. Better than moping. Your brother was kind to you because he thought he could afford to be, because you made him soft, and because of that stupid sentimentality, Mujutsu died. So why are you crying like a baby down here? Mujutsu's gone, mommy's gone, and they're never coming back, shouted Suijutsu, and Zabuza rolled his eyes in the red light of the emergency bulb on the wall. So what, all of my friends are dead, I killed some of them myself, you don't see me whining about it. Why the hell are brats like you always following me around if you aren't willing to understand the basic truth of being a ninja swordsman? When it's your time to die, you take out as many of the enemy as you can. Ride their corpses down into hell as a welcoming party. Mujutsu didn't do that, and so all those fancy titles and kindness don't mean squat now. They mean he was better than you. Suijutsu was glaring back at Zabuza now, trying to pull his body back together, and Zabuza loosened his control enough the white-haired boy got his chest and hands back, scrabbling at the swordsman's arm. Then why am I still alive? Why are you? Zabuza grabbed the handle of Kubikari Basho on his back and angled it so the edge caught the red light, letting his killing intent swirl around him, half in threat, half in challenge. There's a whole ship of enemy ninja out there, 2 ships in fact, trying to kill us. Now, are you just going to sit here a useless puddle like your brother and mother, or are you going to come back on deck and clear the stain from Mujutsu's name in the blood of the enemy? I can't, protested Suijutsu, even as his body solidified to plant his feet on the deck, kicking at Zabuza. I'm not strong enough. Then get me over to the ships and I'll kill them myself, groaned Zabuza, exasperated. Damned snot-nosed brats, what's it take to motivate you twerps? We survive this and I'll let you duel me for this sword, start making up for your brother. And stop sobbing. He added, letting go of Suijutsu to wipe a mix of tears, soap suds, and snot on his pant leg. It's disgusting. Suijutsu's glare was incredulous. If I can't beat the enemy, how could I ever beat you? Forget it. Zabuza threw up his hands and stalked out of the ship's innards towards the ladder. Stupid kid, to know why I even listened to Haku on this one. Haku thought I could do it. Gods know why, said Zabuza as he put one foot on the ladder. I'm not wasting any more time dash. There was a screech of tearing metal behind him and Zabuza spun to see something massive and metal rend through the steel hull like tissue paper. Kid. He saw the look of horror on Suijutsu's face, a painful echo of Mujutsu, then the rush of seawater took him and he was gone. You gotta be kidding me, thought the swordsman as he kicked off the wall and dove into the swirling dark. The flashing red light and the sting of salt water made sight nearly useless, but Mist-Nin did not need their eyes to see. He swam against the current, chakra slicing the water around him, absorbing or diverting the hammer blow force of the ocean as it roared into the ship. He could feel the mass of chakra that was still Suijutsu, feel the panic as the water brat tried harder and harder to hold himself together. Zabuza's water prison jutsu encircled the largest concentration of chakra and isolated it, the swordsman using it as a battering ram as he kicked hard, trying to get out of the ship. Torn metal nicked his shoulder and exposed ankle as he made it past the hull to feel Haku's frigid chakra racing down from the surface to seal the hole. Good. He kicked towards the sun, but already could feel the whirlpool currents pulling at him. Not inevitable, and Zabuza grinned as the bandages were swept from his face by the raging waters. Finally, a real fight, he thought, and powered towards the sunlight as Hatake Kakashi's water dragon jutsu forced the follow-up shell off course. He surfaced and dragged himself onto the swell as his water prison dissipated, Suijutsu solidifying around the swordsman's waist like a drowned rat. I am alive, he squeaked, sounding surprised as Zabuza applied the tried and tested mist antidote to battle shock by slapping the boy upside the head. So what, get your head in the game, brat. I don't like freeloading parasites, so are you going to step up and start pulling your weight? Yeah, replied the boy, letting go of Zabuza as the boom of the pursuing battleships nearly drowned out the remark. The swordsman spared him a nod as he unsheathed Kubikari Basho. Then pull yourself together, and get me onto that ship. I can't control that much water, protested Suijutsu, and Zabuza groaned in frustration. These kids were such pussies, no self-confidence. He'd grown up in a war and hadn't whined nearly as much. If you're even half the Hojiki your brother was, yes you can. Now come on. He hefted the butcher's blade onto his shoulder and charged towards the closing battleships with a roar of defiance on his lips. Either the kid would grow a pair or Haku and Hatake would have to cover him from the deck. A deck gun turned and fired, but Zabuza had jumped up and the shell whipped past his sandals to hit the ocean in a plume of foam that soaked his back. Except now he was in the firing arc of 2 more guns and on a predictable trajectory upwards. Shit, he muttered, before the foam and salt water at his back surged forward with a young, wavering voice. Ocean shoulder charge. So Mujitsu did tell the brat stories, thought Zabuza as he was carried up and up, then down as mask-clad figures ran out onto the steel-gray deck of the battleship below. Suijitsu's anger and dissipating waterspout was a weak announcement, so Zabuza let his own chakra roar alongside him, the liquid forming into a snarling face before it impacted the mist battleship with enough force to dent the deck plates. He was already killing before the brat could pull himself back together, and if the swordsman might have taken a few extra seconds to make sure the boy wasn't instantly skewered, well, he'd already talked too much to just let the kid die like that, right? Come on, boy! Zabuza shouted, his blood up and laughter ringing across the deck. Don't tell me you're going to die without a sword in your hand. Finish off the wounded, if that's all you can manage. Suijitsu's hands shook, his knees looking watery indeed as he obeyed, but obey he did. Kyobikari Basho carved through a gun barrel as one of the last swordsmen of the mist did what he did best. Back on the refugee ship, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief as the civilian bucket teams he'd organized started to bail out the flooded section of the ship. Any new catastrophes? Haku pointed as faint screams reached their ears and the guns of one battleship began to fall silent. Only Master Zabuza. His lips curved into a small smile and Kakashi was reluctantly impressed that the teenager looked unruffled despite the bombardment. And my fellow apprentice? How are they going to get back here? Asked the Jonin. That waterspout was falling apart at the end, think they can do a repeat performance. The smile faded slightly as the second battleship began to turn its guns in the direction of its fellow. Presumably Master Zabuza will improvise something. Presumably. Salamasina sidled up to the slumped form of Indra Uchiha, who was standing in a large circular square and ignoring the huge pile of bones in favor of staring at a nondescript spot on the cobblestones. Sun's going down, she said unnecessarily, putting a hand on a hip nowhere near her sword. Like you said, not a good idea to be wandering ruins alone. Your kids wanted me to check on you, said the Uzumaki Hoshigaki, trying a different tack. Consider me checked. Salamasina reached his side and confirmed there was nothing unique about this particular spot, which meant whatever Indra was seeing was inside his own head. Still full of seaweed from chakra exhaustion, or can we talk? About what? That kiss, she said bluntly, and Indra looked up with alarm on his face. What kiss? On the deck of the Rainbow? When your chakra thing dragged us out of the maelstrom and I was so relieved I had my tongue tickle your tonsils. Her growing embarrassment doubled at the pure horror on Indra's face. That was real. Salamasina contemplated running down to the beach and letting the maelstrom take her. What did you think it was? A hallucination. Indra didn't sound too sure and took a step sideways to run his hand through salt-encrusted hair. This place is where don't you start now. He pointed at an empty space next to him before the Uchiha collapsed onto a stack of rubble and put his head between his knees. I'm so fucked up. We have that in common, said the shark woman, dragging over some of the rubble to sit opposite him. Playing it cool, but this place has us wound tighter than bowstrings. I mean, I'm in the ruins of my dad's village and just found out all mist slander of us might be justified on both sides of my family because we're ugly fish freaks. Everyone except old Gills thought I was nuts for years cause I said I met two gods and now Lady Uzukage thinks that was real. She gestured vaguely at him. Now you're telling me the first man who's looked at me with interest in the last 9 years doesn't remember it. Since we're oversharing, I've been hallucinating my dead family, said Indra. They died right there, you know. The Uchiha pointed at the spot he'd been staring at but Salamasina kept her eyes on him this time. Part of me thought they'd have more to say if I came back here, but they already told me to move on. Do you want to move on? She asked gently, memories of her own ghosts weighing on her shoulders. It took me a while after my husband died. It's been a few years, but I don't know, admitted Indra and gestured about him helplessly. The power to defy a typhoon, but I feel powerless to make up my mind. Salamasina uncrossed her legs and let her sash fall to the side, exposing her skin-tight wetsuit while her heart leapt to somewhere in her throat, face a dark blue blush. I could help you decide. She tugged the multicolored cloth back into place almost instantly. Oh God, forget I ever said that. I'm not usually like this, but it's been so long in this place and you're unfairly hot and I'm going to shut up now. She could almost see past Indra's lone eye to his brain trying and failing to restart itself as he blinked. First off, I'm gay. The maelstrom was looking better every second. I'm so sorry I ever asked dash. Second, this is a really bad idea. I know, so let's just forget I ever said anything. Let's do it. Now it was Salamacina's turn to restart her brain. What? I can just genjutsu myself so we both enjoy the sex. He said it so bluntly, with the air of experience that Salamacina raised a thin red eyebrow. That doesn't sound healthy. It's not, admitted the Uchiha. But I have to start somewhere and spent the past 4 years wrapped up in my own regrets. So you're going to create new ones. Salamacina bared her teeth in anger, but Indra's mouth twitched into a smile. I'm not some street canal whore you can just dash. I respect you a great deal, said Indra, holding out his hand. Holding yourself together for the people around you, taking risks so they can have a better future, being so honest with me, an insane Konoha ninja who showed up days ago, that respect will not change if we both try being stupid and selfish for one night when it sounds like we both need it. Salamacina looked at this unfairly attractive man and let her eyes rove over him, taking in his exposed abs with those delightful scars, the exhaustion and patience in what she could see of his face. She reached out and tucked his hair back behind his ear, exposing the scars and hole in his face. He didn't look eager or reluctant, no expectation in his body language, simply waiting for her decision. She could feel the muscles in her own arms, the slight pudge above her hips, flaws and attractors she'd categorized over years on her own piling up in her. Insecurity, confidence, and the unlooked-for want curling below her stomach through it all. You'll keep quiet about this, she warned and dug her claws into the side of his head ever so slightly. Of course, he replied. Would you happen to have a strap dash? I do actually, said the Uzumaki Hoshigaki woman, who was starting to warm to the idea, and she could see the excitement that admission spurred in him. My husband used to. Oh, what are we even doing? What we want. What we need, replied Indra, and they both stood up as the last of the sun slipped beneath the horizon along with Salamacina's resistance. This was going to be messy and she didn't care. Chiefess, Hoshigaki, Uzumaki, she wanted to leave everything behind. Start over. Speaking of messy. I have claws and sharp teeth, she warned. But we have some seals that can dash. Indra growled and looked almost as surprised as her before he smiled again. You're threatening me with a good time, Salamacina. They swept back through the rubble and skirted the edges of the campsite, visible and in good spirits, but not obviously together. Watch patrols were set, responsibilities addressed in short order, and Indra unobtrusively ducked into Salamacina's tent after a respectable interval when Nami started a drinking game with her new prosthesis. The Hoshigaki leader had unpacked a small box and was placing small seals at intervals around the tent, where they glowed in unison, and Indra felt an expanding barrier ripple past his face. There we go, said Salamacina, her smile equal parts eager and nervous. If, or rather when, we draw blood, the entire rest of the clan won't come howling through and eat us both. Does everyone in the village have those? Asked Indra dryly, and she chuckled. We'd barely have any children otherwise. She turned around and raised her chin slightly to reveal the seam of her wetsuit. Unzip me. Her own broad hands pulled away Indra's shirt and roamed appreciatively over his chest and shoulders, only to hesitate as she brushed a thumb over his cheekbone. Are you sure you're okay with this? I'm not making the same mistakes, said Indra, and some hidden tension eased from his body at her touch, leaning into her hand. The Uchiha glanced over her shoulder at the mirror hanging on her tent pole and pulled himself into several familiar genjutsu. If he focused, he could recognize the body next to him as Salamacina, dark blue skin with red dreadlocks, the black rings of jagged teeth tattooed on her thighs, the bands edged in white on her biceps, unquestionably a woman. Ordinarily, the sight as he pulled down the zipper would have inspired no lust in him, but it had been a very long time since he had been touched like this. Tenderness backed by obvious power, the hint of danger in claws and teeth that thrilled him, an unquestionably Uzumaki face. Details became less important, and Indra's own hand traveled the contours of her body in mirror of her own. How are you doing? Salamacina asked, tracing his shoulder blade with a knuckle as they swayed together in the center of the tent and music began to sound outside along with drunken laughter. I'm all right, said Indra, and found to his surprise that he was. She wasn't Sakura or Naruto, but he could hear the concern in her voice and feel her touch. Human things he'd forgotten to want, he'd forgotten to need. Thank you. Indra kissed her and they both collapsed into the other, hungry for the touch, the warmth of someone else. Old experiences and memories made new again. They found the floor fairly quickly, Indra grinding his thigh between her legs as she traced razor-sharp teeth over his jugular to hear his sigh of pleasure. Yes, he managed as his stump tried and failed to hook around her shoulder for purchase. What do you like? Am I beautiful? She asked, answering his question with one of her own, putting one clawed hand against the small of his back to draw him closer. He could feel tension run through her in a shiver. With everything, I'm not a monster, am I? Even if I was fully blind, replied Indra honestly, I would still know you are beautiful. You are brave and daring, you are honest, you are good. He'd said the same things to Naruto when his husband had asked, when their relationships were fragile, uncertain, and painful, then later, when their relationships were the only solid things in a world going mad. He'd meant them every time and he meant them now. You brought me back. She rolled her hips into him, the tension in her muscles flowing away with each movement, and kissed him again, hard as his lips bled. He moaned in response and she hummed back, each feeling the vibration in the other. They pulled apart, slightly breathless to shimmy out of the rest of their clothes, and she noted how his eye was slightly glassy while he noticed hers had gone slitted and slightly bloodshot. Are you dash? I feel great. Ready to go? Yes. I can see that. They both laughed as Indra accepted the bottle she threw at him and Salamacina started to wrestle with straps. Damn, she muttered, flipping the harness back and forth. Is it inside out? I can't remember. I've got time, said Indra. I am going to hit you with this, don't think I won't. Several minutes later, in the middle of learning a Kyujira drinking song by shouting it at the top of her lungs, Karen's head whipped around to stare at a particular tent and two very particular auras, the lyrics evaporating on the spot. Not my business, she chanted, closing her mind off as best she could, but thinking of anything else was difficult. She held out for several minutes before Salamacina's hands drove Indra's hips into her and a simultaneous spike of bright gold in both their auras smashed through her studied ignorance. Sakura, Kyuubi-san, can either of you take memories away? What do I look like, a Dembaki, grumbled the fox, before Naruto hooped at one of the Mistumbu succumbing to the atmosphere and started to dance. What do you want to forget? Asked Sakura, unsure if she wanted to know the answer. Is something wrong? Karen hopped in place and flapped her hands. Yes. No. I don't know. Just genjutsu me into oblivion, please. Why, you'd be missing a great party, said Naruto as his teammate frowned. I mean, if you think you'll have trouble sleeping dash. That's it, said Karen desperately. One of us needs to be well rested for tomorrow. The heck does that mean? Asked her cousin before he felt the fox's smug self-satisfaction roll off him in waves. Okay, shitty fox, what am I missing here? Oh, nothing, thought the Biju. Look, Sasuke set his shirt on fire. This distracted Naruto sufficiently, and later that night the Kyuubi strolled into Karen's sleep with a grin and swagger more reminiscent of Shukaku. I'll just ease your mind, he said, with a wink, and the Uzukage was so relieved she didn't ask questions as the Nine Tails hid the sense memory in his tails. You never know when a little bit of knowledge comes in useful. Wow, panted Salamacina as she sat back and wiped her brow. Maybe it's just the long dry spell, but that was intense. I agree, hand me a bandage, said Indra, who looked only slightly less exhausted and was trying to not bleed into his host's blanket. Salamacina cursed as Indra waved off her attempts to help. You just sit there with your afterglow and I'll enjoy mine. The Hoshigaki woman realized her thighs were shaking again and didn't bother to still them this time. Are you alright? I will be, said Indra as he bandaged his shoulder. But congratulations on breaking my self-imposed genjutsu. He looked slightly apprehensive. Did you enjoy it? Salamacina held up two sticky fingers. Is it not obvious? The Uchiha she'd pulled apart and savored sat in the embers of his dignity and shrugged. I don't have extensive experience with women, remember? Right. Salamacina took him in once again, his tousled hair, his tired but pleased expression, his sweaty body, committing it to memory. You won't be offended if this is a one-time thing, right? No, said Indra. Like I said, this was what we needed, and I enjoyed it, but I'm not declaring my undying love for you. We'll always have the memories, said the blue woman, grabbing her clothes. You're going to need a new shirt though. Karen woke up the next morning to the sound of birdsong and felt curiously relieved without knowing why. This good feeling persisted when she learned the night watches reported nothing unusual and no Umbu or Uzumaki had stabbed each other. Even the discovery of the thick nest of vines and roots covering the second vault did not put a damper on her mood. Sakura-kun, she began, only for the pink-haired girl to shake her head and motion the Uchiha and Nami forward. Better not show our hand, she said, and a glance in the direction of Mijio and I's Umbu mask was enough to explain. With jutsu and several axes, the expedition had cleared the space by mid-morning. Meiho strode up to the vault's door to scowl at the inscription carved above the swirl. If you are a friend, the door is always open. What kinda security is that? Look. She put a hand on the door and shoved as it slid open with the grinding of stone on stone. Big-ass stone door and anybody can just stroll in. There's obviously more to it, said Sasuke as a mist Umbu tried to follow Meiho in and scampered back as if she'd been stung. Mijio and I alone among the Umbu had made it in, but his legs were planted and every movement was braced against some invisible force. Naruto grinned as he found the small seal along the wall and infused it with chakra. Dozens of gentle yellow seals lit up in sequence within the vault, stretching back over rows and rows of stone cabinets carved into the mountain. Man, I can't wait to start learning some of this stuff, just look at it all. No labeling system or organization to it at all, grumbled Sakura as the lights revealed scrolls stacked on top of yellow-brown books, stone tablets the size of her head on one shelf and a wind chime hanging from another, with large rolls of paper shoved with abandon into a cubby 2 times smaller than them. Guess we start looking from the front again. Provided you remember the consequences, said Mijio and I as the lights reached the rear of the vault and several people gasped. I think we found your record keepers, Sakura, said Indra as the group shone more lights on several dozen corpses splayed out in a circle. The outer ring of corpses were all dressed in a mixture of shinobi attire, dark blue flak jackets and samurai armor. All of them were facing outwards and most had their heads and weapons turned towards the door, their expressions set in grim expectation. A last-ditch defense, muttered Salamasina. Or an honor guard. A bit of both, said Mijio and I. Those masks were worn by Uzushio's Umbu. He tapped his own. Some were more dangerous than the ninja inside, if you ask me. Team 7 shot each other silent looks behind his back and Indra knew they were all thinking of the mask shrine back in Konoha. I'll keep that in mind, said Hameka, lifting a lantern close to a faded face and grimacing. Why are they not dead looking? Both vaults were musty, said Sakura. There must be some sort of preservation seals or something, since there's no moths or rats in here. Didn't keep these poor bastards alive, said Varaja as she picked up a massive naginata and eyeing the edge. Or stop rust. I wonder what kind of seal does that. I can answer your question, said a cheery voice as everyone jumped and several people screamed. The corrosion inhibition seal was developed by Please Do Not Draw Weapons in the library. Show yourself, shouted Karen as golden chains bristled from her back and the gleam of raised swords shone in the yellow lights. I am not visible? Running assessment, one moment please. There was a flicker and a young woman in embroidered robes and hair buns stepped out from behind one of the rows, glowing faintly yellow. Naruto elbowed Sasuke as he pointed to the number of seals across the shelves that were directing light in her direction and got an eye roll in return. Library assistant visible and at your service. Please do not draw weapons in the library. She frowned. This is your second warning. The librarians have been notified. Weapon engraving or infusion requires a half-circle seal master and is best performed in Vault 3, which has been reinforced for this purpose. Defensive countermeasures will be employed if you continue this misbehavior. Those guys had weapons, said Naruto, pointing at the outer ring of corpses. The library assistant turned and frowned down at the dead Uzushio shinobi. How unfortunate. Someone has expired in the course of their research. Several someones. The librarians have been notified. Running assessment, Library rules altered by Full Spiral Shinobu, deceased. Running assessment. All librarians are deceased, how unfortunate. Weapons are permitted within the library as long as martial law remains in effect. Do you still wish for me to answer your question? She turned and beamed at Varaja, and the shark woman stood slack-jawed for a moment. What? You inquired about the corrosion inhibition seal, said the projection patiently as Mijio and I poked it experimentally with his sword, and sections of her form dissolved when blocked by his blade. Would you like to know more? Maybe later, said Karen shortly. You ran your assessment, can you tell us what happened here? The librarians attempted the construct frowned. I'm sorry, information about this kind of seal is restricted to full spiral librarians and sealing masters. A librarian of the appropriate rank has been notified and will be arriving to assess your need for this knowledge. There's a barrier around the Uzukage's tower, and we're losing time, said Karen shortly. As matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and fourth Uzukage, how can I break that seal? And find stuff on tailed beast seals, added Naruto, crossing his fingers. Running assessment, several people groaned only for the assistant librarian to stride through the crowd to Naruto and bend down to stare at his stomach. Jinchuriki identified, please state your name for the library. Naruto Uzumaki, said the blonde, making a shooing motion. Can you stop staring at me, please? Apologies, Naruto Uzumaki, but your seal appears to be unwinding. As assistant librarian, I am not authorized to perform a complete assessment, but I will note I have not seen such a complex seal in 57 years. Please follow me. A second yellow-tinted assistant librarian formed amongst the dust motes hanging in the air and strode off at a walking pace. Naruto pumped his fist. Oh man, this is gonna be great. Hey Indra-sensei, Sakura, Suzuki, maybe you guys can meet my mom too. Sensei. Go on ahead, said Indra, who was striding off into the dark stacks while Meiho, Hameka, and several members of the expedition scavenged the dead ninja and librarians over the quiet protests of several copied assistants. I want to test something. The library is busy today, beamed the construct. Apologies matriarch Karen Uzumaki, your identity has been verified and you possess the necessary redacted to access the Uzukage's tower despite the state of martial law. Please follow me. How did you do that with your mouth? Asked the girl. I don't know what you mean matriarch. Running assessment, Karen, Salamasina, and Mijio and I followed her, the shark woman exchanging a long-suffering look with her leader. If she's like this all the time, I can see why the Uzu shinobi shut her off. Indra had waited until Mijio and I was sufficiently distracted, or at least sufficiently focused on the various Uzumaki to deem the Uchiha a less present danger. The design on the ceiling space covered by dead shinobi and librarians, the semi-oblivious seal construct, he'd expected them, because he'd been here before. This time there at least weren't Pale Otsutsuki forcing their way past the library's defenses, and the scroll he needed was a backup plan instead of a desperate last hope. Indra stopped in the dark, his Sharingan glowing in the darkness, and put his hand out to halt on a shelf above his head, as boring and unobtrusive as any of the hundreds around him. The assistant librarian materialized with a frown on her face. Apologies Konoha Shinobi Indra Uchiha, you do not possess the necessary credentials to access this information. A full spiral librarian has been notified. This is your only warning. There was a soft but unmistakable tinge of urgency to her voice as her blank eyes narrowed. Further intrusion will activate library defenses. Indra swallowed. Last time, she'd been too busy throwing the library defenses against Inotsutsuki to deal with Sarada, Karen, and the rest of their surviving strike force, so they'd just grabbed the scroll and ran. I don't want it for myself. I've already traveled in time. If Sakura and I screw up, if this world loses the Otsutsuki war again, we need this sealing jutsu to send someone back. Someone better than us. The construct disappeared and Indra threw up his hands. Great, he muttered. Just perfect. I have no assessment criteria for this, whispered the woman's voice in the dark. Please, said Indra simply. These children, these people, the whole world deserves a chance. Your librarians tried the same thing, did you help them? Isn't that what you do? My function is to assist visitors to the seal library and vaults as well as to protect the knowledge stored within. Then please help me. The silence and weight of the long-abandoned space seemed to press in around Indra, but the longer the library was silent, the further his desperation rose. Just when he was about to snatch the scroll and take his chances, she spoke again. How curious. Full Spiral Shinobu has granted you clearance, Indra Uchiha, but my assessment of her corpse was definitive. She is deceased. Indra stuffed the scroll into his pocket before the assistant librarian could change what passed for her mind. When did she grant me clearance? I do not know. A Full Spiral librarian has responded to your request. Have we helped you find what you are looking for? Yes, said Indra, who was going to implant the scroll in a box next to his heart as soon as he got within arm's reach of Inari. Thank you, wherever you are. Oh, come on, lady. Library rules state a Jinchuriki key can access every seal of equal strength to their own seal, but may not possess the key to their own seal. A Full Spiral librarian dash. Yeah, but they're all dead, in case you forgot, said Naruto, rifling through several shelves as he flickered between himself and the Kyuubi. Shitty fox, is this the right stuff? Oh yes, growled the Kyuubi with relish, grabbing scrolls larger than Naruto and slinging them backwards into Sasuke and Sakura's arms. 1, 2, 3 for Madatabi, just 1 for Isabu, 2 for Kokuo, 7 for Son Goku, ignoring Shukaku because I can. Help managed Sasuke before he collapsed under the sheer mass of paper. Naruto scrambled up several shelves and an assistant librarian sent a ladder careening over to his position with a panicked expression. Need a hand. Nami and Varaja were grinning at each other as the dark-skinned Uzumaki tossed her prosthetic limb on top of Sasuke's pile. I can't believe I saved your life. Up above, Naruto ran headfirst into an invisible barrier with a sound like a dropped melon. Well, drawled Varaja. I could take some of this weight off your hands. Everything's going black, groaned Sakura from somewhere as her teammate's argument from the top shelf was followed by a new rain of scrolls and volumes. Varaja scooped most of them out of the air before they hit the ground, or more importantly, Nami, and joined Sakura in stacking them. Meanwhile, Naruto was bargaining. Suo, if I can't have it, can you let someone else have it? Like my master, or Karin. Jinchuriki seals can be allotted to someone with a crescent spiral rank, provided the individual has a close positive relationship with the subject, such as a father, mother, or teacher. Pick him, called Nami, pointing at Sasuke, who'd climbed his way out of the seal scroll stack and looked alarmed. Pick me for what? Why? The assistant librarian looked down at him, then back at Naruto, who tried his best to give her a winning smile. Really? Naruto nodded so fast his head was a yellow blur. How about joint custody? She snapped her fingers and the lone scroll still left on the top shelf flung itself into Sasuke and Sakura. The two genin went down like ninepins just as Indra strolled around the corner to see Nami and Varaja wheezing with laughter and holding each other up. The expedition quickly discovered that the library was used to excited Uzumaki and especially teenagers running around and trashing the shelves, because scrolls started to teleport back to their cubbies if they were left out too long or unwatched. From the slight smirk on her face, Sasuke recognized someone else cursed to suffer Uzumaki disorganization and suspected that was the entire purpose of the assistant librarian's existence in the first place. He had several diagrams explaining how to incorporate simple healing chakra into storage jutsu for release over time, while Sakura had perched herself in a comfortable if dusty armchair and was unrolling the key to the Reaper Death Seal with Naruto, Meiho, and a mercifully ignorant Hameka. Indra peered over something folded and layered like a map, with center folds sticking out from the yellowed paper at random intervals. Map of space-time, said the corner. Don't think too hard, someone had scribbled underneath and Sasuke supposed that was good advice. How's it going? You know how you taught us how to pick those locks where if you open one part, another closes, asked his student, an ink brush between his teeth as he copied a smaller portion of the seal onto scrap paper and frowned as the lines fled from one another. It's like that, but if we get it wrong, I'll explode. Indra had seen his Naruto put his hand on the spiral seal on his stomach and twist, but apparently it wasn't so simple. On one of the small tables clustered under the lights, Karin was kneading her temples while Salamasina, and Mijio and I were resisting the urge to stab one another. So I have to go around the city and stab these 8 different lock seals with my chains just to raise and lower one crummy super barrier? Why'd those idiots make it into such an ordeal? Presumably it is less an ordeal if you are inside the Uzukage's tower, replied Mijio and I. The purpose would be to personally sweep the city and ensure no resistance or danger remained. Karen rolled her eyes. All right, let's get started. The first one's dash. Mijio and I called one of the Mist Umbu from the doorway of the vault library. Enemy spotted, we have a signal from the shoreline. Scrolls flew in all directions as Ninja snatched up weapons and ran towards the door, while Karen slingshot herself across the hallway like something between a golden spider and a howler monkey. She skidded the last few feet on the stone floor as her chains retracted but managed to stick the landing. The old man strode past her with Salamacina close behind. How far up the slope are they, and why didn't you detonate the explosives? Shouted the Mist Commander. Are you Umbu or whimpering children? They have a white flag, sir. This time Mijio and I and Salamacina both slapped him without turning around as Karen jumped up onto the Hoshigaki's shoulders for a better view. And you believed them? The Mist Umbu pointed. They were very persuasive, ma'am. Karen's jaw dropped as Salamacina gnashed her teeth. They brought Nuka. The dark green crustacean the size of a house squatted on the shore surrounded by several red stains and a small knot of dark figures bearing a pale white flag. A thicket of hairy crustacean legs bore a wide-plated shell which shielded the bloated human torso within from the thicket of weapons impaled in its back. One arm was still recognizably human, but the second had split down the middle into something saw-toothed and claw-like despite the vestigial fingers writhing below the tips. The face, whatever it was, remained covered by a hood and hopefully would remain so. The first three of those locks are down by the shoreline, aren't they? Asked Indra grimly. Yup. Odds they have more Uka under the waterline. Pretty good, but not many, answered Varaja. Stabby crabs are slow, which is the only good thing about M. No one calls them that, said her chiefess. Half the village calls them that. Any ideas? Asked Karen. That crab has an entire ship's mainmast impaled in it, said Sakura, giggling hysterically before she stuffed her knuckles in her mouth. Hence the name, said Salamacina. They usually have Hoshigaki weapons stuck in them too. Sometimes along with their owners. Go speak with them, rumbled the Kyuubi as heads turned to give him incredulous looks. Yes, I'm serious. Go down there, shore up the defenses, buy time. Indra, you and I are heading to the high halls, which means we need to open my seal. Why, for God's sake? Asked Salamacina and the Nine-Tails pointed one clawed finger at a familiar plaza. When Indra and I succeed, I will return with a divine mandate for all the tailed beasts and Otohim will face my wrath. It will be easier for the Uzukage to open the seal when all that remains of the enemy are charred bones. Might even get you a new sea god as well. What if they kill us all before you come back? Asked Sasuke pointedly. You're the strongest ones here, stay and fight. Strength invites challenge, said the tailed beast ominously, clenching a fist. Otohim will be watching and if I enter the fray, it gives her the excuse to intervene personally. Then you will all certainly die. This way, she is forced to choose between killing you and arguing her case against us in the high halls. I'll take that bet, said Karen, jumping down to the ground with a small grunt. Team 7, you have Varaja and Nami, do whatever Jinchuriki portal seal stuff you need to. Salamacina and I will unlock the seal and get the coral throne just in case. Maybe the tower has some weapons we can use. Mijio and I, will your Kiragaku or Umbu be joining us? Our oaths allow for nothing else, said the old man as several of the Umbu drew their swords. We will at least die taking as many of the corrupted with us into the seventh hell. Salamacina laughed. See, that's why you mist types aren't totally worthless. A good death is its own reward. Cheery, said Sakura. Real inspirational stuff, girls. Just the thing to say when we're standing in the ruins of an entire hidden village. Aww, Kmin Sakura-chan, cheered Naruto as Team 7 started to run. Shitty Fox thinks we'll make it right. I made no such promises, said the Biju. Now shut up, I'm trying to sense where the holy ground is. The closer the Uzushio expedition got to the shoreline, the bigger the Uka seemed and Karen hoped nobody else could see how much she was sweating. Fleeing Kyujira, Uzumaki, and the rest of the civilians were drawn to them, most terrified out of their minds, and Karen did her best to calm them while her mind raced. She could tell Salamasina was in a similar state, the way her eyes kept sweeping the broad valley, the ruined streets, the canals and hills, panicked gazes turning to them as people streamed up the hill carrying everything they owned on their backs. Was this how the last Uzukage felt, knowing she had failed her village? Had Karen led all these people here to die? The redhead shook herself and took a deep breath, pushing herself up above the crowd on golden chains as she raised her voice. Everyone. Hey. But people kept talking over each other, panicky, guessing, fearful. Several of the villagers from the port town of Hakobane were wondering if the sea creatures could be bargained with, while several Hoshigaki looked ready to fight them for the mere suggestion. Karen could feel their auras, dozens, hundreds, a mass of humanity trying to survive. She was afraid too, but as Karen looked down to the beast and the small cluster of creatures sitting on the beach like they owned it, she felt anger rise to overtake her fear and helplessness. She'd been helpless before and Naruto and his friends had saved her. Now, it was her turn to protect them, to protect everyone who could not protect themselves. She took a deep breath and her voice rang out over the panicked crowd. Shut up and listen, all right. To her relief, most of the crowd did, and the 8-foot-tall Ari set down a civilian looking slightly guilty. You're all afraid, I get that, said Karen. We haven't even been here 2 days and already there's weird crabs monsters crawling out of the water. We sailed through the maelstrom, we went through so much crap to get here. Right. There were various nods, groans, and murmurs of assent. Well, I don't know about you, but I think those creeps have a lot of nerve showing up thinking they can push us around. We're tougher than that. We're smarter than that. The crowd rustled, the mood beginning to turn as Karen moved through their ranks, looking into the faces of her people, clasping their shoulders, their cheeks, lowering to hoist a Hoshigaki child into her mother's arms despite the bandages still on Karen's own limbs. Like it or not, they came here under a white flag, so I'm taking my advisors and going down there to find out what they want. If they think they can destroy this village like last time, they are sorely mistaken. Why? Asked one of the teenage Kyujira, his eyes darting wildly around. This used to be a whole hidden village, with hundreds of shinobi and all kinds of crazy stuff, and it's all gone now. We're just sitting in the ruins. I'll tell you why, said Karen, pausing as she tried to think of a compelling reason, when the other teenager was correct. The Kyuubi, who she'd counted on as their deterrent, would be sitting this one out. Her construction workers had 5 half-rebuilt homes, a dozen barricades of rubble and rebar spears. Mijio and I had described the previous assault on Uzushio as endless, so numbers were anybody's guess. The people, that's it. They're wrong because last time, there were Uzumaki in this village who were on their side. Maybe those morons were idiots, greedy guts, or just afraid, but if Uzushio had stood as one people, all the tides of the ocean could not wash us away. I mean, look at us. For 50 years we have survived while the world tried to wipe us out. For 50 years, Kirigakure hunted down Uzumaki thinking they were avenging the dead of Uzushio. For 50 years we have survived on the edges of the world. I'm fed up, no, you know what? I'm pissed off. There were snarls of approval from the shark folk and the stamp of spear butts on the cobblestones. She shot a glance sideways at Mijio and I and the collection of Mistumbu. Avenging the dead of Uzushio was a little white lie, but Karen was on a roll. Her voice cracked and she realized she probably looked messy. A 14-year-old girl with gold chains to make herself look taller, wild-eyed, glasses and hair askew, panting and covered in bandages. Well, she was going to be a messy Uzukage then. I don't want to survive, I want alive. She planted the pointed ends of her chains in the cobbles with heavy thunks to punctuate her statement. As Uzukage I have planted my feet in my new home and I will either triumph, or I will die defending you. Are you with me? The crowd roared and Karen felt a fierce smile break across her face. Apparently she gave her best speeches when pissed off. Without having to worry about a full-blown panic, Karen, Mijio and I, and Salamasina moved down the slope once more, firing off orders and sending groups of people scattering in all directions. The civilians would move as far back up the hill as possible with the expedition's supplies, retreating into Uzushio's vaults if necessary, and the dozens of enthusiastic amateurs who'd been riled up enough to fight were relegated to triage teams. The overgrown grassy field Team 7 was currently in midway up the slope would hold the 7 or 8 medics which ranged from Sasuke and several other medical ninja to a veterinarian from Hakobane Port along with most of the Kyojuro fighters. The Hoshigaki, wounded and otherwise, would join the Mist Umbu and Karen at the front line, such as it was. By the time Karen reached Old Gills on top of the sand berm separating the beach from the overgrown village, she felt a strange kind of calm settle over her despite the looming, hooded Uka blocking out the sun. Old Gills, she asked, as she looked down at the figures in a mixture of sodden clothes and hooded robes. Any last-minute wisdom for me? Insights. The old Hoshigaki's white facial tattoos rippled as he smiled. Nothing you do not already know, child. Well, sang a melodious voice as one of the hooded figures stepped forward and threw their cloak to the sand. I guess I don't need to ask where the tides have taken you, Karen Uzumaki. Remember me. Teiwa Uzumaki had never been conventionally beautiful and her curse mark had given her inhuman qualities, but the woman standing on the beach in the afternoon sun was gorgeous. Taller than she'd been before, her red hair thicker and even the damp tresses hung down to her waist in a way that implied flowing waves rather than matted knots and salt. Her eyes were paler and larger, cheekbones more prominent, while the close-lipped smile she gave Karen suggested a private joke or amusement at this familial reunion. Her clothes were form-fitting, showing off the inhuman smoothness of every web-toed step as she approached and knelt down to meet Karen's eyes. You've grown up, can you believe it's only been a year since I last saw you? I think you've changed more than me, said Karen, noticing the woman's offered hand was also clawed and declining to shake it. Last time you were trying to kill my friends from Konoha and my cousin. Teiwa rose to her feet and waved a hand dismissively. Family matters can be pretty messy, kid, which is why we're here to help smooth things out. The other 7 hooded figures revealed themselves and Karen couldn't stop the shock on her face as hood after hood revealed red hair, gray eyes, and easy grins. Uzumaki, spat Mijio and I as the Umbu behind him rustled and one of the deep ones winked at them. That's our name, don't wear it out. Smooth things out, asked Karen, her eyes locked on Teiwa. You seemed pretty eager to fight the last time we met. I wanted to keep you safe, said Teiwa, shrugging. But you seem like you've got that handled, throw in a party like this. Location, food, drinks, and guests, but I didn't get my invitation. She pulled a face of mock hurt. Mother was very upset. Sorry about that, said Salamasina icily, stepping forward with one hand clenched on the hilt of her sword as all the Uzumaki's eyes flicked to her in unison. We were just so eager to get started. Karen put her hand out and the Hoshigaki chiefess halted, however reluctantly. You're talking about Otohime. Our protector, our mother, who swaddles us in her arms from the cruelty of the world, said Teiwa, with a rapturous expression on her face as she hugged herself and several of the other Uzumaki chanted benedictions of their own. Her mercy and kindness is as boundless as the ocean, but even after you rejected her, she knew you were just a child and forgave you. When Mother found out you were hanging out with the wrong crowd, she asked us, the true children of the sea, to try and save you. Save me from what? Asked Karen, raising an eyebrow as she folded her arms. Like you said, I have things handled here. I don't think you do, sweetie, said Teiwa. I mean, do you know how many members of our family these mist butchers killed? Or how many ships the Hoshigaki clan raped, pillaged, and sank? Otohime accepts all who sink beneath the waves as her family, heals our wounds, perfects us. I mean, just look at all this. So you went up a cup size or two, said Ari from further back, big hoop. There were snickers and one of the Umbu choked off a real laugh as Teiwa's face momentarily contorted itself into something angry and monstrous. Real funny, coming from a failure. Your own god rejected you, but Mother Otohime's arms are always open. So are her jaws, spat Salamasina. You sold your souls to a goddess who destroyed Uzushio dash. The mist destroyed Uzushio, shouted one of the older Uzumaki, a heavily scarred man with dark scales and a jaw slightly larger than the rest of his head. When they hunted us and lightning picked over the bones, where were you? Did you even care? Enough. Karen's voice cut down the argument before it had a chance to grow, though several of the Uzumaki had clenched fists in preparation for violence. Teiwa-san, I appreciate your well-meant advice and Otohime no Kami's generous offer, but you still haven't said what you actually want. The fey, dripping woman slumped momentarily before her eyes hardened. So much for a heartwarming family reunion. She picked up the white flag one of the Uzumaki had planted in the sand and snapped it in half over one knee, pointing the jagged wood at Karen. Here are my mother's terms, you stubborn, foolish, ungrateful child. Give the Mistumbu to us so they can face the deaths you know they deserve. The nine-tailed fox whose stench I can smell from here is to depart these waters for all time, and in return, your family will finally come home. You will be the Uzukage who reunited the clan, and with our help we will rebuild Uzushio into a city twice as beautiful as it was before, full of love and peace. We will teach you everything you've forgotten about what it means to be Uzumaki. Don't you want that? Teiwa's impassioned plea dropped down into something more sinister. Don't you want to see your mother again? Doesn't Naruto? We can make that happen. Despite herself, Karen felt a pang of loss in her chest. She did want to see her mother again, even if she came back like this, scaled and subtly inhuman. She would still be her mother, right? The distorted, inhuman thing that had once been a sailor loomed in her mind, and Karen remembered the words the Nine Tails had spoken the day before. The Uzumaki are not forsaken, he'd said. Not yet. Karen, warned Salamacina as she heard Mijio and I's sword slide slightly out of his scabbard, but the Uzukage turned and grinned at her. I'm fine, Cell. Great sales pitch Teiwa-san, but your mom sounds pretty pushy. Here's my counter-offer, since I know what you really look like under all the sweet remarks and probably a heck of a lot of genjutsu. Your mother's about to be in some really hot water, so rather than cook with her, I suggest you leave. Swim to the other side of the world, take up kelp farming, get a little less scaly. Or you could surrender to us and maybe we can figure out how to get your souls back where they belong instead of sitting on Otohim's shelf. You little bitch, Teiwa's hand shot out to grab Karen's shirt, shaking her like a rag doll. Do you know what you're doing? The corrupted Uzumaki fell back, her hand missing several fingers as oozing black blood dripped down to stain the sand. Karen hit the ground and stood up on shaky legs as one of her chains shook her off to become pristine once more. I know exactly what I'm doing, she said, feeling her heart batter against her ribcage. Now get your stinking carcass off my beach. Four of the Uzumaki roared, baring jagged teeth and thick swollen tongues as they brought claws to bear, only for a throaty gurgle from Teiwa to silence them. The other redhead scrabbled to her feet as genjutsu and glamour fell away, vague attraction turning to revulsion, the scent of salt and sea breezes turning rancid as scales spread across her like a fungus. You think you're such a special, smart little princess, don't you, Karen, dreg of the Katsuria matriarchy? You're not the Uzukage yet. The yokai that had been a member of the Sound Five turned away, and so did the other Uzumaki with varying degrees of reluctance or anger. Shadowed by the Chittering-uka's snapping claw, they strode back into the ocean, with Teiwa's last warning lingering in the air. You have one day to decide if you want to rule a village of corpses. The beach was silent as the massive uka slipped back into the waves, and as soon as the last portion of the mast in its back disappeared below the waterline, the entire bay went still as the tides stopped. Karen backed up, stumbling on the rising beach as she refused to take her eyes from the water and more or less fell back into a Hoshigaki's clawed arms on trembling limbs. The Uzukage looked up to see Salamacina tuck her into the chiefess's chest and for once, did not care if the act reminded everyone she was only 14. That was the most terrifying experience of my life, she said into her advisor's sash and heard Mijio and I sheath his sword. The most terrifying experience of your life so far. I am sure it will have heavy competition soon enough. Guess that concludes negotiations, said Ari as she fed her massive anchor back into the scroll on her hip. But they're totally not going to give us a full day, right? I expect we only have until sundown, agreed Old Gills with a groan as he leaned on his spear. I hope Naruto's having a better family reunion than this, said Salamacina. So, how long is this going to take? Asked Sakura as Indra and Naruto sat down in the grass she'd shortened for them. The Nine Tails shrugged. Inside Naruto's head? Hard to tell. 3 22-minute segments. Oddly specific, said Sasuke, who was pacing back and forth beside them, only to be stopped by Naruto's hand on his thigh. He looked down to see Naruto's blue eyes try and fail to hide his apprehension. Hey Sasuke, keep my body safe, will you? Take care of yourself, grumbled the Kyuubi, interrupting whatever Sasuke would have said. After you open the seals and I'm gone, you'll be fully mortal. I won't be able to heal your cracked spine or broken head ball. I've warned you not to rely on my power. I believe in you, said Indra quietly and looked up to smile at each of his students, who were scared and trying to hide it. You are all excellent shinobi and growing to become fine young people. Stick together, keep each other safe, and we'll be back as soon as we can. But you still haven't said why you have to go, Sensei Third, wheedled Naruto. Shitty Fox should just go on his own. He hates the Uchiha, said Sasuke suddenly. If he shows up with one of his worst enemies backing his story, it's more credible. I was just going to say I have to save the world, said Indra, but yes. Nami Uzumaki cleared her throat. Hey, not to intrude on this little team family moment, but we're burning daylight here. Chop chop. Here we go. Naruto unzipped his jacket and dragged up his mesh armor shirt as the elaborate 8-sign seal on his stomach faded in. Sakura flapped her hand as Nami held up the massive key to the Reaper Death Seal. Lay back, we need access to your stomach. Naruto flopped back and put his hands behind his head like he was soaking up the sunlight and failed to hold back giggles as Nami and Sasuke aligned the sprawling key diagram. That tickles. Indra kept his eye closed as the empty socket next to him started to itch again. Inner peace, tranquility, ignore how Uzushio 2.0 now has fish monsters coming for my students. Where the hell were they in my timeline? A question for the gods, perhaps. He gave up and opened his eye just in time to see Nami snatch the scroll away as Naruto's seal-infused hand punched himself in the stomach. There was a hoof of breath leaving his body, then the blonde Uzumaki fell back into the grass, limbs splayed out and to all appearances asleep. Then red chakra started to bubble from his skin and Indra realized that perhaps he and Kurama had become a little too comfortable working together. If the fox's soul was taking Naruto to his host's first family reunion, that left 8 tales of indirect karmic rage free as day. Oh boy! The beast roared. Naruto sat up in waist-deep water and heard an echo of the same roar, but the tailed beast behind the golden bars in front of him was looking upwards with a grimace as his ears flattened against his head. Huh? What's wrong, shitty fox? Damn, I should have split my awareness first, said the Kyuubi. I'm sure Indra and the flower petal will manage. Now come closer, and rip this accursed seal off. Sakura-chan will manage what? Naruto allowed the fox's chakra tails to pick him up, but he was still squinting at the biju when he put his hand on the seal. I think you've gotten ahead of yourselves, said a light voice wrapped in cold steel and Naruto was tackled back into the water as a solidifying figure offered him a hand up. It coalesced into a man in a white coat and Konoha Jonin's uniform looking very disapproving even as he pulled the teenager to his feet. This lasted mere seconds before he broke into a rueful smile and shook his head. Ah, I don't have it in me to be the disciplinarian. Hello, Naruto. Says the loathsome little pustule who ripped me in half and locked me in here, roared the Nine Tails as the smell of dried blood and ozone burst from him along with a wave of orange chakra. At least some part of you shares my suffering. But the chakra fizzled to nothing on the air as it approached the blonde man. Lord Fourth, tried the teenager as words and sentences collided in his brain and formed a traffic jam between his vocal cords and mouth. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, ignored him in favor of glaring at the Nine Tails. I'd worked part of my soul into the seal so I would appear in your psyche when you sprouted the 8th tail. Truth be told, I hoped it would never get this far, since I didn't have to see you again, Nine Tails. But I was looking forward to seeing the man my son had become. The obvious pride in his voice made Naruto's heart swell and took long slow breaths to calm himself. So it's true, you really are my dad. The fourth Hokage turned around and beamed at him. That's right. But how about we go somewhere else to talk? This guy's pretty annoying. Hold him down, shouted Varaja as she swung Naruto's fox fang at the beast's head and clobbered it back into the rubble. What do you think I've been doing? Snapped Indra as red-orange chakra flowed like water around the half-armored Susanoo forcing the Vulpin shape down into the hillside. I don't want to kill him, Naruto's body is still in there. What if he kills us, said Nami as she and Sakura were slinging medics and the triage relay team to their new safe distance, which was also likely going to be too close to combat. Calming genjutsu for you, calming genjutsu for you, and you, chanted inner Sakura from the driver's seat. Sasuke, how many tails are we at? I can't even tell what's a tail. How did we forget about this? It's not like there's a manual on Jinchuriki sealing, said Indra as he snatched an offshoot length of chakra feed from Nami's face. I thought the 9 tails would have things under control. Obviously not, chorused his students. Oh good, he's growing muscles, grumbled Varaja. Sasuke, I need your medical expertise to tell me which bits are safe to cut. Naruto stuck out his tongue. Well, I think he should stay. You're my dad, right? Well, we've both got a lot to say to you. The older man nodded. That's right, you are my son. Lord Third didn't tell you much of anything, did he? Guess he wanted to suppress as much about the 9 tails as he could. The fourth Hokage blinked and smiled sheepishly. Sorry about that, Naruto, I had to cut a few corners so some of my responses are built in. Built in? Naruto furrowed his brow as his heart sank once more into roiling guts. So, does that mean you're not my real dad? Are you one of those seal projections like that assistant librarian lady? I am your father, he said soothingly, holding out his hand. Part of my soul is here, but as you've seen, souls and seals are complicated. Go ahead, touch me, I'm real. I'd prefer a hug, but oof. Naruto had thrown his arms around Minato's chest and was squeezing as hard as he could, a few rebellious tears dampening his father's flak jacket. His father smelled like sawdust, drying sealing ink, and sunlight, if sunlight had a smell. Dad, he could feel his father smile into his hair. It's good to hear you say that, Naruto. The fourth Hokage grabbed his shoulders, wheezing as the teenager's fist hit him right in the solar plexus and made him gasp for air. Naruto's eyes were screwed up, but tears were flowing in earnest now. I know why you sealed the 9 tails inside your own son, but do you have any idea what I've been through because you did that? All the grown ups looked at me with contempt or fear. I didn't have any friends. I wanted people to accept me, even just not hate me, so I trained really hard. He sniffed and wiped his eyes without success on his sleeve. So I could be strong. Then I met Sasuke-chan, Indra-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Sakura-chan, and they've been a real family to me, you know. Minato's shoulders slumped as his son stepped back with balled fists, words pouring out of him. Sasuke and I, we had to do this whole procession and make a big deal to get Lord Third to tell us anything, and there's all this stuff with the Uchiha and Root and the Akatsuki, and I've been trying to stay happy because things are way better, except there's always more stuff coming. I wasn't able to stop the Mist Village from killing my friends and family, or this old hag who's got a bone to pick with my mom and Shitty Fox, and Naruto's tirade ran out and he collapsed to his knees, gripping at his heart as the open seal spilled endless ink across his pants and the water around him. I'm so tired, but I'm trying to be funny and happy, you know? Everybody else is dealing with stuff too, it's just so much. How come you didn't deal with any of this? Damn it, you're here, am I supposed to be happy or mad? I don't even know. I see. Minato gathered his thoughts and listened to his son's shuddering breaths. Naruto, how old are you now? 13, 14, I don't know. Like I said, there's been lots of stuff going on. Shitty Fox. October 21st, rumbled the Biju despite a one-eyed stare down with the fourth Hokage. You are 14. 14 already, said Minato with mild wonder. The years flow by. He helped Naruto to his feet and was quietly relieved the boy let him do so. I'm sorry you had to deal with all of that, and I suppose it doesn't mean much if I apologize now. It doesn't, said the Nine Tails, but Minato ignored him. The truth is, I sealed half of the 9 tails inside of you because I believed you would be strong enough to control it one day. I believed in you because you're my son. Him, insisted Naruto, pointing over his father's shoulder and meeting his gaze with a familiar glare of determination. Shitty Fox, isn't it? He's not just some battery to make me stronger, he's got his own stuff and his own family, but he can't be or do anything because he's locked up inside me just like all the other tailed beasts. I was worried about this. Minato took a few steps closer to his son. The 9 tails is dangerous, Naruto, and you've been listening to him too much. Personally, I think he's not listening enough, said the fox, who was cradling his head in his palms as his tails swished back and forth. He wouldn't admit it aloud, but he was enjoying this immensely. His host flapped his hands. I know Shitty Fox is dangerous, I know he kills people and he smashed up the village, but that wasn't his fault, Madara Uchiha made him do it. Oh. Minato looked surprised and he froze in place for several seconds, not even blinking before he jostled back into motion again. So you already know about Madara Uchiha then? That was the highest priority intelligence I discovered the night of the Nine-Tails attack. I decided he should know, rumbled the Biju in question, a growl in his throat making ripples in the water. Since the bastard attacked us once already. Plus his cat's paws, the Akatsuki. I've been watching from in here, said the fourth, reluctantly agreeing with his enemy. I haven't seen everything, but I've seen enough. You realize he will probably attack our village again. Naruto's laugh was unexpected, especially since he was nervous. Yeah, Dad, listen, about the village. Minato smiled and opened his arms. I'd hoped they would view you as a hero, the way your mother wished they would too, so I can share some of your criticisms. I'm thinking about leaving the Leaf Village, blurted Naruto, and the Nine-Tails grinned as an instant of cold betrayal slipped across the fourth Hokage's face before he hid it entirely. Oh ho ho ho, this is news to me as well, fourth Hokage. Do tell, Naruto Uzumaki. Why would you want to do that? Asked his father beseechingly, and he put his hands on Naruto's shoulders. The Leaf Village is full of good people too, and if you try to run off on your own, Naruto, listening to the Nine-Tails or following your own path, your friends, even your master, could be put in grave danger. I understand your anger, I share it, but His response sputtered to a halt as Naruto hugged him again. I get it, Dad, said Naruto, pausing to appreciate how easily the word spilled from his lips when previously he'd only thought it, quietly, about the one-eyed Uchiha who drank tea as he filled out paperwork. I wanted to become Hokage too, in fact, I still sorta do. Can we sit down? Both blondes planted themselves in the water with splashes, and Naruto gestured to make sure the tailed beast was included in the conversation too. A long time ago, Kakashi-sensei said people who want to be Hokage usually have to spend some time in the Umbu Black Ops so they can be well-rounded ninja or something, I forget. Recently, Shitty Fox told me about when Mom was in the Umbu and how she wanted to be Hokage, but the village wouldn't let her for a whole bunch of reasons. Minato cringed as he felt the smugness emanating from behind the golden bars. I see, he said, as a subsection of his soul frantically rifled through Naruto's memories as subtly as possible. You know the Kyuubi will lie, say anything so you release him. You think I would lie to him about Kushina? The fox sounded outraged and his claws scraped the bars of his prison. I told him the truth, by the old man, I went out of my way to tell him the whole truth, thanks to Shimura Danzo. Minato's head jumped back and forth to find both his son and eternal enemy were glaring at him and decided a tactical retreat was best. Okay, presuming the Nine-Tails told the truth. Yeah, Shitty Fox has this weird thing with Mom where he hates her and wanted to kill her, but also feels bad that he did and liked her. You know? Grown-ups are weird. Now it was the fourth Hokage's turn to laugh while the Nine-Tails made a scandalized noise and tried to think of a response. The brat was right. Anyway, he told me all about the mess where Mom was in love with Sasuke's mom, except she was fighting this whole secret war with her own clan and people inside the village were scared their clans were gonna die out, so Sasuke's mom married Sasuke's dad instead and then Mom married you. Minato felt like the ground around him was falling apart, but he continued to sit on the floor of Naruto's mind while his son scribbled an explanation in the air with a sealing brush. By mess, but anyway, Mom couldn't be Hokage because some people were afraid she was a Jinchuriki like me. Sensei said the guy leading the Mist Village is a Jinchuriki and he's nuts, so maybe they had a point. His son shrugged. So if Jinchuriki like me and Fusan and Gaara-san can't become Kage, what if we leave our villages? Minato opened his mouth, but his son pointed at him with the sealing brush. He realized Naruto had inherited his own chattering enthusiasm and Kushina's selective obliviousness. Except we can't do that, because Madara and the Akatsuki want the tailed beasts for their evil plan. Sasuke's crappy brother's part of it, which means it's probably super evil. So if we can't get power in the villages that want us to be grateful for basically nothing, and we can't leave because the Akatsuki will get us, what do we do? Naruto spun around and flung his arms wide, grinning at Minato as his father digested a classic Kushina-style rant about politics. You'll use Uzushio's ruins to create your own nation, guessed Minato as his blood ran cold. His son and the too naive child Jinchuriki from his memories were painting an enormous target on their backs and close to starting the fourth great ninja war. Damn, his intelligence and Umbu briefings were 14 years out of date. He tried to stay calm, but his eyes were worried and his smile had frozen into something slightly desperate. Naruto, you might survive with the Kyuubi's help, not that you should take it, but what about your friends? You'll make them targets too, and what if they don't want to join you? Pretty sure they will, said Naruto, shrugging. A bunch of the Uchiha got kidnapped as kids, so they know Konoha's not all that great. Indra-sensei always talks about how nations are stationary bandits and hidden villages are built with blood money. Minato gestured helplessly at the Ninetales, who grinned and doubled the amount of smugness he gave off. Naruto scratched his nose with the sealing brush, leaving a splotch of black behind. Sakura-chan's parents are still in Konoha, but since the fifth Hokage is Granny Tsunade, Karen thinks she's gonna leave us alone. Your friend's parents might go to prison if you are wrong, warned Minato. I'm sorry, but Naruto, you're really rushing into this, just because the Ninetales says it's a good idea dash. The flower petal Sakura Haruno has an intellect approaching your own, said the Ninetales as Naruto gave his father 2 thumbs up. She is an aspiring sage at 14 and is an excellent conversationalist. I am sure she has plans. And if she doesn't? Minato's voice and gaze were sharp. What happens when lightning attacks Leaf, stone takes Tea Country, mist goes after your new Uzushio? That's why we're Jinchuriki, said his son, his brow furrowing as he planted his feet. Shitty Fox told Fusan and I, it's a responsibility bigger than nations and villages. We can stand between them, stop wars from starting, if we stand together. So my son wants to be a tyrant, asked the fourth Hokage, pouring scorn into his voice. Your mother would dash. Naruto's lip wobbled and raised his head as Minato realized both of them were standing now, muscles tensed. You don't get to say what she wants. Minato relaxed his hands, tamped down his chakra, and collected himself. I don't have much time, he thought. But if my son's speeding through teenage rebellion, let's see if we can get to acceptance. You mean resignation? Giving up? Asked a portion of his soul that had loved Kushina and knew her mind as well as his own, down to familiar arguments. Minato, he is our son. You're right, said Lord Fourth, and Naruto let out an exaggerated sigh of relief. I shouldn't have brought your mother into this. We're going to see her next, said the Ninetales with relish and decorum. Minato gave the beast the finger behind his back as he continued. But Naruto, you're 14 and taking on an awful lot of responsibility and danger, you said so yourself. You said you were tired, well, you don't have to put all the world's problems on your shoulders. Says the guy who put Shitty Fox inside me, remember? I thought defeating Madara Uchiha was putting enough on your plate, said his father with exasperation and no small amount of apology. Overthrowing the nation-state village system, even with your friends, even with the Ninetales dash. We're not gonna overthrow anybody, said Naruto. Well, maybe if they're real jerks, but if all of us Jinchuriki are together, we can make sure none of us go nuts like the Mizukage, and if there's border disputes and stuff, we can ask the tailed beasts. Shitty Fox said he's older than nations and villages anyway. The tailed beasts have their own agendas, warned Minato as his objections were starting to run out along with his time. Naruto, I'm not, okay, I am saying it's a bad idea, but only because I'm worried about you. For you. I'm your father. The Ninetales isn't. Naruto paused as if the idea had never occurred to him, and the fourth Hokage hoped that he'd created enough doubt in his son's mind to at least minimize the damage. Shitty Fox, since you were in my mom and everything, what would you be? The Ninetales grinned, all sharp teeth, satisfaction, and, surely that was not affection. It was impossible. The creature put one clawed finger alongside its jawline pretending to think. An excellent question. I saved your soul from a goddess, so I would be a patron deity, yet I remain trapped in your soul, limited by your form and will, an uncle, perhaps. Kushina's brother, if she agrees. Minato didn't think it was possible to hate something so much, and suddenly hoped the halves of them in the death god's stomach continued to tear each other apart for eternity. I doubt it, he hissed, and mastered himself. Well Naruto, it has been good to catch up, if a little terrifying. He laughed. I'd hoped this would be a kinder meeting, but I am proud of you. You have big dreams and your heart's in the right place. For now, he thought, but did not let the emotion show on his face. I know you can do whatever you set your mind to, even bring peace to the ninja world. Seeing his son's face light up was worth 1,000 years of torment. You really think I can? Even after everything you said? Of course. The Hokage put his hand on Naruto's hair and ruffled it like Kushina had used to do to him when they were children. It's a parent's duty to unconditionally believe in their children. He went to embrace Naruto, only for his hand to pass through the boy's shoulder. Minato gave a sad little smile. Looks like it's time for me to go. My chakra's starting to fade. I'll rebuild the seal, but this will be the last time. His hand spun and Naruto gasped as the endless ink flowed back into his stomach in the proper shapes, sealing the 9 tails away firmly once more. He held out his hands. One more hug. Naruto smiled, the excitement and happiness shining through the tear tracks and petty resentments to a pure and unconditional love. Father and son embraced as Minato spoke words he knew Naruto hadn't heard enough in his life. Naruto, I love you. I know, Dad. Thanks. Minato's smile was the last thing to fade and the fragment of his consciousness crossed its metaphorical fingers. Which way, Konoha man, to the Pure Lands, or the Death God's stomach? He wouldn't find out for a while, because a flaming blue cat's paw scooped him up as an old woman's voice spoke. See Yujito? Without me, mortals do silly things like this, splitting their souls to pass on old knowledge, a last goodbye, or enact some revenge. Not many, fortunately, but enough that we need to keep our eyes sharp. Hello, he asked, hoping he could communicate without a mouth. Beyond the cat's flaming paw was a kaleidoscope of images, fragments of emotion in place vaster than his mind could comprehend, and Minato instinctively shut it out for his eternal sanity. Who is this? I am Madatabi, said the old woman primly. This is my silly little apprentice Yojeo, and you are Dash. Minato felt a rough feline tongue taste his soul fragment and shivered. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. That explains your strong sense of self. Minato yelped as he was batted from one paw to another and a young woman's voice groaned. Do you have to do that every time? No, said the old woman, but Kurama didn't like him, so I can amuse myself before we send him to the Pure Lands to join the rest of his soul. When souls with this kind of coloration are split so evenly, it's best to err on the side of caution and give them peace. Minato almost wept in relief, but he still had some dignity. Come along now, apprentice, and mind the gap. Minato felt a fanged mouth crackling with flames pick him up by the scruff of his neck and allowed himself to be carried along. Death psychopomps with apprentices, the afterlife would be interesting indeed. But who the hell was Kurama? Sakura jumped out into open air screaming like a banshee as behind her, the naked muscle and bone of the 9 tails crushed several feet of Uzushio rubble into smaller rubble. It then had the audacity to vanish in a large puff of smoke as Sakura looked down at the several hundred feet of free fall between her and the line of fire old Gills was lighting across the sand berm. Gotcha, shouted Karika as her master's summoned hawk swooped in and caught her on his back. Sorry about your feathers, she shouted into the wind as she clutched the massive hawk with an instinctive death grip, easing off as chakra compensated. I have a few questions about Sage Jutsu if you don't mind. Karika landed in the center of the newest addition to Uzushio's ruins as Indra nodded in approval, panting in effort and clutching his shoulder. After confirming her master wasn't going to immediately drop dead, Sakura ran to the center of the destruction where Naruto Uzumaki's body returned to a four-limbed physical object of meat and bone instead of pure karmic hatred. That was nice. You sure we can't get him back, shitty fox? As amusing and sickly as it would be to torment your father with love and hate, said the Kyuubi's distinctive rumble, let us ensure the karmic hatred stored in my being did not kill all your friends and family. You said Sakura could handle it. Well, she wouldn't get a better chance than this. Barely, said the pink-haired Kunoichi, rapping her knuckles on the blonde's head as Naruto fell back into the dirt to look up at her. Because while I'm awesome, I don't think we can handle a repeat performance. I forgot how hard you hit, wheezed Indra, when you're angry. Naruto looked alarmed as he looked around at the new craters of dirt where a solid third of the valley had been torn up, obliterated, and burrowed into. In the fading light, he could see scattered groups of people lighting torches and lamps off his lingering chakra embers. Holy crap, is everybody okay? Naruto, roared a furious voice from further up the hill. Sasuke, cheered the blonde, only to pale at seeing Nami and Varaja look equally furious as they barreled down the road towards him. Oh geez. The good, or bad, thing about Sasuke Uchiha becoming a medical ninja was that he could punch you and disrupt 2 vital bodily functions or several humiliating ones. Karen looked like she wanted to punch her cousin, but since she was elbow deep in a circular seal the size of a manhole cover hidden inside public fountain, she settled for a glare. 8 golden chains sprouted from her back and disappeared into slots in the corresponding points in the ground, rattling as Karen rotated her hands and a sequence of seals lit up. An ambient hum in the air died down as power flowed out of the seal array and crackled across Karen's chains like lightning. That makes 4, she said with tired satisfaction, accepting water from a sheepish Naruto and a towel from Sakura. 4 to go. Is it hard? Asked Sakura curiously. It almost looks like you're using those chains to pick a lock. Her friend wiped sealing ink and grease off with the towel and left a swipe of both across her forehead. The chains are the key, so it's a little easier. Mijio and I, did you kill the Uzushio engineers and seal masters who came up with this? The masked Mistumbu was ignoring her in favor of staring out across the water at the rising moon, full and pregnant with reflected light. Presumably. I'm almost glad, said the 4th Uzukage, stretching as she rose from the crouched position she'd been in. Kuwabai-san, try to contain your fury when you leave Naruto's body, because if that goddess shows up to kill us all I will find some way to punish you for it. It will not happen again, child of the sea, intoned the fox gravely. How were the negotiations? That lady from the Sound Village, that other Uzumaki was there, said Karen as Team 7 looked several variations of alarmed, guilty, or curious in succession. Along with a couple other distant red-haired relations. No doubt traitors responsible for the fall, said Mijio and I. It is good you did not believe their lies, or I would have beheaded you. Same, said Salamacina, tapping the hilt of her sword. I wouldn't have been happy about it like the school, but... It's fine, said Karen, waving the issue of her own execution aside. Not sure if those 8 were some kind of special elite, but they could look pretty human if they wanted to. The whole sleeping with the fishes thing doesn't sound so crazy now dash. Can we not talk about that? Asked the Hoshigaki chiefess, wringing her weathered hands. It's a sore subject. Your portal thing looked like a disaster. We're only halfway done, said Naruto, slightly apologetic before he perked up again. I got to meet my dad though, Lord Fourth. How'd that go? Asked Sakura, who'd endured more than one rant from the Nine Tails about that pile of seal script and excrement and was eager for what Ino would have called the tea. Sasuke pretended like he wasn't hanging on every word of second-hand parental closure while the group ate what was technically dinner and found they were starving. So, no fish yet? Asked Indra, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. The cordial Mijio and I had passed around to the adults was chakra-infused and it burned away in his stomach with a pleasing inner strength. No fish, said the Uzukage. But we have plenty to keep us busy, don't worry. She tilted her head at the long line of spears planted on the sand berm, interspersed with torches and more than a few Hoshigaki skulls planted to watch over their new home. Only 4 more dash. She collapsed back on top of her empty crate and leaned into Salamacina's arm as Indra allowed his Sharingan to whirl away. The deep ones could come at any moment, said Mijio and I with reproach. And she is the only one who can unlock the seals. The leader in me says you're right, said the red-haired chiefess, sliding the girl into her lap. The mother says let her sleep. Those seals take a lot out of her, and she is very young. Such weakness will cost lives. I'd order you 3 to sleep if I thought you would listen, said Indra, pointing his stump at Naruto. Technically you 2 can sleep and open that seal at once. Sensei, can Sasuke come with me this time? Asked Naruto. It'd be cool for him to meet my mom, since she dated his mom, you know. You didn't even think to ask me, did you? Said the younger Uchiha. I'm going, obviously. Then I didn't need to ask you, said the blonde. Ask the fox, said Indra as Sakura huffed. What am I, leftover eel? Her teammates backpedaled before she waved her hand. Nah, you two go. One of us has to keep her head in the game. If the first Hokage's in there, too though, I get first dibs. The boys ran off back up the hill and Indra sat for a while longer in the torchlight with his student. Does it bother you? He asked without preamble and Sakura's teal eyes turned to him. Oh, them. She rubbed her hands together and put them close to the fire. I don't know. They're just dancing around everything, maybe it'll get annoying at some point, but right now it's still funny. I'm sure you'll have no problem speaking your mind, said Indra dryly and Sakura laughed before her expression turned somber. Hey, sensei. Are we going to die here? Be honest. No, he replied, patting the scroll in his cloak. I might, but you three will survive. Inari or Kakashi can take over your training and keep you safe. They wouldn't compare to you. Kakashi is me, except only slightly less pathetic. Her master considered. Alright, 25% less pathetic. Inari is a version of you who learned how to punch. He felt Sakura lean into him and lifted his stump to let her inside his warm cloak, for the night was getting cold. They didn't walk me home from forbidden jutsu practice, or share poetry with me. She snuggled closer and yawned. Maybe I should sleep, wake me up when something interesting happens. Indra spent the next few hours with his handkerchief applying Amaterasu's black flame to every inch of the bay he could see, Tomijio and eyes cackling approval. Naruto landed in the ankle-deep sewer water of his soul and noticed the Ninetales was staring at him. Ears pressed flat against his head, even the evil red glow in the Bijuu's eyes seemed less bright. Hey, shitty fox, something wrong. Sasuke came flying out of a nearby pipe, screaming at the top of his lungs and Naruto's question was forgotten as he caught Sasuke in his arms. The boys looked at each other for one breathless moment before the Kyuubi's chuckle snapped them out of it. Naruto brushed Sasuke off as the dark-haired boy glared back in the direction of the amused Bijuu. Just hurry up and rip this seal off, Naruto Uzumaki. A portion of my consciousness is keeping your body quiescent, and all three of us have business with Kushina. Alright, don't be so impatient shitty fox, we're coming, grumbled Naruto as he strolled over with Sasuke at his side. 100 years I have been patient and the moment is at hand, huffed the Bijuu, drooling ropey strings of saliva into the water as Sasuke made a face of disgust. I have every right to be impatient. His voice dropped back into the dangerous feral hunger they'd first heard from him as the familiar aura of blood and ozone wafted from between the bars of the golden cage. Toy with me at your peril. Nine-tailed fox, called Sasuke, unconsciously slipping his hand into Naruto's grasp. If we set you free, after all this stuff with my uncle and Uzushio, what are you going to do? The first thing. The aura of hostility and violence died down as he considered the question. I had a long list of destruction planned for my return to the mortal world, but once my heavenly mandate has been accomplished and Otohime dealt with, I think I would like to go for a walk. Huh. Naruto and Sasuke were looking at him with identical expressions of confusion and the blonde shrugged. Guess he's really enthusiastic about nature. I am made of nature energy, said the fox irritably. How could I not be? Now, if you are done with your inane questions. Okay. Sasuke, gimme a hand, will ya? There was some shuffling as Naruto stood on Sasuke's shoulders, both just tall enough for Naruto to reach the bottom edge of the seal paper holding the gate closed and rip it off. The tearing paper sounded louder than it should have in the silence of the space and the boys scrambled back as the doors swung wide. The fox reached out towards them with one massive hand and Naruto had a sudden vivid memory of those same claws impaling his parents. It was hard to say which of them looked more nervous, but the Kyuubi's hand passed the boundaries of his cage without incident. Sasuke opened eyes he hadn't realized he'd closed in fright to see the fox step forward once, twice, 3 times, each movement surer than the last. At last. The Ninetales moved over the boys, past them, and his tails flowed around them both like a tide of living chakra, brushing against them and the only thing Sasuke could think in the moment was soft. The Bijuu began to laugh, rising to his hindquarters and throwing his arms wide. At last, I am free. He vanished in a plume of water, and it took a moment for Sasuke to realize the creature hadn't escaped to the real world, but had jumped, powerful leg muscles carrying him far above the ceiling of a space that no longer existed. A vast plain of water and darkness took its place and the Ninetales spiraled down cackling like a madman. Joy, relief, exultation, vengeance, satisfaction, all flowed from the Biju like a tide, and the chakra that rolled from him as he landed was bright orange gold, shot through with streaks of the toxic boiling red they knew. Naruto and Sasuke yelped as they were thrown back into the water, buffeted by the raw energy, seared by the deep red even as the orange gold revitalized them. The Kyuubi's tails swept them up onto his back as the creature's laughter went on and on to mingle with the screaming souls oozing from boiling orange chakra. So long, confined, caged, forced to serve. But I am the nine-tailed fox, mightiest of the 9 Biju. He roared, long and loud as the sound shook the world and forced his riders to cover their ears in pain. I serve no one. His roar was cut off abruptly as golden chains erupted from the water, looping around the Biju even as he jumped to escape their grasp. A chain link snapped tight across the fox's back, barbs digging past the fur just above Naruto's head as they were dragged back to the ground with a crash that had the boys' teeth rattling in their head. Ah, damn you Kushina! The 9 tails snarled as Naruto and Sasuke slid down the side of his fur, landing in a run to burn off their momentum. I should have expected a chain around his mouth cut off his words. That's enough out of you, said a confident voice as their surroundings tinted gold and Naruto turned to see a woman stand up from the water, hair rich, flowing red, and face fierce as she stared down the 9 tails. She turned and waved. Hello, Naruto. Oh, and I see you've brought a friend to help you control the 9 tails chakra, how unexpected. Sasuke waved back and immediately felt like the stupidest idiot in the world. Hey. What was that? He cleared his throat, but Naruto was already ahead of him, leaping forward to hug his mother with tears in his eyes. Kushina Uzumaki picked him up and swung her son around without missing a beat, holding him close. Wow, what an enthusiastic welcome. Hi Mom, said Naruto into her green apron and hugged her back as Sasuke felt his throat close up. Kushina looked a little teary-eyed too and embraced her son before she looked up at Sasuke and wiped her eyes. I'm sorry but I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wait, her gray eyes narrowed, and she peered at him as Sasuke took several uncertain steps closer, feeling like he was intruding on something very private. Suddenly coming here seemed like a bad idea. You're Mikato's son, aren't you? That makes you family too. Kushina's smile was back and she opened her arms. Come here, Sasuke. She wasn't his mother. Not exactly. Sasuke knew that, had thought he'd prepared himself emotionally for this experience, but as he felt her hand draw him in next to Naruto, Sasuke realized there could be no preparation for something he'd been missing since the age of 9. Something hard and brittle around his heart cracked and soon both boys were bawling incoherently. Kushina simply smiled and held them close as behind her the 9 tails rolled his eyes. Eventually the torrent of emotion long suppressed died down and the boys stepped back to look at their mother figure with disbelieving eyes. I've wanted to meet you for so long, Naruto's voice was husky and Kushina shook her head. Well, it looks like you inherited my speech patterns, isn't that something? She turned to Sasuke and traced the lines of his cheekbones. And you have your mother's face, how is Mikato? Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and winced. Oh boy, muttered her son, before his eyes flicked over her shoulder and he exhaled in relief. Mom, there's so much I want to tell you, I don't know where to start, but could you please let Shitty Fox up, just a bit? All 3 of us came down here to talk, so. Language Naruto, you really should wait, you mean the 9 tails. Kushina cast a skeptical eye at the Biju bound in her chains and the fox stared right back at her as his tails waved slowly in the air. He wasn't thrashing or growling threats, which was a change of pace, but she knew exactly how cunning he could be. Just his snout, asked Sasuke and Kushina knew the moment she turned back to the boy she'd regret it. Those concerned, pleading dark eyes, the way his eyebrows tilted just so and the little pout, damn Mikato's genetics, he really looked just like her and Kushina could never say no to that face, even after everything. As long as you both know every word out of his mouth is usually a lie, she said as the gold chain unwound itself from his snout and the 9 tails turned to look at them with, what was that look? It couldn't possibly be what her instincts were telling her. Kushina, breathed the 9 tails as his ears flattened against his skull and his tails stilled. He took a deep breath and she braced for vile insults, cutting truths, a torrent of fire or. I am truly sorry. For perhaps the 4th time in her life, Kushina Uzumaki was rendered speechless, and as she gaped at the nine-tailed fox, he began to speak instead. His low, sonorous voice spoke of Konoha, of Mikoto Uchiha, of Shimura fucking Danzo, and soon it was Kushina's turn to cling to the children as she held herself up. You lie, she gasped. They wouldn't. I would have noticed. My family has a habit of terrible decisions, said Suzuki, and she looked down to see him looking back with the achingly familiar Sharinan, all three Tomo at such a young age, and the stubborn set of his jaw that screamed Fugaku. But from what Kuwabai-san said, my mother always wanted to protect you. It's okay, Mom. Naruto took her hand and squeezed it comfortingly as Kushina squeezed back. I know this stuff's super complicated, but it's okay. He cocked his head and grinned at all of them. I can see why Mikoto-san and Dad both fell for you, you know? If I could have my way, I wish I'd gotten your hair instead of Dad's. It's awesome. Plus I'd fit in with Karen-san, Nami-san, and everybody. I like your hair, said Suzuki without thinking. It suits your personality. Mother and son blushed as she twined a spiral of red hair around her finger. You're the second man to ever compliment my hair like that, Naruto, but yours is just fine the way it is. Red hair was a rarity in Konoha, so I stood out in school. They used to call me Tomato Girl, actually. Her hand clenched in a fist. That stopped when I kicked their butts. It was highly amusing, said the Nine-Tails, and she turned to shoot him another black look, only to see he was looking at her, no, all of them, with pride. The red-hot habanero, wasn't it? Kushina shook her head and turned back to the boys. My boys, whispered a part of her soul that was still 26 and stupidly in love. Minato got gushy about me when you met him, didn't he? Shitty Fox told us most of this stuff, actually, said Naruto. Like I told Dad, he's got this weird thing Naruto warned the demon fox, but her son ignored him. Where he hated your guts and wanted to kill you, but also felt bad Madara Uchiha made him do it, and also kinda respected you in the end. Naruto's face scrunched up. I don't know whose stuff is more complicated, yours or mine. It's not a competition, Naruto, sighed Suzuki. Besides, I'm pretty sure my parents' entire relationship has more layers than one of Sakura's Genjutsu mazes. He turned to Kushina. That's why I came with Naruto. Not to steal the Nine-Tails' power, but to talk to you. I mean, you knew my parents, almost married my mother, I want to understand them. They're gone, but knowing what I do now, what Konoha and Sayaka did to them, it makes me wonder. About what? Asked Kushina, motioning for the three of them to sit down, and jolted as she felt her butt meet something soft and warm. The Kuwabai's tails had wrapped around his massive, chain form and slid between them and the water, a fluffy, warm seat Kushina sank into in spite of herself. But Naruto and Suzuki looked so at ease and the demon fox so attentive, Kushina went against her better judgment and said nothing. Suzuki's hands had folded in front of his face, and Kushina recognized classic Uchiha brooding as Naruto put a hand on his friend's shoulder. I don't know, he admitted. But it feels like something needs to change, and as clan head, I have a responsibility to make the best decision possible. If the rest of the Uchiha follow me, that's up to them. Indra-sensei and I are with ya all the way, cheered her son, hugging him close as Suzuki scowled and Kushina's eyebrows raised as she recognized the familiar dynamic at play. Maybe when all this is over, we can just stay here in Uzushio. Kushina felt blood thunder in her ears. Say that again, she said slowly, certain she'd misheard her son, but Naruto winked at her. Long story short, Mom, cousin Karen Uzumaki and our Team 7 went on this whole expedition to Uzushio, the place you grew up before it got destroyed. We're gonna rebuild it, better than ever, and help the tailed beasts restore balance to the world. Your son has been very busy, said the Nine-Tails, and yes, this time Kushina was certain she heard pride in his voice. You should be proud. She smiled at the boys. Could you two please excuse us for a moment? She waved Naruto and Suzuki backwards as her chains unspooled from around the Nine-Tails and reconfigured into a gold-filmed bubble, locking her in with the Biju behind a soundproof barrier. They watched as the fox rose onto his legs and was busy shaking the stiffness out of his limbs when Kushina jumped up and punched him right on the snout with a shockwave they could feel even beyond the barrier. The Nine-Tails snarled and pointed a massive talon at Kushina that had Naruto wince, and soon the two of them were bickering fiercely. Your mom seems nice, said Suzuki, for lack of anything else to fill the silence, and Naruto nodded. She's taking all this way better than my dad. He thought I was gonna be some kind of tyrant. You'd be a horrible tyrant. Right. They watched as Kushina covered her mouth in unmistakable horror, and the Kyuubi gave her a look of smug superiority when he mouthed the word uncle again. Our families are weird. Yeah. Bickering soon subsided into something far more solemn, and when the fox swept his tails around and Kushina sat down on one heavily, the barrier around them dissolved. She didn't meet his eyes as she ran one hand through thick orange fur, deep in thought, and the Kyuubi no less so. Finally, she spoke. I've carried so much hate for you all these years. I was terrified you would hurt my son, twist him into something horrible. I wanted to, once, admitted the Biju, and Naruto shivered. I had several excellent opportunities. He's so good, said Kushina, her voice wobbling slightly. Both of them are so good, it's hard to understand how they came out of such a mess. I can't believe you got to watch Naruto and Sasuke grow up instead of me. It has been a privilege. The Nine-Tails sighed, and he ran a hand across his snout. Kushina. The redhead looked up at him as the beast lowered to meet her gaze. If I swore to you I would protect them from any danger in my power to prevent, would you believe me? She walked forward, one hand hovering just above his massive Vulpin snout, staring into a red, slitted eye. I'd want to. More than anything. Then I so swear. He leaned forward and closed his eyes as Kushina hugged the nine-tailed fox's snout. Come here, you brats. Naruto and Sasuke took several tottering steps forward before Kushina's chains and the Kyuubi's tails pulled them forward into the strangest group hug they'd ever been in. They spoke for what felt like hours about all manner of things. Training and ramen, mothers and missions, the past and the future, but all too soon, Kushina began to dissolve on the breeze as her chakra ran out. There weren't any tearful goodbyes or desperate last-minute questions because all four of them had been given what they needed, human, seal ghost, and Biju alike. Closure. Kushina Uzumaki smiled one last time, gentle, motherly and hopeful, as she put a hand on Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. I love you both. Sasuke nodded, since his throat had closed up, and Naruto did the same. I love you too, Mom. When she was gone, a massive red torii gate rained from the sky and slammed down between the Nine-Tails and the humans. Naruto started to glow as unfamiliar seals began to spread across his body and the floor. Whoa, what is this? Naruto looked at the circles on the backs of his hands, and the Kyuubi shook his head. A sign our faith in you is not misplaced, though you are not ready. He touched one claw to Naruto's chest and drew the golden power back to him as his eyes and attention turned upwards. I cannot be divided, and the high halls will require my full attention. All three of them rose through the darkness, through water and distance back to the real world where the dark ruins of Uzushio loomed around their grassy space. I leave you just enough of my chakra to keep you alive, Naruto Uzumaki. Until I return, your strength is your own. Something vast and orange poured out of the open seal on Naruto's stomach, and he wrapped Sasuke's hand in a bone-creaking grip as the pain became his universe. Then it was gone along with the presence that had been inside of him all his life. A small burning coal sat where once a shard of the divine had slept, and Team 7 looked on with awe as the nine-tailed fox rose to point tails, teeth, and glowing red eyes to the cloudy heavens. It's time to go. Across from them, seated in a lotus position and looking terribly small in comparison, Indra Uchiha nodded once. Hit it, Sakura. His last student slapped her hand down onto the complicated matrix painted across the meadow, and the ink blazed white-hot in an instant. It rose like rain in reverse as the massive form of the Nine-Tails and something smaller and bright purple shot upwards into the clouds along a beam of holy light. When the image had faded from their retinas, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked around as the sound of distant gurgling screams met their ears. Sakura-san, what did we miss?" asked Naruto. The pink-haired Kunoichi dragged Fox Fang over to him and clapped both her teammates on the shoulder. Not much, just the start of a war. They looked out over the expectant ruins of Uzushio and watched as the quiet, flame-coated bay began to come to life. Chapter 67, Gods and Monsters PT1, as above, so below. Indra's students had long become used to the black crackling of Amaterasu, but the eternally burning flames were unquestionably creepy. Useful, yes. Powerful, undoubtedly. But as the black flames immolated the distant, thrashing figures breaching the placid surface of Uzushio Bay, all three teenagers couldn't help but shiver. In the moonlight, the edges of the flame shone white against the dark waters to create a space defined wholly by the absence of light rather than its lunar reflections. Put simply, it was a scene from a nightmare. Indistinct, human-shaped figures rose from the water and were engulfed by the black flames, reducing them to gurgling ash or limp, bloated corpses before winking out. The screams ranged from high-pitched keening to the gurgling phlegm of a deep-sea fish, but all contained just enough misery to remind the listeners on the shore their enemies had once been human. "We should get down there," said Naruto at once, pointing with Fox Fang to the line of torches, spears, and Hoshigaki spread along half the shoreline. The other half was dominated by the massive steel husk of the rainbow, which had been rowed over from the island and beached on its side to force the deep ones where Karen, Mijio and Salamasina wanted them to go. "Not yet," warned Sasuke, putting his hand on Naruto's shoulder to stop the blonde dead in his tracks. "My uncle's fire is holding them off for now, let's make sure he has a body to come back to." They spent the next 10 minutes emptying Naruto's Fox Fang scroll of every trap seal he'd written and adding a few more practical snares of their own so the grassy field and Indra's body would remain untouched. Sakura made a face as the 6 sawgrass tendril traps she created sank back into the dirt at a pulse of her chakra and she gained another half-inch of light green flesh on her inner forearm. If even one of those traps saved her master's life, she would consider the encroaching tree grain a fair trade. Once they were finished, however, the 3 genin stood in the temporary quiet and realized with a sinking feeling they had absolutely nothing else to do. The civilian triage teams were waiting, Sasuke and the other medics were waiting, while Naruto, Sakura, and the Kyujira fighters were left in a similar state of anxious anticipation. Then Naruto giggled. "What?" He pointed as Varaja strutted back to join the group with lipstick all over her face and neck as a soppily besotted Nami followed her. "Oh Varaja-san, did Nami-san give ya new tattoos?" "They look great." "Yup," grinned the gray-skinned Hoshigaki as she adjusted her knife belt. "If it was up to me, they'd be permanent." "What about the flowers and dates and courting you were so keen on before?" called Sakura, her own inner mischief pushing back against the fear curling in her stomach. "You 3 pay attention to your own love life," retorted Nami, but the way she was leaning on the larger shark woman took the sting out of the words. Any hope of distracting bickering was lost, however, as the distant cries from the bay began to die down and the moonlight showed the island chain of bodies floating on the surface silently. "A good start," said the elderly Kyujira woman Naruto had met before, nodding at Sasuke as she approached on a walking stick. "But not nearly enough on its own." Sasuke let out a deep breath that did absolutely nothing to ease the tension thrumming in his body. "These deep ones, yokai, whatever you call them, is this how their attacks usually go?" The older orca woman nodded. "Waves of the recently corrupted, weaker, more ungainly always lead. To whittle down the strong fighters, to strike fear into sailors, attrition hunting. Then the true deep ones along with any corrupted humans or former ninja. The deep sea beasts, such as the uka you saw before, are rarely seen." "How do we kill them?" interrupted Sasuke and the old woman laughed. "Kill them? Child, you can't kill them, look at yourselves. If the battle comes to us here, you leave the fighting to the adults. Their scales are weak at the neck and below the arm and a good gill punch usually helps," said Varaja. "Don't count these 3 out, old orca. They can handle themselves." She turned to Team 7, her expression turning serious. "The deep ones usually try biting your throat out, but all of them, especially the former ninja, favor water-style jutsu. This means they're vulnerable to lightning but are much tougher than any humans you've ever fought. They don't go into shock and won't die from blood loss. Good rule of thumb, cut off their heads." "Like zombie movies," said Naruto brightly and his teammates rolled their eyes as Varaja shook her head. "Don't make the mistake of thinking they're stupid just because most of them don't speak. The deep ones are cunning, otherwise Uzushio wouldn't have gone tits up in the first place, remember? Stick together, cover each other's backs, and stay alive, okay? Nami and I will be helping you, but in battle, anything's possible." Trapped by the shark woman's uncharacteristically serious gaze in the torchlight, Naruto could only muster a jerky nod. "Cheer up," said Sakura, trying for some of Naruto's confidence and making it most of the way there. "Sensei told me we won't die, and he's never been wrong yet." First time for everything, grumbled the old Kyojuro woman, and in the wake of that helpful comment, grim silence descended once more. So, now what? Asked Nami. I expected a quicker follow-up attack. They like to make us wait once our Hoshigaki blood's up, replied Varaja. She gestured at the silent body-clogged bay. If anyone loses their head and runs into the water looking for a fight, they get picked off. Your uncle's fire trick means that's not going to work this time. Look, they're surfacing now. You're in for a show. Karen looked up from the map she was reading by torchlight at the sound of a conch shell echoing in the night. It was followed by a chorus of snarls, deep and bestial, that made her swallow hard. She knew there were more deep ones than just the 8 that had shown up yesterday, but this sounded like a lot more. She tossed the map of estimated seal locations to Meiho and clambered up to the top of the nearest rubble to see dozens, no, hundreds of scaled, inhuman fish creatures emerging from the water. The moonlight gleamed along the edge of spears and rusted blades, serrated teeth, and bared claws. The line of torches, spears, and Hoshigaki suddenly seemed woefully thin, but there was old Gills striding out ahead of his people onto the beach, as casual as if he were out for a morning stroll. I can't say I'm as good at speeches as our chiefess, or the Lady Ozukage. Sorry to disappoint you all, but I have no words of comfort tonight. We don't need them, called Ari's massive form, and old Gills shook his head. No, we do not. He began pounding the butt of his spear into the sand rhythmically, and the Hoshigaki joined him, a clamor of steel on steel, of wood, iron, and pride. The approaching deep ones responded in kind, mashing heavy fists into scaled chests or roaring back at their mortal enemies. We are not here to defend our new home, we are not here to save the wretches behind us cowering up the hill. Our God is great and terrible, and we shall not be found wanting under the watchful jaws and eyes of our ancestors. A massive deep one broke away from its fellows and pounded out of the surf in great howling leaps, but old Gills didn't even turn around as a cry went up among the Hoshigaki, and Karen gasped. No pity. No remorse. No fear. It leapt for the old man's throat with a feral roar that cut off as the shark-toothed spear in his hands drove down its throat in a fountain of black ichor. Old Gills heaved the beast up off the ground with a grunt, and in the torchlight, Karen saw even from this distance his fins had lengthened and a powerful tail had grown from beneath his sash. He flung the corpse back into the surf, and the deep one's charge momentarily stalled. The spear grew more teeth all along its length as it shuddered and drank in both the blood of its enemies and its wielder. That's it, praised old Gills as dozens of the Hoshigaki bared their teeth or sniffed the air. Sahaimachi watches over us all, my brothers and sisters. He flung his hand wide, spreading his own blood across the front line of his clansmen. Hunt, Inahi. He turned as the deep ones finally reached the shore, and the roar of the Hoshigaki countercharge was almost as terrifying as their enemies. Karen saw something fast and fluid flick out from where Salamasina had been and rend great gaps in the deep one's attack. Fish things fell into pieces, which the Hoshigaki stamped into the surf as they pressed their advantage. On the other side, Ari's massive form waded into the enemy with her anchor, sweeping the massive hunk of iron in wide arcs that sent yokai flying. She could hear the massive woman laughing. Lady Uzumaki. A hand caught her wrist, and Karen looked down to see Meiho's aged face and silver-red hair. I found the seal, now come, we have to go. But, Karen didn't know what she wanted to say. That she understood the fear the Hoshigaki could inspire now? That they were fighting and dying on an unfamiliar beach, for her? Her promise of a new home? She shook her head and jumped down as the first trauma team scooped up a dark blue figure onto a makeshift stretcher and moved up the hill. Thanks, Meiho. Let's go. As she ran, Karen could hear something huge breach the waterline and give a chittering wail, but she did not look back. Choza Akimichi had said a leader had to trust her people, and the Hoshigaki could handle this. Uka at 1 o'clock, called Varaja unnecessarily from further up the hill. 22 degrees to the right, compensate for the drop, chanted Sakura as she and Naruto threw their backs into moving the makeshift trebuchet Tajuna had built while Karen was asleep. Fire! The builder grunted as he heaved on a lever, and the siege weapon launched a sizable chunk of Uzushio's rubble back at its destroyers. They watched as the rock hit the half-crustacean with an explosion of force, and it staggered several uncertain steps sideways. Finally, momentum overwhelmed it, and the thing tipped onto its back. It's still alive, shouted the builder with dismay. Not for long, said Sakura, who was watching through binoculars as old gills wove through the flailing crustacean legs to start stabbing its fleshy human half. She could feel him from here even without focusing, a shining yellow star of nature energy, and now she realized why he'd hidden himself from her during training. She really would have been blinded. Naruto, next rock. On it. Indra realized he was lying in the grass and sat up with a grunt to see the vast form of the Ninetales crouched next to him with an unmistakably pleased grin. "About time you put yourself together," he said with a slight huff. "At least the view was nice while I waited. They've remodeled the antechambers in my absence." One vast paw gestured, and Indra saw beyond his companion's orange form to a wide meadow bathed in golden sunlight and the breeze that caressed them both. Further across the meadow was a large bright red torii gate, and a procession of figures in richly embroidered robes it hurt his eye to look at. "So, are those gods walking towards us?" Indra asked as his mind ran through the brief speech he'd prepared. The fox snorted. "Hardly. Functionaries, messengers, servants, and such. Before we can fully enter the high halls, we must be cleansed and properly anointed." "We don't have time for that," retorted Indra. "Those deep ones are going to come for Uzushio and the kids." "We shall make time," said the Kyuubi firmly. "These are weighty matters, and you would do well to watch your tongue here. The high halls are not nearly as kind as I am, nor as accustomed to your manner." "Indra Uchiha." He snorted again. "If you'd told me when we first met, I would be taking an Uchiha to the Divine Realm to meet Mother Amaterasu." "Thank you again," said Indra, and the Ninetales looked down at him with interest as the Biju trailed off. "For helping Naruto, for believing me from the beginning, everything. The tidings you brought, the obvious fear, the names you spoke, I could ill afford to not take your word," replied the fox. "You are tolerable enough for an Uchiha." Indra supposed that was the best he was going to get, but the fox surprised him again. "Since you'll be hearing it soon enough, and you have refrained from using it in front of the humans, you may now use my name, Indra Uchiha." His Naruto had only briefly mentioned when and why he'd learned the Kyuubi's real name, at some point in the chaos of the Fourth Great Ninja War. But Indra remembered enough to know the weight behind the Biju's words. "I am honored, Kuramakami." The fox bared his many teeth. "As you should be. Now, let us endure these pests." Kurama's smile gained a slightly false quality as the robed attendants bustled closer and bowed as one to the massive orange fox. "Greetings, servants of the highest of halls, the divine realm of the gods." "Greetings, Kurama of the Ninetales," said a reedy voice as one of the attendants stepped forward. "Several of your siblings arrived earlier today, and I see you have brought a mortal guest as well." His words at sighting Indra positively oozed disdain, and the man gave him a far shorter perfunctory bow. "Just as well, we have accumulated all of you as one for the cleansing rituals. However, Kuramakami, I am afraid you must utilize your human form once we pass through the gate." "Is that necessary?" grumbled the Ninetales as the visitors began to stride towards the gate, letting the functionaries bustle around them with little brushes and indistinct chants. Sasuke felt a gentle pressure on the mind construct of Indra and whipped his head around to glare at the servant in question. The light coming off the man turned the glare into a squint, but the pressure eased. "The hall itself will hold all of us, since it is not a physical space. Lord Susanoo decreed the tailed beasts utilize human shapes during the cleansing process in the interests of time," said the functionary. "I am merely carrying out his divine will, as do I," said Kurama with a touch of exasperation. "At least someone understands the urgency of this meeting," grumbled Indra under his breath and quickened his pace. The grassy field ahead of him vanished as they crossed the torii gate, and in a single step, Indra found himself now in the wood-lined corridors of a onsen. Their original guides became indistinguishable in the flood of white-robed beings moving through the corridors around them, and Indra allowed himself to be swept along as he took in the divine realm. Small imp creatures heralded the coming of more important beings, and Indra's jaw dropped as the unmistakable serpentine form of a dragon slid through the corridors. Indra heard familiar complaining from Madame Juo before the Oni woman was ushered out of sight by her own attendants. A clawed hand grasped Indra's shoulder and pushed him up against the wall. "Quit gawping," grumbled Kurama, and Indra's remaining eye roved up and down the form the Ninetales had taken. The man's skin was the dark tan of a farmer from Fire Country, long accustomed to toiling in the sun, though his frame was shorter than Indra had expected, a mere 5'9". Familiar red-slitted eyes glared at Indra, and black tattoos from the corners of his eyes pulled back along his cheekbones, just above recognizable whisker markings. Said whiskers drew Indra's eye down a sharp jawline to a fang-filled mouth bared in irritation. Any further examination was cut off as Karama slapped Indra's cheek with a clawed hand. "And turn off that cursed eye. I've warned you what would happen if you used it on me or any of my siblings." "What?" Indra realized his vision had been tinted red and blinked away his Kekai Genkai. He hadn't activated the Sharingan on purpose and couldn't recall when it had opened up on its own. "Apologies, Karama." "Karama Kami," insisted one of the attendants at Indra's elbow, and now both the fox and the man turned to scowl at him. "You should use his proper title, mortal." "You should," agreed the Ninetales with a smirk as he turned back to Indra, and the Uchiha noticed the rust-orange beard below the grin. It was the same color as his fur had been and doubtlessly just as soft. "What?" Indra put the thought out of his mind as the dragon finally passed by and Karama stepped away from the wall with an annoyed glance over his shoulder. "I can see your point about the corridors," he admitted as the servants moved them along with Indra still a spectator. Hogging all that space, HMF. 9 thick bushy tails emerged from the depths of a deep red robe and tucked themselves together in the Kyuubi's wake, swishing in time with his steps. The windows to their right looked out on the coastline of the continent from a height Indra had only seen when chasing an Otsutsuki into space, but the magnificent view was gone before he could linger. They were ushered into a tiled room with the bizarrely mundane series of stools, shoriads, and buckets seen in any hot springs resort as Karama waved off the attendants. "Go," he ordered, his usual baritone rumble echoing in the space as an androgynous tree spirit edged away from him. "We can undress ourselves." A familiar cackle from beyond the sliding door set into the wall made the man-shaped fox roll his eyes and broke Indra's silence. "Was that Shukaku?" he asked as he began to remove his ratty, charred, and much abused clothes, keeping the Ninetales in his line of sight. His arms and legs were thick with the same orange hair that fell around his shoulders and the bijou side. "Undoubtedly." "This is a lot to take in," managed his companion as both men washed themselves clean. "Thus, your welcome and unexpected silence. Provided you master yourself once we enter the throne room." Indra took a deep breath and let it out slowly as he forced the incoherent thoughts in his head away for later examination. "Don't think about the deep ones who could eat your students, or the Ninetales with a vendetta, and that won't be a problem," he said. "I'll manage." The Sakura inside his head slapped him as his Naruto grinned at him fondly. "Yeah, once Karama-chan's wearing pants again. Your testimony will be necessary to back my accusation against Otohime, as well as your account of the Otsutsuki who took your eye in the first place." Karama stood up and shook himself, sending stray water everywhere as he pulled Indra to his feet and shoved him forward in something that might have been a friendly slap on the back if you squinted. Glad for even the mild dignity of a towel, Indra threw open the sliding door to a scene of utter insanity. "Incoming." Sasuke looked up and leaned over his patient as a foaming spear of water arced down and hit the plaza in an explosion of raw force. The Hoshigaki man in question was attempting to bite his throat out, but Hameka Uzumaki was holding their patient steady as Sasuke went to work healing the vicious bite in his side. 5 minutes later they relinquished the warrior to a cluster of Kyujira who took the revitalized patients back down the hill. Several snapped at the triage team running back up the hill with another casualty but ignored them in favor of falling upon the 3 deep ones who were breaking through the front line. "Next patient," he asked Hameka, only for Kiyomizu to appear in his peripheral vision tugging at her father's blood-stained sleeve. "Daddy, Daddy." "Seashell, you shouldn't be here," protested the merchant as Sasuke took a swig from a water bottle. "I know Daddy," protested the little girl, "but Miss Hikaru's bleeding and she said her baby's early." "You have got to be kidding," said Sasuke and fixed the girl with his Sharingan as she shook her head. "Nuh-uh, it looks like she was hurt really bad and a couple of the other ladies are trying to help. They asked me to ask you to help." She wasn't lying. Sasuke sterilized his hands with chakra and stood up from the wooden operating table. "Has anyone here helped deliver a baby?" he called across the plaza. "Do I look like a nanny to you, kid?" asked a Mistumbu who was pulling teeth from a Hoshigaki's leg. "Get over there and do it yourself. Please." Kiyomizu was tugging on his pant leg now in addition to her father's and Sasuke could feel the seconds slipping away. Even the veterinarian was wrist-deep in a triage case. He was the only one available. "Alright, fine. Hameka, carry your daughter, I've got my bag." His hands moved automatically as his eyes scanned the edge of the plaza. Earth-style, mud wall. A column of rock lifted up in front of their trebuchet and was blasted to pieces seconds later by another water jutsu. "Naruto, we have to move this thing, they've triangulated its position." "Sakura-san, it doesn't have wheels, what am I supposed to do?" "Hit it with your thick head, duh," snapped his friend as she retied her ponytail with shaking hands. "Varaja? A little help." "On it." The tall shark woman bent and grabbed the bottom frame of Tajuna's creaking construct. "Naruto, you take the other side." Sasuke shook his head and flagged down Nami. "Nami-san, have you given birth?" "What?" Sasuke flapped his arms. "Helped somebody give birth?" "Literally anything to do with babies." When she shook her head, the Uchiha succumbed. "All right, I need you to tell Naruto and Sakura I have to go deliver a baby back in Vault 2. "Don't die," she said and gave the trebuchet a running drop kick to heave it out of the way of another water spear. Sasuke turned and started to run, hoping his Sharingan's perfect recollection of one chapter of one medical textbook was going to be enough. Knowing it wasn't. Explosive Kunao, nerve toxin Senbon, and jutsu of all 5 elements rained down from the deck of the Rainbow as the Mist Umbu stationed there unleashed their fury upon the Deep Ones alongside oaths of vengeance. More and more figures rose from the waves, but the old Umbu grinned underneath his death's head mask. They're surfacing further away from the beach, he called into the radio in his hand. "Are you ready, my Umbu?" His subordinate within the island of Traveler's Respite answered. "Of course, sir." "When you named a new recruit fresh bait, were you expecting my death to be so literal?" "The thought had crossed my mind, but you volunteered," said the old man with a shrug. "And you will be remembered. One bum leg, it's not like I can do much good any other way. Goodbye, Mijio and I." "Goodbye," intoned the man as the old Umbu base lit up with spotlights. Flares and batteries of harpoon guns turned the dark waters of Uzube into starkly illuminated killing grounds. Dozens of Deep Ones hissed in pain as their eyes adjusted and the Hoshigaki pressed their advantage with howls and cheers. The inhuman assault wavered and finally broke as the fish demons ran back into the water and swam towards the island. "I'm picking up more of that girl's golden chakra," said one of the Sensorin to Mijio and I's left. "That's 5 seals down, 3 to go." "Good. Hopefully she's watching this," replied Mijio and I as the tide of monsters rolled up the rocky beach of the island and poured into the building. His prayer to Buddha crackled through the radio, and when a massive series of explosions blasted the respite clean of life, he hoped it had given his Umbu a shred of comfort in her last moments. Several of the Hoshigaki below bowed their heads as they began evacuating their wounded, but there were barely any dead sharks. Mijio and I frowned. "I expected more casualties." "It's the old man," said his censor, gesturing at the figure leaning on his spear. "I think it's some kind of medical ninjutsu, or genjutsu. Major force multiplier, and that Chief Tess is very good." "I see," mused the Mist veteran. "Let's retrieve our weapons from the dead while the enemy regroups." "I don't." He trailed off as the flame-lit waters of the bay were breached again and resisted the urge to curse. 3 massive uka roared as the Hoshigaki below raced back along the beach to reform the battle line with shouts of dismay. "The one on the right's heading for us," he announced as the Sensornin turned and vomited over the side of the ship. "Heron, what is it?" The cheers and jeering calls from the figures on the uka's back or clinging to its hairy crustacean legs nearly answered Mijio and I's question, but his subordinate's queasy expression confirmed it. "Sir, the Uzumaki are here." The 3 uka hit the beach like wrecking balls, and the tremendous force of the crab's impact made the hull of the Rainbow rock backwards as its hull was dented. As the Umbu rooted to the decking struggled to keep their footing, tall, scaled figures landed upon them sporting rusted forehead protectors and fang-filled grins. "For mother." "Begone, child," said Mijio and I as his sword took the head off a former Uzushio genin. "I have neither the time nor patience to teach a brat his manners." "Time," sang a man wearing mist colors over his dark green scales and bulging muscle. "It's been kinder to me than you, Mijio and I. Look how old you've become. How weak. You were weak enough to succumb, sighed Mijio and I as he ran his hand along his sword to clean black blood off the blade. I will strike your name from our records for this and die in my bed with my soul intact for reincarnation. Several of the Uzumaki Deep Ones laughed and more than a few gnashed their teeth. The corrupted Mistnin shook his head. Such optimism, from such a cynic. But we will make your death painful, that is our promise. Mijio and I's hand wiped the genin's blood across his mask and he sighed in relief as the seals on the inside woke up in response, filling his limbs with strength beyond his age. You will try. He raised his sword. Bloody mist, slaughter them all. For Lord Yagura. He received only snarls in response as the Umbu and the Uzumaki began to tear each other apart. Old Gills, the beach is lost, shouted Salamasina as a massive, jagged claw cut a hole in her sash and she put a kunai through the offender's throat. The Deep One tried to lunge at her before it fell back down the slope, but her water blade lashed out to cut the former Uzumaki in half. The high-pressure water soaked in her own chakra momentarily clashed with a surge of sea foam before it broke through and finished her opponent. We have to draw them back into the ruins. The village sage spun Inahi in a blur of yellow and bone before nodding reluctantly. Hoshigaki. Back to the ruins. We hunt in the ruins. Hunt. Managed H in a slurred voice as he spat out something fleshy. They were all covered, head to toe in black ichor and blood, but Inahi's hungry presence kept the Hoshigaki just this side of sane. Even Ari obeyed the apex predator of the clan. Yes, hunt, chorused the Hoshigaki leaders as they dragged their clansmen away from the Uka. Back to the ruins, follow Salamasina. What about you? Asked the chiefess as she flung a panting teenager back over the dune, where he intercepted a grouper-shaped Uzumaki in a flurry of fangs and ichor. I'm going to do a little hands-on teaching, said Old Gills as his spear rattled in approval. Be an example for the youth. He waved at the blue, orange, and pink figures running towards the beach. Salamasina's objections vanished as corrupted Uzumaki started falling from the Uka and battle was joined again. You see Yujito, this is why it's best we let Kurama take the lead, said the old woman wreathed in blue flames as she shook her head from the edge of the hot spring. Her Jinchuriki protege was clutching at the towel around her waist as if her life depended on it. They watched as an orange-haired man cursed violently and charged into the steaming water to drag Inari Iron Fist away from the fat, hairy, sputtering form of Shukaku the One-Tail. Whose damn idea was it to let Shukaku into the mixed baths, roared Kurama as Indra followed him over and met Inari's seething eyes. Mine, said the brown-haired woman. I really should have known better. Oi, I promised to be on my best behavior, protested the blue-tattooed form of Shukaku. You were eating out a kami in the middle of a sacred hot spring, shouted Inari as a giggling woman scampered away from the pool. Oh, hello Indra. She blinked and turned to her ex-husband while Kurama dragged his younger brother back into the showers to yell at him properly. You've acclimated quite well, he said dryly as he cast his gaze around the beings who were migrating to a different pool and the two humans followed them. Inari visibly compressed her anger for later use and nodded. Shukaku, Komei, and I got here a few hours ago, the beetle's somewhere else since she doesn't have a human form. She's got a whole team dousing her with cups of sacred water, so we have some time to kill. I hear you've already met Matatabi and Yujito. The blonde cloud ninja looked at them with suspicion as she removed her towel and slipped into the slightly cloudy water while the elderly-looking Nico Tama followed with far more reluctance. A cloud of steam enveloped her as her flaming form met the water and when she became visible again her ears were flat against her head. I have, said Indra as he and Inari discarded their own towels and slid into the water. Listen, we don't have a lot of time here, back in Uzushio we've got a major problem coming for all our heads. As he explained what had happened to the expedition and the corruption of Uzushio, Inari's face darkened and when he got to the yokai Uzumaki doubtlessly coming to kill Team 7 her brow was creased in worry. Meanwhile physically I'm stuck in a desert ruin back in Suna where that fat bastard used to have a temple of some sort. We'll head your way as soon as we can, but it sounds like everything will be over by the time we arrive in Uzushio. Do you at least have the scroll? Yes, thank Amaterasu, breathed Indra and much of the tension left her frame as she sagged against the rocky side of the pool. Well, that's our insurance policy dealt with, said the kunoichi as Matatabi peered at them with a cat's curiosity. Small mercies I suppose. Small mercies indeed, rumbled Kurama as he dropped Shukaku back in the water. The human-shaped tanuki sported several new bruises and a thin veneer of apology. As he joined them, Inari's teal eyes ran up and down his tan, muscled frame. Kuwabai-kami, you're different than what I expected your human form to look like. Oh. The fox raised one orange eyebrow. And what did you expect? Less hair than Shukaku, for one, but you're about the same. Is the family resemblance intentional? Of course, said the Biju as he doused himself with a ladle of the spring water and brought a second cup to his mouth from a smaller spring to continue the ritual cleansing. I chose this form to honor the old man who sired us, and Shukaku copied me, obviously. I remember it being the other way around, said Matatabi, but her older brother ignored her as he passed Inari the ladle. Now, what other indignities has my brother been up to? I notice you did not bring his Jinchuriki key with you. This is our business, said Inari as she turned to look at Matatabi. So why did you drag this girl with you, Two Tails? I am training her to aid in fulfilling our function guarding the gate, said the Biju, placing one hand on Yujito's head. Shinigami Kami required she attend, so he may examine her worthiness. We broke so many rules, the girl sighed, looking up at the endless blue sky above them. Bisama and Lord Rakage are going to be furious with me. They'll get over it, replied Matatabi as Indra and Inari exchanged a questioning look alongside the cleansing ladle. If whatever was going on in Cloud had managed to actually anger the perpetually cheerful and lax Killer Bee, it wasn't going to be pretty. Inari's gaze flicked down and she frowned at her ex-husband. Here, let me heal that. Something took a bite out of your shoulder, one of those deep things. Hardly, said Kurama, and Indra felt an icy lance of horror spear through him despite the steaming waters at the grin on the Biju's face. The Hoshigaki chiefess had her way with him last night. The buzz of Inari's healing chakra stopped as she leaned back to study Indra's face, which was red from more than just the heat. Oh, seriously? Yes, indeed, crowed Kurama as one of his tails rolled a fist-sized sphere of memory into his clawed hand. Lady Uzumaki's sensory sight saw every last messy detail and she begged me to take the memory off her hands. It seemed only polite to oblige. Fuck you, Kurama. Indra sank into the water up to his nose as Inari, Shukaku, and Kurama all burst into laughter. Yujito stuck her fingers in her ears. I believe you've had plenty for the time being, chortled Shukaku as he snatched the memory and whistled. Damn, I'm surprised you can even sit down. She jackhammered you like a construction crew behind schedule. Language, chided his sister as Inari had to hold herself up using the side of the spring. These counts. I told you, Shukaku, these counts, now pay up. Pay up. Indra kicked Inari underwater for this act of betrayal. You were betting on me. Shukaku was, wheezed his ex-wife through tears of laughter. Not me. Another kick. Maybe a little. I don't have to sit here and endure this, snapped Indra as he felt his ears burn. When he'd teased Sasuke about kissing Naruto, it had been affectionate, but something in Kurama's laughter felt distinctly mean-spirited. Inari was a lost cause and he shrugged off her hand to stare at Kurama. Are we done with this ritual, then? Yes, said the Biju through several chuckles. He waved a clawed hand. Submerge yourself fully and you are free to pout elsewhere, Indra Uchiha. Indra didn't dignify that with a response as he sank beneath the water entirely. His eye widened as he felt the Yamanaka mind sublimation jutsu around his mind pop like a soap bubble, but any efforts to recast it now was going to be impossible. Once more Sasuke Uchiha, he felt the mineral water of the hot spring flow into his empty eye socket and pour down his face like a waterfall as he stood up and clambered out of the pool. He looked down and saw his skin briefly flicker between the relative youth of a man in his 20s and the wrinkled, slightly liver-spotted flesh of 65. What the hell? How interesting. Indra Uchiha, what genjutsu is this? Aw crap. The time traveler ignored them as he slammed the sliding door back into its housing and tried not to panic. Sasuke Uchiha had been forced to re-sterilize his hands twice now as 5 lights in the second Uzushio ceiling vault shone down on the table Hikaru was clutching in a white-knuckle grip. He was trying not to panic and was immensely grateful to Hameka as the merchant coached their patient through the latest contraction. That's it, he said as calmly as he could. Just push with your muscles. It really hurts, cried the former serving girl through gritted teeth. She cut herself off with a scream as Naruto returned with several civilian women and a worried look Sasuke wished he could openly share. "Hang in there," he said as Hameka's daughter patted his sweaty face with a washcloth and did the same for the mother-to-be. "You're doing great." Sakura's wall of silence genjutsu allowed the small group to converse in private as Sasuke permitted Naruto to rub some of the tension out of his shoulders absently. "I don't think she's doing great," he told the other women. "A birth 3 months premature? I don't even know what to do for a regular birth." "We'll help," promised the old Kyojuro grandmother as she met Sasuke's gaze. "Hikaru-san will do most of the work, but this is distance swimming, not a sprint. The question is, how experienced are you?" "Enough to know how inexperienced I am," said Sasuke as he felt panic begin to scrabble against the walls of his mind. Sakura's genjutsu hit him like a bucket of ice and he felt the panic distance itself behind a wall of emotionless resolve. Several deep breaths later, she withdrew the genjutsu at his look of gratitude and Sasuke knew what he had to do. "Look, this isn't a hospital. If I have to operate or something, that should be the absolute last option. Naruto, ask the assistant librarian if there's any kind of medical stasis seal or some way we can keep the baby alive. Sakura, any recommendations for your heaviest painkiller genjutsu?" His teammate shot him a frantic look. "I'm not casting Kakashi-sensei's Chapter 5 stuff on a pregnant woman. If you don't know, I'm not going to experiment." "Alright," Sasuke fought against irrational exasperation as he saw the golden-edged form of the assistant librarian materialize just beyond Sakura's genjutsu with a worried expression on her face. "What now?" he snapped when it came down and the blank-eyed seal construct took a step back. "I was reading your lips through Miss Harano's interference, though this is terribly unorthodox. I ran several assessments and have found 6 sealing jutsu which may prove useful in this instance." "Good," said Sasuke before several distant but very large-sounding roars came from beyond the doors to the Uzushio vault and the librarian winced. "That is the other matter I came to discuss. Per Lady Karen's orders, should the enemy reach these vaults, I will shut the doors to ensure the safety of my records and the people placed in my care. However, there may be significant casualties outside of this library that will require your medical assistance." "Holy fuck," shouted Varaja from the entrance. "Brace for." The lights flickered as something enormous hit the mountainside and dust rained from the ceiling. Sasuke instinctively flung a sterilization jutsu back at Hikaru as his mouth set in a grim line. "Alright, I'll leave a shadow clone here, let's go." Hikaru screamed again as the next contraction hit. Sasuke's shadow clone turned to the assistant librarian as Team 7 ran for the door. Varaja was crouched near the entrance and the reason why became abundantly clear as the cracked claw of Inuka had been thrown across the entire village and into the mountainside, where it still continued to open and close with mindless violence. Its owner was halfway down the slope, still fighting against Hoshigaki backpedaling away from it in the streets. Sakura's eyes tried and failed to follow the yellow streak of shark-toothed carnage that was Old Gills, but the stirrings of nature energy in the severed claw above them told her enough. "So that's what Sage Mode can do," she whispered as Naruto punched his palm. "Alright. Team 7, let's go kick some fishy butt." Technically that's a crustacean, called Nami as she and Varaja kept pace with the 3 Konoha ninja while they ran. Their loose formation was broken as 2 red-headed figures tackled Varaja and Naruto to the cobbled streets. Sakura landed on the large scaly back Kunao first and felt the poisoned pink blades part flesh to little discernible reaction as the red-headed deep one wrestled with Naruto. "Konoha, he gurgled. "Where were you when we needed you?" "Dunno man," Naruto heaved against their opponent, but he didn't have leverage. "Get off of me." He saw the left side of the fish demon's face go slack as Sakura's genjutsu took effect and followed up with a hard palm strike that sent a fanged maw sideways instead of into his throat. He rolled away and scooped up Fox Fang as Sasuke drove a lightning-wreathed sword through the enemy's exposed back and ripped it out in a large arc of black ichor. "Everyone alright?" Sakura rubbed her shoulders as goosebumps broke out all across her arms. "Physically. Yug, their minds are all cold and clammy." "Did he try messin' with your head?" asked Naruto as Fox Fang prodded the corpse. "No, it was actually really easy to put him under," mused Sakura. "Cat San's poison didn't work though." The corpse vaulted up from the cobblestones towards Sasuke with a roar of hatred that ended when Naruto's reflexive swing of his club sent it back onto Nami Uzumaki's crackling prosthetic hand. The lightning-enhanced bone severed the thing's spine, and the demon gurgled its last as the dark-skinned Uzushio shinobi saluted them. "Nice teamwork, kids. Let's stick close." "Water style, raging torrent jutsu," shouted someone in a water country accent. A fast current of salt water knee-high to even Varaja poured into the streets from several side alleys as Team 7 was forced to seek higher ground. Sasuke barely dodged a wind-style air scythe that would have taken his arm off as Naruto collapsed onto the rooftop shivering. A glance and pulse of the Sharingan broke the genjutsu before a scaled Uzumaki stomped a webbed foot through where their heads used to be. "You," she hissed through needle-thin teeth at Naruto. "Kinslayer, Oathbreaker. You would hurt your own family, Naruto Uzumaki." "Someone's famous," said Sasuke as the yokai deflected several scalpels with scaled hands, only for Sakura's razor petal jutsu to hit her from the opposite side. "Trust me, as the resident genjutsu expert, they're messing with you," said Sakura as the flock of leaves returned to her cloak and her hand seals dimmed. "Don't let them." Naruto whined, a noise of protest from the back of his throat, and her inner self spared a moment to wonder how many of the Kyuubi's mannerisms he'd unconsciously adopted. "Okay, so she looked a little like Karen, you know? Can't we try and save them?" "Mijio and I and the Hoshigaki seemed pretty clear the answer was no," said Sasuke as he turned his Sharingan on the creature that was holding its throat closed with one webbed hand in the street. "My friend here wants to give you one shot to surrender. I suggest you take it. You heathens profane the very ground you step upon," she spat, pale frog-like eyes moving between each member of Team 7. "With Mother's blessing, you have nothing to offer me. Some concealer, eyeshadow, and a skincare routine, obviously," said Sakura as her inner mind wrestled with the former shinobi's genjutsu telling her she was drowning. "When did she get me?" Instinctively her body tried to gasp for air. She let out a relieved gasp as the jutsu shattered and Naruto pulled Fox Fang from the concave chest of their opponent. She gave them a thumbs up and his expression cleared. "Glad you're okay, Sakura-chan." "Same. Where are the lovebirds?" "I lost track of them when we got hit with that wave," said Sasuke. "We should look for them." "Water style, fanged drill jutsu," chorused two voices at once, and a massive plume of water reared up from the first canal to tear away several hairy uka legs. "Look, there's Old Gills," cheered Naruto, raising Fox Fang in salute as the yellow streak launched upwards to kill the writhing thing. All three of them gasped as the uka reached down and dragged the ship's mast out of its own chest in with a vile sucking noise and torrent of black blood. Sasuke's Sharingan saw the moment of impact as Old Gills was slapped out of the air and down into the rubble. "No!" cried Sakura, her dismay and fury echoed from other nearby Hoshigaki. She grabbed Sasuke by the front of his high collar. "Where did he fall? Did either of you dash?" "I saw," said the Uchiha. "Let's go see what we can do." Old Gills was easier to find than they expected, largely because of the wide trail of blood leading from where he'd first hit the ground and continuing back up the hill to where the sage's momentum had finally run out. Inahi lay inert in the rubble next to him, just out of reach, and Sakura felt Inner's fury take center stage as her outer self wiped away tears. "Old Gills." The old man's white tattooed face lolled in their direction as Sasuke opened his medical bag and began running diagnostic scans. "Oh, Sakura," he said weakly. "There you are, aspiring sage. It's a good thing you're all right, all of you." Sasuke's diagnostic finished and he sat back onto his heels, but Sakura didn't need genjutsu to know what his inaction meant. "I'm afraid this is it," continued the sage. "At least I put on a good show before I went, let dear Inahi strut her stuff again, painted the town red." He chuckled weakly and so did Naruto, though Sakura's laugh was more of a sob. "Well, more of a reddish-black, deep one blood. Were you watching my demonstration, aspiring sage?" Sakura nodded. "So that's what sage mode is," she croaked. "Can you heal yourself with nature energy?" "I'm afraid not," said Old Gills regretfully. "That knowledge rests with Samehada, and Inahi's sister is far, far from here. Do not trouble yourself with my worries." Sasuke handed Sakura a spare shred of gauze and she blew her nose with it as an unhinged roar from behind them had Naruto draw Fox Fang. "Daddy!" Old Gills grimaced. Naruto, could you please make sure my daughter does not eat my body in a grief-fueled frenzy? The blonde Uzumaki ran back up the block and they heard his voice pleading with the indistinct sound of Ari's voice amid the clash of weapons and gurgle of deep ones getting closer. You should both go, said the clan elder, his voice growing softer, and Sakura shook her head. I don't want to. You said you were going to teach me to be a sage. Haven't I? Despite the grim situation, the old man's eyes still gleamed with cheer. As I said, your path is yours alone, aspiring sage Sakura Haruno. I can guide you, but it is yours to walk. And I'm afraid I can't share any more secrets or Inahi will be very cross with me. I'm going to be very cross with you if you don't get up, retorted Sakura, tugging at his arm. She almost snatched up the shark spear before it sprouted rows of teeth and rattled at her warningly. Fine then, be that way, she told it. I know you can solve this puzzle Sakura, said Old Gills as Sasuke took her hand. Thanks, Old Gills. Old Gills. But the Hoshigaki elder did not answer as Sasuke's free hand closed his eyes. He lay there, still and motionless in the rubble, but Sakura couldn't bear to expand her awareness through the early stages of sage mode, to see the yellow gold star of his life and chakra wink out. Motionless. Still. Silent. Dead. Constant motion thought her outer analytical self as Inner reached back and pulled her hair tie free, letting pink hair cascade out of its ponytail to her shoulders. Movement is life, speed and stillness, leaves in the breeze, Karura's gliding thermals, in surrender you find mastery. Sakura, asked Sasuke, glancing from his silent teammate as she dropped the hair tie into Old Gills' lap and stood up. Can you feel it Sasuke? She tilted her head up. That warmth. You mean from the fires? Sasuke stood up. Sakura, you're not okay. The sun is rising, she said simply. Sasuke had to shield his face as the distant star broke away from the ocean's embrace and overwhelmed the light of the many fires dotting Uzushio's ruins. At least we can see now, he said with mild relief before he spotted Ari and Naruto dodging the wounded Ukka's maddened swipes and crushing Kaiden with every swing of their weapons. Gods damn it, Naruto. Sakura, can you back me up, he's getting into trouble again. Wind rustled through the streets and Sakura kicked off her shoes. I think I can do a whole lot more than that, she said as she bounced on the balls of her feet, the seals on her arm unlocking with a pulse of chakra. She felt his chakra next to her, jittery, nervous, and lightning-edged, Naruto's wind and fire further ahead, even the disgusting corrupt mass of the Ukka, wounded and furious but nowhere near dead. She could feel the vines, dozens of overgrown tendrils that burned in fire or clung desperately to the sides of old houses as ocean water ripped them away. Sakura Haruno took one step, then another, moving from a walk to a run as the endless hunger of the Hashirama seed in her hand pulled at her. She'd felt that craving through Hoshigaki teeth too now, but Old Gills had mastered his hunger completely. The others had lost control. He'd surrendered control and despite the fear in her heart, Sakura did the same. Constant movement. Her own chakra, now firmly in the combination wood style, reached out and the vines along the walls reached for her in passing. She felt the infection and the tendrils inside her reach back, but with no resistance to push against the Hashirama seed could hollow her out. It was the easiest thing in the world now to skim chakra from each vine she passed, 1, 2, dozens, whole walls, and feed it all into the seed of her own potential. I am the flower petal that rides the storm, tossed in the wind, Sakura thought, the words blooming from somewhere between her poetry books, her training with Danzo, and the simple pleasure of the sun on her face. I have no clan, no history. I am no one, leaf among thousands. Her eyes opened and she felt the nature energy change her, felt the white of her eyes turn as black as the Hoshigaki, her hair become light and leafy on the currents of air, the teal spread across her cheeks from her eyes like scales and leaves in one. She could feel the plants burning in the air, the fishy, rotting stench of the deep ones, and the very shadow of death lingering still in this long-dead city. They wanted to force a stillbirth upon Uzushio, upon the mother even now pushing to bring new life into the world. A deep one with an enormous cleaver rose out of the chaos to meet her, bellowing some prayer to his goddess. Sakura could not stop, even if she'd wanted to, and for an instant mid-step feared she too would be struck down in her rebirth. Sasuke Uchiha threw himself into a sliding dive as his sword slashed the demon's tendons out from under him and poured an entire defibrillator's worth of lightning chakra into his foe's bleeding ankles. The corrupted Uzumaki fell to the side a lifeless corpse, and she saw Sasuke was grinning the battle smirk of the Uchiha. "Thanks," said Sakura before the ancient tree root underneath the village split the cobblestones. She poured nature energy into the remnant as it carried her, fierce and vibrant, up to meet the Uka's squalid decay. The long-dead ship's mast shattered the root, and Sakura jumped as her cape emptied its reserves to spread cherry blossom wings. Wood-style, petal wings. She flapped her arms twice in panic as she felt her momentum stall, but a gust from below caught her wings and lifted her up to gain height and momentum. She saw Naruto wave at her and grinned back. "Holy shit, we can fly, we can fucking fly." Sakura couldn't tell if that was inner or outer because she was too busy trying not to crash as she veered in wild circles around the Uka's flailing mast. That was okay though, because she didn't need to fly for long. A kunao hissing with imbued water chakra clipped away a dozen petals, but Sakura was already redistributing leaves as she sent illusory copies of herself down to dive bomb the corrupted Uzumaki on top of the Uka. Both halves of her mind were operating at maximum, and the endless hunger of the Hashirama seed had been channeled to skim nature energy from the thousands of plants around them. She clapped her hands together into the ram sign as her wings dissipated directly above the corrupted Uzumaki. Wood-style, cherry blossom hail. The petals and leaves weren't as razor-sharp as she wanted, but nature energy beat cut yokai scales, and Sakura landed alone on the Uka's slimy, disgusting shell. Black, okay. No shoes were a mistake. Whoa. The pink-haired girl threw herself flat and felt cherry blossom hair ripple and scatter as a flailing pale limb scrabbled to crush her. Sakura tried to get up, but the shell was too slippery, and she couldn't stick to it with chakra. Staying still meant losing sage mode. She rolled sideways, covering herself in the slime, and slapped both palms and Hashirama seed to the Uka's shell. Wood-style, forbidden jutsu, life drain. She felt the Uka's chakra rush into her system, as overwhelming as the Kyuubi's and no less foul for its corpse cold and decay where his had been the roar of an inferno. The seed in her arm diverted it at her will as Sakura's twin minds poured the creature's chakra into the vines which had been waiting decades for perhaps just this moment. Wood-style, vine strangulation jutsu. It was like watching a sped-up camera from years of footage compressed into seconds as the thin vines from blocks and blocks of the overgrown rubble-strewn village rose up. Uzushio took revenge upon its corruptor. Each one was slim, fragile, easily snappable by a mighty Uka, but there were thousands of them. And Sakura, one leaf amongst the storm and torrent alike, was their master. She tangled the monster's remaining legs as she felt Naruto, Ari, and dozens of others back away. She twined hundreds of leafy vines together into mighty tendrils to ensnare the Uka's limb and lash about its hardy shell. It fought her every step of the way, bringing Sakura to her knees and filling her vision with spots of black as incoming nature energy raced against her terrifyingly small and already drained chakra reserves. Inner screamed with effort and heard distant Hoshigaki respond to the sound. Her muscles and vines snapped taut to crush the Uka in an explosion of chitin and white flesh. Petty though it might have been, Outer held on to consciousness just long enough as she fell off the massive corpse to feel its life force finally wither into long-awaited nothingness. "I hope I'm not dying," she thought as she landed in several pairs of waiting arms and the seals on her arm closed once again. That would really suck. The Divine Realm. The brown dye had disappeared from Sakura's bright pink hair, and Sasuke, not Indra, could tell the veil of Inari had been stripped from her mind as well. The Uchiha wasn't sure if they could use his Sharingan Genjutsu to communicate privately and under the watchful eyes of three-tailed beasts. He wasn't willing to risk it. The six of them dressed in an expectant silence, and the few times Shukaku tried to speak, a glare from one of the others would silence him. The time travelers and Cloud's Yujito donned gray robes, while the Biju had robes of rich red, blue, and tan, respectively. Only when he had lashed the last of his sandals to his feet did Indra dare look up to see Kurama watching him with his head cocked. "I see," the fox said thoughtfully, turning between Sakura and Sasuke before flicking his ears back in momentary irritation. "No wonder you lied to me, Indra Uchiha. Would you have believed me if I'd told you we'd traveled in time?" "Perhaps not," admitted Kurama, turning away to open the sliding doors. "But I would have acted upon the threat of it, Satsuki, regardless. Duty demands no less of us, agreed Matatabi as her pupil and Shukaku exchanged a mutual look of confusion. Are you ready, Kurama? Of course, said the fox as a coterie of servants surrounded them and bustled the guests towards another torii gate. Still, his clawed hands ran over his hair, his ears, the hem of his robe before he glanced back to Indra and Inari with one red eye. As far as I am concerned, your names are what you choose them to be. But the gods will know if you blatantly lie. Wasn't planning to, replied Inari. The truth's scary enough as it is. Good, said Shukaku, who looked momentarily grave. Damn near pissed myself when you said there were 20 of the bastards come in for us. They stepped through the gate and instantly found themselves in a massive hall wide and tall enough to accommodate Komei's crouching winged form. Matatabi and Kurama also instantly returned to their true shapes in a swirl of chakra, making Indra wonder what the point of the clothes had been. Komei nodded her shell, which looked far shinier than Indra had seen it before, and several ceremonial paper chains were strung between her horns and wingtips. Hello everyone, she chirped and endured the hug Shukaku threw across her neck. Ack, get off Shu, you'll get sand everywhere. You'd still be ugly, lucky number, said the Tanuki, and Kurama cleared his throat as the servants continued ushering them onwards with poorly concealed tolerance. I'll open with the Atsutsuki threat to get their attention and you two answer whatever questions or concerns they have. One vast claw indicated Indra and Inari. Matatabi, keep your Jinchuriki quiet until Shinigami Kami speaks with you. I'll close by denouncing Otohime and Indra will back me up. What about all the local Kami's worries? Asked Shukaku, pointing his tail at Komei. This the first time we've been back in a century, a long to-do list. I might actually work on mine this time. That'll be the day, chittered his sister. Ahem, coughed the eldest servant pointedly, and Kurama visibly collected himself. Open the doors. Ornate coiling dragons were pulled upon as vast blocks of jade parted to reveal what was unmistakably a throne room carpeted in clouds and festooned with golden cherry blossom leaves. Dozens of gods, large and small, sat in tiered seats draped in white. The humans were forced to shield their eyes as they followed Kurama into the room, unable to look directly at the blazing light approaching them from the head of the room, the seat of the heavens. Kurama, my dear, said a warm voice from the light, and Indra saw the nine tails bow down to place his massive head before the light. How I have missed you. The light dimmed as a pale white hand emerged to caress Kurama's snout, and he leaned into it with a smile devoid of any malice at all. Suddenly Indra understood the tailed beast's disdain for Kajin nations, false gods, and petty tyrants. Compared to a divinity, everything else was full of flaws. He realized he was on his knees only when he looked to his left and saw Inari there as well, an expression of equal parts confusion and awe on her own face. The voice spoke again, rich, beautiful, and full of gentle welcome. Lady Matatabi, Lady Komei, Yujito and I bid thee welcome to the high halls of the divine realm. A vein of coy amusement trickled through her next words. Shukaku. Ma'am, drawled the Tanuki, and Indra heard a surprisingly large number of gods giggle or coo in welcome, followed shortly by snorts of disdain from their partners. I trust you will be on your best behavior for me. You know it, baby. Indra heard Kurama sigh heavily to his right, as the light reached the edges of his vision. He felt a hand rest atop his head. You have both traveled far indeed to reach us here, overcome much hardship, and are weary with sorrow. Your tidings are dark indeed, but I am the sun. Rise and look upon me, Suzuki Uchiha, Sakura Harino. Suzuki stood up and looked into the face of the divine. She was tall, pure white skin glowing with inner fire, eyes dark and kind, forgiving even. Ruby red lips curled into a smile to match the curved red markings crowning her brow and framed by jet black hair. Soft silk robes brushed the Uchiha's chin as one finger tipped his head up. To his left, an immaculate thumb brushed over Sakura's lower lip. The touch should have been surprising, an unexpected intimacy, but it wasn't. The warmth of the sun was a tangible thing, and Suzuki felt his body and soul bask in the goddess's light. I am Amaterasu no Kami, she said. Great goddess and mother to all. I bid thee welcome to the high hall of the divine realm. Suzuki swallowed, and it took several moments before he found any words at all. Thank you, Amaterasu no Kami. We are honored beyond belief, added Sakura. You have honored us in word, deed, and prayer, said the goddess as she half-turned and began to walk back along the thickly clouded floor of the throne room as they followed. My brother and I would have you discard formality and ceremony, for we are all most eager to hear your tidings of the outer dark. Sasuke noticed Kurama's eyes scanning the hall and assumed he was looking for the so-called goddess of the sea. Is she here? He hissed out of the corner of his mouth, and the fox gave the slightest of nods. Along with her retinue, right side, in sea green. It was his blind side, but since they were guests, the Uchiha blatantly turned to stare at the assembled beings. A woman in heavily ornamented robes and notable red hair was staring at Kurama with poorly concealed dislike as roughly 24 sea spirits clustered around her and spoke amongst themselves. She noticed him and smiled. Sasuke shuddered as he felt goosebumps rise across his skin. He did not like that smile at all. His mutual dislike was set aside when Sasuke noticed they had all, massive Biju and diminutive humans, had taken only 3 or 4 steps yet were already near the foot of the twin thrones. Both were comprised of black ink brush lines, more the suggestion of thrones rather than anything solid. Yet as Amaterasu ascended and sat down, a red-gold disc of flame edged in turquoise blazed behind her shoulders. The god sitting next to her was backed by a harsh half-crescent, and the angles of his face and beard were as sharp as the edges of his dark blue armor. He held a naked blade across his knees and his own hair was bristly and storm-tossed. The god's brown eyes considered them in utter stillness before he nodded once. I am Susanoo, the storm, he said in a harsh voice more used to calling beyond great tempests of sound. Speak. Sasuke and Sakura glanced at each other and stepped forward. You seem to know of the Otsutsuki clan, said Sakura, her face contorting at the name. In our time, 25, 30 years from now, they came from the stars to erase this world. Once, we fought Kaguya Otsutsuki and sealed her away, but heard no word from any gods beyond the Sage of Six Paths, continued Sasuke. He pulled his hair aside to reveal the gaping hole in his face and neither sun nor storm flinched at the sight. Higoromo-san gave me the Rinnegan to help solve such a crisis, but I lost it during the Otsutsuki Wars. 20 years after Kaguya's defeat, there were 3 scouts who came to this world, all Otsutsuki, and all seeking Kaguya. They were isolated, independent, and arrogant in their power. Sakura clenched her fist and in the silence of the hall Sasuke could hear her bones creak at the pressure of her grip. We destroyed them but heard no alarm from any gods such as you. Susanoo bent forward and planted his elbows on the arms of his throne, clasping blue gauntlets in front of his face as his frown deepened. 25 years after that, said Sasuke as the memories filled him, knowing the same was happening to Sakura, the Otsutsuki came in force. 20 pale white things shaped like men, but with powers and capabilities we still do not understand. The tailed beasts were corrupted, the dead walked as puppets, and things climbed from cracks in reality to break down mountains. Only the strongest among all the nations, all of humanity even stood a chance, but all we did was slow the destruction. We lost, spat Sakura, her teal eyes glaring, and fists clenched as she met Susanoo's glare with her own. Everyone and everything I ever knew, people I loved, our family died, the earth wasn't even recognizable at the end, and where were you? Where were you? Her shout echoed through the silent hall with the grief of a parent who'd buried children and the condemnation of an abandoned daughter. Indra's own anger was roused, and he put his hand on his friend's shoulder in agreement. Our daughter, my husband, our friends gave their lives so we could come back here across time, but still we are hunted. Whispering began in the hall, but Indra carried on. An Otsutsuki from our battle with a bow and white arrows chased us through time. Higoromo-san fought it with me before dragging it away. It was captured briefly by Orochimaru Yashoguro, but he is dead and the Otsutsuki missing. Amaterasu held up her hand and Sasuke fell silent. Any trace of her former warmth had been hidden away and tongues of multicolored flame were leaping from the edges of her form in arcs of energy. 20 Otsutsuki, you say? And one followed you back in time. Indra nodded. Yes, Amaterasu no. No pleasantries, said the sun goddess, and she clapped her hands as the doors closed with a thunderous boom. This is now a war council. An Otsutsuki has broken the treaty, that he is from another time is irrelevant. He is here, he is not dead, and you have said more will come. Lady Amaterasu, this is preposterous, began one of the nearer gods as he stood up. The tailed beasts simply seek our intervention to free them from human cages, and we have enough affairs to manage as it is. There is an earthquake scheduled for. Irrelevant, boomed a centaur beast in samurai plate and surrounded by imps. I can count the number of humans Kurama has approved of with one hand. If he supports these two, I will listen. The nine-tailed fox is not immune to ill feelings of his own, said Otohime. Doubtless. The vest hall buzzed with sound. Dozens of conversations as row after row of deities, spirits, and hangers-on questioned, spoke, or argued with one another. Sasuke felt Kurama's growl in his chest and put a hand on the Bijuu's paw. There is a time for our anger, he said knowingly as Kurama tore his gaze away from the sea goddess. Don't let her bait you. She is wearing Kushina's face to mock me. A snort and the fox wrapped his writhing tails back around himself. Yet you have a point. He said something else, but it was lost as Susanoo stood up from his throne and swung his sword once across the air. Conversations died and Sakura raised an eyebrow as she realized the god of the storms had cut sound or, depending on how abstract this place was, simply killed all conversation. The bearded man spoke. I have always supported those who would allow the mortal world to make their own mistakes. Even demigods and minor kami are permitted such latitude. But Otsutsuki enforced demand a response. He turned and addressed Sakura. You accused us of laxity before, mortal, but know this, the Otsutsuki clan and the Divine Realm are both aware of the nature of reality. Timelines, alternate dimensions, call them what you will. The treaty we agreed to forbade interference in such matters. In your telling, humans managed to defeat Kaguya Otsutsuki with the aid of the sage Hage Oromo, then stood alone against 3 Otsutsuki and succeeded. I would argue your success meant we did not need to intervene and explains the absence of your gods. Amaterasu made a face that indicated she did not think this was so, but Sakura had her covered. What about 20 of the bastards then? Death stopped working, something else crawled out of the reanimation jutsu, and we had an intel report that said an Otsutsuki was eating gravity. How bad does it have to get before we got some goddamned help? Pink eye, whined Shukaku, shut up. A transparent, purple-skinned being in white robes and with equally shaggy white hair glided straight through the one-tail's body after a quiet word with Matatabi. It drifted past Sasuke and his heart skipped a beat as it leaned into Sakura's face. You said death stopped working. Sakura nodded. I was a medic nin, I know death. Now you know me twice over, said the god of death dryly through drooling lips. Elaborate. When people died on the operating table, something else sat them up and walked away, said Sakura bluntly. If it was possession, mind, and soul-focused jutsu did not detect it. The bodies were destructible, so it was not reanimation. Black slime emerged from within the body and the external epidermis within 6 to 10 seconds, but brain or heart activity remained in some patients even after this. By then, they were usually trying to kill us. Show me, demanded the god and Amaterasu clapped her hands. Memory, step forward. Almost all of you were not here for the first war, so stand and watch. A glowing red woman with a high topknot and silver diamonds on her cheeks climbed down from the rear of a faraway bench as many of the gods looked interested. Amaterasu, is this necessary? Asked Matatabi, who had lifted a paw to hide Yujito's gaze. I have seen what the Uchiha has to offer and can attest to the truth. The gate was thrown wide open. No. There are fail-safes, right? You would fail your duties, Matatabi. That would mean. Sorry, said Memory regretfully and shoved her hand into Sasuke's skull, disappearing up to the elbow. There was blank space devoid of sensation or being, and when Sasuke came to, Kurama was dragging him to his feet by the scruff of his robes. The hall was dead silent as Memory moved to Sakura, and the goddess looked unsettled. Do we need to see hers as well? They have killed Otsutsuki, said Amaterasu, and Sasuke heard a pyre's greedy hunger in her. I want to see it. Memory pulled Sakura's first life out of her skull and flung it across the expanding space of the room like she was unfurling a banner. The gods watched, gasped, screamed, a few even cursed, but Indra closed his eye and covered his ear. Sakura deserved some small speck of privacy, and there were some things he didn't need to see a first time, let alone a second or third. Memory watched for a lifetime or perhaps for no time at all, before she reached that familiar rain-swept plaza with seals and dying family. She furled Sakura's memories back into the kunoichi's body with a flick of her wrist as the woman staggered back into Shukaku's tail. Susanoo was speaking quietly to the Shinigami while a small bug man with ink and quill was scribbling a list from Amaterasu's shoulder. He jumped down into the cloud form floor and disappeared even to Suzuki's Sherry-non. "Well, that wasn't very fun," said Sakura, who looked as shaken as Suzuki felt. "Did that answer all your questions, Amaterasu no Kami, Susanoo no Kami?" "It did," said the god of the storm, and he looked at Suzuki and Sakura with quiet respect. "You have earned the right to stand here." "Other people earned it more than I," said Indra, and Sakura nodded. "We survived thanks to the sacrifice of others." "That is how gods are forged," said the deity heavily. "The best ones, in my estimate." "Grandfather, Kurama-chan." A snow-white fox the size of a horse wound its way through the tailed beasts as other deities began to come down from their seats to speak with them. "I see we are of the same mind." Susanoo did not smile, but something in his aspect seemed pleased. "Granddaughter Inari, I would share your name with this woman who wears it in disguise upon the earth yet brings you no shame." "Well, there's certainly some shame to be had," said the fox in a young girl's voice. "I mean him. And him." She pointed her tail at Indra, who had no argument with that opinion, and at Shukaku, who was making suggestive tongue motions in the direction of a familiar tree spirit before Komei accidentally gagged him with her tail. "My brother hits on anything woman-shaped and several things that aren't," said Kurama, and now the mean-spirited glee in his voice was directed at someone else. "But if my brother's attentions were a disqualification, this would be an empty hall indeed." The real Inari groaned. "Ugh, Faiyan. I have no objections, grandfather." "Good. The name Indra has not been reclaimed since the sage's son passed on, so I grant it to you freely," said Susanoo as his sword extended to tap the flat of the blade on each of Indra's shoulders. The blade retracted just a bit and poked the tip of his nose, drawing a single drop of blood. "You can keep my name on that armor of yours, since it has killed Atsutsuki." "Thank you," said Indra as he turned to watch the process be repeated for the woman who was once again Inari. Once they were done, Amaterasu clapped her hands. "Back to your seats," she said in a tone that brooked no argument, though some such as Otohime were more reluctant than others. Once order had more or less been restored, the sun goddess began. "After conferring with my brother, Lord Shinigami, and Lady Matatabi, we have been able to sketch out an estimate of what happened to our counterparts' high halls. Susanoo has agreed that in the initial case of Kaguya, the tailed beasts, mortal shinobi, and the sage of six paths were enough to contain her. Politically, she would have been a problem neither we nor the Atsutsuki would have liked to manage and likely agreed to be forgotten. While Naruto, Suzuki, and Sakura grew in power and wisdom, at the time of these second Atsutsuki scouts more than a decade later, the mortal world was able to destroy them. The three of you would have been demigods, or close to it. The Atsutsuki would doubtless have argued that counted as interference, just as we would have argued the mere presence of three Atsutsuki counted as the same. However, the goddess let the word hang in the air. What Indra and Inari have named, the Atsutsuki War, is not only a blatant violation of our treaty, the speed and size of the alterations indicates all of the high-seated gods here were dead when the invasion began on the mortal world. The edges of Amaterasu's form began to ripple with flames again. To answer your question from before, Inari Harano, the reason the gods could not aid you is because we were already dead. A preemptive strike, growled Kurama, and Susanoo's frown increased as his sister continued. Yes. Sudden and overwhelming, even for us. If our prophets, demigod children, or even spiritually attuned monks had any warning after the slaughter, it was measured in hours. By then, what could they do? Die, well said a blue-skinned, black-eyed, predatory being that was more shark-shaped than anything else. His nostrils flared and he grinned as Indra guessed this was the Hoshigaki's ancestor. What else is there? I am a laughing Buddha, not a wrathful one, protested a robed man with long earlobes and ample belly as Inari frowned. I thought there was only one Buddha. There's a lot of need for Buddha, so there's a lot of Buddhas, said Shukaku as if it was obvious. Fat, thin, enlightened, struggling, wrathful, joyful, Siddhartha. Personally, I think Chuckles could stand a little more suffering. He's had it too good for too long. We are not expecting everyone to fight, said Amaterasu, cutting across several commerce deities and a mountain spirit. Thanks to Indra and Inari, the gods are forewarned and forearmed. The forges are being roused as we speak. We have our own matters to attend to, but the tailed beasts operate in the same gray area as the being you called Black Zetsu and yourselves. Divine enough to get involved when it matters, sufficiently mortal to be beneath notice. So you're not going to help us right now, said Inari with a scowl. Why, I'd say the 6 of you are doing quite well so far. Amaterasu looked a little surprised. Kome, speak to Fujin Kami, you both can rouse whatever wind spirits you come across. Scour the earth for this at Satsuki, I'll ask Otohime Kami to do the same for the water spirits. About that, said Indra as the 9 tails burst into flame and roared loud enough to shake the marble pillars of the high halls. Otohime, he bellowed as Indra, Inari, and many of the gods scrambled away from him and stamped out embers of karmic hatred. I have words for her, oh yes, far more than words. Not this again, muttered the white fox Inari from where she was perched on Inari Harano's head. Amaterasu remained where she was at Kurama's feet and looked distinctly unimpressed. Kurama. Otohime has betrayed the sacred covenant her husband Ryujin once established with the Uzumaki clan. She corrupted her own worship to turn the Uzumaki over to the Deep Ones. She has stolen the souls she swore to safeguard. The clan lies in ruins, because she ruined them. Uzushio lies in ruins because she destroyed it. The 9-tailed fox stalked down the hall, each step an accusation, his gaze fixed on the group of robed beings surrounding a still smiling goddess. Madatabi, Shinigami, how many Uzumaki have passed through your embrace? Not nearly enough, I would guess. The Uzumaki have long lives and much vitality, said his sister. And I have been inside a Jinchuriki even before Uzushio fell. The Uzumaki and I, perhaps they have enacted some scheme to avoid my eye on their way to the Pure Lands or the 9 Hells. The second siege showed their prowess in such jutsu, said the Shinigami. These are heavy charges, Kurama, and your bitterness towards Otohime is well known. So is my vendetta against the Uchiha, and yet I call upon one as my witness. Indra. Have you seen evidence of such treachery? Asked Susanoo as his sister returned to her throne. Would you even understand it as such if Kurama's bias was absent? I can only tell you what was relayed to me by my team. Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Harano. They learned of it from Akiragaku Urumbu, who went by Mijio and I. Karen Uzumaki believed him as well as Kurama, and she indicated something occurred at the Uzumaki no Shrine that prompted a change in her plans for Uzushio. Lower fishing estimates. Nothing you saw with your own eye. The 9 tails shot Indra a look. No, admitted Indra. But I would trust Kurama with my life. Wait, he shook his head. I would trust him with my children, who I value far more. Amaterasu raised one perfectly manicured eyebrow as the fox's expression cleared. Mito Uzumaki was hers, I grant you, Kushina Uzumaki. We know about Kushina, began the Shinigami as Kurama slammed a paw into the floor with frustration. Half her soul was dragged into the Reaper seal you so despise. You were channeled there, weren't you? Even if you were holding the other half to reunite the pieces, that portion was unsealed earlier today to free me. I spoke with her myself, saw her vanish from the seal. So where is she? The Shinigami was silent. Indra noticed that despite Kurama's blazing fury, Otohime was still smiling. I have no record of her passage, said the purple death god, and though it was difficult to tell on such a monstrous face, he sounded troubled. And I know the Reaper death seal all too well to say Kushina's soul would remain there after her time. As her soul is tied to Otohime through bonds we have already established, this does bear examination. I can back his charges, rasped a voice, and Indra turned to see the Hoshigaki shark god step forward. That Otohime is possessive of her Uzumaki charges is also known. We all have our. His eyes lingered on Indra's robed shoulder. Preferences. Salamasina was born of Hoshigaki and Uzumaki, an auspicious match. Belief was up to her, yet when she was young, Otohime came to this red-haired shark. I arrived with curiosity more than anger, but, the god searched for the words. Otohime was insistent. Scraping against the very edge of choice, and I objected. You have not spoken of this before, said Amaterasu, and the ocean deity picked at his teeth. No need. Otohime backed off once she saw I was willing to be bloodied, and the girl made her own choice several years later. But now, Kushina, Naruto, Salamasina, Karen, a pattern can be established. The number of deep ones has also risen, as my daughter Inahi could attest. The attention of the room swung back towards Kurama and Otohime. The former was baring his teeth at the latter, and yet still she smiled. "Where is Kushina Uzumaki's soul?" asked the death god. "I'm afraid I don't know." She giggled and hid it behind one robed hand. "Why are my worshippers killing so many yokai with red hair?" asked the Hoshigaki patron. "The deep ones are a pest control problem, easily quashed, are they not? Or has your clan grown weak, Sahaimachi? The deep ones are in your waters more than mine, and my worshippers are not weak." Sahaimachi looked affronted. "I would not allow them to be so." Amaterasu was next. "Otohime, have you forgotten the responsibilities you agreed to when we permitted you to retain the Dragon Palace and all associated with your late husband's position?" Kurama had shifted right ever so slowly and was now between Otohime's group and the door as gazes had hardened and questions raised. Sahaimachi was striding down the hall, and several other gods were converging or backing away as their mean suited. Otohime's giggle rolled on into shrill laughter, and she abandoned propriety to clutch at her side. "I never knew and wouldn't bother to care if I did. I don't even care. The Dragon Palace is full of deep ones, and more are attacking the Fox's precious children right now." "What?" Indra's eye widened and Kurama's teeth snapped. "Amaterasu, she admits it. Give me the order." "Surrender, Otohime," warned Susanoo as he pointed his sword at her, and the tension in the hall mounted. "Unless you have truly gone mad." "But I'm not Otohime," said the woman. "Though she has been very helpful." The illusion of sea spirits and elaborate head dresses popped like a soap bubble to reveal 20 horned Otsutsuki with weapons drawn and a blind cackling archer at their head. There was an instant of horrified realization, and then gods stared to die. Naruto and Sasuke brought Sakura's body back to where several of the Hoshigaki had congregated around Old Gills, and the mood was somewhere between shocked awe and deep sorrow. "Is Sakura dead?" asked Naruto, and Sasuke rolled red-tinted eyes as he picked up her sandals from the road. "Of course not, she's still breathing. And look, her hair and cheeks are going back to normal too." The teal petal markings were gone, and her hair had returned to being hair instead of whatever plant life it had been. Sasuke distrusted it immediately as his teammate let out an exaggerated sigh and sat down heavily on the rubble. "She's alive." "So's this fish," said Sasuke irritably as he kicked Old Gills in the side, and the Hoshigaki elder opened one eye to see dozens of his clanmates looking down. "He's totally fine." Old Gills sat up and patted the back of his head, his stomach, and waggled blue toes experimentally. "Thank you for playing along with this little ruse," he said as several Hoshigaki gasped or called him very unkind words in water country slang. "I wish I could take the credit, but someone lied to me as well." He glared down at the spear Inahi, and his shark teeth rattled along the haft against the ground. Sasuke swore it was laughing at them both. "Someone prophesied I would die in the ruins of Uzushio helping a foreign girl, and here I am, not dead. At my ripe old age, that's downright disappointing." Sasuke contemplated strangling the man to finish the job, but Ari's massive tan form shouldered her way through the crowd to do it herself. "Old Gills, you are tricky, chipped tooth, senile old man, I really..." She shook him by the neck violently enough Sasuke feared the 8-foot Hoshigaki actually would break her father's neck, only for her to hug him close. "I'm with her," agreed the Uchiha as he closed his medical kit with more than the usual force. "That was low, playing with Sakura like that. Can you blame me, considering the results?" As one, the cluster of Uzushio forces turned to look up at the mass of plant life and crab human meat dripping into the street. Naruto whistled as he took in the full scale of Sakura's sage jutsu. "Man, Sensei and Shitty Fox are gonna be so proud." "Alright, look alive," said H as Old Gills found his feet and Inahi leapt to his hand with a spike of bone. "We've still got Tuuka to deal with, let Sasuke heal what he can, then we're moving." The sound of a conch shell echoed across the valley, 3 horn blasts from a powerful and human throat, and all the Hoshigaki perked up. "That's a deep one hunting call," muttered the middle-aged man as he spun the sea axe in his hand. "Prey ship spotted." "What prey ship?" At this point, Kakashi Hatake had tuned out the screaming and wailing of the 612 civilians stuffed into his refugee ship, but that was harder to do in practice when they were screaming all around him. Panicked refugees fled up onto the deck as he kicked the sea beast trying to climb in through the porthole. The reeking bodies of 3 other things lay behind him along with the remains of their feast. Kakashi slammed the window closed and deadbolted for good measure. It was instantly shattered as a bulky scaled arm punched through the reinforced glass and tried for his throat. Ice Spear. The ambient temperature dropped rapidly as Haku launched the latest sea monster back into the water with an ice spike just small enough to fit through the hand-sized porthole. I believe that is the last of the breaches, Kakashi Hatake, said Zabuza's androgynous partner, and the Konoha ninja resisted the urge to breathe deeply as ice sealed the room off from the outside world. He'd already puked once when they'd first engaged the creatures, but at least he'd done so into its face as a disabling move. Are you still ill? No, said Kakashi as he waved back through the tight ship's corridors. What the hell even are these things? Master Zabuza regularly spoke of yokai and ghosts in the ruins of Uzushio, said Haku. While I also took them to be mere superstition, it appears he was not entirely wrong. Hopefully he'll get the chance to say, I told you so. The ninja reached the deck to find hundreds of worried refugees, the 6 remaining Mist Rebel ninja out of the 12 they'd started with, and the familiar billowing metal anchor that was the first of the pursuing Mist battleships. Once the Mist Nin had realized Zabuza the demon was on their battleship and was likely going to commandeer it, the pursuing Umbu on the second ship had given their hiding comrades up for dead and had started firing shells at their former ally after an hour's delay. Still, Zabuza and Suijutsu had somehow managed to keep the battleship from exploding. A miracle, in a surprising display of seamanship, they had used its massive steel hull and Zabuza's mist jutsu as a simple blockade to prevent any more shots from hitting Kakashi and Haku's refugee vessel as the Chachin navigator steered both ships through the afternoon and night. Kakashi had gotten some sleep in somewhere, surely. Zabuza was probably running on wool alone. Plus, he was a swordsman of the hidden mist, and rumors from the Third Great Ninja War said they drank the blood of their enemies for strength. The Konoha veteran ran a hand across his mask and felt the silver-gray stubble underneath. Any more fires we need to put out, Haku? I have taken care of the last of them on this ship, but the navigator has informed me both Dawn and Uzushio's ruins are close. One of the remaining Mist Rebels whistled for attention as he pressed binoculars to his head. Zabuza's trying to signal something. I can't make it out. Haku peered across the waterlogged harpoon chain his master had linked the vessels with and waved back at the distant figures silhouetted by fire. He does not seem panicked. Zabuza's got ice for blood, I don't think he's capable of panicking, said the Mist Ninja. That Hojiki kid on the other hand, he swore violently as dark figures crawling up the ship's sides became visible as dawn began to stir behind the horizon. Looks like the things are trying to take that ship and crawl across to this one. I can cut the line, said Kakashi at once, and was skewered by glares from all directions. After Zabuza and Suijutsu are across, I mean. You guys might want to hurry up and go grab the kid, Zabuza's got his hands full over there. Man, look at him go. You're a ninja with working legs, sighed Kakashi even as he climbed on top of the ship's stern and put one foot on the slowly waving chain planted in the hull and sealed by Haku's ice. You're welcome to join us. Someone has to guard the civilians. Kakashi supposed they did, but he couldn't blame the man for being afraid. The Sharingan's predictive third tomo was the only thing that had stopped him from being gutted when the first monsters clawed their way amidships. And Kakashi was positively lethal in close quarters engagements, which this chain promised to be. He was tired and the chain was treacherous, but they were all tired. Umbu rules, Sakumo's rules, suck it up, push through, and keep fighting. Kakashi began moving across the swaying chain as fast as he could and hoping the invigorating wind across the eastern sea refreshed him enough to stay alive. By the time he and Haku caught up to Zabuza, the swordsman had made it a quarter of the way across and had been forced to stop as Suijutsu desperately clung to the chain he'd almost fallen off. The kid had done well for an untrained child, Kakashi supposed, and bent down to try and pry him loose. Kid, you can let go, I've got you. The boy latched onto Kakashi with obvious relief, but the respite was short-lived as a yokai corpse that had fallen back into the sea was thrown back up at them with a strength that sent the entire chain rattling. The ninja kept their footing as a soaking wet figure reached up and grabbed a hold of the chain links with deceptive ease. The figure in dark blue mesh armor and the tattered remains of a swirling headband swung up to straddle the link with long double-joined legs. Kakashi felt his blood run cold at the rich red hair, but closer inspection confirmed this was not one of the members of the expedition. "Maiaon," groaned the teenager-shaped thing with seeming boredom. "What's going on up here? Anything interesting?" "No," said Zabuza and swung at his head. The kid bent backwards to avoid the blow, stretching beyond normal human joint limitations before snapping back with the boing of a spring. "Oh, I know you," he said brightly, pointing one clawed finger at Zabuza. "You're one of those mist guys that killed my dad." "I've killed a lot of dads, you'll have to be more specific," replied Zabuza as the creature clambered around and under the links of the chain to avoid his blows fast enough to make a grab for Suijutsu. "Since I should take revenge and stuff, I'll just eat your kid." A fanged maw took a chunk out of Kakashi's increasingly shredded flak jacket as Suijutsu tried to get away, but there was nowhere to get away to. The remaining yokai had dived off the chain and were copying their master with great leaps from the waters below, which kept Haku busy with target practice. Still, close quarters fighting. Kakashi's lightning blade drove for his enemy's heart. It sizzled to nothing as the charge dissipated through the demon's body and the metal links of the chain. They stared at each other blankly and Kakashi repeated the attack, only to be met with the same result. "What the hell are you?" screeched Suijutsu from Kakashi's shoulders. The scaly teenager beamed at them and pulled his cheeks away from his face to reveal more teeth. "I'm a rubber boy. Lightning doesn't work on me." "I can get inventive," said Kakashi before he felt Suijutsu launch himself towards their enemy, shaking with fear as he turned to liquid. "Haku. Let's do the thing." "Ack black black," burbled the yokai as a net of rubbery fingers scooped Suijutsu into his mouth, swishing the boy around in his cheeks like mouthwash before swallowing. "Whew, that was refreshing. It's nice to have somebody feed themselves to me for a change." He patted a scaly belly as it swelled. "I wonder what you guys taste like." "Ice-style combination jutsu," said Haku as his hands flashed through signs to end with a pointed crane. "Hojiki ice daggers." The redhead's rubber body grew new sharp spears for several seconds and Kakashi cocked his head to hear Suijutsu's frantic laughter emanate from the boy's mouth. "Oh," moaned the former Uzushio teenager as he slumped forward into the chains. "I don't feel so good." "Yuck, yuck, yuck," chanted Suijutsu as he pulled himself out of the rubber boy's throat, his hands frozen into claws of ice. "At least it worked." "Quit whining, I got a rowboat stuck inside a whale once, had to dig my way out," said Zabuza as a soggy sailor bloated by recent death was chopped in half by one of the 7 blades and the chain was momentarily clear. "All right, hey, cut the line." He sheathed his sword, grabbed a teenager under each arm, and ran for the refugee ship without even a backward glance. "It's a chain," said Kakashi to the sea and sky. He wound one hand into the link next to his foot and began channeling a large amount of lightning chakra into the other. Even with that tremendous cutting power, he still dislocated his pinky and fractured several more hand bones cutting through the thick iron chain. The Konoha ninja held on tight as the released tension sent his half of the harpoon flying into the air. Once his momentum began to stall and the spinning had stopped, Kakashi was quite a way above the ships. This gave him a magnificent vantage point from which to watch Zabuza and Suijutsu's former ship, Red Butcher, drift sideways and founder as a whirlpool dragged it down. The sunlight shone across the ocean and Kakashi could also see the dark shapes of sea demons below the waves, swimming at an impressive pace, in the same direction as his refugee ship. Those were a lot of sea demons. The former Umbu tucked his arms into a dive and started rifling through his jacket scrolls. He had a parachute in here somewhere hopefully, because if Kakashi hit either the water, the ship, or a demon without one, he was going to have to improvise. Just to make his day worse, he noticed the guns of the second pursuing mist ship had come alive again. Karen Uzumaki wiped sweat from her face using her shoulder and it was very awkward. Mere feet away Meiho had teleported onto the back of a large deep one and drove an axe into his neck gills. But the Uzukage tilted her chains and elbows focusing on the click-click-click of the physical lock some bastard Uzumaki had incorporated into the just lock as well. There was a thunk and a sizzle of long-stored chakra as Karen felt energy rush along retracting golden chains and into her body. She bounced up from a crouch, grinning in relief as one of the sacred sealing chains ensnared the Deep One and bit deep. There was a distinct smell of searing fish as the chain's properties proved anathema to the yokai, just as it had for dozens of others. "That's 7, she announced over the creature's howls of pain, and with a spin, Karen launched it into a wall where it practically dissolved against the stone. "One more." None of this was exactly fun, but being trapped elbow deep in a single spot, trying to open a hideously complicated lock as howling fish demons killed her people was the worst part. Now, she could run, she could fight, help as many hunting parties of Hoshigaki as she could on the way to the last seal. Karen rubbed her eyes just in case she'd missed something, but no, that was a ship sailing into the bay at full speed, and the reason why was just behind, flying the mist battle flag amidships. She pulsed her chakra, but the ships remained stubbornly visible. "Meho, are you seeing this?" "Yes, ma'am." "Ah," said Karen with the resigned air of someone who knew there was always more dung to be thrown at an air conditioning system. "Deep Ones are climbing up the sides." She began to jog towards the beach and the giant enemy crab howling for her death as one hand absently pushed her glasses back up her sweaty nose. "Fuck it," she thought. "That last seal can wait." The Uka's howl was drowned out by the sound of the mist battleship as the guns on its deck replied in a 3-point retort. Smaller batteries added supporting arguments, and Mijio and I tackled Karen out of the way as 3 enormous shells blasted through the Uka and covered them both in its innards. Where she'd been about to charge was a smoking crater, and Karen realized she couldn't hear anything beyond a faint ee. Mijio and I's hand glowed green and he put it to her ear as his other sliced a Deep One into 4 cutlets absently. "Enemy colors," shouted the old man. Karen tapped her lips, and the instant he dragged the mask up off his face his arm went limp along with most of his other muscles. The only sign this was a problem was a slight tightening near the corners of his eyes as he repeated himself. "I will signal my comrades, but their quarry is bearing enemy colors. If they're human, alive, and can stab a fish, they're allies," she replied. "Feel free to argue after we win." Mijio and I flicked Itcher off his blade with a shaking arm and stood up. He flipped the ONI mask back onto his face and roared as its strength became his once more. "Kirigaku!" he shouted, and Karen launched herself to the tallest pile of rubble. From here, there were less Deep Ones still in the streets than she'd expected, and the last remaining Uka was scuttling back down the slope to try and crush the battleship. "Hoshigaki! Uzushio!" Her voice was ragged, her shirt and shorts ruined beyond recognition, but the symbol of new Uzushio tied to her arm was pristine still. "The people on that ship need our help." "Help hunt," managed a Hoshigaki teenage girl hopefully as more people slowly appeared in the ruins. "Hunt ship?" "No, we're saving the ship," replied Karen, and she saw an exhausted Salamasina give her Uzukaji a glance that screamed, "I know girl, I know. Plenty of fish to fry between here and there. Hunt the Deep Ones." "Uzaa," managed the shinobi as Karen's clattering chains lifted her over the uneven terrain on multiple limbs. She saw Team 7, Ari, and oh thank the Kuwabai, old Gills join them alongside a ragged few of Mijio and I's Mistumbu. "Nah, it's Uzuya," called Karen. None of her friends were dead, and she joined the smattering of laughter at her own horrible joke. If there was one thing that buoyed Zabuza's spirits, it was standing on top of a pile of mist-hidden corpses and creating new, taller piles from which to repeat the process. That those corpses were the rumored Deep Ones, the yokai of the sunken places and shipwrecks, was a proverbial anchor to his hopes, but the creatures died to Kukabakabura's edge just the same. "I changed my mind, Haku," he said as a demon's jagged harpoon put a large notch in his blade. "Coming with you and Heitake was a good idea." "I am glad, master." Haku froze a beast solid and dropped it down the side of the ship, where it knocked free a dozen more of its fellows. "I mean, could you imagine how screwed you'd be without me here? I believe you were very firm with me to avoid intercourse for the time being, master." Zabuza was 88% sure his first and best tool/apprentice was fucking with him, but there was always a chance with Haku. "We're not doing great right now either," said one of the other rebel ninjas as the ring of blades and jutsu protecting the refugees tightened a few more feet. "I like the view," offered Suijutsu as the crab thing with a human torso inside a shell promptly lost both to a point-blank battery from the mist battleship. Even as it died, the thing clawed into the sides of the ship, snapping guns, and tearing great sheets of metal away while the shapes of men ran, climbed, or fell into the sea. Salamasina, finish it off, shouted a child. Migio and I, up we go. Pointed spear tips the size of Zabuza's hand punched through the claw-marked edge of the ship and a small ball of gold light somersaulted over the edge. Halfway through her rotation, the chains curled around the girl lengthened and 4 golden arcs lashed through deep one scales and deck plating with equal ease. The monsters that hadn't died writhed on the deck as the girl took back the chains she'd come in on and held the whole bundle out in front of her. Zabuza caught her grin and recognized something of a kindred spirit, or at least someone who knew how to get blood drunk. The deep ones in front of her roared and more than a few spat what Zabuza knew was acid, but the girl dodged them. Yeah, that's it, she said with relish. This is what you're afraid of. One daring thing tried juking her and was stabbed by a bloody Mistumbu with a familiar and terrifying mask. How many of you have we killed tonight? Said the mask. Back. Back you monsters. Even though they'd finished off the deep ones in front of them, Zabuza, Haku, and the others obligingly backed up several steps. Just in case. Return to your mistress, said the girl as the yokai were pushed, stabbed, and hurled over the side. You have failed. With one foot on the gunwale, a deep one missing an arm turned back and grinned. Have we? When the last piece of the corpse sank beneath the waves, the golden chains retracted into their rescuer's back and her umbu dragged the mask off with a grateful expression. Then he saw Zabuza. In the same instant Zabuza saw him and they pointed their swords at each other. You. Which one of them shouted? It was debatable. Demon of the hidden mist, shouted the old man. Oni of the island mountains, cursed Zabuza. Can we not? The stupid girl tried moving in between them and Zabuza swung to kill on general principle. She squeaked like a field mouse as 3 chains following her flung arm turned a killing strike into a blow only that made her bounce off the deck. Haku, Suijitsu, said the only sane, sensible swordsman of the mist. Drag that stupid golden bitch out of the way. I'm going to kill a war criminal. Says the terrorist wanted in 3 nations who tried to kill Lord Mizukage. Well, I'm Mizukage, huffed the girl, who'd sliced a big bleeding gash in her shoulder from the sharp edges of the decking she'd created. Both of you, stop it. You have no authority over me, hissed Migio and I serve the rightful Lord Yagura. Well, Lady Maze probably melted him to ash, taunted Zabuza. So now she's the rightful Lord Mizukage. Lady. Whatever. Lady Tsunade was right about the land of water, said the girl. The men are stupid. Who are you, prissy pants? Snapped Suijitsu as he attempted to drag her away from what was going to be a duel to the death. Let go of me, she turned and slapped him, then promptly shrieked as his head turned to water. Ah, a Hojiki, said Migio and I with distaste. You're next. Look out below. Kakashi Hate's makeshift parachute got hooked on the coning tower and the man himself swung around to burn off excess speed before he landed on Haku, Suijitsu, and the girl, in that order. There was a great deal of cursing, most of it from Suijitsu and Hate, but when they'd all staggered upright in the bright early morning, the 2 mistnin had lowered their swords by small margins. Kakashi of the Sharingan, said Migio and I as he shifted his stance so both Konoha and Rebel Mist could taste his blade. Kakashi. Karen punched a watery Suijitsu out of the way and looked the tired gray-haired man up and down as she really registered his presence. Kakashi-sensei. She squealed and threw her arms around him. Thank the Kyuubi, Team 7's going to be so excited to see you, what are you doing here? Not dying, mostly, said the man and he waved Zabuza's sword down. Any more of our aquatic friends coming after us? He frowned at the massive blood stain she'd left on his flak jacket and pants, then frowned at her. Are you all right? Lady Uzukage has cleansed her sins in the corrupted blood of her people, said Migio and he sheathed his sword. At her request, I will stay your execution. Uzukage's not a thing, retorted Suijitsu. I'm making it a thing. I've killed a whole lot of demons to make it a thing. To answer your question Kakashi, we have some short time to lick our wounds so let's get ashore. She gratefully accepted the towel Haku handed her and Zabuza saw dozens of overlapping bite marks in the early stages of scarring on her arms. I suppose it's too much to ask you brought me a ship full of battle-hardened Jonin. I did, said Migio and I before he blinked. They are mist Jonin and Umbu under my command. We started with 612 refugees. Innocence. Kakashi was looking at Mijio and I and remembering a long rap sheet in Konoha's bingo book. Mizukage Terumime. Traitor. Is asking you politely to accept these war-weary travelers into your village. Is he part of the package deal? Karen was looking at Zabuza and the pile of dead demons under him with approval. For now, said Zabuza, who was patting his pockets. May gave me a letter, it's here somewhere. Haku pulled the letter from within his robes and handed it to Karen. As long as that demon stays, said Mijio and I, pointing at Zabuza, I shall not. Consider your choices carefully, Uzukage. You're just going to take your ball and go home. Karen didn't look up as she opened the letter and Zabuza saw May had sealed it with a kiss. Typical. I might believe that if your battleship didn't just turn 2 large problems into several smaller chunks. Or if your Umbu and my Hoshigaki haven't been fighting shoulder to shoulder all night. Or if he was the one wearing the ONI mask. By the way, you can stop pretending like you can stand. A golden chain emerged from her back and tapped him hard with the flat of one spike. Mijio and I collapsed to the deck and glared at all of them as Zabuza saw clusters of people begin work on clearing the streets. What's your name again? Zabuza Mamakai. Your theoretical Mizukage's trade terms are outrageous, she said. I'm renegotiating those with whoever's actually Mizukage. You and your refugees can stay, provided you're rebels. The real mist. Don't kill any of Mijio and I's Umbu. The same applies to him. Are we clear? I'll manage, admitted Zabuza before what she could see of his face blanched. Wait, those are the haunted ruins of Uzushio. Karen, have you already burned down your village? Asked Kakashi and she swatted at the hand he tried to ruffle her hair with. No. That's Naruto and Kuwabai-san's fault. The red-haired girl sprouted golden chains again and Kakashi's eyes, original and gift, almost fell out of his head. How do you have Kushina's chakra chains? The chains which had been pulling her back over the side of the ship paused and a cautious voice floated back. You mean Naruto's mom? Can't think of anyone else. Ask him, she said, clearly avoiding the subject as she crawled down the ship like a spider. It was a strange sort of procession really. Kakashi was wandering around looking for whoever Naruto was, Zabuza was following him because the swordsman was not wandering off alone in a haunted city stuffed with enemy Umbu. Haku and Suijutsu were following him because one was his apprentice/tool, and the other didn't like hanging around towering pyres. A dark-haired kid had just lit another stack of kerosene-soaked demons aflame when he turned to see them approaching. Huh, Kakashi. Didn't expect you here. Do any of your friends know medical ninjutsu? No, deadpan Zabuza as Haku raised a hand. Sasuke, said Kakashi, trying to smooth over the awkward moment. How is everyone? Are Naruto and Sakura alright? Naruto broke his arm and Sakura's unconscious, said the teenager. I have a shadow clone that, since it hasn't dispelled yet, is still trying to deliver a baby. I have been banished from the medical plaza and am setting things on fire. Kmin Twinkie, it's not that bad, drawled a voice as a tan basking shark that had learned how to bench press stomped around the pyre. You have 10 minutes left on your break and Sally ordered you to eat something. Sasuke looked mutinous. Make it 20, said Kakashi. Sasuke, take me to Naruto and Sakura. Why does Karen have Kushina's chakra chains? He shoved a slightly crumpled ration bar into the Uchiha's hand, and the medic nin ate mechanically. She jumped off a mountain after they didn't let us into Lightning Country. What's with all the fish people? Which ones? The ones you set on fire, said Suijutsu. Deep ones, said the teenager in between bites. Naruto and Karen's ancestors made a bad deal for immortality and Naruto's downstairs tenant said it broke the rules. She's got a shot at undoing it once she's on the coral throne. What about that shark lady? Asked Zabuza as he turned his head to watch a one-eyed Hoshigaki stroll past. That's a whole lot of women. They are very enthusiastic about killing yokai and bad at dying. Try not to cut yourself around one. Their old man cheats. At card games. He cheats, said the Uchiha firmly as they reached what was unmistakably the medical plaza. Naruto and Sakura were easy to spot, partially because he was in bright orange, and she was not raving from her hospital cot about blood. The blonde looked up from the seals he was writing on his cast and grinned. Hi, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke. Whoa, more mist guys. These are the rebels, said Kakashi as he sat down across from Naruto and prevented Sasuke's escape by putting him within reach of his friend. The Uchiha was dragged down next to Naruto as Zabuza and Haku tried to pretend they were not hovering. Suigetsu didn't even bother, strolling up and leaning over the Konoha ninja to assess their unresponsive teammate. Why is she unconscious? She doesn't seem real hurt. Whoa, sweet tats. Sakura-chan killed one of the stabby crabs, you know. Mijio and I cheated, he had a battleship. Sakura, asked Kakashi and Naruto nodded. Did Sasuke already tell you the story? Cause he sucks at telling stories, I'll do it. Start from the beginning. Okay, so remember when you first told Sasuke and I about our moms and they were like, stupid in love, you know. Kakashi's look of surprise was going to get stuck on his face if he kept wearing it for so long. I see, we're starting from the very beginning. Shitty Fox was even better than me, he could do their voices too. Almost against their will the rebel mist ninja were sucked into the tail. Sasuke fell asleep and leaned into Naruto's shoulder, then gradually collapsed into his lap. For his part, Zabuza wondered if anyone else could tell Kakashi was grinning underneath his mask. Chapter 68, Gods and Monsters PT2, Blood in the Throne Room. Sakura woke up halfway through Naruto's explanation of why there was a small war going on over a dead city and derailed the conversation just by sitting up. Sasuke almost immediately pushed her back down again, tried to get her to drink water, and compromised by propping her up with a backpack. Is this a lucid dream? She asked between sips at a juice box. Because I'm seeing Kakashi-sensei and some other weird guys over there. Kakashi's real, said Sasuke, who was frowning at his teammate. You're awake, but it's been a few hours. How do you feel? Sakura looked down and breathed a sigh of relief as her body was still mostly flesh and blood. Fine, I think. She held up her tattooed right arm and bent it, flexing fingers experimentally. I don't feel like a tree. Why the hell would you feel like a tree? Asked Suigetsu and Sakura scowled. None of your business. In fact, who are you people? They're Kakashi-sensei's buddies from the Rebel Mist, said Naruto as he slapped Suigetsu on the back and screamed as the boy splattered water all over Team 7. Suigetsu, be nice, chided Haku as the snickering water pulled itself back into a human shape and Zabuza smirked from behind his bandages. Hear that, hey take? We're buddies now. I'm overwhelmed with joy, said the Konoha ninja dryly, shooing the Rebel Mist contingent back several steps. Here, Sakura, can you stand? Guess not, she sighed after several failed attempts to find her feet as her teammates supported her. Totally worth it though. I'll say, agreed Naruto, giving her a double thumbs up. You were awesome, Sakura-chan. Team effort, she retorted as Kakashi draped the small girl across his back for a piggyback ride. Is Indra-sensei back yet? Let's go find out. Since she was riding Kakashi's shoulders, Sakura felt him shudder when the small grassy space they'd trapped halfway to hell and back came into view. Naruto winced and Sasuke strode over to stab the deep one that was lying dead less than a foot from Indra Uchiha's unconscious body. Okay, so maybe we shouldn't have left Sensei's body alone, but at least our traps worked. You left him like this? Asked Kakashi in disbelief and Naruto threw up his hands. Look, there was a bunch of stuff going on, you know? We had like, a block and a half of trap seals, Sasuke's razor wire, and some of Sakura's He hummed the last bit at a sharp look from the Kunoichi who'd put a finger to her lips. Not in front of Weird Mist Ninja, she hissed, gesturing at Zabuza, who radiated menace without even trying. Technically this brat's not a ninja, said the swordsman of the True Mist, jerking a thumb at Suigetsu. But I'm gonna make him one with a lot of bruises and broken bones. The white-haired child looked unspeakably happy at this threat and gawked at his superior. You mean it, Zabuza-san? I'm standing in a haunted fucking demon city, said Zabuza, rubbing his shoulders exaggeratedly and spitting on the ground. Gods ward me, I'm not adding Mujutsu's ghost to the list. Hey, objected Naruto, trying to poke Zabuza in the chest and rebounding off rock-hard ABS. New Uzushio's not haunted, we're killin' all the demons and Shitty Fox is gonna help. It's gonna be a great place to live, you watch. What about the assistant librarian, said Suzuki, who was looking at the blonde with a mix of exasperation and affection. I think she counts as haunting the vaults. She's not a real ghost, said Naruto dismissively. She comes out of the seals on the bookshelves. Sounds like a ghost to me, replied Zabuza. You can keep your crappy, fixer-upper ghost town. All the ships are destroyed or grounded, said Sakura brightly from Kakashi's shoulder. You're welcome to try swimming back to the hidden mist with that big dumb sword of yours. All right, settle down, chided Kakashi, because the feared silent killer of the hidden mist would punch them both without a flicker of remorse. Karen said we only had a short time before more of those Deep Ones attack, let's not waste it standing here. After leaving Kakashi's summoned dog pack and the rest of his explosive tags to guard Indra's meditating body, the group wound back through the streets as Kakashi caught Team 7 up on his own adventures across the land of water. He left out the discussion he'd had in the Mizuki's mind, because even after 2 weeks, it still left too many unsettling questions for even a seasoned ex-Umbu like himself. The whole thing stunk to high heaven. Speaking of stench, Kakashi sniffed and resolved to breathe through his mouth the rest of the time he was in Uzushio. The leader of Uzushio was easy to find, mostly because of the way her chakra was panning across the city in sensory sweeps, but also because Karen was clustered next to Mijio and I, the bloody mist Sumbu and several monstrously powerful chakra signatures Kakashi didn't recognize. The red-haired teenage girl had changed out of the shredded remnants of her previous clothes and was now in shabby jeans, a tank top, and a mist flak jacket comically oversized for her skinny frame. She was hunched over a block of rubble serving as a meeting table and was letting Nami doodle new Uzushio's symbol on the back of her jacket as the new arrivals were sorting out their command structure. Salamasina was also staring at the map and her eyes flicked up to give the new arrivals a once-over. Lady Karen. New Uzushio's leader looked up and some of the tension in her stance lessened. Kakashi, perfect timing for once. I was about to send for you. What for? Asked the Jonin as he relinquished Sakura to her teammates and bent to examine the weathered map of Uzushio, which had been updated with red ink. You have what I don't, experience, she said bluntly. But something doesn't feel right. The reaving shark yokai sitting opposite you, suggested a bloody Mistumbu before giving Zabuza the finger. Or how you're allowing an international terrorist and traitor to walk around freely. Play nice, said Salamasina in the scolding tone of a disappointed mother as Karen rolled her eyes. No, it's something one of the Deep Ones said before I ripped him in half. Karen looked to Mijio and I. You heard it, right? I said he'd failed to conquer New Uzushio and he just grinned and said have we. Like he knew something we didn't. Wasn't even angry when I killed him. The Deep Ones are fanatical, believing their so-called goddess protects their souls from divine judgment, said Mijio and I with derision. Their lack of fear is a delusion of invincibility we may yet puncture. If killing Furuka and Ive lost count how many of his buddies didn't make him freak out, what will? There will no doubt be other waves, other abhorrences spat forth from the deep. Mijio and I tapped the hilt of his Notaki with the flat of his palm. They will die just the same. Kakashi spoke up. With no estimate of the enemy's numbers or disposition, we can't hold this position indefinitely. From what Team 7 has said, the goal isn't to win the fight, but to get you to this coral throne to reactivate the barriers. Am I correct? Except there's only one seal left to find in a short stroll to the Uzuki's tower, we should be getting pounded by more. That bitch Tewia should be frantic or something. Instead we've had 4 hours of sunshine and seagulls. Karen turned to Salamasina. The Deep Ones can attack during the day, right? The chiefess nodded. They can, with thunderstorms, mists, or rough seas to make sure they have the advantage. Maybe some hit and run on a nice day like today, string us out across the beach again. Not to sound like a broken record, said Kakashi, but since we still don't know their actual numbers, perhaps they expected us to break by now and need to draw up more forces. He felt himself begin to relax as he focused less on the headband symbols around him and more on the tactical questions at hand, getting drawn into the discussion. Perhaps they weren't expecting bloody mist reinforcements. Neither was I, said Mijio and I, and his surprising honesty made Kakashi raise an eyebrow. Lord Yagura's orders were clear, for Umbu Unit Yellow to reinforce us and shell Uzushio into oblivion if the barriers were down. Nah, drawled Zabuza as heads turned in his direction. They were goin' after my shippin'. Hey, takes refugees from a couple of nautical miles out, deep in all of those whirlpools. Clearly thought we'd make an easier meal and they knew we were coming. You fuckers didn't buy 'em off with our blood, did you? Traitorous filth, roared one of the Umbu as Mijio and I growled at him and Suijitsu edged behind the swordsman of the hidden mist. How dare you accuse us of betrayal when you stained a treasured blade with Lord Yagura's blood? Shut up, all of you, shouted Karen as Salamacina bared her teeth at both men and golden chains separated them. Your civil war is irrelevant right now and Uzushio does not care. I don't care. I asked you here for analysis and experience, so either give it to me or go back to stacking corpses. Kakashi caught all three members of Team 7 sharing not-so-secret grins as Mijio and I and Zabuza both backed down. Karen took advantage of the silence to cool tempers further. Zabuza is right. His pursuit means there are other deep ones around, but if they chose to engage weaker refugees compared to a missed battleship, they're less substantial or less unified than we fear. Fighting based on implications is a bad idea, said Kakashi. But I agree, there is something more going on here. Perhaps it's related to why Indra-san and, he sighed heavily. The Nine Tails have not returned either. Shitty Fox did say Otohime would have to make choices and split her attention or something, said Naruto, who'd been surprisingly quiet all this time. Maybe this is what he was trying to do. Maybe, perhaps, who gives a shit, said Zabuza, kicking a chunk of rock away. We're standing here with our dicks in our hands instead of doing something useful. He has a point. Karen turned to Mijio and I. Have your sensors sweep the ruins again for the last seal since I can't find it. It should be in a 4-block radius from where we're sitting right now. Sal dash. The noonday sun flickered like a dying light bulb and all conversation died at once. It blinked once before it strengthened again, and the entire process was over in seconds. Most people, indeed, most mortals on Earth missed it entirely. The War Council in New Uzushio was not most people and there were several violent oaths, muttered prayers, and twitches as they heard the spear Inahi screech in alarm from the coast. As if it were the signal they'd been waiting for, 5 more Uka rose from the churning waters of Uzube, clambering onto the central island Mijio and I's sacrificial Umbu had blasted clean of life. In front of them, the waves built into a massive tsunami, sucking the salt water in as figures leapt from the Uka to ride its crest. It swallowed the beach in a rush of water and force and only began to slow when it thundered into the ruins. The roar of its passage was quickly followed by the screams of civilians and distant Hoshigaki roars echoed closer to home as Karen growled. All right, new plan. Team 7, search and rescue, Umbu sensors, find me that seal. Everyone else, follow me to the front lines. Come in, Karen, pleaded Naruto as Ninja began pairing off into squads. We can fight too. Not like me, you can't, said Zabuza, which got him 3 unimpressed looks as the bandaged man slung his 2 apprentices towards the Konoha ninja. Suijitsu, Haku, go with them. No way. You need me, master. Heitake can cover my back just fine, said Zabuza shortly and Kakashi blinked in surprise. Was that a declaration of trust? From a Mistnin? This mission was full of wonders. 2 Hoshigaki and a Kyujira missing an arm were retreating in their direction, fighting back against the indistinct figures who kept moving in and out of the advancing ocean. Salamacina intercepted them first, her water blade writhing in agitation. H, why are you back here? Get to the front line. This is the front line, snapped the middle-aged man. Right, new plan, said Karen, who was panicking and trying to hide it as she rose on golden chains. Salamacina, hold the center of the village with every one of your clansmen you can find or rally. Mijio and I, your forces take the right flank, Kakashi take the rebels and go left with the rest of our friendly Uzumaki. Team 7, you're with me, civilian evacuation and seal protection duty. Go. Kakashi used Obito's eye to sear the image of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura into his memory as Zabuza dragged him away, hoping it wouldn't be the last time he ever saw them. Come on, Indra, he thought as a howling thing that had once been a woman lost her face to Nami Uzumaki's lightning-wreathed prosthetic. Where are you? The Divine Realm, the High Hall of the Gods. The second volley of 5 pure white arrows screamed from the blind at Satsuki's bow, jagged arrow points aimed at the sun goddess pinned to her seat at the opposite end of the hall. Amaterasu spun out of her chair with a dancer's grace, wrenching an arrow out of her shoulder. The blazing plate-sized mirror disc seated behind her shoulders swung around in a whoosh of ignition to hover in front of her index finger. The disc deflected or incinerated 3 arrows in a swirl of red and turquoise flame as Susanoo's sword cut another projectile in half. The final arrow schemed the top of her head and impaled the goddess to the wall by her hair bun. She tore her way free with a cry of rage in a waterfall of dark hair. "Otsutsuki," she hissed through clenched teeth, and her expression was one of terrifying fury. "To arms," roared Susanoo as he leapt into the air astride a crackling storm cloud to meet a white-robed being in a flurry of sword strikes. The pale white creatures pressed their attack and gods fought or fell where they stood. Indra, Inari, and the tailed beasts were already moving, Shukaku's human body dissolving as his vast sandy form put himself between a large cluster of kami and 2 Otsutsuki wielding hand sickles. Indra and Inari vaulted over him as one and landed on top of their hated foe with shouts of rage. "Foolish humans," rasped an Otsutsuki as Indra's purple Susanoo arm ripped his first heart out and Inari's chakra scalpel obliterated the second. Udeshi Shukaku's tail batted him up into the rafters where he exploded as the second assailant folded through space to cut Inari's arm off at the elbow. A sword Indra had willed into existence with black lightning cut through the creature's second scythe as his ex-wife beat the enemy to death with her own severed arm. It attempted to fold space again and again, turning itself into a kaleidoscope of white robes and grasping fingers, but the time travelers killed it anyway. They both endured the point-blank detonation, and when Indra lowered his Susanoo armor, Inari's charred flesh was already healing as she idly reattached her arm. "Get back," called Shukaku as he swept them behind an intricate pillar to avoid a sprouting forest of golden spears from the cloudy floor. He was breathing hard and Indra looked up to see that Tanuki cast a worried glance at the large patch of glass spread across his sandy side from where the Otsutsuki had detonated. "Shit, that's not good." Fuck, chanted Inari, her expression equal parts shock and rage before her own outer self took back control and her face smoothed out. "All right, battle plan dash." Her words were drowned out by a deafening roar as the Nine Tails bit 2 Otsutsuki in half and his tails launched a third up into Komei's claws. He paid for this by taking a gold spear to the chest, and the thin pole expanded in size as its owner pressed Kurama into the closed throne room doors. "Shu, protect her," cried Matatabi, her voice terrified as she threw her Jinchuriki's mortal soul towards the Tanuki. "I'll help Kurama." The cat's living blue flame slammed into a radioactive Otsutsuki blazing neon green and the 2 opponents tumbled away into the chaos of battle. Indra moved to help, but a stabbing pain in his blind side had him twist around and finally notice the gleaming sickle embedded in the muscle. With the adrenaline and fear surging through him, the Uchiha simply hadn't felt the blow. "Sakura, could you dash?" His ex-wife absently pulled the blade out, threw it at a starspawn dueling the samurai skeleton kami in samurai armor, and healed the wound with one pass of her hand. She was cradling Yujito, physically holding the girl back as the teenage Kunoichi tried to follow her Biju. "No. Let me go, I can help." "You can," soothed Inari, her expression diamond hard. "But this fighting is beyond you. Indra, Shukaku, this pillar is now our triage station, hold this position." Indra grunted in acknowledgement as he sent a volley of purple arrows screaming across the hall, only for the kami to dissolve into a pile of dust and gold light at his opponent's hands. The Otsutsuki smirked and moved towards them, only for a horse-sized white fox to jump up and claw at his eyes. The next few minutes were a blur of purely instinctual violence and jutsu usage, techniques deployed with blinding speed as the Otsutsuki tried to age them into non-existence. Indra skidded to a stop with 6 new cuts on his good arm and the goddess Inari bleeding gold blood all over his shoulder. "Your gods," he panted as the red-skinned memory in an Otsutsuki that looked like a living tumor slammed through redwood pillars with every clash. "Can't you heal yourselves?" The rice goddess whined a little. "We are perfect beings, Indra-san. Most of us were never meant to be wounded, so we lack the ability to heal." "You'll live," said Inari, pink hair tucked back as her gloved hands went to work and Shukaku's tail slid several more wounded or dying gods into their makeshift shelter. "Any special divine organs I need to know about?" Susanoo's thundercloud swooped low and the armored storm god landed next to them wreathed in lightning and raw power. He discharged it in a streaming line of energy at something translucent even Sasuke's Sharingan could barely see. "No," he said shortly. "But I need you both on the battlefield, the enemy has momentum, and we must regain it." "Casualties began Inari. "The high-seated gods must not die," said Susanoo. "The fundamental principles of mortal life must be maintained. I would sacrifice even you for this, granddaughter. Inari, with me, Indra, defend my sister." The pink-haired Jonin looked like she was going to argue, but Shikaka cursed and scooped her up onto the storm god's cloud. "No time to get fresh, Pinky. Wind style, air bullets." The sandy Tanuki spat concentrated wind chakra up into the cloud-wreathed rafters, and Susanoo and Inari plunged upwards after the ephemeral Otsutsuki. Kurama and Amaterasu were easy to spot, mostly because a fox covered in red and white fire was hard to ignore. The sun goddess was astride his back, her mirror disk a whirling blur as she dueled two Otsutsuki at once. "Solar prominence," she roared, and white flesh peeled away as a giggling woman ripped the mother of all's shoulder wound wider, worms oozing from her fingers. Several vast tails plucked the Otsutsuki away and impaled her to the floor. The creature exploded, and Kurama's scream mixed with her cackling as the detonation next to his face made the Kyuubi stagger. 6 white arrows impaled his left paw to the floor in a cascade of blood, followed shortly by all 9 tails in his right leg. Well. The blind Otsutsuki danced through the air, gripping his bow in dainty fingers as he twirled another white arrow like a geisha's ribbon. She was right. The so-called fox and the flickering sun are so predictable. This is the second time we get to kill you, so we'll savor it. "You loathsome snarled Kurama before the arrow went through his snout, tongue, and jaw to silence him in a fountain of blood. "Chakra doesn't get to talk," admonished the Otsutsuki, turning his eyeless face towards Amaterasu, who was struggling against an invisible force holding her in place. "A shame, you really might have had a chance. But those mortals aren't the only ones with knowledge of the future." "I already know the future," said Amaterasu, who stood tall despite the golden blood staining her ruined kimono. "I don't care what your great will says, you don't live to see tomorrow." The Otsutsuki flicked a finger, and the sun goddess was forced to her knees as disconnected sounds flowed from his lips. The younger starspawn next to him looked up with gleaming Rinnegan eyes. "What is the will's wish?" "We would like the chakra construct to kill her this time," mused his superior. "She called out to him the first time we put out the sun, and the circumstance amuses us. Make him ours, and we shall watch through all our eyes. As you Indra's Chidori-wreathed Susanoo prosthetic came up over the fox's side and cut the watcher's feet off in one sweeping blow as black sludge began to seep from pale white flesh. Even as the Otsutsuki swallowed a cry of pain, Indra climbed up, his robes and Kurama's fur dissolving under the spreading dark substance. It was worse than acid, because he could feel the oily, cold substance eating at his soul as well. He flung the Otsutsuki over his shoulder, sacrificing his Susanoo prosthetic to the muck only to barely avoid another white arrow meant for his face. "You." The blind Otsutsuki was no longer smiling, but 4 arrows were floating point first against Amaterasu's pale throat. "We had hoped you would die at this one's hand, Sasuke Uchiha." "Keep him talking," said Amaterasu's voice in Indra's head. "Do you wish to strike the killing blow?" "I'm not married to the idea," thought the Uchiha, and hoped she could hear him. "Just kill the bastard." "Big talk from someone who's been hiding ever since the sage and I beat you," said Indra aloud as he felt Kurama gather chakra below them. "How was your stay with Orochimaru no Yashoguro?" "Love the new look, blindness suits you. Let's add deaf and dumb." "Every indignity visited upon me shall be turned to you 1,000-fold, said the Otsutsuki, still in a sing-song voice, despite the scowl on his face. His free hand went behind his back as he rummaged in some inner pocket of his robes. Indra and Amaterasu tensed. "But we do not hide. Weren't you curious what happened to your sage of 6 paths?" A pale white hand opened to reveal 2 Rinnegan eyes frantically twisting back and forth before they centered on Indra and widened in unmistakable recognition. Indra felt the gorge rise in his throat as the Otsutsuki jiggled the eyes like dice. A parting gift from a wayward growth. Part of him here, part of him there, part of him way over there, staining the wall. Kurama's roar of fury filled the hall as he heaved upwards, wrenching himself through the arrows pinning him to the floor, ignoring the pain as the flames of his wrath reignited. Indra, the Otsutsuki, and Amaterasu were all thrown into the air as one, technique abandoned in favor of fox-inspired ferocity. Indra felt 2 arrows go into his left lung and he retaliated by shoving a thumb into his enemy's empty eye socket and pulling sideways. There was gold blood all over Amaterasu's neck, but she used the edge of her disc to hack off the hand holding the sage's eyes, which fell away in a spurt of black ichor. They broke through the vast jade doors in a shower of green stone, leaving blood-spattered destruction as they fought, all 3 of them screaming their lungs out. Several huge claws snatched Indra and Amaterasu away and the time traveler wiped blood out of his eye to see Kome spiral to a crash landing missing several wings, with Inari right behind her. Inari's punch hit the Otsutsuki who'd killed her daughter square in the chest and the left half of his body simply disintegrated. Kurama's blood-stained tailed beast bomb hit next and took the star spawn's legs. By the time the Otsutsuki hit the blood-stained and ruined floor of the high hall, Susanoo's blade was at his neck. No. Amaterasu's command rang through the space, piercing the clamor of battle as a few scattered Otsutsuki clusters were run down by tailed beasts and furious surviving kami. The sun goddess picked herself up, seared her throat closed with a tongue of flame, and stalked forward to her brother's side. It seems the Otsutsuki need a reminder of why they should fear us. Not much left to fear, grinned the blind archer as his still beating organs tried to pull themselves back into what remained of his torso. How many of you are left? More than you, spat Matatabi as she limped closer and holding one paw to her chest, but the Otsutsuki still smiled. We can return from ego death, can you say the same? If you're referring to your karma tattoos, said Amaterasu with syrupy sweetness. Look to your left. Everyone turned to see the purple-skinned god of death distend his fanged maw and swallow something indistinct, corpse-white, and writhing. There was a distant scream before he belched and folded his hands. Otsutsuki taste as vile as ever, mother goddess. The leader's grin shrank by several teeth, but his smile continued. We are part of a greater will, yes, said Amaterasu as she put a single finger on the Otsutsuki's forehead. So I know this will hurt both of you. The idea of flame. Everyone in the hall, god, demigod, and Biju alike were forced to turn away as the last Otsutsuki was engulfed in light and heat. When it was done, there was a black spot on the floor marring the illusion of the sky and Amaterasu dusted her hands decisively. Anyone else? Shikaku cleared his throat. Ma'am, your titties are hanging out. There was scattered laughter, silenced almost as swiftly by Susanoo's glare, but the sun goddess pulled some of Indra's still burning black flame to her as a new cloak with no visible shame. Thank you Shikaku. Now, summon every servant, soldier, and healer in the palace, sound the alarm. The blurry aftermath of a battle, the exhausted catalogue of the wounded and the dead was familiar to Indra and Inari, but surrounded by divine beings the experience was even more surreal than usual. Shikaku had dragged Kurama's bloody form over to his siblings and the Biju quietly commiserated as each healed their injuries, though the Nine Tails were the worst by far. For a while, Indra used the remainder of his chakra healing frantic minor gods, doing what little he could alongside Inari, red-skinned memory, and a god with a familiar circle and triangle tattoo on his forehead. Drink, asked the divinity once he and Indra had relinquished a recovering mountain spirit to the care of frantic attendants. The Uchiha gratefully took a swig of what he'd thought was wine and spat it back out almost instantly. You drink blood, he managed a roundabout of coughing, trying to get the taste of salt and iron out of his mouth. The god rolled his eyes. Duh, I'm Jashin, a god of blood? What did you think I drank, milk of human kindness? Indra was too busy scraping his mouth to immediately answer, but Inari made a noise of recognition from behind her chakra mask. Jashin is in Jashinists? Does the name Haydn ring a bell for you? I'd be a shit god otherwise, since he's got my blessing. Bit disappointed he killed everybody else in the sect, but he's got enthusiasm. Devout, does my ritual regularly, good source of praise, decent ambassador. He sacrifices people in a screwy ritual, said Inari shortly as memory dragged away their healed patient and replaced them with the pile of centaur bones Indra had seen earlier. The pink-haired woman stared blankly down at the remains of a god. I can't heal a pile of bones. Memory moved them away and sat back against the pillar of the high hall. Then we're done. Almost, said Jashin. Let me clean up. The blood god snapped his fingers and the gold, red, and black stains across the hall vanished as if they'd never been spilled. Inari glared at him. "You're a piece of work." "And you're a medic," retorted Jashin, pointing his flask at her. "There's tons of medic nin who like me. Spill blood, put it back inside somebody, that's the great circle of life and death. They might not know all the right words, but that's what Haiden's for. A pillar of faith, like this one here." The blood god slapped the pillar. "He's a madman, you should look for better worshippers." Indra cleared his throat. "Inari." "What?" she snapped. "I swear, if you tell me to calm down, I'll take your other arm." That threat rolled off Indra like water off a duck's back. "I have an idea." "You and Naruto have plenty of ideas, that doesn't mean they're good." "Haiden's part of the Akatsuki," said Indra. "So is Chinosuke, the blood girl." Inari's smile grew slowly, but it was almost as wicked as his own. "Oh, you're mean." Chinosuke, mused Jashin, staring off into the distance before slapping his thigh. "Right, that lot with the Katsuri Yugan, the little blasphemous clan. They turned me down even though their shit and my shit together would have been some really special shit." He did mention something about a little tart a year or two ago. "The Akatsuki is trying to seal away the tailed beasts and will return Kaguya to this world if they are allowed to continue," said Indra, reiterating what they'd explained to the gods earlier. "I'm not sure how much influence you have, or if Haiden would listen. Oh, if I told him to eat his own dick, he would," said Jashin breezily. "You want this Chino tart dead, I can make it happen. For a price." "No deals," said Indra, crossing his arm and stump. "Otohim's betrayal means I'm not trusting someone as obviously evil as you. We just finished fighting a bunch of Atsutsuki. Evil, he says." Jashin looked annoyed and elbowed the red-skinned god next to him. "Can you believe this guy? You are wearing the previous chosen's skull as a shoulder guard," pointed out Memory, who was trying to get divine viscera out from under her fingernails. "Not the best look, Jashin." The blood god shrugged. "Whatever." They sat in silence for perhaps a minute before Jashin relented under the time traveler's expectant gazes. "Alright, fine. Bunch of babies. Since you two kill Atsutsuki real good, and I don't want to get the Otohim treatment, this one's free. I'll get Haiden to drop whatever this Akatsuki shindig is, kill the little tart too. One condition." The kami held up his pinky as he took a long swig from his blood. "If Haiden runs into you guys, you let him go. I broke every bone in his body and left him jelly," said Inari with distaste. "That tool already used up his chance. Then he's still got a freebie from tall, dark, and gloomy here." "I won't harm him," said Indra carefully, and Jashin took the bait. "There we go, we're all best buddies, right? Besides, it'll be funny, a bloody good time." "Blood puns are our cue to leave," said Indra as he stood up. "Let's go, Inari." "Gladly." Shukaku shuffled aside to permit the two time travelers access to the tailed beast huddle, and they caught the end of Madadabi's statement. "Unable to leave the land of lightning for several months." "More like years," pouted Yujito, who was clinging to the two-tails paw as if the Nico Tama would disappear without physical contact. "Lord Raikage's gonna make me do all the worst missions, honey pots, and guard duty forever." "Good," said the elderly-sounding cat. "You still have a great deal of training even with Lord Shinigami's blessing. Where our body is located does not matter when traveling to the gate." "Staying in the land of lightning could be beneficial," mused Kurama before swallowing a whimper as his paws gently covered his snout. "Ah, damn those star spawn." "Let me see," ordered Inari, striding over to the Ninetales, only for the beast to turn away from her. "I do not need your false sympathy, Inari Harano. I can heal on my own." "He stabbed you in the mouth," said Indra, shaking his head at the fox. "If you want to devour Otohim for her treachery, you'll need jaws without a giant stab wound." Kurama sighed and the wind blew through Indra's hair and robes with a familiar heat. "Very well, Indra Uchiha. If you insist." The Biju turned back and soon Inari was clambering over his snout as Komei buzzed for attention. "Quick question, why'd the sea goddess go nuts and side with the Atsutsuki?" "Obviously she wanted to silence Kurama and Indra," said Madatabi as she flicked her ears in irritation. Killing the other gods would remove any possible oversight, though her own execution would follow swiftly, I have no doubt. Maybe she has something else, said Indra, frowning. Some insurance or bribe so they leave her alone. Can't think of anything that juicy she might have in the Dragon Palace, mused Shukaku, patting his belly like a drum. But if Otohime wasn't with her new friends today, and she's not with us up here, then where is she? Kushina Uzumaki hadn't expected the Pure Lands to be so wet and cold, but then her mother had explained everything, in a voice so sweet and familiar Kushina had wept at hearing it again. Because the Uzumaki had been forsaken, their path to the Pure Lands was harsher, a test of the spirit that only a very few people could take. There were other Uzumaki around her, some of whom Kushina recognized faintly, and they were so very kind, such wide smiles, such strange weapons. You've been so strong, my dear, said her mother, brushing her hand across Kushina's forehead, and the faint echo of concern she'd had vanished. But we need someone with the sacred chains to lead the way, and we've been waiting for such a long time. I'm sorry, mother, Kushina replied, bowing slightly. But I had to wait for my son, Naruto. We knew one day he would need my advice. And you gave it so beautifully, said her mother, patting her cheek. I'm not a fighter like you, so I shall wait here until you and dear Teiwa open the way. Please be patient with her. Of course, mother, replied Kushina dutifully, though mother hadn't been looking in her direction. Of course, mother, said Teiwa, bowing deeply to them both as several other Uzumaki joined Kushina and they began to swim upwards through the cold and dark passages of wherever here was. They swam for a long time and Kushina wondered why she didn't need to breathe, right? She was dead. Is it impolite to ask how you died? She asked the group, and got one or two snickers. How do you think I died? Said the large Uzumaki man with a strange weapon of bone that undulated in the water. Some mist trader with a shark sword killed me when they attacked the village. On the bright side, we're getting even on M right now. He chuckled. More than even. Keep it in your pants, Gojeki, said Teiwa from the front as one of the women on her left snarled at the one who'd spoken. All of you, we have a job to do. We get Kushina to the barrier, break through, then get to the throne. Like the coral throne. Kushina beamed. Oh, all of you will love this then. My son Naruto is helping his cousin try to get it back right now, you know. As above, so below, said one of the other Uzumaki, and Teiwa turned back to grin at them as light began to filter through the water. Her smile was very wide, but then, all Uzumaki's smiles were wide. Kushina felt pride to know that even in death they were a happy people. Exactly, Mr. Jeki, exactly. Something huge moved through the water above them and Kushina strained to identify the silhouette before the old woman next to her pulled them aside, pressing them into the cover of a vast wall of rock. Hush! There were distant, water-muffled roars and the call of a conch shell that made all of them save Kushina tense up before Teiwa shook her head. That's not for us. You guys go, said the swordsman, moving to pull the strange bone blade off his back. I'll go back to the dash. You'll do no such thing, snapped Teiwa, grabbing her companion's ankle before he swam off. What did I just tell you? She's right, agreed Kushina, her red hair billowing around her in the water. Whatever fight that is can wait. Getting all of us to open the Pure Lands is more important. Teiwa slung the large man around in the water and pointed forwards. Finally, someone on this team who has some fucking brains. For that Gojeki, you get to be bait. The Uzumaki swam through increasingly murky waters, growing cloudy as they approached some vast structure built into the walls of this underwater afterlife. Amidst the harsh craggy surfaces of the stone, Kushina squinted as she felt force pulling them towards the wall, then nodded when she saw Gojeki hand his weapon to Teiwa and seemingly disappear into the rock. Some genjutsu or perhaps a secret passage. If genjutsu existed in the afterlife. As they waited for their scout to return, Kushina bobbed in place in the water, looking around at the other Uzumaki who'd come with her. Teiwa, lithe, gorgeous, but with an attitude worse than Kushina's had ever been, was floating next to her, with Uahana the old woman next to her. The orange-haired Tajeki was lost in some world of her own, so Kushina turned to Uahana, who was huge for someone who looked so old and wizened. Very broad shoulders, but her long arms were marred with hideous burn wounds, and worst of all the damage looked recent. How did you get those? Asked Kushina, motioning to the burns and making a sympathetic face. Was it the mist again? The old woman laughed. Hardly, dearie, in fact I did it to myself many years ago, back when I was young and foolish. She frowned, one snaggle tooth sticking out of her wrinkled lip. I remember I was absolutely terrified of something, but not what. Funny how the mind works when you're old. I can tell you all about that little girl at the Konoha tea party or what I had for lunch when the second ninja war came to an end, but a terrible thing like that dash. Kushina sighed. So, we still have memory problems in the afterlife? That's disappointing. Old Lady Yuahan is a special case, said Teiwa tightly. She burned her very soul with some nasty seal work. Oh good, the dipshit's back. Gojeki had returned, wiping his mouth as he crawled from the hole. We're clear, he said. You want her to go first? Second, replied Teiwa. Tajeki, keep an eye on Mrs. Uzumaki here, make sure she doesn't wander. I'm not a drooling idiot, snapped Kushina, her hair beginning to take on a familiar nine-tailed shape almost out of habit at this point. I was an umbu, you know, perfectly capable of sneaking around. Oh umbu, Yuahana shuddered. I don't like them, no. I was killed by umbu, I'm pretty sure. Then a look of sheer terror crossed the old woman's face as she looked around at them. Then Tajeki was at her side in the water, whispering soothing nothings and rubbing circles into her broad back. Kushina felt relaxed just from proximity. The other woman was very soothing. Even as Kushina clambered into the pitch-black sewage tunnel head first, she felt the grace and comfort of her distant mother sweep through her like a warm embrace, quieting the hunger in her stomach. Suzuki had offered to carry Sakura, but she'd instead picked the mist ninja with the long black hair as her transport, and Haku accepted with little argument. After all, Sakura said, Naruto broke his arm and we need you as our medic nin. So what's your deal? Asked Suijitsu, frowning at her from where Sakura had put her hands together in the ram sign on Haku's shoulders while he ran. Why are you totally useless? Did you get hit with some ninja technique? Something teal flickered once or twice on her face and Haku almost dropped her before she sighed and it dissipated. Damn it, still indiscriminate. She used a forbidden technique and the rest of us were desperate enough to let her, said Suzuki, who had his sword out and his Sharingan roving the half-submerged ruins, scanning for deep ones. Naruto, if she tries drawing up any more of her chakra, you have my permission to hit her with your mace. Naruto stuck his tongue out. Okay. First it's called Fox Fang, and second, when did you become team leader? Technically I'm team leader, grunted Karen as a slithering scaly thing breached the waves and landed Fang first on a spiked golden chain. Since I'm Uzukage. She wrenched the gold links out in a fountain of black ichor and threw the corpse back into the waves like a disappointing catch. Now it was Suijitsu's turn to shriek like a teakettle as a ravenous woman with a distended jaw and bloated stomach launched herself at him and sailed right through his watery form with a gurgle of surprise. She landed on a half-collapsed rooftop near the second canal, scrabbling with claws to arrest her momentum. Yu, she gurgled. Uzukage. I've got her, shouted Naruto, hefting the massive and slightly dented iron club over his head with a grunt. Kekai Genkai, Icebind, said Haku as the seawater around the grouper-looking demon froze solid and she visibly panicked. She spat a huge glob of something acidic at Naruto, who hissed back as it began to dissolve his orange and yellow jacket. I need that. He brought the mace down with enough force to send them both through the unstable ceiling in a cloud of dust. Naruto, chorused his teammates as two more tremendous blows shook the building and the sound of rushing water intensified. I'm fine guys, I hang on. Something smells extra bad. Naruto fell silent and Haku put a hand on Suzuki's shoulder, because the boy looked like he was going to throw himself into the rubble head first. Suijitsu had pulled himself back together and strolled over, putting his hands on his hips. He's kind of an idiot, isn't he? Shhhhh, chorused Suzuki and Sakura, motioning them into a crouch, and Karen looked momentarily worried. What? Naruto's never quiet, hissed Sakura into Haku's ear. Something's wrong. They knew she was right because the boy who crawled out of the rubble a minute later had gone as white as his seal-covered cast and most of the muscles in his face were totally slack. Sakura, he rasped, eyes wide. Am I under a genjutsu? She checked. No, you're fine. Why? Naruto blinked, slapped his cheeks a few times and looked back at the hole. I just saw my mom with that short fish bitch Teiwa. Karen frowned. What? Your mom is in Kushina Uzumaki, who's been dead for years, asked Sakura, and Naruto nodded. Yeah. I mean, Sasuke and I just saw her soul inside my seal like, yesterday? Last night? I dunno. Did Miss Kushina look human? How could you tell? Karen scrambled over to stare her cousin directly in the face as the two mist apprentices exchanged bewildered glances. What were they doing? I mean, my mom looked pretty human, I guess. Teiwa and her buddies sure didn't. They were swimming through the second canal for some reason. Likely to avoid the current battle, said Haku, and the others nodded in agreement. The question is why? They're going after the Coral Throne too, said Karen, getting to her feet and staring up at the 7-story tower hidden behind a golden barrier. They want me to bring down the last seal and beat us there. Not gonna happen, said Naruto firmly. We can just leave it up and get Kakashi-sensei or somebody to kick their butts. You don't have the time or the people to do that, said Haku, his voice reproachful. These creatures are winning the battle. So turn the tables, said Suijutsu. We can kick their butts and Prissy Pants here can open the barrier afterwards. Naruto, you're down to one working arm, remember? Sasuke's eyes were twitching slightly as he thought, staring down at the churning canal waters. Sakura can't move, let's find Dash. There's no time, said Karen, cutting him off as she snorted like a bull. We follow them. Kakashi said your mother had these, right? She ran the golden linked chains through her fingers in a clatter of metal, and Naruto nodded. Yeah, why? You think they know how to break the barrier with Kushina? Asked Sakura. I'm not risking our clan's souls on a possibility, we have to go now. Karen jumped down into the canal and landed on the surface, flailing as she found her balance on the swell, Naruto and Sasuke right behind her. This is unwise, warned Haku. We can leave you here, Dash. Absolutely not, snapped Sakura, digging her fingers into Haku's shoulders. I'm going with them, so either throw me into the water to drown or hurry up. This is crazy, said Suijutsu, but he followed Haku down into the canal as Sakura reached out and ran her tattooed hand along the mossy walls. This is Team 7, you get used to it. They caught up to Karen and the boys just in time as Sasuke took a sharp right and dragged the group into the shadow of a half-rotten bridge. Wait. Two enormous uka legs pounded down into the water as the massive beast flailed around in combat, howling as Zabuza and Kakashi stabbed its shell again and again in an attempt to kill it. In here, hissed Sasuke, pointing into the deepest part of the shadows where an old sewer grate had been wrenched open by inhuman strength. They went in here. Karen climbed in first, followed by Naruto, then Sasuke, Haku, and Sakura behind him, and Suijutsu bringing up the rear as he muttered to himself. Dumb Konoha ninja dragging us into their shit, should have just stayed on the boat, Dash. Hush, said Haku firmly. If you want to be Master Zabuza's apprentice, you cannot shy away from combat. But I already did plenty of fighting earlier, whined Suijutsu. Why should we care what happens to these people? Especially dead weight here. Sakura closed her eyes. Life Drain is a forbidden jutsu, she chanted to her inner self. Forbidden jutsu. We're not using forbidden jutsu to suck chakra from people. Water Wimp's very annoying, said Inner. We can't even fucking walk, just a smidge, enough to get us moving? No, repeated Sakura and tried not to think about what exactly her hand was touching on the wall as the Hashirama seed drained chakra from all the mold along the walls. Yes, it was mold, don't think too hard about it, for once in your life. Focus on not draining the person carrying you. Miss Harano, please stop that, hissed Haku as he staggered and almost dropped her backwards into the thin stream of water around their ankles. Suijutsu caught her shoulders before Sakura swung back up to his partner with shaky fingers. Right, she managed, slightly breathless even though she'd closed her seals at the first touch of his bitingly cold chakra. The tips of her vine-patterned fingers looked like they were covered in frost. As Sakura shook out her suddenly numb hand, the sewer sloped upwards and the group froze as they heard distant voices echoing down the rusted metal pipes to them. Good, the barrier's right here. You're up, Kushina. Ugh, moaned a woman's voice, and Sakura saw her teammates stiffen in recognition. Who knew the afterlife was so disgusting? Her hands came together and she connected to her teammates' minds with a sliver of chakra, sliding into their awareness as she kept her own mouth firmly shut. So that's Kushina? Definitely, said Naruto, and the conviction in his mental voice left no room for doubt. She thinks she's dead? Naruto, she is dead, said Sakura, knowing where her friend's train of thought was going and deciding to head it off at the pass. Not to be okay, so I am going to be a bitch about this, but we've been killing members of your extended family for a while here. She's probably going to try and kill us too. Nuh-uh, retorted Naruto from ahead of her, folding his arms and frowning over his shoulder at her. I can. Sakura's genjutsu broke as a high-pitched screeching whine pierced the tunnel, making everyone clap their hands to their ears instinctually. She hit the sewer water as Haku let go and felt it ooze across her back, butt, and shoulders as the sound of something metallic getting sheared away filled the tunnel. She grit her teeth and cast a genjutsu of silence upon the group as she sat up, Karin scrabbling up to the top of the incline and sliding back down with wide eyes. She's using her chains as a huge drill or something, whispered the almost Izukage, just shredding the gold barrier. We have to stop them right now. Sakura, since this is your genjutsu, can you fight? Barely, was her reluctant response under Sasuke's lie-detecting Sharingan glare. Still can't really move, which I hope isn't permanent. You're just above stage 2 chakra exhaustion, said her friend bluntly. If you don't stop scraping for chakra, you could fall unconscious again. How many of the enemy were there? Asked Sakura. 6, counting Naruto's mom, said Karin. So we pair off and dash. A massive vibration made the pipes rattle and Sakura broke her own genjutsu with a snap of her fingers as something shattered against the walls like panes of glass. There was something else too, a croaking noise she didn't recognize until she suddenly did. The corrupted Uzumaki were cheering. All right, let's go, called Teiwa and Karin at the same time, and the small group of ninja charged out into a massive underground chamber just in time to see a glimpse of red hair disappearing around the corner. Lines of bright white steelwork were seared into the walls and they were smoking from whatever power had been contained within was destroyed, but the young ninja hardly gave them a second thought. Sakura looked down and realized Suijutsu had her in his arms, which were damp and clammy. His face was full of grinning teeth, and when he wiggled his eyebrows at her, the kunoichi considered poisoning her only transport. On and on they ran, Karin taking the lead as her chains unfolded like a spider's limbs, jumping up narrow flights of damp stone stairs, wrenching a demolished doorway open still further until with startling suddenness, she realized they were inside the tower. Faded red pillars, dust-covered green banisters and yellow lamps filled with cobwebs. They dashed across the spaces, ignoring the bodies, the scroll-covered desks, long useless triage stations, and into the central area of the 7-story tower, a huge spiraling staircase bathed in the eternal twilight of hanging lamps. There was a deep grunt somewhere behind them and Naruto shoved Karin out of the way as a blur of yellow bone descending from the decorative archway shaved off some of his hair. The bone weapon hit the stone floor in an explosion of rock dust and shrapnel, forcing everyone else to shield their gazes or be wary of the dust cloud. But Naruto planted his left foot and followed the momentum of his shove, whirling around as Fox Fang slid into his hands like an artist's paintbrush. Huh. The huge deep one Karin had seen at the beach 2 days ago brought his weapon up to meet the blow and return one of his own. Clang. Naruto parried it with a grunt of effort, skidding backwards from the force of the blow and barely keeping a hold of Fox Fang as it acquired another dent. Karin, go, he shouted, I'll keep this guy busy. Huh, asked a voice, and Sasuke's eyes immediately found the group 3 floors up the staircase already, a pale woman with red hair leaning out and looking down. I know that voice dash. It's a trick, snapped a deep one with orange hair as she pulled the other back. Teiwa, run. Karin didn't miss a beat, her chains lashing out and flinging herself up the massive open space as the deep ones started running. Oh no, UGUH. The massive deep one had tried to bring Karin down, only for Naruto to knock him back to the ground with another blow to the chest. Karin only had time to give him a thumbs up as she climbed, but she got one in return before her cousin's blue eyes hardened and he focused on the fight at hand. To their credit, the others were right behind her, and with the massive open area to move directly up, they were gaining ground on the deep ones, who were forced to run up the circumference of the entire hall by the stairs. Karen lashed out with the tips of her chains and several support beams were sliced in half, sending a section of fourth-floor stairs careening out into the open air. "Hey, watch it," shouted Suijitsu, then screamed as the burnt deep one on the falling stairs launched itself straight at him. "Crystal ice barricade," shouted the other mist rebel as a thick plate of ice redirected the creature away even while it shattered. A volley of senbon bounced off the thing's face, but it grasped the hem of the mist nin's dark blue robe and dragged them both down with a cry of triumph. "I'll be fine," called Haku as two icy daggers formed in their hands and began to fight mid-fall. "Don't stop. Suijitsu, get me over to that wall," said Sakura, and the instant it was in reach, she pressed her seal-tattooed hand to the old, long-dead wood. Forbidden jutsu, life drain. Her guess was correct, and the wooden stairs began to wither to dust. A vast section higher on the fifth floor sagged as its support dissolved. Still, Sakura had chakra now and Suijitsu swung her up onto an adjacent beam as he followed. Something fast and invisible punched 3 holes through the mist apprentice in an instant and he dissolved into water as his form sloshed down the sides of the support beams again. Sakura drew 2 pink kunao as the orange-haired deep one with a mist headband breathed a stream of mist out to obscure her vision of the fourth floor space, followed by a brute force pain genjutsu inner repelled with significant effort. Sakura resisted the urge to grin, since another genjutsu user was perfect for her low chakra reserves. Except even with extra chakra, she still couldn't move her legs. That was going to be a problem. Up above, Karen had reached the 5th floor and was suspended in midair by her chains, lashing out in wide sweeps and lashes as Teiwa dodged glowing links. The Uzukage's tower was ripped to shreds, only for the walls to heal themselves bit by bit. Well, look at you, little golden spider," cooed Teiwa. "I bet you must feel so special." "I feel how you look," retorted Karen. "A few days killing your minions means no time for skincare." "Well, you know what happens to spiders, don't you?" asked the corrupted Uzumaki with a maniacal grin as she held her flute up and pulled at the vibrating air, the note it emanated pitching into a death-throw scream. Karen attempted to back away as the air under Teiwa's hand turned turquoise, becoming a blade of sound and light. "They get squashed." Karen dropped straight down as the light clipped the top of her head, feeling blood trickle into burnt hair. Her chains shot back out for purchase almost immediately, and Karen stopped in midair. Except it wasn't her chains that were holding her up, though she did recognize the glare directed at her. "Hi Miss Kushina," said Karen nervously, waving her fingers at the pallid gray-skinned woman on the staircase who had also sprouted golden chains. "Nice to meet you." "What are you?" spat Kushina, trembling with fury and pain as she dragged Karen closer. "No wonder mother needed me, you little bitch, you stole dash." Kushina was seething, her hair roiling behind her like flames as Karen struggled to push her own chains out, to stop the slow strangulation. "How can you have those chains, demon?" "Why? Same as you," managed Karen as blood trickled down the side of her face. "To save the people I love." "Liar." "Rope escape jutsu." Kushina's chains clamped shut around empty air and Karen sighed in relief as she re-emerged half a flight up. The Shinobi Basics course in Konoha had absolutely been worth sitting in class with a bunch of 10-year-olds. The older woman took a step back as her chains ripped huge chunks of stone out of the walls to fling at Karen, who barely redirected the first upwards with her own links and took the second right in the chin. The girl tried to roll with the blow, but she still wiped a bleeding lip as she clambered out of the ruins of the stairs. "All right then." Kushina moved to charge her, but staggered as the smell of burning fish hit Karen's nose and she gagged. The pale flesh on Kushina's back and shoulders was blackening as her own sacred chains burned what was now increasingly yokai flesh. The very power the Deep Ones had used to break the barrier was killing her, which meant Karen had a chance to do the same. The next Uzukage readied half a dozen spiked chains and charged. She'd apologized to Naruto later. The two Uzumaki plowed sideways across the stone in a shower of wood as their dueling Kekai Genkai turned wooden beams into matchwood and splinters. Karen punched Kushina in the face as the older Uzumaki's chains simply picked Karen up by the leg and swung her into the wall. Feeling the barbed links shred her jeans, Karen's chains wrenched 2 of the tower's support pillars out of their housing and she slammed them together with an incoherent roar of effort. The older Uzumaki was forced to let go as she redirected her chains to dice the left pillar into cubes, while her right hand simply reached out and punched the stone into pieces. She hopped 3 feet further up the wall with at least 24 spike-tipped chains lashed together around her arm that began to spin like a massive drill even as it burned her. This is for my family. Karen began to fling herself back up the tower, hoping Sasuke could stall Teiwa long enough for her to get there. If she stayed in this fight, she was going to get killed. Sasuke landed on the cusp of the 6th staircase, sword in one hand, a handful of lightning-enhanced scalpels in the other. Right in front of him, Teiwa gave a little golf clap around her glowing turquoise sword. Nice moves, Uchiha. Sasuke, wasn't it? The very same, said Sasuke shortly as she took a step forward and braced himself on the stairs. So this is as far as you go. The tower rumbled as something far below hit something else with tremendous force and Teiwa shook her head. Last time we met you couldn't skin a deer and almost passed out at Kimimura's party trick. You're just a human with some stupid eyes, and I'm the chosen herald of a goddess. How do you think this fight's going to go, really? As long as it needs to. Sasuke's eyes flicked between his opponent's clawed hand, sword, and grinning, beautiful visage. To Naruto and Sakura her ethereal movements and feminine curves would have been a distraction, but they rebounded off Sasuke like pebbles against an elephant. Interesting sword. Isn't it nice, agreed Teiwa, the air screaming as she moved it slightly in a feint and Sasuke dodged a stab for his throat. Mother thought my flute needed an extra something special. You were both pretty short, agreed the Uchiha heir and after several failed quarter crescent strikes jumped back up several steps. And she doesn't seem like someone who gives very good gifts. His opponent's retributive swing cut the staircase in half, continuing on into a ragged tier along the wall. Sasuke caught a brief glimpse of the ruins of Uzushio, the Uka, lines of light, water, and fire as the forces outside tore each other to shreds in a grand distraction. The Deep One's glamour slid away like rotting flesh, revealing her gaping jaws, muscle so bulging her clammy gray skin split around it, and webbed feet. Think you're funny, do you? Mocking my mother? Just for that I'll eat your heart while you're still breathing, she seethed. Suck out your eyes from mother's throne. If I had any interest in girls, I think you would have killed them just now, said Sasuke, channeling Naruto at his most annoying as he tried to think. The Sharingan was preventing him from being cut to ribbons, but there wasn't enough room on the staircase for his complex blade illusions. How could he turquoise light and screaming filled his vision as Sasuke parried instinctively, knowing he was dead. The screaming note went on and Sasuke turned to see the green blade blaring next to his ear, but the sword in his hands kept it at bay. Even though the clash was spitting sparks of turquoise energy that threatened to set his high collar alight, Sasuke sighed with relief. Right. This was Kakashi's Umbu sword, a literal cut above the average blade. His relief lasted until Teiwa's foot kicked out and almost snapped his femur in half like plywood, then the fight was back on. Sasuke was focused on staying alive, but he still worried for his friends. It was a medic ninja's job to worry after all. Naruto was suddenly very glad he'd spent the time training with Ari Hoshigaki and her anchor, because the massive scarred Deep One with a second mouth in his gut and a bone sword the size of Zabuza's was trying to kill him for real. So, you're the one Teiwa was so pissed about, right? Naruto Uzumaki. Why do you care? Retorted Naruto as he dodged another sweep of the massive weapon, which kept alternating between hammer blows to crater the concrete floor and disturbingly elongated sweeps as the weapon grew longer mid-swing. How come all of you creeps know my name? You have to remember family, said the demon, running a dark purple tongue over his teeth and ignoring the rain of Haku's icicles stabbing into his shoulders. Naruto took cover under the stairs. A great family of the sea you and your stupid cousin chose to turn away from. Course I'm a bit of a hypocrite, since I like killing families. He swung the jagged pile of bone in a diagonal cut and Naruto's cover was gone. The blonde rolled sideways as another attack pounded into where he'd been sprawled. This friggin' sucks, he thought to himself. I ran out of seals protecting Sensei and my usual stuff will get me clobbered forcing an opening. Plus with Shitty Fox gone, I can't heal. It's taking everything I have just to parry this guy. So were you always this sick in the head, dude? He scampered out of range of the demon's backswing, summoned a dozen shadow clones, and let 2 test out wind-style attacks while he charged right in. Don't you know who I am? He shook the jagged bone sword in his hand, which rattled. Don't you know what this means? That your dick is like, non-existent. Naruto copied Sasuke's most infuriating smirk, the one that screamed I just beat you so badly your grandparents felt it. The demon made an outraged noise in both his mouths as a sucker-tipped tongue emerged from his gut. The wind blades from Naruto's clones cut it to gory pieces, but were mere paper cuts against scaly folds, so he abandoned the idea as the clones dispelled under a scything blow. I'm Gogeki Jemike, of the Seven Swordsmen. I made this bone blade replacement out of all the families I killed. Shark families especially, your new friends the Hoshigaki. Some of the parts are recent additions, perhaps friends of yours. All of the clones were gone by now, but the demon still kept blocking Naruto's swings with no visible effort. Meanwhile, the blonde's wrist was hurting and the seals on his cast were halfway gone already. Actually fighting with a broken arm was going to make Sasuke kill him. Here, take a closer look. Naruto threw himself into a slide as the sword extended like a whip. Massive segments of jagged bone he could now see were jaws bearing shark teeth. His eyes widened as he saw the prosthetic arms holding the segments together and one in particular that was newer and less worn than the others. One that had saved his life the day before. Nami Uzumaki's prosthetic arm. You bastard! Naruto pushed himself up inside Gogeki's guard and spun to put the full weight of his body into Fox Fang's swing. The mass of iron hit Gogeki in the face and his teeth went flying. He staggered back, trying to wipe his mouth, but Naruto wasn't going to stop, his cast coming up as he signed for shadow clones, dozens more already gathering wind chakra in their hands. They flung him and his copies back and forth like a springboard, slamming Fox Fang and its copies into the massive demon over and over in dozens of hammer blows. Chunks of rock and more pieces of the staircase rained down around them from battles up above, but Naruto either ignored them or smashed them out of the way. "Kmen," he shouted, feeling his own bones shake with the effort he was putting into each strike. "Kmen, Kmen. Fall, you fat bastard." Except Gogeki was still laughing even as he spit teeth out and Naruto felt one of the Deep One's knees break under Fox Fang's mass. The former Mistnin whirled his blade up and around in a blizzard of bone. Clones died by the dozen and groaned as they did so, but Gogeki's massive form was coming around for a two-handed strike. Naruto swung Fox Fang up, his cast down to a quarter of its seals but ready to reinforce the block, already planning his next attack. The bones sheared Fox Fang in half with a screech of metal and continued on into Naruto's chest, ripping him open and sending him flying across the floor in a spiral of red and orange. He wanted to scream, but got a throatful of blood instead. Gogeki slapped the grinning lips on his massive stomach. "Oh, that looked like it really hurt. But that's the thing about my sword, pain's not just about the cuts it makes." He hobbled over as the sword snapped back to a singular weapon with a flick of his wrist. The Deep One planted it next to him as a crutch, bending to look at the mess of red that used to be Naruto's chest. "The real agonies from the jellyfish venom going into those cuts, should be hitting you right about now." Naruto's back arched, his muscles spasming against the floor as pain raced out from the massive abscess where his chest was. He clenched his jaw and tried to breathe. It was excruciating, and in anyone else, the combination of wounds and venom might have killed them from shock alone. But Naruto Uzumaki was going to be the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, whose chakra burned like fire. The shitty fox had asked him to stay alive, to become a true Jinchuriki. Someone more than just a weapon of war or a ninja. He refused to die here. Gogeki stopped laughing when Naruto's free hand lashed out and gripped his shoulder, bunching pallid flesh under his hand like cloth. By contrast, his cast rose weakly to scrabble and bump at Gogeki's neck. The Deep One slapped it aside dismissively as the last of the seals on its surface peeled away like paint. "Really? You're really trying to choke me with a broken arm? You can't even form hand signs." His hand inattention turned to pulling Naruto's hand off, but the Uzumaki had dug in. "Dead man's grip, huh? All right. I'll watch you die, up close and personal." He leaned forward, his breath unbelievably foul as Naruto sagged beneath him, all the blonde's energy focused on moving just a little higher. The tip of Naruto's cast touched Gogeki's throat and all the accumulated force the seals had absorbed from the Deep One's tremendous blows was returned to him through a space perhaps 2 inches wide and 1 across. The Deep One's head and neck were reduced to a fine gray-green mist as the rest of the stinking corpse was flung back and through one of the tower walls. Naruto would have smiled, but a bunch of his muscles had locked up thanks to the jellyfish venom. All he had to do now was stay alive until Sensei, Sasuke, and Sakura came back. That was easy. He was just going to lay here on the floor for a while. Inner Sakura swore violently as Outer scrambled up one of the hanging yellow lanterns, breaking the 50th layer of genjutsu that told her there were snakes falling on her with contemptuous ease. Losing her sandals might have been a bad idea, because the boiling hot steam the orange-haired Togeki Terumi kept spitting out had scalded her feet very badly indeed. Of course, Sakura's sandals might have caught fire or melted in the same steam, so they were repressing pain either way. She flung her own layered genjutsu volley back at her opponent, who broke the 20-second illusion just in time to take 3 bright pink kunai Sakura had actually thrown right in her shoulder. "Not bad girl," said the Deep One admiringly, sucking the poison out and spitting it to the side. "You've got plenty of tricks and an interesting genjutsu style. Hit me up next week," panted Sakura as she swung into the 4th floor opening where Karen had cut away part of the staircase and clasped the banister to keep from falling on unresponsive legs. "I've got plenty more to keep you impressed." "Yeah, sorry," said Togeki as she made a series of hand signs and pointed her fist at the pink-haired girl. "Can't." "How old are you again?" 14, managed Sakura. She collapsed as the pain of standing on scalded feet proved difficult for Inner to partition. The something she'd felt wrapped in a cloaking genjutsu missed her head and blasted 4 parallel holes in the wall the size of a marble. "If you want to join us, you still have a shot. I can teach you dash." "We both know I'm not taking that deal, but I have a few suggestions for where it can go," growled Inner as she took control and forced them back up. The mountain of muscle Haku was systematically crucifying with icicles started screaming as Togeki's boiling mist drifted down to the other combatants and she heard Haku cry out in alarm. Inner Sakura also saw a puddle of water creeping up the stairs behind Togeki and flung several simple genjutsu images at him so he knew what she wanted. The orange-haired Deep One raised her mottled arm which Sakura saw was clustered with barnacles all across its surface, especially her craggy hand, to the point she looked more like a rock than a fish demon. "So are those what you've been shooting me with?" she asked. "Yes, and if you stay still, it'll be a painless death. Trust me, it's not a comfort Gogeki or Teiwa will offer you." Sakura raised her eyebrows. "I'm guessing one of the downsides of immortality is spending it with a bunch of assholes." "There is that," admitted the corrupted Mistnin. "You'll find out soon enough." Suijutsu surged up Togeki's legs and Sakura almost felt her brain overheating as she altered her own perception with genjutsu. Everything slowed down and she saw the rocky barnacles launch themselves from the Deep One's knuckles with a burst of high-pressure steam. Her own head and neck turned, slowly, ever so slowly as one of Kakashi's Chapter 5 techniques saved her life. She even had a moment to appreciate the little spiral patterns on the barnacle that would have killed her before time resumed and the wind of their passage ripped at her hair. Then Sakura had no time at all, Outer throwing genjutsu after genjutsu at Togeki as Inner pulled the last of her poisoned knives from her pouch. Suijutsu was a swarm of vampire bats, he was living acid, he was a suckling baby, any illusion she could think of as she tried to force the Deep One to panic. Suijutsu's upper body had reformed and he had taken one of Sakura's embedded kunai to stab frantically at the Deep One's face while she tried to claw him off. All 3 of them were screaming, Suijutsu with fear, Togeki with pain as one of her eyes was replaced with poisoned metal, and Inner Sakura with battle rage, as she cut the enemy's hamstrings for good measure. Togeki fell back into empty space and Sakura realized she was still holding on an instant before the falling yokai dragged her over the side as well. They fell for seconds, but it seemed longer as Sakura saw Togeki's eyes meet hers and the demon gave a slight shrug. She could have turned so the teenagers hit the ground first, could have chosen any number of ways to stop her fall or even survive it with high-pressure steam, but instead she leaned back and let her head hit the stone floor at terminal velocity. 6 stories up, Karen was pretty sure she'd broken some ribs and only half her glasses were still attached to her face. Kushina Uzumaki had been kicking her ass and only the Uzukage Tower's self-repairing stone had kept it from being decapitated as the 2 Uzumaki's chakra chains fought against each other. Karen's delusions of being able to run away lasted for the 2 seconds it took for Kushina to drag her through the wall, and almost impale her on a dozen pointy chains. Karen was currently being driven through the next layer of roof tiles by Naruto's furious, cursing mother and a whole lot of fire chakra when the flow abruptly stopped. The knotted mess of protective chains she'd been sheltering behind parted slightly, and the presumptive Uzukage saw the older red-haired woman stagger backward as the genjutsu shrouding her mind popped like a soap bubble. Wadesh Kushina's mouth worked soundlessly as she stared out at the waterlogged ruins and the battle still raging on. She looked down at the grey waterlogged pallor of the drowned on her arm, the fingers curled into ugly claws. Karen clambered to her feet and started to edge away towards the stairs. "What the fuck?" roared Kushina at the top of her lungs, and Karen would later swear that even the 4 surviving Uka momentarily froze at the fury and pain in that epithet. "What is this? What am I? Is this one of the hells?" "Just new Uzushio," said Karen shortly, trying not to breathe too deeply because breathing hurt. "I'll explain later, gotta go save our souls." "What?" Kushina whirled around, but Karen was already back inside the tower and halfway up the remains of the stairs. "Hey, get back here." Suzuki had been forced back into the Uzukage's throne room and had a second-degree burn on his left hip and right knee. Teiwaya had 2 scalpels sticking out of her stomach and 1 in her neck, which was oozing black ichor disappointingly slowly. Suzuki was breathing hard, but Teiwaya seemed barely winded, shifting the glowing flute sword from clawed hand to clawed hand as she snarled at him. "Why won't you die?" "I'm stubborn," answered Suzuki. "Plus you're a horrible sword fighter. If it were me, I'd stick to the flute." "Fine." Teiwaya spun her flute in around her hand and brought it to her lips as Suzuki charged. Illusions from his crescent moon style flickered out across the dark blue floor and the metallic scalpel handles, manifesting reflected Uchiha from unexpected angles. 3 massive creatures emerged from her music, opening stitched mouths to kill his illusions as Suzuki swung a lightning-wreathed sword for a decapitating strike. Something cold and hungry bit past the flesh of his left ankle and the Uchiha collapsed as his chakra plummeted, running straight into Teiwaya as the 2 fighters sprawled across the floor. Suzuki rolled away and looked down, expecting to see a gory mess, but his ankle was unharmed. He moved to grab his sword, only for Teiwaya to slam her foot down, driving his hand into the floor and kicking the blade away. "Thanks for the tip, Suzuki," she said as her enormous demons moved to hold down the rest of his limbs. The Deep One brought her glowing turquoise sword up to plunge it into his chest. "Let me return the favor." Suzuki had expected his death to be dramatic, like all Uchiha, with a long-winded soliloquy. Ideally after killing his brother and kissing Naruto again, but right now the only thought in his mind was, "I can't believe I'm going to die to a pun that stupid." The sword stopped on top of his chest. No. The sword froze on top of his chest. Suzuki could see it with his Sharingan, utterly immobile. Teiwaya repeated her stabbing motion and again, the screaming sword which had cut through the entire tower rebounded off his chest. His shirt was getting shredded, but Suzuki's body wasn't even singed. Teiwaya took a step back in shock and her demons copied the motion as Suzuki snatched up his blade. Without a thought, he put himself between the Yokai Uzumaki and the Coral Throne. He hadn't even looked at the damn thing, he'd been so focused on Teiwaya. She'd started to giggle, then to laugh, the sound utterly mad and increasingly guttural. Her free hand was wrenching great sheets of sodden red hair from her scalp as more black blood ran down the side of her face. Of course. Of fucking course. She spread her arms wide. "Hit me with your best shot, Uchiha." Suzuki didn't move, knowing there was some trick at play she understood and he did not. "Looks like your sword's even worse than I thought." "It's not the sword," laughed Teiwaya. "It's us. We made a blood oath, the 4 of us. You 3 stupid children, and we can't kill each other. The blood oath prevents it. Go ahead and try." She strode forward and Suzuki began to dance. The full crescent moon dance, the killing strike Hayat's scroll had described, was more like water than anything else and Suzuki flowed through the steps with deceptive speed, concentrating all the chakra he had left into its cutting edge. It froze inches from Teiwaya's neck, though the force of the blow continued sideways and cut one of her demons in half. The creature gurgled and dispelled as Suzuki backed up. See? See? You can't kill me, and I can't kill any of you fucking twerps. So now what? Asked Suzuki, clenching his hand tight to prevent his limbs from trembling at the crescent moon dance's after effects. Because as long as any of us are alive, you won't get that throne. Alive? Teiwaya pondered the word, then her grin widened more and more, stretching beyond the confines of her face into the open air as distended jaws laughed with and through her. That's it. I can still make you beg for death, little Uchiha. I think I'll start by eating your eyes. You'll wish I could kill you. Golden links lashed themselves around Teiwa's waist and the yokai only had a moment to hiss at the searing pain before she was dragged backward and Karen Uzumaki's chains ripped her heart out of her chest. Karen leaned forward to speak into her enemy's ear. I have no such restrictions. She kicked the deep one off her chains in a spurt of black blood and Teiwa Uzumaki hit the floor a stinking, melting corpse. The two demons looming over Sasuke moaned through sutured lips at their mistress's demise. Slavering spirit energy raced towards Karen, intent on devouring her soul before they dispelled. More golden chains lashed out as Kushina Uzumaki caught the summoned demons and broke them contemptuously in her grip. Well, that's enough of those two, she said, wincing through the pain as her retracting chains burned her own corpse flesh. So are you going to explain why I'm not dead? Because I'm supposed to be dead, I said goodbye to Naruto and Sasuke. Oh, hello Sasuke. Sasuke had shut off his Sharingan, kneaded his eyes and opened them again, but yes, that was the same Kushina Uzumaki he'd met yesterday in Naruto's subconscious seal space. Still human enough to be recognizable, but monstrous enough to inspire fear. Karen gently moved him sideways with her chains. Speaking of Naruto, Sakura, and the others, you might want to go check on them. It looks like everybody's downstairs and not moving a lot. Sasuke resisted the urge to curse under his breath at his idiot teammates, because Kushina was right there. He was also out of chakra, so time to be a regular doctor. A jumble of memories and crying slammed into his brain as they jumped down the stairs and Kushina caught him before he fell. Hikaru's baby is almost here, he said. She kicked my clone in the face and it dispelled. Who in the god's name was having a baby in the middle of a battlefield? 20-something Uzumaki waitress, said Sasuke with a wince. Also, don't talk about gods right now. Otohime no Kami was not happy. She was livid, actually, since the entire Dragon Palace was shaking with the force of her fury. She was so close. One of her bodyguards ducked as a stone table was flung across the room and smashed into rubble against the elaborate doors. Teiwa was in the room. All she had to do was put her slimy ass on that insufferable Isabu's art piece and not even Amaterasu would have been able to deny me the Uzumaki. Several stone chairs joined the pile of rubble in Otohime's throne room and there was a noise like breaking glass as Otohime ground her teeth. The kindly, smiling, beautiful goddess was gone and her true body threatened to burst from the tattered mortal form, leaving her head and limbs behind like discarded clothes. Foolish, arrogant, short-sighted mortals, hissed Otohime as the ocean around her obeyed her commands, pulling her upwards through the corridors. Her legs wound together and fused, pale flesh sprouting corroded green scales and fins, a classic mermaid's tail to quicken her ascent. The rest of Otohime's palace guard followed, the very oldest of her servants as they marshaled the remaining occupants of the Dragon Palace from beneath the Maelstrom's depths. If I want something done right, I have to do it myself. But mother, gurgled the captain of her guard in alarm, the high halls dash. She grabbed his tube-filled face in several hands as bones and joints broke and birthed her true arms. I do not care about the high halls. The goddess squeezed until she heard his skull start to crack and tossed him backwards contemptuously. Empty the palace if you have to, I'll show those thin bloods what it means to spurn me. Kakashi Hatake ducked the swipe of a massive rusty machete and planted a kunai in a deep one's throat. It tried to gut him with its free hand but missed as the gray-haired Jonin added a second kunai to the other side of the creature's throat and used them like impromptu scissors. How are we doing? He asked Zabuza, who had the advantage of height, standing on top of the uka they'd killed. You ever been fisted up to the elbow before? Replied the swordsman, parrying a blow from one of the stretchy deep ones and chopping the extended limb off as the former Uzushio shinobi wailed. It's like shit. The flailing rubbery arm grew an eel's head from the severed section and sank its jaws into Zabuza's right shoulder. The mist rebel grunted and ripped it away once Kakashi had pried it loose with his kunai. They kicked out simultaneously and the armless deep one flew back into a knot of his fellows who were feasting on the last of the rebel mistnin. Who's left? Who cares? Shot back Zabuza. We can't stay here. Water style, water dragon. Earth style, tile shield, cried one of the corrupted Uzumaki, but the collision of water and dirt did its job as Zabuza jumped down from the uka. Fall back. Fall back up the stairs. But the villagers will be slaughtered, protested Meiho, who was favoring her left leg and had tied one of her axes into unresponsive fingers. Some stragglers aren't inside the vaults yet. We'll be slaughtered when those fuckers swamp us, retorted Zabuza, pointing back up the valley. Start limping if you don't want to be eaten alive. Seeing a familiar stubborn glare in the older woman's eyes, Kakashi swung her partially onto his shoulder despite her weak protests. We won't do any good dying here, he said. Let's go. With the jaws of an undersea hell nipping at their sandals, the unlikely allies made a fighting retreat as the defense of Uzushio shrunk by a few more blocks. Hey boss. Pakun scampered to his summoner, looking harried and with his jaws covered in deep one-itcher. We're moving too, gonna have to drag Indra with us. He's still out of it, but everybody else is losing ground as well. What ya wanna do? Find Team 7, replied Kakashi shortly as he dragged Meiho out of the way of a deep one's spear. Get them out of here, head for the mountains. No, wheezed Meiho, Karin can, she'll win. Based on what? Kakashi couldn't spare the time or attention to glare at the old mercenary, but she was barely running on her own now. I have faith, she said, you should too. Kakashi didn't reply, but he'd replaced faith with duty at age 12 and saw no reason to start now. He was getting Team 7 back to Konoha, no matter what the cost. As Sasuke and Kushina headed back down the Uzukage's tower, Karin let out a huge sigh and took in the throne room as her panic finally began to subside. The decay which had enveloped the rest of the village buildings and most of the tower was absent here, the last shard of Uzushio's beauty. Thick redwood pillars supported the roof while their lower reaches were decorated with snowy curls suggestive of swelling waves. The dark blue marble floor carried on this theme, and again Karin noticed that same subtle optical illusion in the painted wave patterns which momentarily made her stumble just like the Uzumaki mask shrine. Amidst the wave designs were pearl-white tiles, carving a path forward for supplicants. Plain marble steps rose to what was unmistakably the coral throne, a white husk of desiccated, lumpy rock with thousands of small holes in it, spreading in a rough half-circle behind the wooden chair which had once been painted a vibrant turquoise and was now a sickly light blue. There was a corpse sitting on the throne, preserved by the same seals that affected the room, and as Karin ascended step by step, she studied her predecessor. The third Uzukage had been a thin middle-aged woman dressed in the shredded remnants of a dark blue Uzushio flak jacket and a half-cape similar to Sakura's falling off her left shoulder. Karin saw the cape had originally been covered in presumably blank or half-finished seals, but so many had been used in battle that the faded tan cloth was peeking through. The corpse was slumped holding her stomach, and Karin saw a long-abandoned sealing brush lying several steps from the throne where it had fallen from its owner's grasp. The Uzukage's posture in death spoke of exhaustion and her desiccated face spoke of defeat and regret. Sorry, great-grandmother, said Karin as she dragged the corpse off the throne and laid it down at the foot of the stairs. I need this more than you. The teenaged girl sat down on the coral throne, awkwardly scooching back across the large seat meant for adults as her still bleeding hands rested on the smooth, curling armrests. She'd expected a blast of hidden seals and power, a booming dramatic voice announcing her reign. Something in that vein, certainly. She kicked her feet once or twice. A faint breeze drifted through the room, rattling the rice paper windows at the sides of the hall as Karin heard a distant bell sound somewhere above her. The coral throne began to rustle, shaking the stone as Karin looked up and saw the formerly dead construct was blooming with new life. Tentacled polyps emerged from the stone in uneven clumps of bright color, neon pinks, vibrant yellows, and oranges emerging wherever she looked. Karin screamed and tried to pull away when the lowest burgundy blooms around the seat of the throne reached out to caress her head, but she could not pull away as short organic tubes emerged from a portion just above the throne's left shoulder, tilting towards the ceiling. Bloodline verified, said a gruff masculine voice as several seals hidden in the upper rafters of the chamber and the decorative pillar swells built a surly-looking bearded man in dark robes out of teal light. Uzushio Administration Assistant active. Third Uzukage Hirina of the Shibuya Matriarchy confirmed deceased. The Coral Throne recognizes a matriarch of the Uzumaki clan. Cross-referencing with Assistant Librarian of Vault 2 for updated records. Hello, called Karin, and the man outlined in light turned to her with folded arms and the scowl of someone who'd been disturbed from important beauties. Yes, what is it, Uzukage apparent? Not to rush you or anything, but there's a huge war going on outside, can we turn the barriers back on? Ah, the war continues. The administration assistant tugged at his long, thin beard. The essentials then. State your name for the Coral Throne and for the record. Karen Uzumaki of the Katsuria Matriarchy, said Karen at once, lifting her chin and trying to fill as much of the seat as her small frame could. Bearer of the sacred chakra chains and heir to the Coral Throne is Fourth Uzukage. Fourth Uzukage Karen recognized, said the administrator proudly and clapped his hands as the rice paper windows along the side of the hall slid open with a rattle. Yokai incursion 81% of the way into the village, hidden mist incursion at 27%, Konoha incursion at 1%. Utilizing remaining nature energy reserves to reactivate tower, canal, and coastal barriers. Karen felt two polyps reach out to tickle her temples, and suddenly, without any loss of physical sensation, she was floating above the village ruins, watching as golden barriers shot up outside her tower, along the sides of all the canals leading down to the sea, and down where the beach used to be. Now it was just a roiling collection of debris, uka corpses, and seawater surging endlessly deeper into Uzushio. The flow stopped abruptly as the golden barrier rose to meet the others in a bubble of protective energy. One of the three remaining uka had been bisected by the rising seal wall and was flailing around without the left side of its body, sending rubble, deep ones, and fleeing humans flying. Ah, said the administrator in a voice positively oozing disdain and disgust. One of those. He turned to her, and Karen felt briefly nauseous as her visions of the battlefield and the throne room overlapped. Let's see what defenses Lady Hirona left us. A roar of triumph swept across Uzushio, and Karen could hear it even from here as groups of Hoshigaki and Kyujira thrust their weapons to the sky in triumph. She even saw Zabuza raise his enormous blade in acknowledgement, though he was covered head to toe in yokai gore. She realized she was crying, no, laughing, both at the same time, as even the Mistumbu on the left side of the village began to press forward into the newly isolated and obviously surprised deep ones. The administrator gave a polite cough. We have 6 streets of sequenced explosive tags that were lost before we could begin detonation, highlighting them now. Several streets teeming with deep ones and half-submerged blinked orange, and 2 were heavily contested by her own forces. Karen grinned. How do I set them off? The previous Uzukage preferred to snap her fingers. Click. Teeming rapids of yokai and seawater disappeared in staggered explosions, while the heavily flooded streets spouted plumes of water from submerged detonations, a sequence copied elsewhere as Salamacina led a gleeful charge into the reeling demons. Yes. Karen punched the arm of the Coral Throne in excitement and winced. Bad idea. What else you got? Updating previous damage assessment, the administrator tooted impatiently. You've let the place go, my dear. Oh come on, moaned Karen as she rolled her eyes. I've been here like 2 days. Vault defenses are out of range, but you can activate flooding protocols to drain the trapped water. Nice, let's do it. A red-haired woman in a richly patterned kimono walked out of the surf as calmly as she walked across the sunken beach. Her bare feet left no footprints on the sand, her clothes no scrap of silk. She put her hands on her hips and stared up at the ruins of Uzushio, the massive tangle of vines and chitin, the half-drowned ruins, the uka corpses, and the clusters of impertinent, ugly humans trying to hold back the true children of her seas. As the mortals say, Otohime mused. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Glowing light exploded out of the waves in front of her as Old Gills drove the spear in at the progenitor of so much misery, roaring in defiance. His tail and legs propelled him forward through churning water, and 2 of her red-skinned bodyguards were torn in half by the force of a sage's charge. They'd hunted her children underwater, waiting with a predator's patience and Inahi's foresight for the right moment to kill a god. Otohime caught the spear between 2 fingers and smiled sweetly. Nice try, she said, and broke Inahi across her knee. Everyone in Uzushio heard the scream of a demigod in pain as the spear shattered, a woman's tan legs flying into the surf and her still-living torso in another as Old Gills dived to save her, staining himself with gold-flecked blood. No. Inahi. Otohime tittered behind her hand as the other threw her adversary's legs to Anuka to be savaged. Oh dear me, it looks like a Hoshigaki's finally bitten off more than they could chew. 3,000 miles away, Kisame Hoshigaki's focus on the 9 consuming dragon seal wavered as Samehada began to writhe and screech on his back. His astral image wavered and the chakra flowing from the near-dead Jinchuriki into the Gado statue slowed. "Focus Kisame," said Pain, though after several days of constant focus, they were all beginning to feel the ritual's strain. "I'm trying," protested Kisame and bared his teeth. "Kmin girl, what's gotten into ow?" Samehada had dragged itself off his back, shredding his Akatsuki robes and some of his skin as the living sword writhed away from him. "We're almost done, just a few more hours." The Gado statue was always hungry, and though it had drunk deeply of the 4 tails in his human host, it had sensed the power and chakra of those behind the ceiling rings. It did not care from whence the chakra flowed, only that the flow continue, forever and ever into the gaping pit of want that had once been Kagaya at Satsuki. All it took was the smallest extra distraction, just enough of the meat's focus on Pain and pop. The Gado statue reached down and stuffed the half-dead 4 tails Jinchuriki into its mouth as the endless purple hunger of its innards sought out more food. Astral projections flickered, vanished, or shouted as spectral dragons tried to eat them. The Akatsuki's cave descended into utter chaos. Itake's eyes shot open and he collapsed onto his back as the severed connection jumbled mind and body. For several seconds he didn't know where he was, then his brain began to work again. Excruciating pain, check. Blurry blue sky, check. Indistinct orange rock mesa, check. He sat up with a groan and saw Samehada's purple spiked form crawling east slowly as its mouth hissed in dismay. Kisame, warned the Uchiha, menace and restraint battling each other in his tone. What was that? The tall shark man scrambled to his feet and drew back his leg to kick the living sword. Yeah, Samehada, what the hell was that? You almost got us killed. Itaka blinked as the sword hissed and his partner lowered his foot. What do you mean, trouble? Samehada writhed in a circle and its owner looked just as dumbstruck as Itaka. Sister. Look, it's a fucking spear, it can't be dead. More hissing, but it sounded angry now. Kisame shook his head and crossed his arms. Look, you know that's not what I meant. Itaka felt vindicated. His paranoia around the living sword was apparently justified, but most of him was cautious, looking between Sharkman and Shark Sword like he was following a tennis match. Kisame snarled and stomped forward to point down at Samehada. Oh no, I'm not going back. I can't go back, you know that. I thought you were on my side about this. The sword clattered forward on dozens of makeshift spine legs, and despite its lack of eyes, Itaka got the distinct impression it was assessing him before it spoke again. Kisame's eyes widened even further, and Itaka saw them go bloodshot alarmingly quickly as the normally bloodthirsty man staggered backwards in shock. What do you mean vacation? Samehada hissed some more and turned away from its wielder slightly. Was the sword embarrassed? Itaka could read a human's body language like a book, but a living sword was outside his realm of experience. So I meant nothing to you. This time, when Samehada tried to lick Kisame's ankle in a comforting gesture, the tall man wound up and kicked it away. Fine then. Get out of here, go crawl back home, you spring break shark. The sword flew several feet and landed on its side, where it hissed angrily, but Kisame didn't visibly react beyond clenching his fists and facing away from both his partners. Itaka cleared his throat. Kisame, explain this. I don't have to explain anything to you. The shark man sounded extra gravelly, and for a moment, Itaka wondered if his colleague was close to crying. Your sword disrupted our sealing ritual, and may have killed several members of the Akatsuki, replied Itaka as his mind raced. Yet you appear more invested in a personal dispute than the very real danger Pain will now hunt us down. As your partner, I have questions. Get used to disappointment. Itaka almost sighed, but instead turned to see Samehada point its snout up in the air and begin to crawl away to the east. Your sword is getting away. Let her, she's not my sword anymore, if she ever was. Kisame half turned and raised his voice. Why should I care about someone who's going to ditch me and go back to some dead-end, cold-blooded, empty-gummed, hut dwellers? Because I'm no longer useful? Or fun? Samehada stopped. Itaka stopped. For a moment there was only the wind howling across the land of stone. Were you in a sexual relationship with your sword? Kisame's bloodshot eyes bulged, and he likely would have tried to kill Itaka then and there if not for an unexpectedly rich contralto. More of a permanent, long-term, chakra booty call, said a voice, and a deep purple finger as thick as a kunao handle pushed into Itaka's cheek, keeping him from turning towards the voice. No peeking, wheel eyes. I would like an explanation, said Itaka tightly as a kunao fell into his hand and two earth-style jutsu seeded themselves into the mesa at his feet. Story's bout as long as my tail, so I'll sum it up, drawled the voice in a water country accent as thick as heavy fog. I got tired of hanging around home and went off to see and taste the world. Kisame found me after 20 years and he was a tasty bit of fun, so I stuck with him. Wild spring break, great white shark wasted, that kinda thing, with plenty of blood and chakra to drink. Except now my big sister's hurt real bad and I'm on the other side of the world instead of helping her. Dad's gonna fucking eat me. You. Kisame's voice was both bitter and incredulous. Of course this is about you, what do you think'll happen to me? Look short stuff, snapped the voice who took several steps forward, forcing Itaka to do the same. If Inahi's hurt so bad I felt it, that means something major's going down. Either you get me to her, or I start breaking even more rules than I already have and leave you out to dry. We had fun together, we can still have fun after this, but right now we need to go. Perhaps I could take you, offered Itaka, who was already starting to suspect where exactly the living sword wanted to go. She scoffed. Choke on my ass, wheel eyes. Seriously, drop dead from lack of oxygen and choke on my entire ass. Alright, fine. We'll go. Kisame was frowning over Itaka's shoulder as he threw up his hands. God. Demigod, said Samehada, and suddenly Kisame was holding the jagged purple sword again as her words lingered in Itaka's consciousness. But you boys get the idea. Itaka had seen Kisame Hoshigaki when he was angry, exhausted, bloodthirsty, and nihilistically bitter. He had never seen the former swordsman of the Hidden Mist so uncomfortable as he slung the blade back onto his shoulders and the shredded meat there started to heal. We're headed to northern water country. The ruins of Uzushio, ventured Itaka, which wasn't much of a guess. Kisame shrugged but was still chewing on some barely restrained fury. You're the nerd, what's the ninja record for crossing the entire continent? Third Raikage during the last ninja war. With lightning armor, it took him a week. Samehada sank into Kisame's skin as the shark man grew a tail, fins, and his pointed grimace gained several inches on each side of his face. Let's see if we can break it. Water style, great exploding wave. Itaka wondered if he could be seasick on dry land. Karen's excited coordination with the administrative assistant construct trailed off as the oceans swelled and something bulged up to engulf the broken statue on Traveler's Respite in dark green flesh. She squinted, floating from side to side above the Uzukage's tower as she tried to get a clear view. An invisible backhand threw her down into her body with tremendous force and Karen leapt off the coral throne as she rushed to the window, the assistant following behind her. The scaly mass just kept growing, dwarfing its ragged phalanx of Uka by orders of magnitude. What she thought was a head turned out to be a knee. What she thought was a folded wing turned out to be a clawed hand. No, it wasn't growing, it was standing up. She was standing up. Karen looked out at the true form of Otohime no Kami and almost went mad from the sight alone. No living thing should be that large, and the Uzukage staggered back on unsteady legs as the world began to surge and bob like the swell of ocean waves. She heard conch shells being blown, guttural howls, and jeers from the deep ones as some of them clustered around their goddess's scaly tail. Most simply threw themselves back at Uzushio's defenders with renewed and terrifying ferocity as 6 barnacle-encrusted and bright red creatures emerged from the water to mount the Uka like cavalry. One of them howled through a face full of pinkish tubes and it sounded like the cry of a loon. Karen was distantly aware she was gasping, trying to draw air into lungs that refused to do so as the air became thick with the stench of putrefaction in defiance of distance. She finally succeeded with a heave of effort and stumbled back to the coral throne. What dash she managed? What is that? Unknown entity similar to S-class sealed records, said the assistant, who was frowning as his image began to distort. It is attempting to breach the barriers via unknown means. Space-time aspects of the seals are malfunctioning. Put all the power we have into those barriers, shouted Karen as the blood in her veins turned to ice. Shut down this tower if you have to. Should I include the stored energy in the final word, Lady Uzukage? What's that? The assistant sighed. You are aware the barriers normally return external violence upon those who wield it, such as weapons, enemy forces, and projectiles? See, the anomaly is attempting it now. The distant but still terrifyingly huge figure shouted something guttural. In response, the red tube-faced things and Uka crawled over to the broken statue of the goddess and wrenched it out of the ground. Their mistress took it from their clawed grips and threw the structure at the golden barrier like a javelin. Karen felt the entire system of seals and the Uzukage's tower tremble under the strain, but the broken statue shot right back out another section of the barrier, sending 2 of the red yokai and their mounts flying out to sea. The assistant looked momentarily smug. The final word operates on a similar principle but can store the chakra and projectiles it receives indefinitely. During the siege of Uzushio under the second Uzukage, it absorbed 4 large-scale chakra projectiles from several tailed beasts and 2 remain for use. So we can shoot those bastards. Why didn't you tell me this before? The light construct looked annoyed. You requested I raise the seal barriers as a priority. Use of the final word with the barriers up would cause the destruction of Uzushio, obviously. The chakra would rebound within our own barriers and cause property damage exceeding dash. The barriers are gonna break again, you idiot. Karen's breathing was ragged, just like her voice as she clutched at the armrests of the coral throne. How can I use this final word thing? Activating the final word, said the assistant as he winked out of existence. Firing sequence will complete in 10 minutes, please remain seated to aim manually, Lady Uzukage. Otohime reached 6 clawed arms up and grasped the first golden barrier as the coral throne wilted slightly. We'll be dead in 10 minutes, shouted Karen, and her knuckles had gone white around the armrests. When Uzushio's first barrier broke, the backlash rippled back up the valley as seals underneath the streets were torn asunder. It sounded like the earth was breaking apart and Karen felt like the world was ending. Hers certainly was. Everybody run, she screamed, as fear and desperation overrode caution. I'll try to slow her down. I'm sorry. Reform the line. Screw the line, we're gonna die here. Oh god, oh god, oh god dash. Kill you bastards dash. Get the kids inside. Too far to help. Need more barriers dash. Medic. Leave him. Mommy please don't dash. Kakashi closed his heart to the screaming, panicking people around him and fought his way through the frightened stampede of humanity. Civilians were still getting fished out of the water or devoured by deep ones, most of the ninja were panicking or in disarray, and 3/4 of the Hoshigaki had gone into blind rage when they saw old Gills die. Order and sanity were breaking down or already broken, so it was swiftly becoming every man for themselves. Kakashi's dogs were a tight spearhead around him, each with half a dozen wounds, and dragging Indra's body with them. Kakashi kept his eyes on the ground and his mind wrapped in Umbu-focusing mantras, because the 6-armed serpent-tailed thing on the skyline that had thrown the Hoshigaki priest to her red-skinned bodyguards made him nauseous by sight alone. He'd lost Zabuza and Meiho in the chaos, but Kakashi's mind had narrowed to the bare mission essentials: extract all Konoha ninja, and get the hell out of here. He'd try to bring Naruto's family, but if Karen was too stubborn to see she was signing her death warrant, he'd leave her too. As long as Team 7 was alive, they could hate him for it. The gray-haired ninja had reached the base of the Uzukage's tower when he saw Naruto ushering people in through the half-open barrier, fleeing civilians, scattered mist Umbu, shark, and orca-skinned warriors, everyone he could. Come in, everybody inside. You too Kakashi-sensei, Karen's gonna close the barrier soon. Naruto, get Sasuke, and Sakura, said his former teacher in a tone that denied any possibility of argument, we're leaving. We're kinda busy sensei. Naruto, get down. Kakashi shoved Naruto to the floor as a pale deep one staggered towards the door from inside the tower, gurgling and holding its stomach with 2 clawed hands, bent double with pain. The civilians shrieked and some made to flee back outside, but most ran around it, disappearing into a packed and chaotic inner sanctum. Mother knows, I can't, don't, starving. The yokai collapsed to its hands and knees as Kakashi's hand lit up with a rakery. Mom, it's okay. Naruto was trampled by several pairs of feet and a red stain started to spread across his bandaged chest, but he reached the monster and took her distorted hand in between his own despite the cast on his arm. "It's okay, I'm here." "Naruto," croaked the voice as Kakashi stepped forward to kill it. "Get away. My son, mother, don't you, understand, I tried, so hungry." Kushina Uzumaki's corrupted corpse looked up at them and Kakashi's chakra sputtered to a halt. "So hungry, so many bodies, what's happening to me?" "The corruption is taking you," said Mijio Ni, who was dragging some of his umbu through the door. Behind him a distant spearhead of blue Hoshigaki fought towards the monstrosity, slaughtering its way up the valley with great sweeps of its 6 claws. The bloody mist umbu flicked blood off his blade and Kushina started to drool at the scent. "Kneel, and I will ensure you harm no other." "No way, she's my mom," retorted Naruto, turning to call into the tower. "Sakuraya, hit her with that genjutsu again." "I did," came a frustrated retort above the panicking survivors. "It's not working anymore." "Meaayayayot," howled Kushina and charged towards Kakashi before she swerved and slammed into the wall of the tower. "No, I won't. No. Never." The Leaf Jonin tore his eyes from another fragment of the past and scooped Naruto up under his arm, looking around for telltale pink hair and a familiar Uchiha. "Mijio Ni, do it." The demon-headed mask nodded. "See Uzumaki? He understands." "Uzumaki, Naruto, Minato," muttered Kushina as golden chains slowly snaked out from her back and her corpse flesh blackened like burnt meat. "Family, Kuwabai, I will not die a monster." She threw herself into a run, galloping towards Mijio Ni on all fours as Naruto cried out in dismay, but the umbu's sword was ignored entirely as Kushina charged the advancing deep ones with a scream of pain and rage. Something huge hit the ground close by with enough force the tower shook and Kakashi's first thought was that the thing outside had caught up to kill them all. But the deep ones outside were recoiling from some bright light, fleeing, or burning on the spot. More explosive traps from Karen? Something purple swooped inside through the hole in the golden barrier and Kakashi's dogs yelped as their owner reflexively flung one of his last shuriken at the new threat rising in their midst. Indra Uchiha caught the ninja star and tossed it over his shoulder to Naruto as he stood up. His body was covered in softly glowing bandages that hadn't been there a second ago, and his clothes were gray for some reason, but Kakashi had seen that cocky, almost arrogant smirk on other Uchiha when they'd bailed Konoha out of one tight spot or another. "Well, it seems like you have things under control," he said dryly, jerking his head in the direction of the doors. "Thanks for keeping my body safe." "Sensei," chorused Team 7 in obvious relief, and even the panicking survivors quieted a little as the light outside spoke. "Oto him of the deep depths. You stand accused of committing treacherous, blasphemous crimes against the mother of us all, against the high halls, and against the clans who prayed for your protection. As the cleansing flames of the kami, as the mandate of heaven, I am bound to burn out your corruption." "You should be dead," cried a distant, disbelieving voice. "How are you dash?" The light resolved itself into the front paw of the nine-tailed fox, fur mixing with fire as white flame licked at the edges of his enormous form. "I, Kurama of the Nine Tails, expel you from the company of gods, exorcise you from these waters, and erase your name under the heavens." "Fine," raged the serpent-legged creature outside as she ripped a claw from Inuka and the red-skinned creatures formed lances from seawater. "If I die, I'll take all the Uzumaki with me. No one else can have them. They're mine, mine, mine." "Not anymore," crowed a voice as a tinny speaker system activated with a crackle. "Kuwabai-san, I did it. I'm on the throne." Indra strolled out of the tower as Team 7, Kakashi, and half a dozen others followed him in stupefied silence. The Nine Tails turned to eye the uppermost floor of the Uzukage's tower and inclined his head in respect. "So you are, daughter of the sea?" A distinctly foxy smile was edging its way across features Kakashi had only ever seen twisted in anger. "Lady Uzukage Karen. Kuwabai-san, throw these creeps out of my village. Run them down, let none of them escape to the sea." "It shall be done." "Shall we, Kushina?" The small red-haired figure charged into the deep ones as the creatures began to run, tearing huge swathes asunder as her own power killed her, pushing on until her charred corpse collapsed in front of demons that had once been her distant kin. The nine-tailed fox took a deep breath and spoke a single word. "Burn." Then Kurama was no longer a fox, was not even a singular entity. He was pure fire, burning orange, blue, and white, a tide flowing against the sea. And the sea gave way against him as deep ones immolated, as flood waters boiled to steam at his passage, spreading and dividing and spreading again down streets, over ruins, across everything between the tower and the sandy beach. Some wicked Umbu burned 2 and more than 1 Hoshigaki, but most stood dumbfounded as the fire swept through and around them, leaving them unharmed in its wake. The Nine Tails never did anything like that before, said Kakashi faintly, and Indra shrugged. Madara Uchiha only ever used him as a blunt instrument. Nice to see a tailed beast enjoy his work. The crackling roar of an inferno was mixed with a sigh of deep satisfaction as the nine-tailed fox flash boiled 2 Uka, snapping at the living flame. Otohime was screaming, throwing her tube-faced bodyguards, Uka, even whole handfuls of deep ones behind her as she tried to flee. The fire laughed with crackling fat in a fox's derision. I thought you wanted to fight me, Otohime. The flame rose from the streets and coalesced back into the solid body of the Ninetails, who licked his lips. Come on then. Try to kill me, or the Uzumaki, I will dash. Seal system ready, delivering the final word, said the Uzukage's tower with a gruff male voice. Firing. Sealing script bloomed across the air around the tower and a void opened up in the skein of reality. A small purple-black ball screamed out of it at high velocity and whipped past the Kyuubi's tails to hit a clump of 5 Uka, which promptly ceased to exist, along with most of the hill behind them. The Biju's hair stood on end as the explosion detonated and he paused midway through savaging a tube-faced creature to glare at the tower. Uzukage. Sorry, called Karen's voice through the speakers. I was aiming for Otohime and missed. I won't. The fox dispatched his latest victim and snarled at the goddess's form, which was already shrinking towards a human size as she tried to flee. Chakra began to gather in front of his snout as a second Bijudama formed. Naruto tugged on Indra's cloak. Sensei 30E, she's getting away. Smashings and crashings, burbled a massive spiked turtle as he exploded up from the depths to belly flop onto 2 Uka and crush them underneath his massive bulk, which was now between Otohime and the ocean depths. Big brother, I got here just in time to lend a tail. Naughty, naughty Otohime, Isabu style, coral clamps. No. No, screamed the distant figure as 3 armored tails lashed her arms to her sides. She began biting great handfuls of coral away in primal panic. I won't dash. The 9 tails fired. Isabu the 3 tails rode out the blast in his shell as Otohime, her remaining bodyguards, and the island of Traveler's Respite were utterly obliterated by a Bijudama. In Naruto's later retellings, the traitor goddess let out one final scream of frustration even after she'd died, but it was just the superheated ocean steam. Probably. The 9 tails sat back onto his haunches and looked out over the afternoon desolation of Uzushio as silence fell for the first time in what felt like ages. It is done, he said heavily, and the white fire licking at the edges of his form faded. As the last ember went out, he too sagged as massive wounds reappeared on his snout and limbs. Isabu peeked out and crooned with concern. Oh bother, that's not good. Go rest and heal brother, I'll help from here. The 9 tails picked his way back up the valley and Indra waved Kakashi out of the way as the massive tailed beast flowed down into the seal on Naruto's stomach. He groaned in relief. Oh man, that feels weird. Kinda full, almost. Welcome back shitty fox. Sensei, should I do anything? Indra adjusted his eye patch behind his hair. Take me to Sasuke and Sakura, then we can all pass out. There was scattered laughter, most of it exhausted, from the people around them as distant Hoshigaki and Kyujira scattered in search of their fallen priest. Karen sagged back on the coral throne as she opened the vaults and Hikaru Uzumaki's newborn son took his first screaming breath of free air. Chapter 69, Gods and Monsters PT3, CH changes, turn and face the strain. Nagato Uzumaki was many things to many people, but while his body was mere skin and bone, his will was as formidable as ever. It was he who managed to finally clamp the Gedo statue's mouth shut, blood pouring from his nose and tear ducts as he forced the corpse of a god back into its slumber. In a megakur, the body of Tendo Pain fell back upon the stonework of his favorite gargoyle, eyes staring as blankly up at the same clouds Yahiko had seen when he died. Nagato expected to open his own eyes, or one of the other Pains, but he did not. He lay, naked, withered, and helpless upon a block of stone and shivered in a sudden bone-deep cold. He drew in a painful breath and let it out in a gasp of icy crystals. Who is there?" asked a weak voice Nagato did not recognize. It sounded old. "Who is asking?" he replied, looking around for the source of the voice. "Tell me where I am, and I shall tell you my name, stranger." "My brother's palace," said the weak voice Nagato could now recognize as an old man's. "Built upon the prison that orbits this earth, what the mortals refer to as the moon." "Mortals?" "Suggesting you are not." "A complicated question." The voice drew in a rattling breath, and as he did, Nagato finally located the speaker directly behind him. The old man's flesh was pale white, his robes in tatters, and he'd been chained to the wall by his wrists and calves with chains so dark the metal seemed to absorb the light that glowed faintly from his skin. But the light was flickering, weak, and Nagato could see why. The man's hands and feet had been cut away and nailed to the wall where they clasped together in a parody of prayer, his head slumped against his chest. "I imagine if I was mortal, my distant relatives would have found a way to kill me by now." He looked up and Nagato forgot to breathe. Horns had been smashed and eyes torn from bloody sockets, but even so disfigured, the figure was unmistakably the Sage of Six Paths. In the face of such mutilation, the figure smiled. "Ah, I see. You are the one who bears my eyes, the one Indra spoke of." "My apologies, I'm afraid I've forgotten your name." The withered man on the floor bowed, pressing his head to the floor of the cell. "My name is Nagato Uzumaki, blessed sage. Others know of me as Pain." "Ah yes." The sage nodded. "You have strayed far from the path of Ninshu, Nagato Uzumaki. You have gathered unworthy souls to bear my rings, I sense. But in one respect, your misguidance is in fact great fortune. Those who have wounded me so, came here looking for my brother who built this fastness to guard what you call the Gedo statue. With its absence, they search far afield." "It woke up," said Nagato cautiously. "We were attempting to seal the four tails into the statue and one of our number lost focus. I was able to force it back into slumber, with great effort, only to wind up here." He looked around at the shadows and harsh stone walls. "Which you say is the moon?" "It is." The sage took several labored breaths as Nagato tried to decide how to respond, for the cold and his own icy guilt sapped his thoughts of their normal focus. To hear from the very being you attempted to emulate that you were a disappointment stung, no matter that Nagato told himself he did not believe the sage to be a god. "You are troubled, Nagato Uzumaki. I do not need eyes to see that." "How dash? Ninshu can open more doors than you suspect, my boy. Far more than your derivative ninjutsu can blast open." The sage's head rose from its slumped position once more to stare sightlessly at Nagato. "I have felt your dreams, faintly, from this prison. But you are not so far down the corrupting path as you think, my inheritor. Listen to your heart. Hardly helpful advice when I am responsible for a nation, for the world," said Nagato, irritated and trying not to show it. "You understand pain, thus, you must surely understand what I am trying to do." "Hush," hissed the sage, lowering his voice. "They may hear you." Nagato dragged his body closer until his head was almost leaning into the sage's robes, and at this distance he could see the flesh had shrunk as his head, to a thin paper of skin stretched over bones. "We may discuss my methods another time. How can I free you?" "You cannot." The gray-skinned figure shook his head sadly. "You are a shade, cast adrift from your body for a time, and I am too old and wounded to flee." "I can heal you," said Nagato, cautiously probing his chakra reserves, but finding he had mere dregs remaining to him. "I can come back with dash." The sage smiled. "I suspect that may prove difficult." He nodded down at the redhead's body, which had begun to dissolve slowly from the feet up. "Your love is calling you back. Cleave to her when your doubts weigh upon you, as I did. Look to my children, Indra, Ashura, and the 9 divine beasts for your purpose. Rule wisely, and well." Nagato reached up and cupped the sage's face with trembling hands. "I'm sorry, I won't let you down, I will try." His predecessor turned to each side and kissed his palms. "My inheritor, that is all I have ever asked." Nagato's eyes shot open and he took a great heaving breath of humid, smog-tainted Omegakure air. It was the sweetest thing he'd ever tasted, followed shortly by the worst migraine he'd ever had in his life as the sage's blessing worked its way through his body. He writhed on the floor as his ocular pathways were strengthened, portions of his frontal lobes altered in accordance with sacred design, and his ears rang with the sound of distant bells. "Oh, Nagato!" Konan rushed into view above him and swept his frail form into her arms. "You're awake, I knew you'd come back." "You're shaking," he said and realized his voice was hoarse, his throat like sandpaper. "What dash?" "You collapsed after the statue closed," said Konan gently. "All of you." "Then, when I came here," she indicated the tallest tower in Omegakur, the tubes that preserved the panes not in use, one of his broadcasting chambers. "You were screaming." Nagato thought about telling her what he'd seen but held off. He needed to consider it, especially since he wasn't entirely sure he believed it himself. The sage's words matched too perfectly with his unspoken doubts and fears. It could have been a stress-induced nightmare. But deep down, he knew. "Did I?" He swallowed hard and Konan's body flickered back to his side with a glass of water. He drank it gratefully. "Did I say anything?" "No," she took his hand. "Just screaming. You stopped when your voice gave out, but I made sure no one heard you. Not in the tower, not in the village." "How long has it been?" "Mere hours," she replied, picking him up and moving him over to where his walker lay abandoned. "Since it was Kisame's fault the ritual was disrupted, I took the liberty of sending a paper clone to eliminate him." "Wait." She stopped and turned slightly so the thin beam of light coming in from the skylight shone down on Nagato's face. "Your eyes, they changed." "How?" asked her passenger, blinking hard several times to ensure he still had his vision. Konan tucked his hair back, studying her Amekage's face. "Not lilac, but a deeper purple than before. Richer, almost." He smiled. "Do you like them?" "I love them," said Konan, and they kissed one another gently, sharing relief and intimacy more than any stronger passion. "Just as I love you." Nagato hummed. "Speaking of things we love, I think it's time we take back the Akatsuki for our own. Kisame's failure has made me consider our options and our moment may never be better." Konan put him down in his walker and Nagato sighed as the construct cradled him in its padded embrace, reaching out with his mind as the panes pulled themselves up from where they lay. "Are you strong enough to fight?" "The fight will come," said her Amekage, his voice strengthening. "But Madara is distracted in Kirigakure, and with this disaster, the S-rank members of the Akatsuki are no doubt in worse shape than I. Take them now, Konan." His voice rose in command despite its rough edge. "All of Madara's networks, his knowledge, his spies. Take all that we can and remind him that he may be the darkness of the shinobi world. But we are the dawn." Inari Iron Fist, formerly Sakura Harano, watched the smoke curl away from the Torii Gate Indra and the Nine Tails had rushed through. In the old days she would have been angry that Sasuke had left her behind, but those days were long gone. Now she knew he'd left because he trusted her to handle whatever arose while he saved their past selves from the jaws of true monsters. She returned along the fire-blackened path Kurama had burnt through the high halls, and which the servants in white were already scrubbing and buffing with an air of personal insult. The jade doors were in shambles and she slipped back through the largest chunk. She hadn't realized quite how bad it was and her mouth opened in shock as she saw just how empty the hall had become. The gods did not always leave behind bodies when they died, and some had been obliterated in the deaths of the Otsutsuki or fallen prey to their strange techniques. It had been the same in her time, but the death toll had been even higher. "I was right," said Shikaka gloomily as the Tanuki's fat, hairy human form stomped up with a jar of sake in one hand and a scroll in the other. "For once, I fucking hate Bane, right? Lotta empty seats up here now." "What does that mean for the world?" asked Inari. "Philosophically, you'd have to ask a priest," said the Biju, offering her the bottle. "Practically, weather's gonna be rough pretty much everywhere, lots of misfortune, and the summoning critters might decide to start settling old scores." As Inari took the bottle and felt the divine liquor burn down her throat, Shikaka thumped her on the back. "All kinds of shit I can't remember right now. It's hard work, keeping the world running. Nobody notices until something goes wrong, which sucks. That's why I party hard, got to keep spirits up." He made grabby hands and she handed the bottle back as he waggled the scroll in his other hand. I'm actually going to be doing my job. What I'm good at. The details. Somehow I doubt that, said Inari, and the tailed beast glared at her. Oi, watch it, Pinky. Believe me or not, but I am good at details. All the grains in a sandstorm, a lover's favorite spots, the local kami's concerns, it's all in the details. Speaking of details, said Amaterasu's smooth voice from behind them. Shukaku, may I have a word with Inari, in private? I believe you have some divine repopulation to take care of. A localized tornado blasted out of the room and down the hall as the sun goddess took Inari by the arm and drew her into a corner. Please tell me you weren't serious, said Inari. I was not, replied Amaterasu. But if he takes me at my word, well, she tilted her head at the vast empty spaces in the hall, the wails of the bereaved filling the silence. As Shukaku said, new gods are required and he's good at keeping spirits up. Inari snorted as she tried to hold back her laughter and Amaterasu paused. Ah yes. A faint smile traced her lips. I see the entendre now. But what I wanted to ask you about are these. The sun goddess opened her hand and Inari peered down at a pair of bloody Rinnegan eyes, spinning in Amaterasu's palm to regard her, first with panic, then with recognition. These are the Sage of Six Paths eyes. The one from your future or our present I do not know, but the owner of these eyes remains alive. I would have offered one to Indra Uchiha, but such a gift is not mine to give. He wouldn't take it anyway, said Inari as she shook her head. Knowing him, he's probably tied his ocular prowess to how much he's loved or something. Suzuki or Indra, he wouldn't feel good enough for a gift like this a second time. She ran a bandaged hand through her hair and picked at the blood and itch her encrusted there. You can trust me on that as a medical ninja who's read his psych profile and as his ex-wife. Memory unspooled your lives for us to see, remember, said Amaterasu. He is more worthy than most. Yeah, the problem is getting him to believe it, said Inari with a weary air. Inari, look at the eyes. The purple eyeballs were spiraling in on themselves in Amaterasu's hand, glowing a rich purple before vanishing from existence entirely. The goddess's stance relaxed slightly. Well, that confirms Higoromo Kami is alive. And apparently, he just bequeathed his own Rinnegan to someone else. One more person to track down. Oh no. Amaterasu's smile was small, quiet, but hopeful. I get the feeling the bearer will come to you. She leaned in and brushed her lips against the diamond seal Sakura had tattooed on her own flesh so long ago. Take care of the world, Inari Iron Fist. Like the human heart, it is such a fragile thing, but all the more precious for it. Inari felt her strength of 10,000 burn with renewed chakra like the heart of a star. But the Otsutsuki, she tried. How much time, what if? Have faith, said the goddess as she turned back to the war council amidst the ruined splendor. That's what we do, after all. Have faith humans will overcome the challenges we give them. Inari was about to say something tactful instead of the cynicism that sprang to mind when commotion distracted her near the door. Gods were drawing weapons again, shouting angrily, before a peal of thunder from Susanoo silenced them. Cease this infantile squabbling, shouted the thunder god, shouldering through the crowd with a pale white and terrified prisoner in tow. Back, all of you. A prisoner. Amaterasu drifted forwards, Inari automatically following in her wake. How unexpected. Susanoo threw the pale white figure to the cloud-covered ground and Amaterasu put her sandaled foot on his skull. There was a searing noise and the smell of burning flesh. Greater will of the Otsutsuki, she hissed. Why dash? Please, shrieked the figure, groveling on the floor and clasping his hands in prayer. Please, please 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 don't kill me. Merciful Amaterasu, benevolent Amaterasu, I beg you dash. Susanoo waved away the other gods, his brow crackling with lightning. You dare mock us dash? No. No 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 no, absolutely not, I would never even dream of dash. You are not Otsutsuki, said Amaterasu, and when she gestured for Susanoo to drag him up from the ground, Inari drew in a sharp breath. Tonari. Who? Chorused the divines while the pale man's electric blue eyes widened slightly more in his panic. How do you know me? Neither of us met him in person, said Inari. Last member of some distant branch at Otsutsuki clan that was up on the moon. Wanted a wife and kidnapped Hinata Hyuga, threatened to drop the moon on Earth, fought our Naruto on the moon, blah blah, blah. Naruto talked him down, then the guy disappeared. I never did any of that, whimpered the man, shaking his head. I swear I never will. At first, I was happy because people came to visit, they finally came to visit after so many years alone. His voice took on a ragged edge. But they weren't really people. Not really. There was a voice, speaking through them, and it said if I helped them, if we won, they would take me home and I would no longer be alone. You're alone now, said Jashin, who was eyeing Tonari's neck with anticipation. Amaterasu, let me have him, his blood could be useful. No. Please, let me speak, you have to let me speak. No Otsutsuki has ever been captured alive, said Inari. Perhaps he's so far removed from whatever counts as pure they can't suck him in, or whatever. He is indeed more human than divine, acknowledged Amaterasu, tilting Tonari's head back and forth with a tongue of flame as she studied him. He's certainly pathetic enough. There was a smattering of laughter and Tonari nodded frantically. Yes, yes. That was the point. The point of this. He waved his hands wildly before Susanoo's blade met his throat and the remnant lowered his arms. Everyone you fought here, they, were all leftovers. The Otsutsuki who wanted to kill you more than they wanted victory, the failures, the mad, blind one from your future. If they could kill you all, then the true Otsutsuki could come, knowing they were safe. You mean they anticipated this outcome, growled Susanoo. You're likely just a fool meant to feed us false information. Yes. No. I don't know. Tonari was shaking in his white robes. I'm not connected like them, I could only feel it when they were all together. Picking away at my mind, they hurt me. How many more are there? Asked Amaterasu. How many true Otsutsuki are waiting in the next wave? I don't know, whispered Tonari, his eyes darting around. I couldn't tell them apart. Sometimes, it was just one mind in a body. I could talk to them. Sometimes, there were so many inside one shell all I could hear was screaming. And the angles. He shuddered. The angles of the palace don't fit together anymore. Nothing fits. I don't fit, I just want to go home. But home is where they are. Amaterasu patted the Otsutsuki descendant on the cheek, her smile kindly and beatific. Don't worry, little one. We'll make sure you get to go home. When his eyes rolled back into his head, the gods began to murmur. Amaterasu's smile slid off her face like a sunspot. Sister, you can't seriously be thinking about keeping that one around. He's unquestionably a trap. Exactly, but they didn't expect us to survive. Otohim's treachery was a masterstroke and Otsutsuki are nothing if not arrogant. We send him back as the sole survivor, or emissary, pretending we are weak and seek to bargain for our survival. Let them play with us, dangling false hope on a string. And when we strike, fall like a thunderbolt, said Susanoo, a smile visible through his beard. The streets were cleaner than everyone expected, but the nine-tailed fox's flames had scoured away every trace of the Deep One's corruption alongside more mundane ravages such as mold and most of the overgrown vegetation. In the late afternoon sunlight, the cream-colored stonework quickly filled with reunion as cries rang across the valley. Cries of joy as people realized they would survive, of pain as the wounded or dying were gathered and healed, of grief as the dead were counted. Indra shut it all out as he sank to his knees and embraced his team, gathering Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura into his cloak as they clung to each other and to him, faces full of the same exhaustion and relief. You came back, said Sasuke, his voice hoarse. Indra squeezed his younger self's shoulder. Of course I did, he replied. I can't leave your training to Kakashi, can I? Naruto giggled, but it quickly turned into a sucking wheeze that had his teammates pull back to look at him in alarm as blood spread back across his bandaged chest again. What happened? Asked Indra as he and Sakura took several steps back to let Sasuke work. He got hit by that, said Sakura, gesturing at a massive bone sword lying discarded against the wall alongside several Deep One corpses the Kyuubi hadn't incinerated. The younger Uchiha's hand disappeared beneath the bandages as his eyes flickered red, before sputtering out. Out of chakra, he announced, Mao the grim line. The patch I put on his lung needs fixing. Naruto, take a deep breath. The blonde wheezed impotently and Sasuke put his ear to the other boy's chest. He was going to have to inflate it himself, which meant. Sasuke leaned over Naruto and their mouths met again, pushing air from one to the other as his hand found the small gap in the seal patch and closed it. Naruto's chest rose and Sasuke pulled away as his teammate took several experimental breaths. Both of them were slightly redder than normal, but that was probably the oxygen. "So that's what, the second time you two have kissed?" asked Sakura teasingly as Indra stepped on her foot. "I just inflated his lung," snapped Sasuke, whose cheeks were absolutely red now. "It's a medical procedure dash. Called the kiss of life," jeered Sakura, who would not be dissuaded. "You said you were done treating stupid Uzumaki, but look who's smiling like an idiot now." "Come on, Sakura." Naruto was getting better, because he now had enough breath to sit up and complain. "Sasuke just saved my life, he's allowed to smile about that." "Suyu-er," drawled Sakura as Indra grabbed the back of her Quippeo and started dragging her towards Kakashi, but she dug in her heels. "You like seeing him smile." "Well, duh, Sasuke's got a great smile." The younger Uchiha scowled immediately and sat back on his heels, wiping his blood-stained hand on a rag. "What, are you going to tell me to smile more often?" "Nah, when it's rare, that makes it nice cause I know you mean it." "You know." Sasuke grunted something vaguely affirmative, since his eyes were focused on Naruto's face. His cheer pushing through exhaustion and blood-stained teeth, the whiskers framing his cheeks, his smile. He only realized the smile was getting closer when Naruto's hand tangled in his hair and the Uzumaki pressed their lips together again, as light as a feather, but unmistakable. Not an accident or a medical necessity. Naruto had kissed him on purpose and now they were both smiling. Like that. Sasuke realized he should probably say something, but his brain was exploding like a phoenix flower jutsu, sparks flying everywhere. He was saved when Naruto's stomach growled, and the sound brought Sasuke out of his stupor. "You need to eat something, idiot. We fought through lunch and it's almost dinner time. Something light, I want to make sure your stomach's in one piece too." He collapsed into a seated position next to Naruto after propping him up on his pack, and the blonde looked delighted. "You wanna, go out to dinner, or something?" "Yes," blurted Sasuke, who had no idea where this is all coming from. But his eyes are memorizing every inch of Naruto's face even without the Sharingan and he knows his best friend, teammate, brother, something more, whatever this is, he knows Naruto is serious. "Oh, cool." Naruto looks pleased and also slightly panicked because he hadn't expected this reaction and is flying blind. "We can do something special for dinner." "Always thinking with your stomach," said Sasuke. "As long as it's not fish." Now it was his turn to lean in and kiss Naruto the way he'd once seen a couple kiss in the street, a brief peck of lips against cheek, a public display of affection. He decided the public part wasn't so much to his liking as he noticed Sakura stuff a fist in her mouth and Kakashi become very interested in the wood grain of a support pillar. "I think we've had enough fish to last more than one lifetime." Indra had jumped straight up, reaching the apex of his brief arc and landing on the threshold of dark blue marble and preserved opulence of Uzushio's throne room, where Karin was silhouetted against the bright blue sky. She was standing at the window, bloody and ravaged arms braced on the shutter, looking out at the ground men and women had died to hold. "Indra." Her voice was tired and he crossed the space slowly, giving the girl time to compose herself, or to send him away, if she wished. The Uchiha reached Karin's side and they listened to the distant sound of the sea as the massive form of Isabia the Three Tails herded and chided the tides back to their regular rhythm. "How are you feeling?" She leaned against him and Indra put his hand on her shoulder. "Like I could sleep for 1,000 years. A sigh, heavier than a girl her age should ever have to bear, and Karin's shoulders shook as the emotions hit her in waves. "It's so hard." "It is," acknowledged the Uchiha, letting his own exhaustion show. "You've won, so you can rest now." "Except I can't, can I?" Karin's voice was wobbly. "People died for me, for this," she gestured at the valley below and the hills around them. "I have to get up tomorrow and lead them, every day, or I'm spitting on their sacrifices, on everything you guys did for me." Indra tilted his head. "Do you not want to lead anymore?" "Of course I do," snapped the young Uzukage, glaring up at him through tear-spotted glasses. "I just don't want to let people down." The Hoshigaki, Tsunade-san, Kuwabai-san, everyone I've met who believed in me, who told me I wasn't a tool to be used for a village. You won't, promised Indra, pointing at his empty eye socket. I've seen the future, remember. You said you could be wrong. Indra fell silent as he searched for the right words, but Karen kept talking. You four, Team 7 were the first ones to believe in me. Gave me a chance to be whatever I wanted, and now. You are Lady Uzukage Karen of New Uzushio, said Indra, a quiet pride in his voice. Whatever you want, whatever you need, we will support you. Not because we're shinobi, or because you're Uzukage. Because you are family. Thanks, Indra. A polite cough interrupted her and Indra whirled on the spot, drawing Karen behind him as he drew his sword with shaking fingers to pass through the teal-light construct of a bearded man in sea-patterned robes. Ah, Lady Uzukage, speaking of family. I am picking up several Uzumaki chakra signatures making their way towards the tower. The nine-tailed fox slept inside Naruto's soul for 2 days straight, healing his wounds and considering the future. The goals he had fought and schemed to achieve over 3 human lifetimes were now reality, which begged the question, what now? He would rally the tailed beasts, his brothers and sisters, their Jinchuriki too. He would cleanse the wickedness of man, gods as well if the need arose, and they would make ready for the war to come. The mortals would be difficult. They lived such short lives, thought in such small ways. The high halls were patient, but humans would not remain united forever, even if the magnitude of the threat was driven home. Indra had said if they played their cards right, they would have at best 20 years of true peace to build, to arm, and to forge kami out of worthy mortal souls. He and Inari were examples. Oh yes, Kurama could admit that in the privacy of his own council. Not only because Indra had saved his life, or Inari any number of gods, but because they continued on, despite the long span of years that now stretched before them, a second lifespan to taste before they decided on immortality. They were like him now and deserved the same assessment. What had been barely constrained loathing before had worn down to respect, sharp jagged edges softening not over decades or after death, as he'd softened with Kushina, but in a matter of years. Years. Why was that? Kurama flicked an ear absently, shifting his tails about him in his sleep as he considered the question. The stakes were part of it, yes. The Otsutsuki from the outer dark. The seal another part, curses to demmed Minato, who used the Reaper Death Seal to ensure the fox and his son would both survive. Killing the son killed him too. Next, the boy. Was he another part of why Kurama had changed? Or perhaps the whole upon which all else rotated, like a karmic wheel? No, he wasn't that special. The children, as a unit, perhaps so. Naruto Uzumaki, who they both had a vested interest in keeping alive. Sasuke Uchiha, the Nightmare Feast, Indra's past self. Sakura Haruno, the genius who could have been a nobody. She was the first change, Kurama noted. Back when Indra had first taken his students into the fetid sewer construct of Naruto's mind, when Indra had been calm and collected despite the fox goading all of them at every opportunity. He'd wanted a reaction from Indra most of all, but the girl had sparked his curiosity. That was it. Curiosity. Engagement with another. Discovery. He thought of another long ago time when the Otsutsuki had come, when they had all been young gods by any standard. Discovery was desperate, battle was constant, and survival was victory. Snow-white skin, black tresses that hid her form, and lips that burned with no mortal flame. The cave. The taste of her. Him, as close to fur as a human shape could take, the charge of his lightning against orange fur, the strength of his hands. So much of them in this man, Indra. Kurama woke up, startled from his sleep by the thought. They were all gods now, but Kurama was comparing him to them. The Nine Tails should have laughed at the absurdity, adjusted his tails, and gone back to sleep. He did not. It was dusk when he separated from a dozing Naruto Uzumaki, leaving behind a layer of himself to contain the karmic hatred, but the rest of him walked. He was troubled, though each step cleared his mind. The feel of grass shoots under his paws, the smell of the night dew, the call of the owls. Between one step and the next he shrank as he passed north beyond the bounds of the village, compressing into a fox whose tails barely crested the tree tops. When he'd been a young god. It has been so long, he said to himself. He stretched out, putting his belly to the grass and soaked it all in. It was more than just the nature energy he'd needed to absorb, but the totality of the space. Something pure and simple. Is it what you remembered? Asked Indra quietly. Karama knew he should have been angry at the interruption. Righteous anger was part of him, as much as flame. But he wasn't. There it was again. A curious absence of hostility when by all rights Karama had been disturbed in the first moment of true peace he'd had in over 100 years. But he hadn't been startled, a portion of his mind had noted the familiar presence following him at a distance. Not hostile or suspicious, but simply, there. Much as I remember, he said, his baritone making the tree in front of him shake slightly. Some is not. He looked at Indra who had been looking back at the Nine Tails pensively and the man spoke. All of this, the Uchiha waved his hand in a lazy circle to indicate the heavens and the earth. What do you think? Karama considered reiterating the thoughts that had passed in his sleep on matters of war, of time, and necessary struggle. They were surely what Indra expected, but on a night like tonight, his first night free in a century, they did not seem like the right words. To end something in your life, an influence, an enemy, a state of being. Finality, his tails swished, rippling in the right breeze, and it rustled Indra's hair and cloak as well. There is something pleasing in that. Closure. Yes. They were silent for a while, attending to their own thoughts, their own ghosts, now put to rest. Then Indra spoke. Closure can be painful, but we can't be stuck looking back. Old arguments. Old connections. Old hatreds. Karama scoffs. And I suppose you're fixed on looking ahead or some such Uzumaki optimism. I'm not looking anywhere, said Indra, but his eye drifted to meet the fox's own. Karama looked away, unsettled again but unable to place the specifics. Indra's Sharingan was not active, he had never tried to control Karama. And yet. He stood, shook himself to disguise his bristling fur, then compressed to his human shape to hide it further still, drifting over to lean against the tree Indra was sitting in, but deliberately not looking at him. Curiosity, whispers a fragment of his mind and he flicks it away. Why did you trust me so much, with the children? I've seen you at your very best and your very worst, said Indra as he tapped his skull. Now you've seen me at mine. This isn't pity, just understanding. He landed on the grass, bending his knees slightly to absorb the impact, and at some unspoken agreement, they started to walk back towards New Uzushio. Karama looked over at this man, this demigod, just as he is, silently drinking him in as the wind flows through their hair and they both vault the vine-encrusted back wall. The next time I go for a walk, he says. I will let you know. A pause as Indra absorbs this and Karama hastens to add. Your incessant worry for the children like a mother hen is irritating. You know what foxes do in hen houses, don't you? I'll keep everything you said in mind, Karama-kami. They kept walking until the stars came out and even a little bit after that. Karin Uzumaki, newly minted 4th Uzukage, had to admit the coral throne of Uzushio was very useful. Sitting upon the living coral and turquoise-painted wood, she could see Tajuna's construction teams scattered across the slowly reviving city, breaking down rusted metal and mossy stone with the help of a few ninja and fashioning them into homes. Hoshigaki stomped out of the surf dragging salvage crates full of rusted weapons, bones, and nearly indecipherable headbands for a small group Bloody Mistumbu to catalog. The rest of them were swarming over their beached battleship, trying to restore it to working order, but Karin had asked Indra to make sure the guns were not in working order anytime soon. Just because they'd fought together for survival, didn't mean she trusted Mijio and I that much. With the expanded perception of the throne, she could even see Zabuza down by the first canal, lambasting Suijutsu as the boy tried to make the fresh water obey his command. There was a slightly artificial cough next to her and Karin opened her eyes to see the turquoise form of the Uzushio administrative assistant folding his hands back into his robes. Lady Karin, I have finished inventory of the supplies your expedition had brought and am pleased to announce we will be able to rebuild 14% of the village before the week is out. Repairs to the Over the Rainbow are nearly complete and I foresee discord concerning its destination and cargo. Well, right now we only have one ship and one Chachan navigator to get us through the whirlpools, said Karin with a trace of irritation. All the route charts you and the assistant librarian pulled were helpful, but there isn't enough food to feed everyone through the winter. She hopped off the throne and moved down the stairs as a thought occurred to her. UAA, where is Varaja Hoshigaki? If she can help bring the Hakobane port refugees back to their home, that'll get us some goodwill and a port of call. The seal construct bowed his head. An elegant solution. She remains in the second-floor infirmary, with Nami Uzumaki. Thank you. Is there anything else that requires my attention before I step away? Nothing urgent, Lady Uzukage, though the bloody mist trader, Mijio and I, wishes to speak with you when you have a moment. He is currently outside Vault 2. Good, said Karen brusquely, vaulting down from the throne and taking several steps at a time to reach the cool blue floor. You have the throne, UAA. The Uzushio administrative assistant's visible avatar dissolved as the seals powering him closed down and Karen took the slow spiral staircase down, allowing her thoughts to collect rather than the fast rope system Tajuna had rigged up. New Uzushio, like its cage's tower and its people, was slowly but surely healing from the battle Mijio and I had already labeled, the purification of Uzushio. Streets were clear and so were the local waters, largely thanks to the Three Tails Isabu. The massive turtle had claimed the remains of Pilgrim's Respite as his own and had set about building new coral reefs to rival those of Chibukaya Ghosts, his gift to Karen and as an apology to the Hoshigaki for his long absence. She'd spent a long salt-soaked afternoon consulting with both the turtle, Salamasina, and the first mate of the Rainbow, seeking a compromise between underwater defenses and the need to allow larger ships into the harbor. The island was empty now, the tailed beast deep under the ocean cleaning out Otohime no Kami's dragon palace. From what Isabu had let slip, and from the fox's hungry grin, Karen was simply grateful her people would not need to spill any more blood in that deep place. They'd shed enough. Karen reached the second-story landing and took a deep breath, the scarred bite marks on her forearms tingling with half-remembered pain and the murmurs of pain beyond the doorway. No one's going to ask that of you, she reassured herself. You're safe and so are they. All they want is some comfort. The Uzukage strode through the room, stopping near the bedrolls and makeshift cots of recovering Hoshigaki and their Kyujira relatives, thanking Mistnin missing chunks of their shoulders or hands, commiserating with civilians who'd fled one war only to find another on an unfamiliar shore. Some were impatient to be back on their feet and heading away from Uzushio, but a surprising number of people greeted her kindly, asking about the latest reconstruction, the housing lottery, or vault discoveries. The interconnected rooms were packed, the rice paper doors thrown wide along with the windows and the cool winter cross breeze had Karen smiling as she completed her full circuit of the beds, spotting the woman she'd come to find. Varaja Hoshigaki was still as Karen had first met her, tall, brash, and blunt, but there was a tenderness to the sharkwoman's eyes as she turned from Nami Uzumaki's bedside towards her Uzukage. Lady Karen dash. The far younger girl grinned and accepted the hug that engulfed her in rough sharkskin. How is my favorite bodyguard doing today? From where she'd been fiddling with her recovered prosthetic arm again, Nami Uzumaki frowned. I thought you weren't supposed to play favorites. Answer the question, said Karen, dodging her own inquiry as she sat down at the foot of the bed. Suzuki says you're a horrible patient. I'm leaving tomorrow, said Nami. Now my bone's re-healed, some other poor salt can have this bed and I find another one with some more privacy. Here. The dark-skinned former Cloud Ninja reached under her pillow and handed Karen a stack of shiny silver and blue headbands, all marked with the spiral and pointed ears of new Uzushio. Carved a few more of these to keep my hands busy. Varaja pulled a look of mock hurt. Was I not enough to keep you occupied? Oh, you were, said Nami in a tone that had Karen cast her eyes up towards the ceiling as the Hoshigaki sniggered. But we need them for the new Uzushio shinobi and I like making them myself. Careful, warned Karen, gray eyes glancing around to gauge the distance between them and the nearest of Mijio and Izumbu. She'd overruled several of her advisors to segregate the wounded by allegiance and had to pay the price now. Any blooming camaraderie was balanced by the recognition mist, Uzushio and rebels would all slit each other's throats if sufficiently antagonized. The subject of new Uzushinobi was particularly fraught considering what had happened in the aftermath of the battle and Karen slid the forehead protectors into her waistband. Once Kuwabai-san gets back, we can deal with that. One problem at a time. Nami nodded as she used her prosthetic to drag Varaja in for a kiss on the gills. Yeah, I get it. We were going to postpone the wedding until the springtime anyway. Congratulations, said Karen, smiling as she took in the downright sappy looks the two women were giving each other. Whatever happened to moving too fast? I'm very persuasive, drawled Varaja, sticking her tongue between two fingers before Nami attempted to murder her with a pillow. Oh my god. Var, she's a kid. And Uzukage, she's Finn. Blissfully ignorant of the gesture's meaning, Karen waited until one of the nurses gave them a nasty look before she waved Varaja back, chuckling despite herself. That reminds me, Varaja, I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to take the Hakobane port refugees back home on the Rainbow once repairs are finished. I've got some trade route ideas and UAA is putting together a list of our most urgent supplies. Feel free to add any wedding stuff you'll need. You'll be alright without me, asked the Hoshigaki, and at a nod from Nami, gave her Uzukage a thumbs up. I don't need anything fancy, so we won't break the bank. She looked at Karen, her voice turning worried. Any word about Dash? No, said Karen heavily. Believe me, we're looking. It's only been a week, Varaja. Old Gills could still be alive. He didn't give up on me, so I'm not giving up on him either. After a few more exchanges, Karen bid Nami goodbye and took the last flight of stairs down to the streets of New Uzushio, bustling with activity between the tower and the starburst of white tents planted in lieu of permanent housing. She sniffed the air as her chains carried her over the ruins. The stench of rotting and burnt fish was finally gone with the last of the corpse fires, though the Kyuubi's purifying flame had brought problems of its own. 20 seared, naked, and near-delirious survivors of the flame wind, supposedly cleansed of Otohim's corruption, had staggered up the hill begging for answers, and even Salamasina had barely been able to prevent her clanmates from ripping them to shreds in vengeance for Old Gills. With Team 7's help, Karen had bundled the group into the Uzukage's tower, where UAA had placed them in solitary confinement until a solution could be found. 2 had apparently been former Mistumbu, while the rest were original inhabitants of Uzushio, civilian and ninja alike. She'd been keeping their existence from Mijio and I, because the Bloody Mist commander would have ordered them all executed, and Karen was a little too close to agreeing with him out of sheer exhaustion. Keeping Zabuza's rebels and his Bloody Umbu from killing each other was enough of a task, but hopefully he hadn't found out. Mijio and I was waiting patiently next to the massive half-open doors to Vault 2, his mask scowling up at Karen from his hip. She resisted the urge to scowl back as her chains retracted and the old man stepped forward. Uzukage, walk with me. The Umbu's pace was slow and Karen couldn't decide if the loss of speed was out of courtesy or his evident age. She appreciated it either way since her legs were shorter. They walked for half a block along the perimeter of the vaults before the landscape spread out towards the abandoned clan compounds cresting the hills, and Mijio and I began to speak. I have been considering the Three Tails tidings, he said without preamble, hands clasped behind his back. The death of Lord Yagura and destruction of a majority of his forces means Terumi Mae's traitor Mist will soon take power, doubtless to the ruin of us all. Your ruin, maybe, said Karen. What will you do now, Mijio and I? From what Isabu said, it sounded like a crazy battle. I have my oaths, said the old man stiffly. I will not bend the knee to Mae, nor would she accept my surrender if I were to offer it. We are Yagura's elite and there are many who would cheer our deaths. You were happy to chop my head off when Indra first dragged us onto the shore. Now you're the ones about to go on the run, replied the redhead. From the way the corners of his mouth tightened, she knew her point hit home. But Uzushio is neutral ground, I would have it remain so. Instead of throwing your lives away or living in hiding as my family and I did for decades, why not stay here? You spared my life once and I'd like to return the favor if I can. Ignoring Mijio and I's look of surprise, Karen kept going. Mist is going to be cleaning house for some time, but I don't want to become the only ninja village in the land of water. The clan leaders of Konohagakure were hoping we could take half your business, but I have bigger plans. I won't be chained to the nation village system, accepting jobs where we kill for money, start wars over national interests, all the mistakes of Grass, Mist, and Leaf alike. You have an armory manifest, said Mijio and I. Ninja who follow your ideas, among them Konoha's Jinchuriki, and theoretical trade routes you will have to defend. Those are the makings of a village, if not a nation. We're going to be above that. Karen swept her hands out, gesturing at the rebuilding New Uzushio, the bright sunlight, the clear waters. We're going to be peacekeepers, and we're going to help the tailed beasts do what they were meant to, restore balance to the world. Her companion snorted derisively. A lofty, naive goal, Uzukage. Do I look like a peacekeeper? Does any Hoshigaki? We are killers. Funny you mention that, said the Uzukage all too casually. I was thinking a good way to announce our presence to the world would be to hold an international press conference, followed by hosting trials for Mistnin on both sides of the civil war. Zabuza mentioned you are wanted for war crimes, is that right? I had orders dash. Karen blew a loud, wet raspberry at him. Suyur you did, Mijio and I. Here's my offer. You and your bloody Mistumbu stay here and get a fresh start in New Uzu. Clear the air, burn out the corruption on both sides, start fixing your mistakes instead of stacking up more. Zabuza's getting the same offer, just so you know, and he thinks this Terumi might go for it. Mijio and I scowled. You ply dangerous waters, Uzukage. One victory does not allow you to interfere in other villages. She was about to reply when the tower shrieked in alarm, tinny klaxons blaring as a tidal wave crested the western mountains and thundered down towards the valley with the sound of an avalanche. The 80-year-old man and the 10-year-old girl exchanged a glance, their argument postponed. Let's go see what that's about, said Karen, her chains already lifting her up and clattering forward. Never a dull moment, I guess. It's the life you chose and I have lived, said Mijio and I, loosening his sword in its sheath as the mask found his face. We can't complain. Kisame and Samehada failed to break the third Raikage's record crossing the continent, but not for lack of trying. Initially, there had been the urgency of the task at hand, the demigod sword chittering anxiously every few hours as Kisame found a way to make them go even faster, soon leaving the land of stone in the dust. Konan had found them several days later and made it clear she was unhappy with Kisame by leveling a small town on the borders of the land of hot springs trying to kill him. She was still at it now and Itaki Uchiha ignored his splitting headache in favor of an enervating dragon flame jutsu that either burnt or detonated her latest volley of exploding paper shuriken. We're here, called Kisame from behind him, his hands clasped as he directed their wave down the slope towards Uzushio. Itake, shake this bitch already. You are wasting my time, said Konan coldly, her expression the kind of calculated fury Itake knew made the origami user one of the most dangerous members of the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki will survive your stupidity, but dash. There was a ferocious snarl from behind him and at first Itake thought Kisame had roared his defiance, but no. This sound was further away, from several throats, and it echoed back up the walls of valley like a much larger predator had just noticed fresh chum. Near the bottom of the slope a golden barrier sprang up and though the Akatsuki tried to jump away, their transportation was moving too fast to halt. Konan's paper wings pulled up sharply and she veered sideways as Itake and Kisame vanished with a pop, hurled out of the barrier and right back into the mountainside at significant speed, along with several hundred gallons of chakra-infused salt water. The hell was that? Sputtered Kisame, slinging his wet blue hair back as Samehada shivered in his hand. Right, I'm looking girl. Presumably Uzushio's defenses, said Itake, who sent a water lance jutsu towards Konan in hopes of dissuading her from a bombing run. Your target is beyond them, correct? Yeah, I dash. You. Something huge, tan, and jagged launched itself at the other side of the golden barrier and also vanished with a pop, reappearing a dozen feet away and plowing a new crater in the cobblestone. A tan shark woman rose from the wreckage, fists clenched and every inch of her bulk oozing killing intent. She drew an entire ship's anchor from a scroll at her hip and launched a mighty blow at Kisame, who'd gone pale. How dare you show your face here, you blunt-toothed oath-breaker. I will break you and use your bones as toothpicks, Kisame Hoshigaki. The anchor and the woman were displaced once again by the barrier as Konan swooped down to perch on an outcropping of rock like a blue carrion bird, her wings folded for defense. It seems you have another debt to settle, Kisame. I'm happy to split you with her. In half, maybe. The enormous woman stalked back over and was pacing back and forth in front of the barrier as Kisame brandished the living sword in his hands. Ari, I dash. You don't even deserve to speak our names, you filthy Remora. Samehada made me return, she felt dash. My parents die? Die fighting a god alone, because you two were dicking around as a rogue ninja. Kisame's eyes widened. Bullshit, old Gills can't be dead, that bastard was slicin' immortal. Ari made a pained noise and barely resisted the obvious urge to throw herself at the barrier again as Itaka noted the woman was amazingly even larger than Kisame. Bazukage. Bazukage, put this barrier down so I can kill this son of a sea urchin. Kisame grunted as 6 of Conan's paper birds sliced the bottom of his cloak and several tendons, so he collapsed to his knees. Here. Conan's voice was less icy, though her gaze only twitched in direction of Itaka, who'd been distracted by a small flock of crows arcing down towards him from the peak of another mountain. Carved him up for you. Let me guess, said Ari, he stole something from you. Probably pretty boy here, then fled like a thief in the night. His lack of focus cost us dearly, said Conan, turning her gaze towards the Uchiha as several other chakra signatures approached, including a telltale flicker of gold. So he must be made an example of. My master does not tolerate failure. Inahi's teeth, who are you people? Asked a heavily tattooed woman as she skidded into view alongside a 5-man strong group of ninja, most also shark people. Kihihisami, cooed a trio of voices and 3 of the shark women waved wildly at the cloaked figures outside. You came back, we've missed you so much. So have I, said the tan shark menacingly. Once this barrier goes down my aim will get a lot better. Itaka's first impression of the Uzukage was a giant golden octopus landing on top of a pile of rubble, then he turned his Sharingan on and the figure resolved into a little girl with red hair, glasses, and a put-upon expression as a member of the Bloody Mist Sambu landed on her left side. All right, she sighed as golden chains kept her at eye level of the Hoshigaki. This doesn't look like a deep one attack. Well met, Lady Uzukage, said Conan and the ghost of a smile crossed her lips. You've been busy. Spym lady, what should I call you? Asked the girl, looking momentarily embarrassed. Itaka immediately started a mental dossier, because if Conan had been in contact with a child, she was a child worth watching. The angel will do for now, said Conan, gesturing with one paper wing at Kisame, who was looking like he'd take his chances with the vengeful Kunoichi outside the barrier rather than his family members inside. This one almost got us all killed, so I'm here to return the favor. Oh ho ho no you don't, snapped Ari, planting her anchor in the cobblestones for emphasis. That measly little remora is mine. Same Hada belongs to all of us and old Gills would dash. Ari. The massive warrior shot a look at Karen but obligingly fell silent. We don't know what old Gills would have wanted or done, because we still haven't found his body or Inahi. Umbu Rule 68, recited the demon-masked Umbu to her left. If there's no body, there's no kill. I can help, blurted Kisame and he looked surprised at the words coming out of his own mouth. I mean, shit, she can help. Right girl. He tapped Same Hada's hilt and the sword made a noise that sounded like agreement. She could, agreed the heavily tattooed woman who strode over towards Karen's right side. The sacred weapons can find one another. Who are these others, Lady Karen? Who cares, called one of the Hoshigaki sisters, winking at Itaka. His red and my blue, perfectly complementary colors for a husband. Just for that, Itaka put the woman in a genjutsu where she was devoured from the inside out by crows and she thankfully collapsed to the ground, gurgling. Jairi, Mahi, please restrain her, groaned Kisame, who was staring at anyone other than the 4 shark women opposite him, past the shimmering gold barrier. See, this is why I left. You mean abandoned your family, your training, everything you held dear, so you could steal my entire fucking purpose in life. Ari's bile was acidic. I was supposed to be the one sent to retrieve Same Hada. Enough. Itaka's voice was perfectly calm. Uzukage, what say you? The red-haired girl was huddled with the Mist Umbu and the Hoshigaki leader and it took her another minute to sweep forward to the barrier, golden chains not so gently dragging Ari out of the way. She stared at Kisame, chewing on her lip. Lady Angel, since these men are, or were your subordinates, while they are in my village, keep them under control. That goes for all of you as well, she said to the Hoshigaki, which got no small amount of grumbling. Mijio and I, take the rear guard, if you would. Salamasina has her hands full, and so will I. Sensible, allowed Mijio and I and apparently satisfied, Karen clapped her hands twice. All right, UAA, lower the western barrier on my authority. There was a moment, then the golden barrier lowered, an ambient hum dissipating into the sounds of reconstruction efforts. The instant it was gone, Ari threw 2 handfuls of her own teeth at Kisame and the man flinched bodily away as his sisters gasped at the magnitude of the insult. All right you bastard, she growled, mouth studded with holes from her missing teeth. Take us to Old Gills. Kisame marched at the front, holding Samehada out in front of him like a divining rod, the sword hissing instructions to him in a language Itaka couldn't understand. Behind him was the slight girl, Karen, alongside Salamasina and, oddly enough, Conan's paper clone. The 3 women were speaking quietly and ignoring the Hoshigaki sisters tasked with keeping Uri in line, which Itaka was glad of. Kabuko, his crow had landed on his shoulder as the others dispelled in puffs of smoke, their watch ended at last. Boy am I glad to see you boss. I've had my tail feathers all in a twist for ages, keepin' a coupla eyes on you know who. There was a whole fucking battle here, and the little lady there won. How large was the force of Mistnin she defeated? Asked Itake, already writing the dispatch to Konoha intelligence in his head. None at all, boss, she fought with them against a whole tide of yokai. Sea demons, giant enemy crabs, real fugly stuff. There were a couple moments where I thought I'd have to swoop in and do some adjustments for you know who, but it all worked out. What's up with you? I am as you see, said Itake, scourge of the Uchiha, who had wrinkled fingers, salt-encrusted hair, and very little sleep thanks to Kisame's water-style transportation. Anything more to report? The boys picked up all sorts of shinies, but the real big one is Th9 Tails and 3 Tails is free, said the Ash Crow gravely. Strollin' around as neat as you please, cept he's been sleepin' off the big battle mostly. I got a response to your letter here from you know who. Kabuko cleared his throat. The answer is, not right now. He told Ja to go home, to shut up and be quiet, says he's got work to do. Apparently he's pulling rank since he's technically your older dash. That's enough, said Itake and felt his heart sink at the words. Indra's refusal meant the traitor Uchiha's other options were between Pain's Akatsuki, Madara's, and Konoha. Go home meant Konoha, and Itake wondered if Indra had any plan there beyond sending him to die. But there was a new Hokage, the Slug Princess at that, and rumor was she had dangerous policy changes. Dangerous for who? Found them, called Kisame and the entire group perked up as he drove Samehada into a 2-story pile of rubble, digging his own hands in with little preamble and flinging the rocks aside. Ari kicked him away and took his place, pulverizing concrete into dust with each swing of her anchor. Get out of here, you parasite. I'm not letting the face of my father's rescuer be that of a fucking traitor. As the other Hoshigaki and the Uzukage joined in the rescue effort, Itaka found himself in an uncomfortable silence next to Konan, which she broke first. Remember the deluge you and I spoke of before, she asked, meaning the incipient split where Pain and Madara's paths for the tailed beasts, at least, diverged. I am familiar, he said. Am I to presume Kisame's accident has accelerated the rainfall? Considerably, said Konan, checking her paper wrist for a watch she did not have. In fact it's pouring right now. Did you bring an umbrella? Itaka glanced at her. That was the closest she'd come to expressing concern for his well-being since the time the Kunoichi caught him standing at the highest point of the rain village in a thunderstorm. I may have one, he said guardedly. It depends on certain developments. The paper clone's wings came apart in a scattering of white, folding into an umbrella which Itake obligingly took, feeling one of her small paper angels tuck itself inside his sleeve. Always nice to have another, she said. Though I suppose your fire could keep the weather away just as well. Meaning she knew he still had interests in the land of fire and thus the hidden leaf. Had she been intercepting his crows? No, Kabuko would have told him. Itaka kept silent and, seeing no response was forthcoming, Konan turned away when the Hoshigaki sister Mahi spoke to her. Their conversation was over. He saw a white-haired teenager turn the corner and eye the group skeptically. Then he saw the jagged purple mass of Samehada and the boy's eyes went as round as saucers. The civilian ran back the way he'd come as Itaka saw his companion was. Kakashi Hatake, said Itaka calmly, as the man walked over to Karen with one hand in his pocket in a deceptively casual air. Looks like we have new visitors, Lady Uzukage. Mind filling me in? You'll be briefed when I get around to it, said the girl, rising on her chains to whisper in Kakashi's ear. She wasn't as good as she thought she was, so Itaka was able to hear her fairly easily. Go find Team 7 and keep them out of this. Sit on them if you have to. Things are delicate enough here. Just in case you forgot, said Kakashi, I'm not one of your ninja. The former Umbu resumed, glaring at Itaka's collarbone, and the missing nin apparently made him so angry that the arrival of Zabuza the demon at Kakashi's back barely registered as a threat. Someone was getting sloppy. What's up? Quipped the swordsman, his blade on one shoulder. Suijutsu said he saw someone with one of the mist's missing swords, Same Hada. She's not your sword, said Kisame's sister Mahi, crossing wave-tattooed arms. Same Hada was a Hoshigaki long before your 2-bit village ever put warm-blooded hands on her. This is why I don't date Mistnin, entitled, Misogynistic Dash. Please, drawled Zabuza, swinging his blade to plant it in the rubble, where he leaned on it threateningly. I killed a hell of a lot of people to earn this sword, my boss is a chick, Haku's whatever they want to be, you don't know a damn thing about me. Look, Same Hada's on our scroll of inheritance, we treat her with more respect than you, some podunk town with rust on their blades. There was a tremendous impact down in the hole, and Ari came sailing out of the hole with what was definitely going to be a black eye and a large bite mark on her bicep. Several of the Hoshigaki made abortive attempts to rush her as Kisame arced up from the sewer with a water-style shark bomb and landed right on Ari's stomach. Now we're even, he said, but when he looked up to see Zabuza, his grin only grew despite a broken nose. Zabuza? So many surprises today. How's the hopeless cause? Not so hopeless since we won, said the rebel Mistnin. Still blue-balled. Kisame's sisters giggled and Mahi was looking at him with grudging approval now. Well, Pipsqueak still hasn't gotten any pus dash. Will both of you shut up? Kisame's eyes had gone bloodshot while his cheeks had turned dark blue. That couldn't be healthy. Itaka saw subtle movement and noted the red-headed Uzukage was snaking her chains through the rubble between them when Ari let out a cry of grief and began to sob. Kisame dug his heel into her gut as several of the ninja standing around the pit looked less murderous and more uncomfortable, Itaka among them. Oh, for the love of Dash, sighed a thick water country accent from the hole. Exactly, sister, said a more refined voice. Love, tea is rather a constant between us, no. Thought it was the blood offerings, but I still don't get what you saw in him. I could say the same of your current paramour. The eyes of the Hoshigaki turned with painful slowness to Kisame, who was edging backwards towards Itaka. Zabuza let out a great ha of laughter and tore his bandages open from the sheer width of his smile. The expression on his face could only be described as glee, and it would easily make the list of most terrifying things Itaka had ever seen. Are you telling me? No, said Mahi. That Kisame Hoshigaki? No. Salamasina this time. You actually fucked your sword. Zabuza collapsed right next to Ari, holding his sides with mirth. Konan, didn't you want to kill me? Asked Kisame without taking his eyes from his family. Oh, I did, said the blue-haired Kunoichi, who sounded like she was enjoying this immensely. But now I want to watch them do it. I'm sure it'll be twice as painful. Same Hada. The S-rank missing nin called down into the hole, and there was the slightest bit of trepidation in his voice. Inahi? Old Gills. Oh dad damn it, sighed the accented voice. A huge purple-scaled sword shot up from the depths, turned in the sun with the slightest of arcs, and planted itself in between Kisame and the rest of his family. Barely a second later a tall spear topped with an enormous shark's tooth copied the maneuver, planting itself in front of Mahi's stunned face. Oh! Oh, wheezed Zabuza from the ground as he staggered up, clutching his side. Kisame, I gotta ask, was she ribbed for your pleasure, or was she the one stabbing you? The clamor of 3 weapons meeting could be heard for blocks, and the impact sent everyone's loose clothes rippling in the wind as Ari, Zabuza, and Kisame crossed blades. The 3 weapon masters glared at one another with absolute loathing. I beat you once already, said Kisame, grinning at his former clan member. Old Gills' last wish was for me not to kill you, said the tan woman, pressing down with her anchor's massive weight. I honor my father, and you got in a cheap shot trying to take my head off. Seems like everybody wants him dead, said Zabuza. How about we all get a slice? You first. Mijio and Iceblade caressed the back of his neck, and not to be outdone, Kakashi and Itachi went for each other, kunao in hand. Even Konan and Salamasina were pointing weapons. There has to be some kind of word for this, said Zabuza in the middle of it all. A diplomatic opening, suggested Konan wryly. That's it. Karen's chains rose from the dirt, snaking around some of the combatants and dragging them away from one another. This is exactly why I'm refounding this village. You're all adults and you're acting like children. I should never have caught at least half of you, but you were so focused on each other, a snare trap with golden chains got you. She rattled some of the links noisily to make her point before slamming their occupants to the ground. I'm 10 years old, how am I the adult here? Highly intelligent, perceptive, decisive, and possessed of a uniquely powerful Kekai Genkai, said Itachi, noting certain similarities. He neglected to mention that she'd only caught his genjutsu and Kakashi had likewise evaded her with a lightning shadow clone that could fry everyone attached to the chains. Stand down, child, I have no need to kill you. What, filled your quota for the year? Asked Kakashi, and for a moment it looked like a fight really would break out on the edge of Uzushio. An enormous eruption of water from the bay saw the three tails surge up from the waterline and onto Traveler's Respite. Karen smirked at a point just over Itachi's left shoulder. My friend's bigger than yours. Want me to ask him for help? Oh ho, please do, said a voice as black and rich as sin. A void opened in the world and a man in an orange mask stepped out. The two living weapons emitted a mutual sound of disgust, and Kakashi reeled as he experienced that same searing moment of double vision, himself from Madara's perspective. I did just capture the 6 tails, I'd be happy to add another while I'm out. But Karen's smirk didn't leave her face, for her sensory abilities had noticed something else, something that breached the cloud line with a flap of 7 translucent orange wings. Hi everybody, I'm Fu and Kome. Hello Mr. Turtle. Yo Uzushio, it is good to see you back in action, said an incoherent blur of sand, and it spread itself along the waterfront, depositing a red-haired speck on a street. Ah, I've missed the beach. Sea nymphs, come to daddy. Karen kept her grin fixed and hoped the Akatsuki couldn't see how terrified she was underneath the bravado. They probably could. Still want to try your luck? Indra, hissed Madara, all satisfaction gone from his voice. This is his doing. The 3 tails began swimming towards shore. Karen crossed her fingers as the massive beetle altered her flight towards the cluster of powerful chakra. She could feel the gears of his mind turning. Konan, Itachi, Kisame, to me. We're leaving. A black void opened in the world and Kisame made for it as his sister snatched Inahi from the dirt. It launched from her hand a searing line of yellow force that pierced his gut and pinned her sibling to the ground. Before he could wrench himself off, much less swing, Samehada, Ari, and Salamasina were upon him. Thanks for the family reunion. Madara was turning, his hand aiming for the chiefess's unprotected back as he hesitated on the black threshold, and Karen could only watch in slow horror. A paper sword made of hundreds of folded seals pierced through Madara's heart from behind as black fire crept onto the blade an instant later. The Akatsuki is ours, said Konan simply as paper angels followed him through the portal and the replicating explosive and paralysis tags began to detonate one after another. With your death, the sun rises. The portal sputtered to a halt, then winked out of existence. Konan looked at Itachi and gave him the slightest of nods. He returned the gesture and both ninja masked their departure in a swirl of paper and crow's feathers. One would almost think that Amaterasu of yours was meant to aid my sword and not the man it pierced. As Kabuko and his crows carried him along, Itachi almost smiled. Yes, he said with satisfaction. One would think that. Naruto and Sakura watched the thin wire of their fishing poles, attentive to the slightest dip that might indicate a bite. Sasuke was cleaning the base they'd caught so far, and Indra was on his 5th draft of the report they were going to send back to Konoha. They needed better lies. Think we're missing anything? She asked. Sasuke shrugged. Naruto shook his head. Nah. We're only on mandated vacation for 1 day. Kakashi-sensei, Karen, and everyone else can handle stuff until we get back. He settled in, his eyes on the water. How long do you think reconstruction will take? No talking about the mission, said Indra as he scribbled out a sentence. Relaxing is also an order. His students cast him withering looks behind his back. I saw Karen's initial guesses on reconstruction, said Sakura quietly. But after all this crazy stuff, I have no idea how long we'll be here. 6 months later, spring of year 1, New Uzashio Reckoning. A loud horn blast sent seagulls scattering and Naruto grinned from the top of a watchtower, waving at the figures bathed in sunrise he could see on the deck of the former mist battleship now named Smooth Sailing Hello. He called, cupping his hands around his mouth for greater distance. Welcome home. You know they can't hear you, sighed the Nine Tails inside him. Just like the cloud border, you waste your breath. It's nice to do, said Naruto stubbornly, ignoring the ladder down to the cobblestone road and instead jumping right off the side of the tower. He reached out, grasping empty air and an orange chakra arm short out from his shoulder, grasping the curved edge of Kamatari Chachin's house and swinging him out across Uzashio's skyline in a wide arc. The fox sniffed. You cling to human anatomy still with our constructs. My chakra has no joints, nor is it confined to your limbs. This is why we have barely progressed to the 4th tail. Free your mind, Naruto. We haven't gone past the 4th tail because you burn all my skin off, shitty fox. That hurts like hell. I can't exactly free my mind then. He shook his head as they descended, grabbing a loop of Kome's chakra string hung with multicolored flags and somersaulting down to the street level. Whatever, I'm not letting you spoil my good mood. It's gonna be a beautiful day. He'd landed in one of the smaller, less occupied side streets and turned onto the main thoroughfare, heading west alongside the first canal to the other side of the city, grinning at the bustle of people as merchants and fisher folk hurried towards the coral docks where they could trade with any new arrivals. Slightly more than 400 of the mist civilians originally sent to them by Mizukage had decided to stay in New Uzashio and they had been a welcome addition to the village's ranks. The rest had hightailed it back to Hakobane port and disappeared from there into the land of water, carrying word of the new power rising in the north. Kakashi had left as well, his mission to Bloody Mist complete, but not before causing a bit of a spat with Team 7. He'd thought their mission was over as well, but Indra pointed out Karen's mission contract with Konoha only specified completion when New Uzashio was back on its feet. There had been a bit of an argument over dinner. Since Sakura had wanted to stay for old Gilza's funeral, Suzuki felt a responsibility to his patients, and Indra had supported his team's choices. Good morning Naruto. The blonde looked up to see Hikaru Uzumaki, her son strapped to her back, leading a small pack of recently pregnant mothers through a yoga exercise in a small park. Good morning Hikaru-san. Alright everyone, lean towards the sunrise, feel the stretch in your side. A little further, Jiraiya. Kisame's one-eyed sister bent slightly more horizontal and Naruto saw the stretch in her stomach grow taut. So, shitty fox, said Naruto once they were out of earshot of the group, crossing the first canal north. If Shukaku-san's your brother, and he has kids, does that make you their uncle? He may try that ploy to gain sympathy, said the Nine Tails. But even if he was in the village, Shukaku would be an absent father at best. I feel no connection to his spawn, no more than I would to Kome's messenger beetles. Believe me when I say they are better for his absence. Yeah, but dash. If it makes you feel better, I suspect Gaara and Lady Uzukage have some plan in mind. None of the children are yet born, so there is some time. I do feel better, thanks shitty fox. Naruto leaned over and looked down at the clear, flowing water of the canal and one of the barges that transported goods to heavy or unwieldy for the city streets. Hameka Uzumaki was probably at its destination, trying his best to direct the flow of cargo. Which reminded him. Hey shitty fox, how come so many people having babies? It seems like a lot. The seal underneath his mesh shirt glowed and orange chakra oozed out, coalescing into the Kyuubi's bearded, heavily tanned human form. He leaned on the railing next to Naruto and his red eyes also followed the barge down the canal. With his hairy arms, slightly frayed robe, and dark skin, he could have been a dock worker on break. In the aftermath of war, or in a time of great hope, humans tend to multiply. It is a survival instinct and a celebration. Humans wish to feel alive, and this can spark the creation of new life, new affections. He turned and gave Naruto a distinctly foxy grin. Though at least you do not have to worry about such things. Oh my god, shut up, shitty fox. But I am your god, said the Biju smugly. Shall I tell you again? Naruto tried to tip him into the canal and several bushy tails swept out of the red robe to keep Kurama upright. No, you don't. Get dunked. Several passers-by stared as the Nine Tails remained where he was and his Jinchuriki attempted to throw him off the bridge. Only after several minutes did Naruto give in and Kurama's tails swept him forward back along the path towards their home. We have been fortunate, mused the Nine Tails, the dark tattoos beneath his eyes masking a thoughtful expression. It makes me suspicious. Can't you just be happy, shitty fox? You're on New Azu's headbands, you can come out of me whenever you want, and people are worshipping you since you barbecued all those deep ones. Lighten up. Morning you two, called Sakura as she swooped down from the rooftops on pink petal wings alongside a tall light blue figure holding a familiar spear. The Kyuubi grunted in disapproval. You should be discreet with your abilities, Flower Petal. This city and its outskirts have many eyes. Sages don't train themselves, said Sakura. Mine did, retorted the Biju, the claws on his care feet clicking against the seal-marked cobblestones as the women fell into step alongside him and Naruto. It is how he became wise. She's plenty smart, said Kisame's sister. Come to our training and see. The Flower Petal and Lady Uzukage are intelligent, corrected Kurama, raising a finger. Wisdom is gained through experience, of which you three have very little, mahi. The new Hoshigaki sage threw one of her teeth at him as Naruto and Sakura snickered. Don't call me that. But Mahinahihime is a mouthful, said Naruto. Shitty fox has a point. On the tip of his dick maybe, muttered the Hoshigaki under her breath. Oh look, said Sakura pointedly, glaring at the Biju as her petal cloak rustled. We're home. See you tomorrow morning, Mahi. Once the grumbling shark woman had taken her leave, the three travelers strode up the small garden path to the house built for them in New Uzushio. Officially it was for visiting Konoha dignitaries, but Sakura had seeded the small garden with grass traps, poisonous flower beds, and some herbs she was trying to crossbreed. Any visiting dignitaries had to contend with the small sign warning them to stay out, followed by a frowny Sakura sketch courtesy of Naruto, which still made her smile. The house itself was 2 stories of creamy white stone reclaimed and smoothed from Uzushio rubble, slightly tilted to accommodate the downward slope of the valley and topped with a chimney blackened with soot over the winter. The house was right against the western seal barrier and as Naruto dragged the front door open, the Nine Tails dissolved into a stream of orange chakra. He passed through the hallway and the open rice paper doors beyond to the small shrine capping the hill which had used to belong to a founding clan and now belonged to him. Wipe your feet, you jerk, called Sakura after him, but the now full-sized Nine Tails had curled his body around the hill and rested his massive head on crossed front paws. Does it count if he didn't actually touch the inside of the house? Asked Naruto and she shrugged in resignation. We're home. Welcome home, said Indra from the much-abused circular table they'd put next to the sliding doors. Perfect timing, we have news. Good news or bad news, uncle? Sasuke poked his head in from the kitchen, a scalpel tucked behind his ear. I'm still reading, said Indra over the Kyuubi's grunt of bad news. Eat. His students sat down and dug in, spreading jelly or eggs across toast as Indra finished reading a long letter with a wax Konoha seal dangling from the top. It's from Tsunade, he said at last. She's bought us as much time as she could, and Karen's initial trade shipments helped, but Konoha wants us back. Naruto's face fell, which he compensated for by filling it with more toast. We knew this was coming, said Sasuke, mentally running down his list of patients at New Uzushio's General Hospital. Did she say when we need to be back in Konoha? Or the borders of Fire Country? 2 weeks to be in Konoha, said Indra. Apparently the Hidden Cloud has dispatched several powerful squads towards the border with the Land of Fire. Well, how come she isn't sending us straight there? Asked Naruto, swallowing heavily. We're further north right now, we'd just have to dash. Run along the entire Kumo border, said Sakura, rolling her eyes. Totally safe, right there. Hey, Team 7 scared M off before. When they came sniffing around New Uzushio's border, you know. We were wearing Konoha headbands alongside New Uzushinobi, replied Indra. Even if we saved a Leaf Border Patrol post back then, Konoha wants to be sure of our loyalty first. The Ninetales chuckled and Indra threw a piece of toast at him, which disappeared down a fanged maw. Naruto was laughing too, but his was far more nervous as he looked at Sasuke, Sakura, and Indra. Yeah, about going back to Konoha. You don't want to, said Sasuke flatly. I'm shocked. Look what happened to Fu and Kome. Naruto flung his hands out and Sakura saved the jelly from flying off the table. They went back with Inari-sensei to do that lend-lease idea Karen came up with and almost got captured again. She's not going back to a crappy jail cell and neither is Shitty Fox. Your concern for a divine force of nature is amusing, said the Ninetales from his hill. Lady Uzukage found a solution dash. I wouldn't call it that, said Indra. Waterfall's Jinchuriki provides stability to Suna, while Gaara and Team 2 are preventing Waterfall from being overrun by lightning or stone. He tapped Tsunade's letter with his stump. They're in their own trouble with Suna and Konoha for flying here to come rescue us, remember? Any word from them in your letter? Asked Sasuke and his uncle slid over the scroll. Temari and Gaara active in diplomacy, she asked if the Aburame should be concerned about Fu and Shino, the long-distance relationship. Sasuke trailed off, but it was too late and he caught Naruto's eye as the flowers on the table wilted. Sakura's Sage Mode training had been a success, since she had not turned into a tree, but now plant life in her vicinity had a tendency to react to changes in her emotional state. Kaibanka of Sand had broken up with her by letter a week before and the pink-haired girl had been inconsolable. Now the boys, who were in a nebulous state that might have been called going steady, were just trying to stay out of the line of fire. So, blurted Naruto desperately. Since we do have to go back to Konoha for at least a little bit, what do you want to do first, Sakura-chan? Her glower eased somewhat, but the expression on her face was still slightly wicked. What else? I'm going to march down to my other senjutsu teacher and tell him how an old shark guy I knew for a week was way better. That's your anger talking, said Indra, who had considerable experience on this subject. You know you miss your parents. Sakura rounded on him as his tea leaves went bad. Sensei, just let me have this, I want to rub his wrinkly busted face in how awesome I am now. All a true sage knows is that she knows nothing, said the Ninetales warningly and Indra silently thanked the Biju for backing him up. Antagonizing Shimura Danzo would be unwise. I think we should go back to Naruto's suggestion of abandoning the Leaf Village to its own hubris. I just meant we could do a lot more good stuff, saving lives, beating the crap out of the Akatsuki, here, instead of in Konoha. Can't we be part of both? Asked Naruto, even though it had been his idea in the first place. Joint custody isn't an option, said Indra, which got a snort of amusement from Kurama. A kunoichi with wood style, the Uchiha clan head and his bloodline guardian, plus the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. If your great-aunt and my drinking buddy wasn't 5th Hokage, the Umbu Hunternin would have come after us already. Sasuke had been quiet, gazing into the middle distance over his clasped hands, but now he cleared his throat. Sakura. What do you think about Naruto's idea? Staying in New Izu. She sighed, hands moving to her hair tie and pulling it out to rewrap her ponytail as inner and outer talked it through. It is true we have way more options here. The new Izushio vaults are still packed with stuff that could be useful for our training. I mean, the assistant librarian put Hikaru's baby in that incubator box and he went through the last 3 months of pregnancy in 3 hours. Konoha has nothing like that. She also said that was close to forbidden jutsu, said Sasuke as his teammates scoffed. Okay, I'm also still working on Sage Mode stuff and so is Mahi. Naruto can't train with Kyuubi-san and if what Sensei said is true, we're going to be kept close by and watched to make sure we're loyal to Konoha. But loyalty isn't the point, is it? You've lost me. The point is, Indra-sensei's always said the village isn't as important as the people in it. New Izushio and the tailed beasts, she nodded at Kurama who'd lifted his head up in interest. They're here to help everyone. What if something happens in, say, the land of hot springs and Konoha won't send us, when it's something only Team 7 can deal with? That's what you've been training us for, right? She looked at Indra. I don't know. Better, said Indra with pride. Shinobi for a new world. More than mercenaries, more than villages. If you think now is the right time to start, I won't stop you. The other Uchiha might. Sasuke pointed the gem spoon at his uncle. Monkey, sigh, everyone in the Uchiha district will hate us, call us traitors. What about your parents? Now the gem spoon was pointed at Sakura and she returned it to the jar. I've guessed Naruto would want to stay in Nuizu since February. You weren't exactly subtle about dropping hints. Everyone, even the Kyuubi, got a laugh out of that one. So I did what I do best, I ran scenarios. Game theory. 20% of scenarios, my parents come with us and we successfully escape back to Nuizu. 36% of scenarios they stay in Konoha but still love me. 2% chance they stay and I get disowned. 29% chance they come with us, there's a messy escape and I'm in therapy for the rest of my life. 13% chance some unknown variable I don't know about tips the scales and my model is useless. She took a deep breath and tied her hair back, looking across the table at all of them with determination. Let's do it. Sasuke. Where Naruto goes, I go, said the Uchiha clan head, and he got a dopey smile from the blonde in return as Naruto tried to hold his hand under the table. My home was destroyed in the Konoha crush. Wherever this team is, that's home. I'll try to get some of the Uchiha and people in the district to join us. Officially as clan head and as one of the noble families, don't I have the power to just have the clan leave the village? He turned to Indra. Would that work? The original Madara tried that, said Indra, remembering the story. But he didn't have any support, so he just exiled himself and declared war on Konoha. Once we and whoever's with us are out of the land of fire, I'm sure the Gold Feather Hawks can help us write something up in the traditional style. Establishing a branch clan in Nuizu because of the generous child support, or leaving a branch clan in Konoha and bringing the main clan here. There's no way people will buy that, said Naruto. I helped Karen write that portion of the Nuizu charter, said Indra, who'd been married to a doctor and the 7th Hokage and endured plenty of rants about Konoha's healthcare system. It's really generous child support. All right, uncle. Sasuke squeezed Naruto's hand under the table. I'm in. As am I, said the Ninetales with a razor-sharp smile. I want to blast the 4th Hokage's insufferable stone head to dust when we leave. Wishful thinking, said Indra, standing up and collecting the dishes as the breakfast meeting broke up. Then even Tsunade wouldn't be able to stop them declaring war on us. And she's helping us, why? Asked Naruto as Indra smiled and ruffled his hair. Everyone assumed accepting the position of 5th Hokage meant she was loyal to Konoha again. She's not. The house had gone quiet as his student's jaws hit the floor and Kurama laughed. Oh, to see the look on Hashirama's face from the Pure Lands. What's her motivation? Money? Power? Women? The sight of Konoha's consequences coming home to roost from a very comfortable retirement here in New Uzushio, said Indra. Karen and I make very good drinking buddies. Lady Tsunade, Sakura looked suddenly apprehensive. No Hokage, no Ninetales, is the village going to be okay? More or less, replied Indra, stretching the definition of the words like in Akimika's stomach. I sent them several backups. Umbu Operative Weasel knelt on the heavy wood-grained floor and bowed his head. A part of him had expected this meeting to take place in an isolated cave, or at least at night. But she had ordered and he obeyed. So, Itaki Uchiha, said Tsunade Senjo, his new Hokage, throwing aside the last of several S-class mission briefs. From one Konoha traitor to another, how have you been? Chapter 70, Catching Up with Konoha. Shimura Danzo was an old man. This was perhaps obvious, but while he had learned patience in his many years as a shinobi, he did not have this much patience. With reluctance, Danzo clasped his hands together, stared at the ceiling and admitted the truth. He was bored. He'd expected a few root agents would survive Sarutobi's purges and remain in place to feed him information, or at least a newspaper. But a man could only run so many simulations in his head before the worst-case and best-case scenarios started to get repetitive. What information did he have left to trade? All his current knowledge was standard Konoha Umbu and was probably already out of date, which left long-term secrets. But long-term secrets stayed secrets because they were like fine wine, only growing better with age, and some of them were still very juicy indeed. Danzo refused to think too hard about why he'd spilled S-class secrets to the Kyuubi no Kitsune, because if he did, those thoughts started to sound a lot like the guilty consciences other people had. Not him. It was more likely thoughts of his inevitable execution had done it, and the fox's unwelcome confirmation of which exact hell he was destined for had put Danzo into something of a mood. He grunted in amusement at the realization the Ninetales was essentially the priest called to his deathbed. Kushina might have found that funny, but more likely she would scornfully say it was what he deserved. Back to long-term secrets he could trade for a newspaper. The village hidden in the woods, perhaps. Sarutobi had killed the last of them in the Konoha Crush, and both his wood-style students might find the ruins to be of some minor use. The organ lockers frozen in the land of snow were likely still embedded in the permafrost, but he couldn't remember who was in there. Probably some Uchiha, the Umino clansman who'd written a book on his own flayed skin, and some leftovers from Cloud he'd saved for when medical technology had advanced to steal their secrets. The Zero Tails? No, that was a problem they'd handed off for the Grass Village to deal with long ago and had been grateful to relinquish the responsibility. Hashirama-sensei's grave? Danzo considered this. His student, Sakura Harino, would gain no advantage in visiting the site. Umbu Agent Bear had not, yet still, he wanted to take her there. On the other hand, Indra Uchiha would insist on accompanying them, and an Uchiha treading on Senja burial grounds would make Tobirama-sensei rise from his grave from the sheer disrespect. That was another problem with prison. The endless time and unchanging environment meant Danzo was becoming both nostalgic and dangerously sentimental, in his own stunted way. His mental clock chimed the top of the hour and Danzo sat up, moving over to the tiny square of space allotted to him in the cell for his workout routine. If old age meant accepting you could physically do less, Danzo found this mindset adjusted to prison life well enough. Even if both the thought and his prison underwear chafed unbearably. Indra was absolutely never going to say this to his face, but Kurama reminded him strongly of Mabuki Harino as Team 7 locked the front door of their Uzushio home and strode towards the massive hawk waiting in the street. Remember, since I gave you only half my power in line with the half the damned fourth sealed inside you in the first place dash. It'll look like everything's fine, yeah, said Naruto, hefting his sealing scroll over one shoulder. Like the assistant librarian said, there's no full spiral seal people around, so I'll be fine. It's not like you'll be missing. Kurama snorted, sending little dust clouds billowing out from his hilltop shrine, where he was basking in the morning sun. Half of me is different from all of me, Naruto. Can we go already? Complained Sakura from her position on Karura's shoulder. We're burning daylight. She's right, said Indra, letting the undercurrent of amusement stay in his voice. Hold down the fort, Kyuubi-kami. The Ninetales grinned back at him with jagged fangs. I'll make sure your worshippers build you a shrine in your absence, Indra-kami. Don't you dare, said the Uchiha, and Sasuke made an equally outraged noise as they found their places. Kurama, don't you dash. His words were lost as the hawk summon took flight and the Ninetales, true to his nature, snapped at them before they were swallowed up by the sky. So sensei, you're not really a god, right? Asked Naruto, but Karura beat his contractor to the punch. There's been quite a bit of gossip on the wind these last few months about your master, said the hawk knowingly. We gold feather hawks were always respectable with the other minor wind kami obviously, but now, he chittered in a hunting bird's version of laughter. Well, the important thing is my mother's quite comfortable in her old age from all the offerings. She can keep them, said Indra, his tone growing sharp. Inform the rest of the gold feathers they should not invoke my name so casually. I have done nothing worthy of worship save killing the right kind of creatures. It's an honorary title only, so cut it out. The rest of Team 7 was shocked into silence. Indra had rarely raised his voice, and to do so with his respectful hawk summon was unprecedented. For his part, Karura snapped his beak shut with a sharp click of displeasure. That is your right, Indra-san, he said carefully. Do not take umbrage when others seek only to pay their respects. For their sake, hopefully such encounters will be rare. The summoning creature fell silent, and it fell to Indra's students to try and generate conversation again. Speaking of names, said Naruto with forced levity, can anybody remind me what Shitty Fox's real name is? I know you've used it, Indra-sensei. Will he be mad if I keep calling him Shitty Fox? I think he kind of likes it, said Sakura. He didn't mind when I slipped up and called him that instead of Kuwabai-san, or Kuwabai-kami. It's better than calling him uncle, said Sasuke with a shudder. I couldn't call the Ninetales that. He is not human, said Indra warningly. Remember his nature, not his form. It's weird though, replied Sakura. His human face does kind of look like Naruto and some of the other Uzumaki. She gestured at her teammate. The whisker marks, his general facial structure, the robes. But he also looks like Shukaku-san. Do the other tailed beasts have human forms? Only one other that I know of, said Indra. The two tails looks like an old woman, all the others may not be able to shapeshift. As I understand it relates to their roles guarding the natural order. 1, 2, and Ninetales all had duties that involved humans more than the others, so they have human shapes. Sasuke looked slightly uncertain as he leaned against his pack. Is that why Shukaku got so many women pregnant? Is it some kind of genjutsu? He's hairy, fat, obnoxious, and usually drunk, but, he shook his head. If something bad was happening, you would have noticed, right uncle? If it was, Magi and the Blades would have kicked his ass, said Sakura confidently. It's not like Hoshigaki girls are shrinking violets, Sasuke. I know, but... You worry, said Indra in a knowing tone. No, there is no genjutsu or foul play. Just what some people call animal magnetism, and it's not unique to the Biju. It's a form of charisma, drawing you in despite or alongside traits like hair and eyes, despite all the reasons you should stay away. It's not always a bad thing, but it is powerful. Now all of his students were looking up at him, a mix of curiosity and skepticism on their faces. Is it like falling in love? Asked Sakura, giving voice to what they were thinking, and Indra's eye lost its focus. It can be. But attraction isn't enough for a lasting relationship. Personality, he trailed off and stood in silence until Naruto cleared his throat. Sensei. You were saying something about Shukaku's personality. He's not interested in relationships, was all Indra said, and something firm in his voice led the genin to drop the subject despite the fact their master hadn't exactly answered the question. One of the advantages of training Team 7 was that between lesson plans, treasonous aspirations, and planning defenses against both the Akatsuki and the Otsutsuki, Indra's mind had a great deal to keep itself occupied. Camping in a forest clearing halfway through the Land of Fire, and with Sakura taking first watch, Indra lay down on his bedroll and settled in for rest he knew he wouldn't find. Suo, care to share with the class? Teased Inari, folding her arms and sounding very smug for a mental projection of his subconscious. Want to talk about nice, soft orange hair and red eyes you can gaze lovingly into? As if we can talk, said his Naruto affectionately. All the times we stared into Sasuke's eyes. Kurama-chan's got muscles, that gravelly voice, claws. Indra crossed his arms and glared at the inside of his eyelid. It's attraction, nothing more. Kurama's not Shukaku, and even if I was stupid enough to destroy the keystone of our war effort trying, the Ninetales isn't interested in me. I'd get gutted. Yes, I'm sure the Kuwabai could mess your guts up, said Inari with a snicker. So Salamasina made you find your libido again? I'm noticing some commonalities between all your lovers. I don't know, Sasuke, said Naruto, tilting his head and giving the Uchiha a sappy smile full of affection. He gave you his name just like that, and it took a world war for him to open up to me last time. He tolerates me in the interest of our mutual goal of saving the planet, corrected Indra. We fought together to help Amaterasu no Kami, that's very different from what you're thinking. Even if he's capable of love, cooed his Naruto. Sweet, sappy, intimate, sharp-edged love. Indra pointedly ignored him. That. It looks like Amaterasu's furthest in his affection. The way they greeted each other, there's something there. So ask him, said Inari reasonably. We know nothing about his past. He's not exactly the chatty type, nor am I, said Indra with annoyance. I'm not Naruto, remember? You're doing things your way, it's not the wrong way. His Naruto opened one hand to display the sun tattoo on his palm. Just the other side of the coin, remember? Sun and moon, two halves of Ninshu? And don't even start listing what you think are mistakes, said Inari before Indra could formulate the thought. We're doing fine. I'm insane, so I'm obviously not, retorted Indra. I'm debating with figments of my imagination about. Something sharp broke the skin of his nose and Indra's eye opened, Sherry non-whirling as the kunau in his sleeve drove towards the figure crouching over him. His arm jarred to a stop as the nine-tailed fox bit down on the kunau blade and stopped it cold. His human form raised a single eyebrow and Indra withdrew the weapon slightly sheepishly as his heart pounded away in his chest. Karama's human form pulled one clawed finger away from Indra's nose and he snorted. Good. What's wrong? Asked Indra quietly, sitting up as the red-robed figure rose to his feet, idly licking a drop of Indra's blood off the tip of his claw. Is it my watch already? I said when I wished to walk, I would tell you, Indra Uchiha, said Karama, dipping his tails into their small campfire to no ill effect. I keep my word. He turned and strode out of the camp without a backward glance, leaving Indra scrambling for pants and sandals. You should not need those, he said, gesturing, and Indra looked down. Pants. Shoes, sandals. The nine-tails dug his toes into the grass. They separate you from the earth. I can't use nature energy, replied Indra with a small shrug, eyeing the tooth marks Karama's jaws had left in the hardened steel of his kunau. It is no matter. The Kuabai's tails swished back and forth, suddenly at odds with the rate of his stride, which had grown faster, but Indra kept up. Come, it is not far. By a tailed beast's reckoning or mine. Both. Karama glanced sideways at Indra, his red-slitted eyes difficult to read in the darkness. This was once my land, Indra Uchiha. The children will be safe. Indra nodded. You ruled this forest. Not as a mortal potentate does. I lived here, in my temple when I was not out hunting. Will you mention it to Naruto? The nine-tails lifted a fallen tree trunk with both hands and dragged it sideways as Indra realized they were walking along the remains of a path now reclaimed by the forest. What use would he have for it? Thanks to us, he is beginning to understand his responsibility as my Jinchuriki. There are no secrets, no weapons, nothing of value. My abode was not like Uzushio. It was your home, said Indra. It had value to you. We're going there now, aren't we? Karama's tails slowed and the Biju regained his sedate walking pace, each stride covering more ground than space strictly should. It was not built at my behest, or the old man's. I had chosen a clearing carved by wildfire which the local kami cared for little, and there I was content to sleep when I was not needed. As the empire of grass rose, many mortals fled into the deep forests of the land of fire, and some found their way here, pursued by men who wanted only what they could take. The nine-tails' smile stretched from ear to ear, a forest of ivory daggers. They found me. While I was leading the rest of the Biju against the empire of grass, the mortals I had saved thought they should thank me. When I returned, there was a temple. It turned the humans away from wickedness, so it served my purpose in my stead and I allowed it to remain intact. That's the only reason. Indra sounded doubtful as the nine-tails' smile shrank back to its usual restrained aggression. The mortals added shrines to Amaterasu and Susanoo at my request. Indra licked his lips and made sure his voice was steady. What is your relationship with those two? Amaterasu no Kami clearly favors you more than your siblings. Why so curious? The fox's voice was guarded and Indra shrugged. Isn't that human nature, to be curious? Few would ask such questions of the nine-tailed fox. Even fewer would survive the asking. I'm in rare and pleasant company then, said Indra quietly, a smile tugging at his lips. Uchiha arrogance, snarled Karama, but it lacked some of the usual venom, swiftly bolstered by bitter decade-old hatred. Yours is of a different kind than your loathsome ancestor. You woke me up, said Indra. You brought me out here in the middle of the night. To show you. The nine-tails leaned sideways across the narrow path, entering Indra's personal space. Yes. There was a swirl of chakra and Karama's vulpin form stretched up from the treetops, sending leaves and more than a few branches falling down around Indra, who jumped up again and again to try and reach his traveling companion's height, but it was useless. Still from here he could see the long-rotted skeleton of several buildings, wooden timbers long decayed or overcome by new growth. There were a few crumbling walls that still survived, but they were vestigial, scattered around the edges of the site and bleached white by the decades of exposure to the elements. As a half-wing beat of his Susanoo carried Indra up to the Kyuubi's shoulder, the increased height allowed Indra to see what the forest had obscured. The temple had been obliterated by an enormous force, as a man's head was destroyed with one blow of a warhammer, teeth and ruins lying where they had been flung from their proper place. Madara, said Kurama, and it felt like the entire forest echoed the name back at them in fearful whispers as night birds cried out in alarm. It felt like the vilest of curses, and for the Ninetales, perhaps it was. When Konoha cast him out, he came here, seeking vengeance upon the Hidden Leaf Village. Striding through the shrine keepers, so proud, so full of pain. I told him this Hidden Leaf Village had wicked shinobi, that he himself was not yet wicked, but I would not aid him. His plea became a demand, and again, I refused. Let him face me with his Sharingan, I thought. His ears bent flat against his head. I got my wish, and he, a new puppet. Anger crept into Kurama's voice. I fought him for control, but Madara's will was ironclad. To test his new power, he forced me to destroy my own temple. The monks who had fumbled for what I could teach of ninju, now fumbled to hold in their bellies. Those innocents who sheltered for a time in the shade of my temple were crushed beneath it. He thought to break me, but knew not the depths of my hatred. Now you are free, said Indra, resisting the urge to pat the soft orange fur beneath him because the Kyuubi would surely snap his arm off. Half of you is sitting in New Uzushio right now with a shrine and worshippers of your own. Time and imprisonment should have made me wise, said Kurama, growling at the ruins as he bared his teeth at some long-ago insult. And yet I persist. His tails thrashed and the still night air was split as the wind kicked up. The trees rustled, the closest bending under the force of his temper. I thought it was clear by now that I am not my ancestor, said Indra. If this is supposed to be some slight against me dash. This was supposed to be dash, Kurama began. I thought bah. Damned Uzumaki foolishness and sentiment. He snorted. I will not be fooled again. By what? Asked Indra, puzzled and trying to hide his creeping annoyance. I'm not trying to trick you, Kurama-kami. How many times are we going to have this exchange? You're the one who saw the future, you tell me. The Ninetales was looking at him out of the side of one eye, the rest of his face pointed back down at the ruins of his temple. The massive red orb lingered on Indra for several moments longer, then was gone as its owner turned abruptly back towards the campsite, shrinking in size and stature with each step as was shrugged off to land on the treetops again. He slid down several branches before planting himself on one sturdy enough to bear his weight and watching the Ninetales form disappear behind a screen of trees. What the hell was that? But of course when he actually wanted his fractured psyche to help him, the apparitions of Naruto and Inari were silent. Fantastic! Indra's team was a mile out from Konoha's walls and had slowed to a walk when he and Sakura both perked up, the discussion of battle strategies trailing off. What is it? Asked Sasuke, his hand already drifted towards the sword belted at his hip only for his uncle to wave him off. We just got flagged by a Hyuga sensor, nothing to worry about. Naruto, do you smell anything? No, said the blonde after several deep breaths. How come Sasuke and I didn't sense anything? Their sensor was trying to be subtle, replied Indra, with a pleased look in his kunoichi's direction. I'm impressed you noticed them, Sakura. Good work. It's a work in progress, said his student with an irritated look down at her arm. I'm trying to find a happy medium between opening up all the seals and keeping them closed. Konoha's way outside my range for now. It might be a good idea to keep them closed once we get to the village, said Sasuke, flicking his Sharingan on to monitor her chakra system. Way more people there compared to New Uzu, more input would mess with your head. It'll be nice to see everybody though, said Naruto, crossing his hands behind his head and grinning. Familiar streets and forests, our old classmates, you know. As long as you remember to watch your mouth, replied the younger Uchiha, sharing a long-suffering look with Sakura. Especially about your downstairs tenant. I'll keep Naruto in check, rumbled the Ninetales through Naruto's vocal cords. It takes a village to raise a child after all. Or abandon them. The Biju chuckled darkly and Naruto punched himself in the stomach to little effect. Ugh, Fieyan shitty fox. You better stay quiet too. I shall do as I wish, said the Biju noncommittally, and Indra wondered how long it would take before either Naruto or Kurama blew their cover to the worst person possible despite his many warnings. Asuma's teammate hadn't been ordered to wait at the gates of Konoha, but when your parents included the 3rd Hokage, Jonin commander, and intelligence specialist, even passing breakfast remarks were seized and hoarded like precious jewels. So they were waiting without knowing exactly what they were looking for, kicking back at a barbecue stand in sight of the gate on a nice spring afternoon. The Team 7 who walked up to Izumi and Kotetsu were not the shinobi who'd departed with the expedition all those months ago, and they didn't need Byakugan to see it. Shikamaru elbowed Asuma, who notified Ino, who finally alerted Koji, and all 3 Konoha genin leaned back to blatantly stare with varying degrees of interest. Naruto's bright orange jacket had been altered, the dark blue segments at his shoulders now carrying the collar down to the rest of his chest, while the orange-lined zipper hung open, revealing dozens of slips of paper covering the inside like downy feathers. His enormous metal club was noticeably absent, but the large scroll hanging from his shoulder provided a hint to its location. Just beneath the brown leather strap was still the recognizable white spiral patch for his clan, but someone had scribbled 2 pointed arrowheads above it in white marker that had Asuma raising an eyebrow, though at least Team 7 was still wearing Konoha headbands. Koji squinted and covered his eyes momentarily as Sasuke turned to his uncle, the sunshine catching on the darkened steel bracers disappearing into his typical Uchiha high-collared shirt, though it now sported a subtle wave motif stitched into the hem with a classic water country pattern. As the Uchiha clan head nodded and accepted Kotetsu's clipboard to scribble something, the sun reflecting off his headband made it seem like Indra was momentarily glowing in the shade of the gate before Sasuke shifted again and the effect was lost. He had a far larger medical pack strapped to his belt, the kind Asuma recognized on medic nin sent on extended missions operating away from civilization or on missions with high expected casualties. That fit with the rumors, though at least now he could get a first-hand account. With formalities concluded, the 2 Uchiha strode on into the village, leaving Naruto and Sakura to hurry after them with apologies and goodwill shouted back over their shoulders at the Konoha Chunin. Asuma followed Team 7's progress up the street towards them and noticed Ino had been struck dumb by the view of one ninja in particular. Sakura's camouflage cloak had gotten much longer, or perhaps the number of leaves hanging off it simply extended to her ankles by now, and the entire dark green garment hung back over her shoulder, making the slight-shouldered girl seem larger as it rippled around her ankles and caught a stray breeze. Ino's eyes followed the cloak up long bare legs which now had what looked like a nasty bite scar on one thigh and realized that Sakura had shortened her kippyo into a form-fitting top and skirt shorts ensemble. She was slightly relieved to note that 6 months had not stolen Sakura's love of pink, but all 3 of them had gotten taller. Ino tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and wondered if Sakura would notice if she'd gotten taller as well, if. Her train of thought stopped as Asuma's finger pushed her jaw closed and she whirled to glare at him. What was that for, sensei? The bearded Sarutobi was smirking behind his cigarette and he took a long pull on it instead of answering her question. You'll thank me later, Ino. Welcome back. Ino turned to see Team 7 approaching with wide, eager grins, and she shoved a panic response down deep where she wouldn't have to think about it. Why hello, she echoed, Konoha's Team 7, back at last. Did you get trapped in those water country whirlpools? The weather's been crazy here, we just had a massive heat wave even for Konoha, it was disgusting. Glad to see you're all back in one piece. The kunoichi swallowed hard. She was babbling, get a grip, Ino. The weather's bad everywhere, said Sasuke with a shrug as Naruto accepted a hug from Koji and a nod from Shikamaru. But we did have to go through a large whirlpool on the way to Uzushio. He was horribly seasick, said Sakura with a knowing grin towards Ino as the Uchiha pouted and crossed his gauntleted arms. We were all seasick dash. Not like you, chorused Naruto and Sakura before the latter turned to Koji and Ino, momentarily closing her eyes and taking a deep breath as the flower boxes on the awnings rustled in the wind. Ah, it's good to be back in Konoha. It's good to have you back, said Ino without thinking. Here, I'll walk you home, in case you've forgotten the streets. She cringed at once. What was that? Girl, what are you doing? Miracle of miracles, Sakura was smiling back at her. Sounds perfect, Ino. Hey, I still know Konoha like the back of my hand, protested Naruto, jabbing a thumb at his chest. And Sakura's way smarter than me, you know. She dashed his own hand slapped up to cover his mouth and the Uzumaki took a step back before it lowered. Never mind. And I have to turn in my report, said Indra, tilting his head east. Let's see the Uchiha district, you two. I'm sure Naruto can find some spray paint somewhere. You guys do that, said Naruto as his stomach rumbled and forestalling Asuma's offer to join them. I'm going to Ichiraku's. One track mind, muttered Sasuke, but Ino and Sakura were already halfway down the street, jabbering like a flock of sparrows. Tsunade Senju, 5th Hokage, had been trying to cut back on her drinking. Shizune had nagged her then gotten Irika in on it too, and with 2 eagle-eyed secretaries outside her office door, she'd had to resort to unorthodox means. Thank your grandfather, she said, tilting a small bottle in salute at the portrait of the 1st Hokage. You had so many contingency-ish. She drained the container and slid it back into the secret compartment of the wooden desk leg Hashirama had created to hold several kunao. Or maybe you nagged him into it, she turned, pouting at the albino form of the 2nd Senju to hold the post. You nagged everyone about everything. Buzzkill. She liked how the word made her teeth vibrate, so she said it again. Buzzkill. Red eyes looked out at her sternly and Tsunade moved on to the photo directly across from her, the cause and consequence of so many sins. Hiruzen Sarutobi's kind, paternal smile told his student everything would be alright. Liar, she spat and was about to throw an inkwell at the portrait before she thought better of it. Minato died before he had to deal with any of your monkey shit, sensei. Then you just kept building a bigger pile and now we're left to clean up the mess. Well, you and Danzo. It was a team effort after all. All of us on Hiruzen Sensei's Team 9. The master the boys could talk about in polite company and the one they couldn't. The corner of her mouth twitched up into a grim smile of bitter memories. You know all the children used to tell ghost stories about him? The shinobi of darkness who returned from the dead? Who shared his body with an evil spirit? Made deals with demons and destroyed enemy ninja. My aunt resented that epithet, said Shikaku Nara as he opened the door and strode in on a slightly limping leg to drop several folders onto Tsunade's desk. Felt it should have been given to one of the Nara instead. The Jonin commander leaned heavily on the desk as Tsunade rose to flip through the dossiers and his eyes caught the gleaming edge of the bottle Tsunade had otherwise hidden, though at this range he still could have smelled the alcohol on her breath. It's 3:30, he said pointedly. On a Friday afternoon, said his Hokage. A slow Friday afternoon until you showed up, Jonin commander. Not in the land of lightning, or the land of wind. He tapped one nondescript folder which Tsunade obligingly opened. A rainstorm closer to a typhoon washed away 2 of our border posts and 1 of clouds. Not to mention how Raza is settling some dispute on the edge of his village with sand scorpions the size of a house. That's a Baiig bug, said Tsunade, enjoying how the alcohol kept her muscles lax instead of the tense bowstrings they'd normally be reading a report about the land of lightning and its always aggressive rakage. He thinks we did it. Supposedly in retaliation for Cloud showing up near New Uzushio, though it really was just a rainstorm. Not that he'll believe us. He can believe what he likesh, said Tsunade, trying to read the report despite her eyes skipping every 3rd word or so. She could sober herself up, but that would waste all the effort it had taken to get drunk in the first place. I have an Umbu contingency in place if Cloud puts 1 sandal across the border. Shikaku closed his eyes and rubbed at his neck, which was his way of expressing polite disagreement. Do we have the numbers for that kind of deployment? We called Team 7 back for a reason, Lady Hokage, and considering some of New Uzushio's public statements, I know Inoichi and quite a few others want to give them some off time in Konoha before we send them north. Confirm some of the intelligence we've picked up with Indra at the very least. They deserve a rest. Translation, we want to make sure they're still good little soldiers, thought Tsunade with weary familiarity. Though he's right, the Umbu don't have the raw numbers right now. The Umbu had always technically been the Hokage's exclusive command, but after all of Danzo's skullduggery the Jonin commander and some of the clan heads had been pressing for more oversight. Shikaku in particular had brought up the Uchiha massacre several times in a way that had Tsunade wondering how much he really knew about what was still an S-ranked, village-destroying secret. She blinked as she realized another one of her little bottles was at her lips. When had she, shrugging, the 5th Hokage swallowed the sake and returned her attention to the Jonin commander. I sent them the letter on our fastest messenger hawk. Team 7 should be back any day now. Now, is there anything we need to do about Raza? Sounds like internal sand business. For now, replied the scarred Nara. But by all accounts more and more ninja with a summoning contract are getting called to keep up their end of the bargain. Nara deer getting brought down by packs of summon wolves, Guy was snapped up by the disc turtles and had to kick a few lightning country lions' heads in. And Konoha's not the only ninja village with this problem. If the animal clans reverse summon the wrong ninja to the wrong side of a national border, he snapped his fingers. Bang. A war. Tsunade tried to pay closer attention to the pages tabbed with the Suna symbol, but the characters were wobbling on the page. Over something so minor? The animal clans aren't recognized by any of the Damias, and even I would have a hard time convincing the Land of Lightning to die for a bunch of cats. Look at the Inyazuka, said Shikaku, tilting his ponytail out the window in the general direction of the clan compound. Their dogs are part of their clan identity, their entire way of life. You think if someone slaughtered the whole kennel, they wouldn't hunt the perpetrator down and dem orders. Fair point, acknowledged Tsunade. I've been more worried about crime rings. The Daimyo's court reached out to try and increase a few of our long-standing security missions. She sighed and kneaded her knuckles into her forehead. Damn you Nara, just when I was having a nice afternoon, you've gone and made it gloomy again. Low-ranked missing nin keep getting bumped off from grass to moon, and we're seeing others turn up with some kind of armor that lets them walk all over an unprepared squad. Shikaku's gaze narrowed. I didn't hear about that. Because it's not in a village report, said Tsunade. I have other sources. Inoichi won't like that. The Jonin commander paused. I don't like that either. Are you telling me after everything that happened with Sarutobi, you're putting together your own networks outside of village control? Sage's shit Nara, a few of my old gambling buddies showed up yesterday with wild stories. I already asked Ibiki to look into it this morning. Oh, the Jonin commander looked momentarily chastised, and Tsunade took another sip of her sake with an irritated flick of her hair. Oh look, his subtle judging look was back again. Can't that wait until 5 o'clock p.m.? Is the village on fire? Asked the Hokage. Is there anything else you need to drag over my desk, Shikaku? Anything urgent and important that isn't another roster of pay slips? No, said the Jonin commander neutrally, his gaze sweeping the room and doubtlessly wondering where else Tsunade had secreted alcohol. But it means you'll have a busier Monday, hangover or no hangover. Do I look like some impulse inbred Chunin? Snapped the slug princess. I'll be fine on Monday, I'm fine now. So get off your high horse, Shadow Stealer. By your order, Lady Hokage, said Shikaku, raising his hands to forestall any more biting comments. Have a good weekend. He left the files on Tsunade's desk and departed, but as the office door swung closed, she saw him turn towards the desk where Irika was writing. Doubtless another lecture was in her future, alongside another, perhaps more forceful attempt to keep the Hokage's office dry, but both were doomed to failure. Tsunade had her grandmother's Uzumaki stubbornness, and no ninja save Tobirama was clever enough to find all her secret stashes. The Hokage stuck her tongue out at the door and reached for a more substantial bottle hidden inside the village crystal ball. Sakura had faced down demons from the ocean depths, murderous Umbu, Yakuza, and Uegaku veterans, but she still had the breath knocked out of her as Mabuki Harano hit her daughter with a flying tackle vaguely resembling a hug. Sakura! Sakura! Oh, my sweet little blossom, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Mom, she replied, hugging her mother tightly and feeling tears well in her eyes. It's good to be home. There were damp spots on Sakura's quipeo from where her mother was crying as well, and the Kunoichi's guilt at staying so long in New Uzushio doubled instantly. She'd run scenarios and considered every theoretical aspect of how Team 7's return or escape could play out, but the practicality of her weeping mother made hours of thought into dust on the wind. Mabuki was cradling Sakura's face between her hands. Let me get a good look at you, you've grown so much. I have. Of course. Sakura's mother was positively glowing with happiness, looking her daughter up and down. You're taller, you're already starting to fill out, so we'll have to go shopping. I can't imagine there were many clothing stores on those awful war-torn islands. You've got some muscles now, though I suppose that's your friend's doing. I'll have to get your father's opinion. Mabuki broke off, scampering back several steps to clasp her hands together and beam at Sakura again, bouncing on the balls of her slippers. "Oh, Sakura, it's so good to have you home." "It's good to be home," Sakura repeated. "How can I be so relaxed and feel like shit at the same time?" "Cognitive dissonance," drawled Inner as Mabuki dragged them deeper into the house. "It sucks. Just enjoy being home." "Easier said than done." "So, how was the mission?" asked Mabuki, once they were seated at the kitchen table and Sakura was working her way through a salad. "Fantastic," admitted Sakura. "I laughed, I cried, and I'm not sure I can ever eat sushi again." She was grinning and Mabuki's uncertainty melted away at her daughter's enthusiasm. "I'm glad to hear it from you in person, though your letters were a great comfort." "They were a comfort to write," admitted Sakura after swallowing a mouthful of spinach. "Naruto and Sasuke are my friends, but they're guys and well. Some things in life do need a feminine touch," said Mabuki archly and Sakura shook her head. "More or less, though I don't think New Uzushio's idea of girl power fits with what we have in Konoha. Hey, do you want to see what my new friends look like? I brought photos, or I could show you with Genjutsu." Sakura scampered back out to the front hall to grab her rucksack and in the sudden silence Mabuki hesitated. Sakura's enthusiasm and aptitude for Genjutsu was obvious, but she was clearly cautious around her own mother, and while Mabuki would have preferred the distance of photographs, Sakura's self-confidence had taken a hit after that sand hussy had broken up with her. Both, she decided as Sakura returned with a scaled canvas bag, spilling knickknacks across the table despite her warding arm. Mabuki noticed that despite her protestations in writing, Sakura's seal-tattooed arm was slightly greener and stiffer than it had been when she'd set out on the expedition to Uzushio 7 months before. A mother's worry was swiftly submerged by Sakura's enthusiasm as the pink-haired girl drew her hand across the bag. "Sea turtle skin tanned into leather, or something close to it. I kept all my Uzushio stuff in here, hoping it'll stop feeling gross." She pulled a face and Mabuki allowed her own disgust to show through. "It's nice," she ventured and Sakura laughed. "It's still gross, but when a 10-foot shark woman gifts you a bag, you take it. I've got a photo of Ari somewhere." Sakura produced a slightly crumpled envelope and withdrew several glossy Polaroid pictures. "This's me, Karen, and Ari on the end." Sakura indicated the trio of people leaning against each other, pink, red, and a tan mountain of muscle and black wetsuit, all three of whom were standing around a jar of ashes in the sand, backed by a line of spears and, Mabuki peered at the photograph. "Is that a skull?" "Old Gills," said Sakura fondly. "Karen and I only knew him for a week, but he taught us a lot before he died. Ari's his daughter." "I see," said Mabuki, because Sakura's letter had mentioned a battle and Old Gills, but the photo made them seem more real somehow. "He sounded like an interesting old man." "He was," said Sakura, her hands forming signs as smoke dissipated to reveal an enormous shark scraping the kitchen ceiling as Mabuki reminded herself the predatory grin was just an illusion. It poofed and the old man with leathery skin and tribal tattoos on his face looked at her with kindly eyes, leaning on a ferocious-looking spear. Then he disappeared and Sakura was herself again, waiting for her mother's reaction. Mabuki thought for a moment and remembered something. "Wait, you said they were related?" "They seem polar opposites just in appearance to me." "They were," admitted her daughter, hands shuffling the photos absently. "I'm glad we're a normal family." She looked down at her arm. "Well, mostly normal." She was instantly drawn into a fierce hug as her mother pressed Sakura into her embrace. "Now don't start thinking like that, Sakura Haruno," she scolded. "You're a wonderful kunoichi, that's perfectly normal. So you have some tattoos and a good story. Well, Kaizushi says all ninja have at least one interesting story. Even Gukiro across the street has some kind of gimmick, and he's the dullest man I've ever met." Mabuki felt Sakura smile into the meat of her arm and sniffed audibly. "Thanks, Mom. I needed that. Just built up a tolerance for crazy lately. Speaking of, here." She withdrew and handed her mother the rest of the photos. "I think Indra-sensei took most of these. The camera was in one of the Uzumaki's baggage. I forget who." One picture showed a roaring campfire in mossy ruins, surrounded by the predatory shapes of Hoshigaki and the more mercifully mix of human Uzumaki and relaxed-looking mist nin. Sakura was holding a can of soda, caught in the act of singing alongside her teammates, and even the dour Uchiha boy looked like he was enjoying himself. Team 7 Beach Party, said the caption in Sakura's handwriting. Uzukage said the next photo, though Mabuki gave her daughter a warning look at the various iterations of Queen Bitch scribbled out on the back. Sakura winced in silent apology, but Mabuki had to admit, Karen Uzumaki did look formidable seated in that strange coral contraption, steely grey eyes set and mouth firm. Such a far cry from the timid girl she'd first been when Sakura had introduced her. They were both still very young. Family squabble, said the next, which was a picture of a fat, unpleasant-looking blue-tattooed man getting punched in the face by a blurry dark brown fist, while Sakura and two other women cackled with laughter. Mabuki turned the picture towards Sakura and saw her daughter's face twitch, resisting the impulse to laugh. "What's this about? This jerk got a girl pregnant and refused to help take care of the kid, so his brother punched him out," said Sakura, shaking her head. "It's funnier than I'm making it sound, honest." Mabuki decided to pick her battles and turned to the next picture, which made her gasp in wonder. "Oh Sakura, is this a genjutsu?" "You can't take pictures of a genjutsu," said the pink-haired girl patiently and with some pride. "That's real, 100% me, and it took a lot of work." The image was of Sakura herself, a tired but satisfied grin on her face as bright pink cherry blossom wings of 1,000 petals and leaves held her aloft, ponytail rippling behind her in the breeze, hands clasped in a jutsu formula. On the bottom edge of the frame, Naruto's hands were visible, directing the wind to carry her with his own jutsu sign, but the spotlight was on Mabuki's daughter. The caption was in Indra's handwriting this time, and the slightly cramped characters simply read, "Sakura Haruno." "If it was up to me, they'd put that in the bingo book," said Sakura, and Mabuki looked up sharply. "Isn't that for criminals? Your father's mentioned it, you have no place with such nasty people." She was gratified to see Sakura wince and look down at the floor. "Yeah, good point. Itaki Uchiha's not the kind of company I want, right?" She looked up. "Sorry Mom. We've been living with some interesting people the last few months, I guess I'm a little weirder than I thought." She made an abortive attempt to reach for the remaining photos, but Mabuki Haruno held them up out of her daughter's reach. "I'm going through these," she said firmly, and Sakura relented. The kunoichi had already palmed the one photo Naruto had taken of her vomiting into a canal during the same We Survived party following the Hoshigaki/Kyujira funerals. If her mother saw that, even the tailed beasts wouldn't stop Mabuki from grounding her daughter for the rest of her life. Fortunately, the last two photos were benign, an aerial view of New Uzushio's colorful streets dated a week prior, and one of Team 7 just outside the gates of Konoha, looking travel-worn, but happy. Naruto was flashing peace signs at the camera in the center, Sakura had a hand on her hip and a confident grin, and Sasuke was scowling up as his uncle Indra leaned on him to fit his dark head into the shot. There was the suggestion of a smile on their teacher's face as well, and Mabuki felt her heart swell at the sight. Silently, she vowed to make an offering at the first temple or shrine she encountered for bringing her baby girl home safely. She handed the photos back and saw her smile echoed on Sakura's face. "Sounds like it was a nice adventure. What else is in that pack of yours?" "Coral from Isabukami's reef, a scroll of some educated guesses a bunch of us had about sage jutsu, double emergency clothes, one of Naruto's sealing brushes. Wait, how'd that get there?" "Ugh, whatever. Here, you can have this." She handed her mother a small rough fragment of the most brilliant orange coral Mabuki had ever seen. "Put it in salt water, maybe it'll grow." Her teal eyes brightened. "Speaking of water, can I go take a shower?" "Oh my gods, hot water, I've missed that. I mean, Sensei could superheat buckets with his fire, but it's not the same." "This is your house too, Sakura, don't forget." "Right," said her daughter as she moved away through the house. "Home sweet home." Indra waved Sasuke off at the gates of the Uchiha district, and once his past self's back was turned, the smile faded from the corners of his mouth. Doubtless they'd rebuilt something where the clan head's house used to be, but Indra knew that wasn't home for him. Without his team, his children, it was just another empty space. Adrift again, he wandered the village, his feet taking him down to the lake dock, back up the hill and over the river bridge that fed the small urban parks Konoha so loved. He stayed away from Training Ground 11, Team 7's habitual spot, but otherwise his feet carried him along the streets with no direction in mind. Looking for something. Indra blinked and saw Kurenai strolling towards him with a bright purple orchid in her arms. I haven't seen you in 6 months. Then you walk by the same street 3 times in 20 minutes, Indra Uchiha. She bumped her elbow into his stump in lieu of shaking hands. Just enjoying the sights and sounds of Konoha again, said Indra semi-truthfully. My students are off on their own for the day and for once I find myself with nothing to do. Well, you can bring this back to the Jonin's lounge with me, said Kurenai decisively, dumping the orchid into the crook of his arm. I've never seen you there and it's the perfect place for someone like you to bum around. Someone like me? Asked Indra as he followed her. Eligible bachelor Konoha Jonin, sorry, specialist Jonin, she corrected herself as she ticked off qualifiers with her fingers. Also, you owe me by proxy, so be grateful I'm only making you carry an orchid and not a bag of Kibas dirty laundry. How do I owe you? Indra frowned, trying to remember if he'd spoken more than 6 words to the leader of Team 10 in either of his lives. Your ex-wife, her dust devils, and that waterfall Jinchuriki ditched my team in the land of snow, said Kurenai with a trace of acidity in her voice. Then they dragged us out to an old Suna Coliseum in the middle of the desert, did some meditative hoopla for 3 days, where they ditched us again to go rescue you from Mistnin. Indra glanced at her with his one good eye, grateful she'd stayed in his sight line while complaining. She left you in the desert. Yes, exclaimed Kurenai, throwing up her hands in exasperation. Just flew off without even a plausible lie, some rubbish about fish demons and gods. Something like that, said Indra, shrugging as they turned into another street. It was an ordeal, but she arrived in time to save the Uzukage from a very nasty group, so dash. It's not fine, said Kurenai, releasing small sigh before adjusting her headband. But since my students are over it, I'm over it. Mostly. Indra narrowed his eye. For a genjutsu expert you're a bad liar, and I'm curious. Go on, fill me in on what I've missed. Only if you tell the Jonin Lounge everything about new Uzushio, people are dying to know. Deal, lied Indra, crossing his fingers underneath the potted plant. By the time he stepped into the front door of the Konoha Jonin Ready Station, he'd heard about attempted Abarame love letters which contained a great deal about bug legs, Inyazuka teenager stench, and how Hinata Hyuga, former wallflower of the Konoha 12, had tripped out on mango cactus juice while marching out of the desert then eaten all their food supplies. Leave that there, she said as Indra gave the orchid to a Jonin on desk duty and got an exaggerated wink in return. Also, apparently I have you to blame for this Hyuga fruit obsession. Hinata eats peaches with practically every meal she can and now she's trying to get the rest of the clan to drink that cactus juice too, says it made her see the Buddha and she's on the path to enlightenment. Indra's face blanched. A 37 divorced Hinata Hyuga with the Kensho Byakugan had been terrifying. A 14-year-old Hinata who might see the flaws in all things, physical and metaphorical? God's help whichever poor bastard broke her heart. Wait, he was a god now. Fuck. Is she okay? He asked carefully and Kurenai laughed. Oh, she'll be fine. I mean, I was her age once. Her father's not too happy, just so you know. Fathers never are, said Indra thinking of Sarada's more disastrous dates as he followed Kurenai up a set of stairs. She flung open the heavy oak door with a grin that carried some of Kiba's own feral Inyazuka joy. Hey, look what I dragged in from the fish market. Half a dozen Jonin looked up from where they were playing cards while several more scattered around the large comfortable-looking room dotted with couches and beanbag chairs looked up. There's the rabble-rouser, said Asuma, lighting a cigarette off the butt of another and flicking the remains out the window. It's been a while, Indra. Our mission was harder than expected, said Indra as he hung his cloak by the door. Karen rang every last drop out of our mission contract. He slid sideways and mostly managed to avoid Might Guy's bear hug, but the tall man settled for clapping his shoulder. Now there's a girl who is full of the springtime of youth. Such vibrancy, such spirit. A veritable Konoha Spitfire dash. She's smart, said Shikaku Nara from a couch, leaning his head backwards to watch Indra without getting up. Who's her speechwriter? Obviously not you. I think she just says what's on her mind, replied Indra, drifting further into the room and determinately ignoring the Jonin with a lip ring giving him bedroom eyes. The clan heads taught her well. Well, it's nice to have friends in high places, said Shikaka, waving him in to sit next to the scarred Jonin commander. Low places too. Shivi said, there's some real pieces of work in that new village of ours. Mijio and I of the mountains, Slaughterhouse Salamasina Wat. Indra's eye had flashed red at the epithet for the Hoshigaki chiefess and the man's casual ownership of New Izu. He closed the sherry non, mastering himself. Just, hadn't heard that last one, he said. So Salamasina's got a past, but she's the Uzukage's right hand and a good woman. Can we not talk politics, Commander? Asked Guy, seeing something in Indra's supposedly relaxed frame the rest of the Jonin did not. Our comrade just returned. I want to hear what fruits his students managed to bud, the blossoming training of Konoha's future. We must compare our teaching styles in order to surpass ourselves. You know, I keep telling Kakashi he really should take on some students of his own, but he never listens. That's because he's domesticated, said Kurane, perching on a bar stool and reaching for several snacks. Indra, it's the funniest thing in the world. Umino Irika took Konoha's lone wolf and made him into a puppy dog. We went on a double date, said Rado from within the gambling ring. He made gagging noises while Asuma nodded. They were so sickeningly sweet I didn't even need dessert. I can't see Kakashi turning into a house husband, replied Indra. But good for him. You're both exaggerating, protested Guy, coming to his friend's defense. The cherry blossoms of romance are delicate and slow to bloom, but perhaps I did not think this metaphor through. Let me think. While Guy's doing heavy labor over there, said Asuma, ignoring the other man's noise of indignation, what about you, Indra? What about me? Echoed the Uchiha, genuine confusion written on his face. Was part of the reason it took you so long to come back one of those water country guys? Asuma and Kurane exchanged a gleeful look and Indra realized he was caught in between a classic pincer attack. All those clashing kunao. Long broadswords. Rainy days. Stormy tempers. Sharp teeth dash. Shikaku, is this torture and interrogation? Asked Indra, only half joking as the Jonin commander's shadow handed him the TV remote. Kurane groaned. Oh come on Indra, we were just having fun. Kakashi came back all mopey, he missed you, so did Asuma and Guy. A Konoha without Uchiha is like a Konoha without sunshine, beamed Guy. My students are eager to return to our sparring sessions. All right, fine. Indra waved a vague apology in Kurane's direction, though she didn't show a hint of remorse at her needling. There was something. You're almost worse than the Umbu. Mother hens, the lot of 'em, said Shikaku into the silence as other Jonin tried to pretend they weren't listening with burning curiosity. Indra's hand fiddled with his eye patch straps. He could kick the idea around in his head between the mad fragments of his own psyche as Team 7, but talking to someone real might be useful if he kept it vague. Shikaku was married, Asuma and Kurane would be, and Guy, scratch that. If Might Guy had any useful romantic advice, the Uchiha would eat his eye patch. So there's this guy. Classic start, said Kurane from behind a mouthful of peanuts. There's always a guy. What's he like? He's an asshole, admitted Indra. Blunt, snide, kind of petty, always aggressive, so I can see why he's got problems with his family. He thought about the nine-tailed fox he'd initially met in the depths of souls and dreams, snarling hostility and bared fangs, holding Sasuke's soul hostage. Just getting his name out of him took forever, but he takes his work very seriously, which is good. Indra considered a moment, his eye flickering as he recalled the tailed beast stalking back and forth in the high halls, tails lashing as he outlined Otohim's treachery. He's got a strong sense of justice, of the way he thinks things ought to be. That's part of why he aligned with Karen and the Uzumaki so strongly. Helping them was like, he got to fix something he'd broken in the past. He's doing that more now, I think. Trying to fix things. In his own way. He sounds like a piece of work, said Shikaku, and Indra almost laughed. He really is, but when he's not, when I see him walking down by the docks or out in the forests, he's got this. Indra gestured incoherently. Ugh, I don't know. Special something, offered Asuma. I can see who he used to be and who he is now. Indra held his palm up and put his stump at the same height, weighing them like scales. He could be soft. The word escaped his lips accidentally and he crammed them shut before anything else could escape like Kurama's name. His face was warm, so he was probably red with embarrassment. Damn it. Indra, your whole face lit up talking about this fellow, said Guy. It sounds like he's more than something, he's someone. With a capital S. On the other stump, said Kurane with the shadow of a grin over the concern in her red eyes, cousin clan to the Uchiha that she was. It sounds like you want to fix this guy, when he's currently a mess. No knock against you, but you can't fix someone. No matter how good the sex is. Now Indra did laugh, a short sharp bark of amusement. Fix him? Kurane, we're both tightly compressed disasters, I have no intention or ability to fix him. And sex is so far from my mind dash. Liar, said Asuma and Indra groaned in frustration. You're all horrible. Why am I even talking to you, talk about desperate dash. He began to get up but Shikaku's shadow rose up and strapped him back down to the couch by his waist. You wanted to talk, said the Nara genius, bumming a cigarette of his own off Asuma. We're Konoha Jonin, you've been off in a foreign land with your students for 6 months. Talk, blow off some steam. Blow off some steam. Indra remembered another night he'd done exactly that and how Kurama still held Karen's memory of that night in his claws, a juicy bit of blackmail. His traitorous brain then imagined those same claws caressing his back, then digging in. Cutting, bleeding, all force and sharp edges as Kurama. Indra bit his own cheek hard enough to draw blood and swallowed it. He saw Kurane recognize a genjutsu disruption technique and take mercy on him. Let's slow down, she said. What does this guy even look like? He must be special if he drew your eye. Nature and form, muttered Indra, dragging his hand across his face as the Jonin commander's shadow unwound. He'd first thought of the vast, lethal, nine-tailed fox, and the revulsion he'd expected at something so clearly inhuman was less than he'd expected. The interest when he thought of the Biju's human form on the other hand was all too familiar. His Sharingan had captured that image of the dark-skinned, man-shape pressing him into the corridor wall of the divine realm, and he briefly recounted the Kyuubi's human features, leaving out the whisker markings, tails, and slitted red eyes. Indra kept closer control over his tongue this time and so mention of what he'd seen when he and Kurama had been undressing for the hot springs did not pass his lips. Though it did linger in his thoughts. Look, his face is doing that thing again, said Kurane and Indra glowered at her. Don't patronize me dash. I'm not, she protested. You're just slightly less stone-faced that's all. Damn Uchiha stoics. This guy sounds a lot like me, looks wise, said Asuma, grinning at them both over his cigarette. You do have good taste Indra. Thanks, replied the Uchiha bloodline guardian with withering sarcasm as the Naruto and Inari in his head elbowed each other and made approving gestures. But he's a tough customer, my companion. So many contradictions, so secretive, I don't know what he's thinking most of the time and even with the Sharingan, he's impossible to read. So he's not very expressive, asked Shikaku and Indra shook his head. No, his emotions are mostly clear, usually various flavors of anger or arrogance, but then he'll tell these stories to Naruto or invite me on a walk and I have no idea what's going on inside his head. What sort of stories? What's his interest in Naruto? Indra paused, trying to think of how to describe Naruto and Kurama's relationship without giving the game away, aware that Shikaku wasn't asking out of polite curiosity. Not much, just little snippets from the lives of other Uzumaki he knew, his siblings. He and I want Naruto to live up to his potential, so we have that in common. Well, with you as his teacher, I'm sure Naruto will become an exceptional shinobi, said Guy. And if this fellow is inviting you out on walks, then it sounds like you're doing just fine. The Jonin wiggled his eyebrows, which jumped above his brow like bushy rectangular caterpillars. Though all this and you still haven't mentioned his name. That is rather curious. He was hunted for a long time, said Indra. Not for what he'd done, but because of who he is. Again, I don't know the specifics but his name is special to him. See, that's a giant red flag, said Genma as he abandoned the card game he was losing to join the conversation. Not knowing the name of a one-night stand, that's one thing. A shady-sounding guy like this hanging around Minato's kid with no name, sounds like a good thing you guys came back to Konoha when you did. I know his name, said Indra, slightly defensive for reasons he refused to consider too closely. But I know if I share it without his permission he'll bite my head off. He ran a hand through his hair. Damn, I'm not making sense here. I can't point to any one moment, but when we first met our relationship was one thing and now it's something else. Well, sidestepping what a probable criminal was doing hanging around Naruto, it sounds like you and No Name Red need to have a serious conversation, said Kurane, pointing a manicured finger at him with a firm expression. Figure your crap out one way or another, send him a letter if you have to. Don't let this linger. Indra kept silent and his face tightened slightly, which meant Kurane's remarks had hit home. Of course Might Guy kept pushing. My friend, it is understandable, we're shinobi. The springtime of our youth can bloom and wither in short seasons, but even Uchiha need friends to slap you upside the head and tell you when you're being foolish. That's why we're here for you. He clapped Indra's shoulder again and Indra resigned himself to the hug. He wouldn't consider Guy a friend, but he meant well. Actually, Indra tilted his head as he considered the question. Who did he count as a friend in this second life? Inari, obviously. Inoichi knew just enough to avoid asking and was agreeable enough. Kurama, as they had just discussed, was something, but Indra didn't know any of the other Biju well enough to name them friend. Salamasina was a friend, Tsunade as well, but they knew less of his true self. Danzo? Indra froze, his expression twisting into a rictus of disgust. The thought had even entered his mind. He hated Shimura Danzo. Why was that even a question? All right, enough with the emotional expression. Indra looks like he's going to be sick, said Kurane, and the other Jonin relinquished him with a flowery apology. Let's order food, I'm starving. Excellent idea Kurane, said Guy as they shifted through the takeout menus scattered on the table. Don't furrow a youthful brow with elderly worry, I want to hear about this new village. Or is it the old village? I'm confused. Does anyone remember the original village of Uzushio? Asked Indra, answering a question with a question and receiving shaken heads and blank looks for his troubles. Before our time, said Asuma, jerking his head at the Jonin commander, the oldest in the room. Before his too, which is why we're all curious. As if the former guardian ninja's statement had been a cue, everyone listening peppered Indra with questions which almost overwhelmed the introverted Uchiha. He had to pretend New Uzushio was merely a troublesome contract and not the linchpin of his anti-Otsutsuki efforts. Just be casual. What was the weather like? Harsh winds in the winter, but with a quickly warming spring. Salt on the air, a constant worry for untreated metals, and how preservation seals had been their first priority searching the vaults. How much of the village was rebuilt? Only 60%. A lie, he knew it was closer to 80. How was the food? Unsurprisingly from a newly arrived Akimichi. Too much fish once we ran out of ration bars. That got a laugh. Were the ruins really cursed? Were the rumors about demons true? Indra's lips pressed together. There were some nasty surprises, he said. We lost good people. What are the people there like? How are there so many of them already? Mostly refugees from Mist, and they're all just glad to be alive. What's this talk about war trials? Asked Asuma. Karen's idea to gain some legitimacy and keep the Mist off her back, he answered, knowing there was more to it. How'd you get the Hoshigaki clan off the sidelines? I thought they were pirates. I didn't do anything, protested Indra, but Shikaku's dark eyes said he didn't buy it. Karen's related to their leader, but I don't know about pirates. We did capture Kisame Hoshigaki, who's first up in those trials, whenever they happen. You don't know. Shadow clones or no, I couldn't be everywhere at once. I still had Genin to train and keep an eye on, the Uzukage didn't need me there for everything. He could feel his strain and temper slowly rising as the curious Jonin kept pushing and realized he was braced against the couch like it was about to hit a mountain. All right, enough, said Kurane, raising a hand to forestall Inumino's question about sealing techniques. This isn't torture and interrogation, let's let our friend breathe. We're all on the same side here. I've been sending back reports, said Indra pointedly. Read those. Those aren't exactly going in the Konoha Daily, said Genma, pouting a little. And those seals Miss Uzukage shipped to us back in February sold out within a week, People are dying to know what sort of juicy stuff was there. Nothing that exciting, lied Indra, thinking about the time travel scroll currently sealed next to his heart thanks to Inari, or the localized black hole trap Karen had activated to swallow 2 blocks of raving deep ones into oblivion. We had more practical matters to deal with than digging through a library with no filing system. This was going to be a long afternoon, but still, it was good to be around Leaf Shinobi closer to his own age. Naruto was twitching as he walked down Konoha's Central Avenue, and he stuffed his hands in his pockets to stop them reaching for the rooftops. Part of him wanted to get to Ichiraku's as quickly as possible, but Ninetales' chakra limbs would make people freak out. Instead, Naruto stayed on the ground, eyes scanning the shop fronts and crowds for familiar faces, re-immersing himself in the hidden Leaf Village. One thing he hadn't quite realized was how flat Konoha was. Besides the steps to and from the great stone faces, the village was built on largely flat ground, and he kept glancing up in mild surprise at the expanses of blue sky around him instead of mountains and hills. The ground was strange too, and while Naruto didn't stumble like he had when they'd disembarked from Karura, he'd grown accustomed to the slight tilt of Uzushio's streets. Still, Konoha was Konoha, and he grinned as he saw a group of Chunin cross the rooftops towards the Hokage Tower where Granny Tsunade was. He should probably visit her too, and he'd probably get to see Iruka-sensei as well. After Ichiraku, because his rumbling stomach had to take priority. When he turned onto the smaller street that cradled his favorite ramen shop, that had once been the only shop to serve him, he resisted the urge to rush straight in. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, the scent of broth and cooking meats thick in the humid fire country air. There was something else too, something he couldn't quite place, and underneath his eyelids his irises flickered red as he took in the indistinct odor of something unpleasant. Naruto opened his eyes and made a face. Black, did somebody pee in an alley or something? Gross. I shouldn't say anything to Teuichi-san on my first day back, but it might lose him customers. His hand patted the bulging frog wallet on his belt and he brightened immediately. Hey, wait, I've got mission money now, I can buy like 3 bowls of ramen to make up for it. Hey Toki-san, Isane-san, Naruto cheered, ducking in through the hanging curtains of the ramen shop as the cook and his daughter grinned right back at him. I'm back. So you are, said the man, already turning towards the stove with a welcoming grin. Good to see you, Naruto. How was your trip? The blonde Uzumaki swung himself up onto one of the red stools as his stomach growled. Oh, it was totally crazy, Teuichi-san. Karen fell off a mountain, I got to hear stories from a recording scroll, we sailed a ship through a whirlpool, all sorts of stuff. Could I get a bowl of miso with extra pork, please? Of course, said Isane, who was leaning on the counter she'd just wiped and was looking at him with affection. That does sound like quite an adventure, but also very scary. That too, admitted Naruto, relaxing as bubbling pots and the clack of kitchen utensils soothed his soul. He took another breath surreptitiously, but the unpleasant smell was absent here, overwhelmed by the kitchen. It did get kinda hairy for a bit, but everything turned out alright, you know. Well, that's a relief, said Teuichi, and Naruto could tell he meant it. When did you lot get in? Just now, replied Naruto. I had, like, this whole craving for Ichiraku's from February onward. Nobody cooks ramen like you, Teuichi-san. Well, that's good. Otherwise I'd be out of business. Here you go, Naruto, enjoy. Thank you for the meal, chorused Naruto, and was soon swept away on waves of breathy bliss, inhaling first 1, then 2 bowls in rapid succession as Teuichi had known he would. He felt pride warm his chest as he dragged his froggy wallet up onto the counter and patted it affectionately. Since she's Uzukage and all, Karen was able to pay Team 7 a whole bunch for our mission, so I can pay for everything forever, Teuichi-san. Look at how fat and chunky Gama-chan is. He sniggered as he made the wallet's mouth move. Hee, ribbit, ribbit. Now that's music to my ears, drawled an older voice as a white-haired man ducked into the ramen shop only to pose dramatically. The song of frogs, the cries of helpless women, wherever they are, so too is the great toad sage Jiraiya. Oh hey geezer sage. Naruto waved at the old man as he sat down and faltered slightly, though Jiraiya didn't appear to notice. Good to see you, Naruto, he said warmly, giving him a thumbs up and a winning smile towards Isane, though an oddly wistful one towards Gama-chan. What a cute little fella. His expression fell slightly and he slumped forwards onto the bar. "I'll have a bowl with soy sauce and extra fish cakes, please." "Oh, and sake." You okay, geezer sage?" asked Naruto as Isane turned away to complete his order on the other side of Long Kitchen. "Ichiraku's always makes things better, don't you worry." "I'm alright," said the older man, waving a hand at Naruto as he straightened. "Just feeling my age, I suppose." "What does that mean?" Naruto examined Jiraiya and frowned. "You don't look or sound that old, geezer sage, I was just joking, you know. We met this other sage on our adventure. Actually, he was totally ancient compared to you, you're fine." "Oh ho." Jiraiya perked up and once again he sounded like a much younger man as his interest was roused. "Another sage?" "Not all sages know each other, but it's not a long list." "Shorter now." He trailed off and accepted the cup of sake from Isane, which he drank in one quick swallow. "Yeah." Naruto leaned forward as well, putting his weight on the countertop. "Old Gills of the Hoshigaki clan, I don't know what his real name was. But he was super cool. Mahi's been doing all sorts of training with Sakudesh." He cut himself off, hiding a panicked expression as best he could, since Sakura's arm stuff and her sage training was supposed to be a secret. Fortunately Jiraiya was pouring himself another cup of sake and nodded. "I just lost my own mentor, the great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku, and the world is lesser for it. He had great wisdom from his age, and he lived a good long life. But for it to end at a summoning hawk's talons. That sucks to hear, geezer sage," said Naruto, patting the much larger man's elbow awkwardly. "Do you have to take his place?" "No, but I only heard the news a few hours ago," said the Toad Sage, sipping the second cup at a more measured pace. "Sorry Naruto." He turned to the orange-clad shinobi with an approximation of his usual enthusiasm. "That's right, you went to the ruins of Uzushio, didn't you? Are you a sealing specialist now?" "I'm something of an expert myself." He patted his backside where a large scroll still hung as his eyes found the familiar scroll on Naruto's back. "We should compare notes after lunch." "That's a great idea," said Naruto, glad to help distract the older man from his gloom. "Are you a full spiral or a sealing master?" "Those guys were like the bosses of the Uzushio vaults, but you're not that old, so maybe half circle? Crescent." Jiraiya chuckled and shook his head. "Few ninjutsu always did have an esoteric bent," he said more to himself than Naruto. "No, I'm afraid whatever system Uzushio used won't quite fit me, though I am a master." Since the fall, students and teachers both have learned with copied texts, sealing scrolls Uzushio entrusted to Konoha, or developed their own approaches. Now, with the vaults open, that little girl may have started a golden age of sealing jutsu. "I might just take a little vacation there myself." There was a look in his eyes that Naruto didn't quite like, guilt and suspicion writhing in his full stomach together alongside his long-awaited ramen. He ordered another bowl to quiet them. "Yeah, well Uzukage Karen's been super cautious about the vaults, which I totally get. The old village wasn't the nicest place and we want to make sure the old mistakes don't come back to bite us in the butt, you know." A wise decision. Jiraiya accepted his own bowl of ramen from Isane and winked at her. "Delicious." He dug in and Naruto shortly followed suit, relaxing again as the tension that had crept into him for some reason dissolved in familiar surroundings and aromas. Once they'd finished lunch Jiraiya insisted on paying since Naruto no doubt had far more experience with sealing than him. "No way, I'm not that good yet," protested the blonde Uzumaki, grinning at the Toad Sage as he clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Nonsense, you've had 6 months in the libraries of Uzushio, why, you even managed to seal that iron club I gave you into a scroll. Storing a seal-inscribed weapon inside something else, that's very impressive layering. What was it you named the thing?" "Foxfire." "Fox Fang," said Naruto, some of his cheer and pride ebbing away as he shrugged off the scroll. "Sorry Jiraiya-sensei, your gift was great and super useful, but I kind of broke it." The Toad Sage raised an eyebrow. "Well, how'd that happen?" "I fed all sorts of reinforcement seals into the smithying. What did you do, drop it off a mountain?" "That just dented it," said Naruto sheepishly, partially unfurling the scroll as the two broken halves of his iron club clattered to the ground in a puff of smoke. "It broke cause I was fighting this guy who used to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. His sword was really nasty. I'll bet. Jiraiya bent with a slight grunt and picked up the two halves, peering at the broken, jagged edges, the dents in the solid metal, the tooth marks from unfamiliar predators. I did take good care of it, Naruto was saying defensively, arms crossed. I mean, I don't get many gifts, so I do feel bad, Geezer Sage. That's alright, soothed his dining partner, offering the pieces back to Naruto. Tell you what, let's go visit a hot spring, have a soak, that always helps clear my head. What do you think, Sealing Master? Naruto laughed. Achman, Geezer Sage, don't call me that. Only if you tell me how you got to fighting such a tough customer like Zabuza the demon. They walked out of the ramen hut practically arm in arm, Jiraiya's clogs clacking on the street as he drew Naruto in his wake. There weren't very many people in the hot baths at this time of day, most preferring to visit in the evening when Konoha's weather had cooled, but Naruto still felt some odd sense of discomfort when he shrugged out of his mesh shirt and looked down at his unmarked chest. Sasuke had sternly told him that the Deep One's blow would have killed most other people and certainly left them wounded and scarred for life, but the nine-tailed fox had restored Naruto's muscled chest to smooth, unblemished skin. That felt wrong somehow, and the feeling was reinforced when Naruto glanced up to see a number of scars on Jiraiya's chest and arms. The Toad Sage caught the look. Something bothering you? Naruto grunted and shrugged. Dunno. Well, I know something that will cheer you up, said Jiraiya, guiding Naruto out into the hot bath and around the edge of the grass planted to make it look more natural. They edged into the bushes and Naruto was glad the bath was otherwise empty. Jiraiya bent, holding a finger to his lips, and indicated a subtle indentation in the back of the boathouse wall. Naruto bent to examine it and realized it was a peephole. A peephole with a few scraggly branches, a wide expanse of water and... Ugh, everybody knows the Akimichi Cell permanent expansion jutsu on the side, a woman was saying to her companion, fondling her own breasts as an example. But I've never heard of a breast reduction jutsu, just surgery. What do you think, Yuki? If you feel that strongly. Naruto leaned back from the peephole, an uncertain expression on his face as Jiraiya gave him a grin, knowing wink, and a silent gesture to let him watch. Hey shitty fox, he asked silently. What's the deal here? If I see somebody else naked, am I cheating on Sasuke? The portion of the Kyuubi inside his soul grumbled incoherently as he was roused from sleep. What? No. You have eyes, everyone looks. The Biju shifted his curled position, eyes still half-lidded and drowsy. Even I look. This peephole thing feels weird though, thought Naruto, making his way back towards the water and glad Jiraiya was following. Geezer Sage is more like a pervy sage, I guess. Then disembowel him, rumbled the Kyuubi, returning to slumber, though both of them failed to notice the small seal glowing angry orange on the back of Naruto's shoulder before it faded out of sight. Jiraiya sank into the water with a sigh of satisfaction. How's that for lightening your spirits, Naruto? I always feel 20 years younger coming here. Miraculous restorative properties, eh? He gave Naruto a conspiratorial smile. It'll be our secret. "'S not that special," said the blonde, though he did admit the water was nice and the rough rocks against his back were dragging away dead skin. I mean, all the Hoshigaki and Kyujira wore these wetsuits, didn't leave a lot to the imagination, you know. Careful, Naruto, warned the Toad Sage, you're making Uzushio sound like heaven on earth. Unconsciously, Naruto's hand rose to clutch at his chest, feeling for a wound that wasn't there. It wasn't, he muttered before brightening. But Karen and the rest of New Uzushio are already making it way better. Isabu-san grew these amazing coral reefs in the bay, we put back all these little colored flag things my mom remembered, it's nice. Your mother? Oh, Kushina Uzumaki. Did you ever meet her pervy sage? Jiraiya looked momentarily confused before he laughed. Oh, she hated my guts because we were a little too similar in some ways. Or perhaps she just resented me for taking up your father's time. I trained Minato, you know. He was a once-in-a-generation genius, and I'm sure you'll follow in his footsteps. The older man was looking at Naruto with an amused, half-expectant expression. Huh, that's nice, I guess. Naruto leaned back and looked up into the sky. I don't really know what to think about him, you know. I mean, he seemed nice, but still, he kicked the bucket and left all of us to sort out a bunch of things he didn't know about or get to do. That's called an inheritance, said Jiraiya, his hand tracing a series of steps in the air. What we elders pass down from one generation to the next, and our elders passed down to us in turn. In Konoha it's the will of fire, in Iwa, the will of stone, downstream duty in mist. We take up the burdens of those who came before. He was silent and so was Naruto before the sage spoke again. Your friends the Uchiha, they have a contract with some hawk summons, right? The way these things work, it might be those same hawks who are responsible for my other mentor's death. Gama-chan's furious about his father's passing, so he'd have a right to go after those hawks. So would I. Naruto drew in a breath to offer a weak denial, but Jiraiya kept going, his gaze more tired than angry. However, I can see there's entirely too much hatred in this shinobi world of ours. Taints the karmic cycle. I always wanted to do something about all that hate, but I'm not sure how to go about it just yet. Naruto thought about Mijio and Ai's Mistnin, Fu, forced into destroying the Leaf Village in the hope large nations would leave Waterfall alone, the hostile result of all that hatred boiling away in the Kyuubi's care. Yeah, there is too much hate, and it goes back a long way. Older than even our elders, said Jiraiya. The summoning clans will say it's just a result of life preying on other life, the natural order, but I don't think so. I truly believe that one day all people will understand each other and live in harmony. No more fighting and we can all enjoy a life of true peace. Sensei says there are some fights that should happen, said Naruto, thinking of the corrupted Uzumaki and clenching a fist. Some things are so wrong or so bad you have to fight, because if you don't, it's like your soul dies instead. Those fights are rarer than they sound. Jiraiya was looking at Naruto with an expression the young Uzumaki couldn't interpret. Even then, they still end with shattered limbs, lives, and worlds. Nations and villages win wars. People like you and I just survive them. Do you get the difference? Naruto nodded and touched his chest again, thinking about the people who'd never finished the expedition or got to go home to Hakobane Port. Yeah. Jiraiya clapped him on the shoulder and laughed, though it seemed a little forced. Ah, don't listen to the worries of an old geezer. You're young, maybe you'll find the solution instead, Naruto? Or maybe Tsunade and little Karen will surprise us both, you never know. As long as we keep searching, there's always hope. Now, where's that back-scratcher? Sasuke half expected the new Uchiha district to not recognize him when he strode through the Torii gate, but the barriers let him through just as they always had. It was early afternoon and the streets were lively with people going back and forth on their own business. The district had been entirely rebuilt while he'd been gone, and while many of the houses looked the same, the feel of them had changed. The vine trellises on the sides of boundary walls were full of new shoots just beginning their climb instead of decades-old greenery, the roof tiles new and glossy in the sun. It wasn't bad, Sasuke decided. Just different. Miyake and Rangiku Hakata saw him and swerved towards the teenage clan leader despite the fact their arms were full of groceries. Oh, Uchiha-san, said the middle-aged woman, bowing deeper than Sasuke felt was necessary. It's so good to see you return to our fair district. I'm sure you've missed it terribly, but we've managed well enough in your absence, haven't we, dear? The woman's daughter bowed as well, though she looked as uncomfortable as Sasuke felt. Rangiku was technically an Uchiha according to the clan scrolls, but she'd made it clear she had no interest in the clan. Yeah, it's been fine, I guess. My life's pretty boring to you, running around as a ninja. Can't complain. Boring is nice, admitted Sasuke, leading the group to the side of the road and adjusting his backpack over one shoulder. Our last mission took longer than we thought. He fell silent, wondering if he should even mention his half-formed ideas about the Uchiha clan and new Uzushio before dismissing them. Rangiku wasn't the right person. Speaking of, have you seen Sai or Shin around? Not recently, said her adoptive mother. Sorry we couldn't be more help, Uchiha-san, he's such a polite young man, very kind. Well, it's always a treat, but we have to get going. Don't want these ingredients to spoil in the heat. She bowed again and Sasuke wandered off, greeting Kara Abarame and her iron-shelled beetle as well as several other former sound ninja and ex-umbu living in the district. All of them seemed genuinely pleased to see him, mentioning the farmers' market that was restarting this month in Kazuboko Square, asking curiously after new Uzushio and mentioning the missions they'd been on in turn. When the Exumbu and Jonin were in earshot, Suzuki stuck to polite conversation, but when he managed to rope Kin, Zaku, and Dosu into afternoon tea he struck gold. The former Sound Genin said they were thriving in Konoha's tutelage, but his Sharinon knew they were lying. He didn't press further, but instead turned to his backpack and after some rummaging, produced Teiwa Uzumaki's thin flute. "Do any of you recognize this?" he asked, and while Dosu shook his head, Zaku's mouth dropped open and Kin made an abortive attempt to reach for the instrument. "That's Teiwa Senpai's flute," she breathed in awe before Zaku grabbed the high collar of Suzuki's shirt. "Where is she, Uchiha? How'd you meet her? Is she alive?" "Don't be stupid, Zaku," said his larger teammate, prying the other teenager's fingers away from Suzuki. "Teiwa would never give up that flute, so she's obviously dead." "Did you kill her?" asked Kin quietly, and Suzuki shook his head. "I fought her, but I didn't kill her. Someone else did." "So why do you have her flute?" asked the dark-haired girl, clamping her hands around her teacup to stop herself from reaching for it again. Her voice filled with scorn. "A battle trophy." "No," said Suzuki, defensive even though she was right. He hadn't glorified in it or anything, it was just a strange weapon and he'd hung on to it because Karen didn't want something touched by Otohime in her armory. "Look, it's an interesting artifact and since it's based on sound, I wondered if you three knew how to use it." "It's a freaking flute." Zaku threw up his hands. "Not exactly complicated to play. It has 3 mountain demons sealed into it," snapped Kin. "I practically worshipped her when I was younger. God, the Sound 5 were the coolest people in all of Sound, then Konoha killed them when they attacked your village," said Suzuki bluntly, and all 3 of them looked up in surprise. "I met them briefly," he tried to frame his opinion politely and gave up. "They were rude, but I get where you're coming from." He thought of Itaki as he'd pretended to be, the kind and gentle older brother, the shuriken training, the hunting trips, the piggyback rides. He let out a long breath from his nostrils, crossing his arms. "Shinobi idols are going to disappoint us. Be grateful you didn't see how far she'd fallen, Kin. It was ugly." "Was it?" Her voice was challenging but not quite accusatory. Suzuki gave a short, sharp nod, remembering the madwoman ripping out her own scalp. "I'll eat your eyes." "Very," he said, and the teetable fell into a brief silence before Suzuki nodded at the flute. "Do you want it?" Kin snatched it off the table almost before he'd finished the sentence and raised it to her lips, taking a breath. She only let out a few notes before spitting the flute out and hurling it back onto the table with a noise of disgust. "Ugh, Uchiha, did you wash it at all? It's disgusting." "Of course I washed it," retorted Suzuki as Zaku went to the kitchen of the Leaf Sound Genin's house and returned with alcohol wipes. "Try again." Kin shuddered and chugged the rest of her tea, refilling the cup with hot liquid and repeating the process. "No way, Zaku, you try." "Achman, it's not that bad began Zaku before he too only made it through a few notes and tossed it away. "Gross." Even with his lips covered in bandages, Dosu had the same reaction and Suzuki shrugged helplessly. "Well, it's yours," Suzuki said, and slid a rolled scroll across as the others filled the silence with varying degrees of coughing. "Here's the finger sequences my Sharinon memorized from when Teiwa used it, maybe they'll help. Just make sure you've got a Jonin around when you're testing the flute. It's very powerful." "Thanks," wheezed Zaku, while Kin cocked her head at him, her eyes narrowed. "This is a generous gift, Suzuki." "Why?" "It's technically a new Uzushio artifact," he said lightly. "If Konoha keeps looking over your shoulders, well," he let the sentence trail off and knew he'd sparked their curiosity as well as suspicion. "I should get going." Suzuki made a show of checking the watch he'd strapped to the inside of his silver steel vambrace and left the flute and its oiled silk wrappings on the table as he departed, knowing the conversation would continue behind his back. He allowed an Uchiha smile to pull at the corners of his mouth just a little. A good start. 2 hours later he was idly chatting with an architect who wanted to put a playhouse into the district when he heard screaming from the direction of a small park. A plume of dirt and an explosion of force followed shortly and Suzuki disappeared mid-sentence, his Shunshin catapulting him down the street as his Sharinon tracked other Konoha ninja doing the same. "Kill, kill." shrieked Yugo, his PS pitching high as a claw spiked like a porcupine fired spikes into the air, tearing a blue-winged butterfly to pieces. The children who'd been around him were screaming, some staring petrified in shock, and Sasuke tackled a little girl before Yugo's next swipe harmed her further. His right hand glowed green, healing the flesh wound on her stomach as his left drew his sword to parry another blade limb. He followed the cries of medic, and landed on the other side of the row of houses where the rest of the children were appearing in swirls of dust and leaves, mercifully unharmed. "Is anyone hurt?" he called, red eyes twitching from person to person as his hands pulled seals from underneath his left shin guard. "I'm dying," wailed a 6-year-old, and Sasuke plucked the wooden splinter from the boy's ankle and slapped a seal on the wound, pulsing green as the slow-release properties began to stimulate the body's natural healing abilities. "And now you're not," said Sasuke over Yugo's calls for more blood. "You'll be fine." He moved through them quickly, and within 30 seconds every one of the children was soothed with Uchiha-style bedside manners, or placated with a glowing, obvious healing seal for boo-boos. There was a large puff of smoke on the other side of the house as a flock of living ink birds shrieked a challenge to Yugo, who didn't disappoint. "Woo, splatty splat is back. I'll kill you too." Sasuke gave the children a thumbs up. "Be right back," he said, and returned to the fight. He'd been wondering why the Exumbu of the district hadn't taken Yugo out, but the crazed boy was just sane enough to continue targeting any civilian still in the area, forcing the more experienced ninja to shepherd them away from the battle or block the blows themselves. Since Yugo's dark brown extended limbs were punching hard enough to leave craters in the grass, success was mostly measured in the absence of casualties. Still, there was a cordon of Chunin around Sai Uchiha as the teenager flung lines of ink across 2 scrolls, one to create more ink birds to distract Yugo, the other hand still working on a large tiger of significant complexity. "Let that fucking animal out of his cage," one of the Chunin was asking as his explosive kunao failed to leave even soot on Yugo's hardened flesh. "He went after the kids, man." "You will shut your mouth, Chunin Ashu," said Sai flatly, and Sasuke saw the boy's normally flat expression furrow into a tight frown. "Yugo is my friend, and he is a peaceful soul dash." "Oh yeah, real fucking peaceful," drawled the Chunin as he ducked. 2 of his comrades intercepted a thrown tree trunk and lowered it to the ground. "I feel so loved right now." "Sai, what do you need?" asked Sasuke loudly, shooting the Chunin a look of disgust. "Is anyone else hurt?" "No," said one of the Exumbu as his kunao hilt broke Yugo's nose and he barely avoided the retaliatory blow. "We try to keep him focused on close range, so he doesn't dash." "My node," bellowed Yugo as his flesh hand flowed like water into a long glowing tube. "Blow this out your ass." Sasuke's Sharingan were temporarily blinded as a blast of pure yellow nature energy fired from Yugo's limb and hit the man dead on. "Do that," finished Sai as his clan leader caught the retired ninja and began healing burn injuries with his eyes closed in impressive speed. Yugo spat at Sasuke. "Are you trying to save the guy I just killed?" "I'll kill you for that." "We know," replied Sai as another flock of birds pelted his friend with ink stains and distracting wings. Still, the mutating teenager plowed through, casting the remaining Chunin aside as they tried to stall him. "It's not finished, but needs must," said Sai as he placed his ink-flecked hands on the paper. "Sealing technique, crouching tiger bullet." One of Yugo's bulging arms was wrapped in huge jaws, then claws as the ink tiger began to drag the teenager towards Sai's ink scroll, inch by painful inch, slowing as Yugo dug in and tried to resist. Sasuke opened his eyes, blinking as the Sharingan refocused and let out a quiet sigh as he saw the man he'd saved was opening soot-encrusted eyes. Time to go. Once he'd gotten the Exumbu out of the line of fire, he returned to see both of Yugo's massive arms now getting dragged into the scroll, though the teenager was trying to grow new appendages out of the spines on his shoulders and firing chakra blasts from his chest. For a moment, it felt like Sasuke was back in Uzushio's ruins, facing a deep one before he shook the chilling fear away and charged. "Requesting backup," said Sai in a strained voice as he poured his chakra into the scroll and Sasuke sidestepped a chakra blast. Yeah, this was way too similar to Sakura's Sage Mode, and the dark, hard skin as well. "Sorry Yugo," he said as his sword lodged itself in hamstring muscle, only for the meat to clench around it, forcing Sasuke to draw his scalpels. "No," said a cool voice as 2 familiar ninja landed on either side of Yugo. "I am sorry." 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Hinata and Niji Hyuga were mirror images of each other in blurred white and precision violence as they unleashed the gentle fist technique upon Yugo's half-bound form, the call-and response between the cousins obviously practiced. 8 palms. 16 palms. 24 palms. 32 palms. They slowed down, pale eyes assessing Yugo as he slumped to his knees. Hinata did indeed look sorrowful as they reached out to pull sweat-soaked orange hair aside. "You poor fellow," she said. "To be so tormented by your own power." Yugo would have laughed, but his mouth had been replaced by an organic chakra cannon and it fired at point-blank range before either Niji or Sasuke could even scream. Gentle fist technique, divine lion. The blinding glare of that much raw nature energy fired out as a weapon made it hard for Sasuke to see what exactly happened, but he saw Hinata's own hands glow with pale blue chakra and wrap the chakra around her body in a sinuous motion. Or did she bend it? Catch it? He couldn't tell, but Hinata did something and Yugo took his own last-ditch attack full in the face. The teenager let out a sigh of what might have been relief as Sai withdrew his hands and the ink tiger binding him vanished, collapsing face first into the dirt. Hinata put out the fire on her white jacket and smiled beatifically at Niji and a dumbstruck Sasuke. Her smile drooped at the expression on Sasuke's face and the Uchiha wanted to swallow his tongue. He felt like he'd just kicked a puppy. "Thanks Hinata," he said, instead of apologizing, absently running a diagnostic on his retired patient who he'd put in a dreamless sleep genjutsu. "Impressive. We all do what we can," she said modestly, though he saw her blush with pride. "I have been working with Niji-san on my techniques." The taller branch clan member blinked at the sound of his own name. "Wait, were we each doing 32 palm strikes, or 32 between us?" "I thought the former," admitted Hinata as Sai dragged Yugo's shrinking and thoroughly human form onto his shoulder, using the unconscious weight to bow deeply to all of them. Other Konoha shinobi began to approach and civilians cursed Yugo's name. "Perhaps we should go another time, Uchiha," said Niji, and then they were gone as the crowd approached, both ninja and civilian. "Oi, somebody throw that monster back in jail. How'd he even get out in the first place? This can't keep happening, Sai. Where's my baby boy? Has anyone seen my baby boy?" Sasuke scowled and wished he would grow taller faster as his voice cut across the babble. "Your children are safe and sound, MRS, Hokuto. I healed everyone myself, they're sheltering in place on the next block." He pointed and several dozen people rushed off with left-behind blessings for Lord Uchiha and cries of relief. "All right. Now before you start yelling again, Sai, what happened to Yugo? I thought you were working with him on anger management." "I was," said the other teenager, his face's topography subsiding to the calm mask that was his default state. 5 months ago, his rages grew beyond his ability to suppress, they grow in violence each time, and the cause is still unknown. We dash. Throw him out of the village." Someone shouted from further back in the crowd and there was a shout of approval. "He's a damn menace dash." "Shut up," roared Sasuke, the anger surging sudden and acidic in his breast. "I lead the Uchiha district, I will not hear another word about menaces or monsters when talking about my patient. Do you understand?" There was discontented grumbling and Sasuke's Sharingan memorized each mulish face he could see, committing them to memory. Something else to sort out before he left for good. "Uchiha-san," said a civilian nervously, "with all due respect, you haven't been here for 6 months. "Which is why Indra and I delegated to Sai," replied Sasuke, tilting his head at the teenage painter. "Has anyone been killed in these incidents?" "No," admitted the woman before rallying to her theme. "But the property damage, the uncertainty, we don't feel safe. Mr. Yugo's been very apologetic and I'm sure he's nice enough, but we need to think of our families first." "Yugo doesn't want to hurt anyone," said Sai defensively. "He has been a great help in rebuilding the district dash. Only after he trashed it in the first place." "All right, that's enough," said Sasuke, trying for his father's decisive "this conversation is over" tone and hoping it didn't sound petulant. "I have been absent, and I've clearly missed some important things, but Sai and I have to take both these men to the hospital. Once I'm informed and have a full picture of the situation, I'll make a decision." "Seems clear enough to me," said the civilian woman who'd spoken before as she jutted out her lip. I'll make the decision, repeated Sasuke firmly, glaring at her and resisting the urge to use a low-level itching jutsu he'd stolen from Sakura. Fortunately, he'd managed to get the last word, and the crowd dissipated to pick up the messy park as Sai and Sasuke trudged out of the square with unconscious men on their shoulders. Welcome home, offered Sai after several blocks of silence and fewer watchful eyes. Sasuke grunted, which Sai graciously accepted with a nod. Were the Hyuga inside the district today? Hinata Hyuga, the replaced clan heir, and Niji Hyuga, her life ward turned trainer, yes. I let them in at 0200 hours this morning to join me in calligraphy. Hinata Hyuga is not conforming to prior expectations. From what her cousin has intimated, something unusual is also occurring within the Hyuga clan, but is reluctant to share the particulars. Then the Uchiha should stay out of it, said Sasuke despite his curiosity. Was Hinata only doing calligraphy with you, Sai? We were not fornicating or conspiring, said Sai with a hint of disdain. Truthfully, we enjoy the artistic aspect of putting ink to paper. And peaches, he added after a moment's thought. I have learned to appreciate some of what Hinata Hyuga enjoys in peaches. Sasuke chose to leave that last bit alone. Does Hisashi Hyuga know that? A man with telescopic X-ray visual prowess knows a great deal, but I truthfully informed him we have become friends and I do not have many of those. I also informed him of the nature of our visits and he appeared to believe me. More complications, and the Uchiha clan leader swallowed the exasperated words coming to mind. Instead he said, what else has happened while I was gone? You could have written me a letter. Nothing urgent, replied his second cousin twice removed. The clan head's house has been reconstructed according to Konoha Central Planning's records. There have been 12 noise complaints, 2 unusually heavy winter snowstorms this far south, a mid-air collision between 2 drunk former operatives in March, and my own training and missions proceeded smoothly. Both the district and village budget were approved without incident. Are we not going to the hospital? Sasuke had turned away from the edge of the district and the white multi-story building visible through Konoha's tree-dotted skyline, shifting his unconscious patient on his shoulders with a grunt as one hand replaced the man's wallet in his jeans. No, just dropping him off in his own bed with some instructions and medication. We needed to get out of there. Ah. Sai nodded. You are cleverer than before, Sasuke Uchiha. Is it because you no longer imbibe hallucinogenic mushrooms? I don't forget it. Sasuke produced the keys, unlocked the man's front door and dumped the man on his couch alongside a blanket, towing out of his shoes on the way. After a few post-it notes of instructions and a small tube of chakra burn paste, the shoes were back on and Sasuke led Sai back towards the clan head's compound, which Sasuke avoided entering in favor of circling back to the empty koi pond, with a new sapling in place of the old oak that used to be there. He sat down, enjoying the feeling of Konoha grass, the familiar rasp of its gentle blades. So Yugo's been violent 5 times, you say? At Sai's side glance, Sasuke hastened to add. I'm not going to throw your friend out of the village, just, you should have told me, I could have helped sooner, even from Nuizu. Sai nodded reluctantly. Yugo and I thought we could handle it. One aberrant psychochemical spike in aggression and hormone production. Then it wasn't. Lady Shizune at Konoha General prescribed soporifics and other mood alteration medication, but suppressants only seemed to increase the violence of the subsequent attack. The episodes have no consistent trigger stimuli and last until Yugo has eliminated all living humans within his range or exhausts his body. His first 2 episodes were swiftly contained by myself and several former operatives within the district, but this is no longer the case. Yugo has offered to be restrained, or to depart the village, live outside Konoha's walls. Sai's voice became firm, full of unstated resolve so common to the Uchiha, but its expression was new for him. He is not a leper, to be shunned. He is kind and gentle with animals. He can sing to the birds. The children loved him. I do not think this will remain so. They will also fear him. It is wrong, but if I cannot help Yugo, I fear Konoha will execute him. Sasuke only hesitated a moment before placing his hand on Sai's shoulder. I won't let Konoha execute him, he said firmly, ideas swirling in his head, but unwilling to give voice to them just yet. He wanted to test some things first. Give me a few days and I'll see what I can come up with. His cousin looked politely disbelieving. You are a young medicnin. Do you possess some knowledge that experienced Konoha doctors do not? More of a hunch, said Sasuke. And I'm used to unusual patients trying to kill me. The breath of relief that Sai let escape his mouth was almost a laugh. Sakura was vegging out. She chuckled at the thought and her mother turned from the historical romance they were watching. What? Her daughter wiggled tattooed fingers before scooping up more popcorn. It's nice to relax like this, she replied. Sitting here with you and Dad, watching bad TV, vegging out. I'm 5% plant, get it? Kaizushi Harino laughed on her other side, his full belly amusement making the couch pillows shake. That is funny. But this isn't bad TV, Sakura, this is high art. On screen, a Konoha ninja with makeup streaming down her face pleaded with her devilishly handsome lover to join the village and live instead of dying in the wilds to roving bandits. The pink-haired girl made a noise of vague agreement, then remembered her parents didn't speak Uchihise. It's fun, she admitted, but we didn't get TV in Nuizu. That was, like, way down the to-do list. You missed the new Princess Gale movie while you were gone, said Mabuki. But it'll come out on video soon enough. She fights some mountain spirit in the land of snow, I believe. Oh, nice. Fu told us about that when she visited. She said it was fun to shoot a movie and Kome got to show off, so the special effects budget could go way further. Who's she again? Asked Kaizushi. I can't keep track of all the girls in your life, Sakura. One of the shark women. His tone was light and teasing, so Sakura responded without thinking. No, Dad, the Hoshigaki are all like, way older than me. Fu's the dark-haired girl from Waterfall and Kome's the Seven Tails. Fuck, swore Inner as her father chuckled again. Oh, that's good, Sakura, the seven-tailed beast. You'll be as funny as your old man soon enough. It's my next goal as a ninja, replied Sakura, feeling her mother's skeptical gaze and keeping her face relaxed through the same subtle control she used for genjutsu. Fortunately, Mabuki turned back to the movie soon enough as the protagonist swore she'd mount a dangerous rescue mission even though she was pregnant. Gasp. If you're back in the village, perhaps you should try dating someone closer to home, she suggested innocently. What do you think, Sakura? I don't know, said Sakura with the juicy anticipation of a teenager possessing juicy gossip to share. After seeing Naruto and Sasuke eat each other's faces, I think I'll just watch for a while. She broke down into giggles as her parents turned to look at her, then one another with incredulity, then frowns of surprise and mild disapproval. Your teammates? Both boys. Mabuki chose her words carefully. Is that proper? It's not that unusual, said Kaizushi, though he wasn't quite so cheery. But considering how the three of you practically grew up together, it is, well, it is odd. You're not feeling pressured or anything, are you, Sakura? The kunoichi blew air through her lips and tossed a kernel of popcorn up, trying to catch it in her mouth. PSSHH, no. They've been awkward idiots about it forever and Sensei thinks it's just as funny as I do, he just hides it better. Whenever I catch them holding hands, Sasuke's as red as his sherry non. She giggled again. It's so awkward, if I was like that, they'd never let me hear the end of it. Well, it's nice to see you've retained your good sense, said Mabuki, relieved, and they settled in to watch the rest of the movie. Only afterwards, when Sakura was plodding up the stairs and failing to hide a yawn behind her hand, did her mother remember. Oh Sakura, I meant to tell you, but your friend Ino came by a few times while you were gone asking after you. You should visit her when you have the chance. She was having lunch when Team 7 got in today, said her daughter drowsily. Koji's barbecue obsession meant she was the third person I met in village. Funny. She stumbled back up the stairs and collapsed into a deep, dreamless slumber, blissfully unaware of how her inner self and her mother now bore matching expressions of wicked glee. Obito Uchiha stared dumbly at the empty cavern for several seconds. Well, it wasn't quite empty. There were quite a few white Zetsu corpses lying scattered across the vast space in the elephant's graveyard, but the Gedo statue was unmistakably gone. A muffled scream dragged its way through clenched teeth as Obito's questionable sanity frayed just a bit more. Gone, gone, it can't be gone. This was the last spot, the super double secret spot. I had so many hiding places, it is mine, it should be mine, so why can't I summon it? He bit his lip and made the signs. His hand slammed down on the dark stone floor, but again the Gado statue did not appear, though if it had, the chakra loss would have killed him. His voice had pitched up into Toby's whine. Toby could be a fool, a goofball, a failure. Obito couldn't and Madara certainly couldn't, so the high whine of frustration that bounced off the cavern walls echoed as if in mockery. They're ruining everything, stupid, stupid, ninja. He stomped over to one of the Zetsu corpses and began butchering it with his bare hands. It was there to serve him after all, even if just as an outlet for his emotions. He could blame Kisame for unleashing the statue in the first place, then gotten himself actually captured by his family. He could blame Itachi, who'd run back to Konoha for some reason and was somehow still alive. Hyden, who'd set off the fratricidal conflict by trying to kill Blood Girl. He very much blamed Konan and Pain, who'd tried to kill him, very nearly had, and were forcing him to fight for every yen and street corner of black market influence. Costing him money, costing him time. But really, Obito's breathing slowed as he knelt over the splattered remains of the Zetsu. Really, all of this was his fault. He could admit that, was man enough for self-reflection. He should have dispensed with the disguise, made it plain to the Akatsuki that he was Madara Uchiha, and dared Nagato and Konan to openly defy him. They'd just sealed the Five Tails, he'd successfully captured the exhausted Six in his Jinchuriki, and it all started to fall apart. But he had not truly failed, not while he was still alive, or whatever his existence was now. Obito stood up, the void spiraling from his eye and opening to his Kamui dimension. He would continue, untouchable, unseen, and he would rip Nagato's eyes from his mouth and make that bitch swallow them just to hear her scream before he pulled them out from her. MMPH said Yukitaka from where he was bound to a stone block with seal-marked chains, blindfold, and gag. Obito realized he'd been saying things out loud in Toby's voice and stopped. "Honey, I'm home." He was trying to restore his calm with humor, but it fell flat, even to him. MMMPH, insisted his captive, and Obito thanked the man for the opportunity for more stress relief as he hopped across the stones to kick him into unconsciousness. He sighed and removed his mask to run a glove through sweaty hair, putting aside what clothes had been splattered by the Zetsu. Messy, 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 he mused. So let's stop trying to stem the bleeding and increase it. Force them to run damage control, praying for hope. Drop the Six Tails into a megakur, or perhaps a terror campaign against their precious village. Flay his precious messenger angel alive and leave bits of her at shrines. That little fool thinks he can use the Rinnegan against me? I gave him those eyes. He will beg me to take them back with the tailed beasts. I'll dash. The void laughed, but it was not sound as Obito's ears understood it. It was the absence of sound in a place normally devoid of all life save his own. The space between his words, his breath, the scuff of his sandals as he spun became an unnoise of amusement. "Step forward into the light," said Obito, his Madara voice smooth and in control despite his utter lack of both. "You must be an accomplished shinobi to arrive here, congratulations." The Uchiha's foot accidentally nudged the unconscious Jinchuriki and the rattle of his chains formed more words. "You amuse us. Pretending to be immortal, pretending to be alive, pretending to be so many things, pretending you are pretending." The rattling links trailed off, but more words were coming, oozing their way through Obito's breath and directly into his skull. "But we cannot step into what does not exist." The white blocks that were Obito's refuge and illumination in the void of Kamui disappeared like a smothered candle flame. "Look upon we." The void poured into Obito through every orifice, filling his lungs, his guts, his brain. "The sun binds us in shadow play we must indulge. But you are a flesh puppet, meat and bone and void. You can be useful." Obito wanted to reply, to ask questions, to refuse, but the strangled scream in his throat answered his own thoughts. The sun shows her pawns, flickering little godlings of self, flesh, and chakra. You have one here, such a prize. Can it be truly destroyed? Obito had heard many unpleasant noises from humans, summoned animals, and the few yokai he'd encountered. He'd never heard the noise Yukitaka made, and some hindbrain animal part of his brain responded in primal fear. Hopefully the teenager had died, but something in the noise and the thing currently filling him made Obito suspect death would have been a mercy. "Otsutsuki," said the slug writhing inside a shimmering soap bubble of pearl scent light. "You can't be here." The tailed beast braced as the void clenched tight around the bubble, dark claws trying to shatter it and rip the living chakra in half. "Mother hurt you for this, didn't she?" The slug grunted as its bubble wobbled, but did not pop, and in the noise of effort, Obito heard a sibilant hiss of pain and derision from the void. That meant whatever this thing was, it could be defied, could be wounded. It could be killed. "So much flesh has thought so," said the Otsutsuki inside Obito's skull. "So much flesh has long stopped thinking anything at all. But our puppet needs a mind, a will, to fight the godlings." For an instant, Obito hoped he might survive this, and the voice heard his hope, found it amusing, and swallowed it whole. Not all, but enough. Obito screamed as he felt the void inside his skull rip pieces out of his brain, and he had a horrifying instant to realize the entire concept of rebellion was going, then it was gone. It was replaced with knowledge, and he smiled at those the Otsutsuki had marked for death. The Otsutsuki had still left him a kind of satisfaction. The binding on Kagaya's puppet has been broken. Find the statue, kill the godlings, open the gate. Failure is impossible. The void withdrew as the stone blocks of his Kamui oozed back into existence, sucked back into the empty hanging form of a white-robed figure with a single red Rinnegan occupying an otherwise blank face. Obito activated his Kamui and it spat him back out into the empty stone cave, where the Zetsu pain hadn't killed were emerging curiously from the walls. As he climbed to his feet, a shadow slithered through the forest of white legs to wrap around the closest and kneel in welcome. "Welcome back," said Black Zetsu, and Obito now heard the curious resonance between Madara's creation and the thing he'd just been ravaged by. Unless it hadn't been Madara's creation at all. "We live to serve, Lord Madara." "No we don't," rasped Obito. "Not really." He shook the thought off and brushed the top of Zetsu's green hair. "But we have work to do. Check the description for the links to the author."